Chapter 1107, The Divine Pill Reappears. Alchemy first? Lon Bailing and Hudali looked at each other in blank dismay. To make the antidote Yaling brew, they actually needed alchemy? This alchemy is not directly related to the demon spirit brew, but it is necessary. If you want to make the demon spirit brew as quickly as possible, you can only refine alchemy first. Qin Yang said. What kind of elixir are you refining? Lon Bailing asked, curiously. Some strong men who came to deliver the medicine happened to bump into this scene, and couldn't help becoming curious, stopping to watch. After all, Qin Yang's alchemy attainments are well known to everyone. The celestial immortal pill is even more popular in the devil world. If the city lord doesn't buy a few celestial elixir for his wife, then there will be no peace in his courtyard. Eating one can keep youth forever, and even return to the age of 208, who wouldn't be tempted? And this day's elixir was made by Qin Yang. Everyone was curious about what kind of elixir Qin Yang was going to refine this time. Qin Yang coughed lightly, and said without hesitation, the elixir I want to refine is called Super Invincible Xuanhuan. Before he finished speaking, everyone's expressions became strange. There is such a pill? With such a name, it's unreliable at first glance. It sounds like a strong liar. But Boss Qin said it himself. Lon Bailing blinked, and asked innocently, what a powerful name. What is the effect? I am afraid that only Lon Bailing would believe that there is such a magic pill in Bailing Mountain at this moment. Kuanping really wanted to expose Qin Yang, but he knew that Qin Yang really knew how to use this medicine. He even mentioned it to Gu Sifeng and Mrs. Gu that day. It's just that this elixir consumes a huge amount of elixir, and it cannot be refined easily. But now, after Qin Yang said a word, almost the entire demon world was mobilized, and the number of elixirs sent by these strong men seemed to be nothing to mention. There are many functions. It can make up the foundation, make up for the innate deficiency, stimulate all the potential, etc. Qin Yang explained casually. Such a magical medicine, isn't it comparable to Yaling brew? Hudali asked in surprise. Qin Yang shook his head and said with a faint smile, it's not comparable, it's not comparable. These are two different things. The effect of the demon spirit brew is to stimulate the blood, and even return to the ancestors. It has a different effect from this super invincible 10 perfect pill. After a pause, Qin Yang continued, the reason why I want to refine this pill is actually to use its most fundamental effect, which is to replenish blood. What? Blood? Everyone was speechless. If it is to replenish blood, ordinary elixir can also be used. Why do you have to refine this elixir? Qin Yang laughed. He knew that these people would have such expressions. Qin Yang looked at Kuanping, then at the crowd, and said, Kuanping wants to brew the demon spirit, so I can't wait for me to drain him. Since he said so, then I will do it. And, which is indeed the fastest way. However, Qin Yang changed his voice and said, I can't really kill him, can I? So I have to replenish his blood. Evacuate his blood at once, and then use the super invincible 10 perfect pill to replenish the blood. Draw it back, and draw it again, it will be enough for what the demon spirit needs. Although Kuanping was eager to make the demon spirit brew, but after hearing Qin Yang's method, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Really, to drain his blood dry. Still twice. What you want to refine are 2 super invincible 10 perfect pills? Kuanping asked weakly. What? Are you scared again? Qin Yang looked at Kuanping playfully, and his eyes turned to the big bird in the clouds in the distance, the 3 leaders of Bailing Mountain, Xiaohu. How could I be afraid? I'm not afraid. Kuanping stiffened his neck, pretending to be calm. Especially when Lon Bailing was still looking at him, he must not show weakness. Just don't be afraid. Although there are a lot of elixir this time, you can't use up all of them at once. Even if you want to use up, it may not be enough. So, I will only refine one. Qin Yang stretched out his finger. Kuanping's face froze, and he said, one. When the blood is drawn for the second time. Qin Yang patted Kuanping's shoulder, and said, don't worry, I will save some for you so that you won't perish. It's just that you will be weak for a while. Kuanping swallowed, gritted his teeth and said, okay. Qin Yang nodded and said, if that's the case, then I'll start. After finishing speaking, Qin Yang called out an alchemy furnace with a wave of his hand, and directly opened the furnace to make alchemy. It was also the first time for everyone to see Qin Yang's alchemy. However, although it was the first time for them to see Qin Yang making alchemy, it did not mean that they had never seen others doing alchemy before. Qin Yang's alchemy like this is like children play like house. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and tapped lightly, and the elixir plants flew towards him, floating in the air. It seemed that there was no pattern, but after being glanced at by Qin Yang, he was thrown directly into the alchemy furnace. Such a hodgepodge, if it is also alchemy, I am afraid that anyone who comes here will be able to do it. But with Qin Yang's strength, how could he tease them? Everyone watched patiently. It doesn't matter if you look at it, no one would have thought that there is no medicine, and there is no medicine. It will be refined for so long. 2 days and 2 nights. This is also the result of Qin Yang's superb methods. After these 2 days and 2 nights, Qin Yang still quickly poured the elixir into the alchemy furnace. The amount of elixir that has been invested makes one's heart ache. However, Qin Yang's movements didn't slow down at all, they were as stable as the beginning. During this period, many people lost their patience and left silently. In the end, almost all the powerful people of the race left Bailing Mountain. In the middle of the night, on the Shanla stage of Bailing Mountain, a golden light shot up into the sky, and the bright golden light illuminated the entire Bailing Mountain. Even across the great river and natural moat, it can be clearly seen by others. My God! Is it really done? Is there really such a magic pill as Super Invincible Xuanhuan Dabudan? Dancing vision, this seems to be top quality? Some people who left were beating their chests and feet, but they couldn't see the moment when the magic pill was released. But at this time, Bailing Mountain was boiling up and down, and the surging medicinal power almost made these monsters lose control of their instincts and go berserk directly. Because I'm going to drain your blood this time, so I added some medicine. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and held the golden magic medicine, the size of a fist, in his palm. Just by smelling the fragrance of the medicine, I feel energetic all over my body. With such a magical medicine, Kuanping was no longer afraid. There was a flash of light in Hudali's eyes, and he said in his heart, with such attainments in alchemy, Qin Yang's real strength is probably even stronger. If one method is mastered, all methods are mastered. Although Qin Yang did not directly show his true combat power, through this way of alchemy, he can get a glimpse of the whole leopard. It started, let's transform into the main body first. Qin Yang said. Why? Kuanping was puzzled. Although it is transformed into a human form, there seems to be no difference when it comes to drawing blood. On the contrary, in a humanoid posture, the volume of blood drawn is smaller. The effect is also the same. Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders and transmitted his spiritual thoughts. Are you stupid? If you don't turn into your body, how can it appear that you have paid so much? Kuanping's eyes lit up, and he looked at Lan Bailing beside him, feeling grateful in his heart, and sent a voice transmission to Qin Yang, saying, thank you. Sure enough, you still have experience. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and snorted angrily. Kuanping took a deep breath and jumped up to the sky. People who didn't know thought that Kuanping had escaped. But the next moment, the entire Bailing Mountain was shaken. All the monsters, even Hudali, were full of fear. Kuanping stretched for millions of miles, covering the sky and covering the earth. Even Qin Yang was stunned by such a huge body. Is it that big? Qin Yang's head was full of black lines. Or, did she do it on purpose? Chapter 1108 can still be used like this. The coercion of the monster king, even Guangsha City, is turbulent. Huang Baijian climbed onto the city wall, almost thinking that Empress Shiji was about to attack again. When I looked up, I found that it was an extremely huge monster. What monster? It's so. Huang Baijian was astonished. The old man beside him hurriedly said, "It seems to be Xuanping." Xuanping? Could it be the one next to Qin Yang? Huang Baijian asked. Exactly. The old man felt a little uneasy. That Xuanping's body was too huge, and such a powerful aura was even more overwhelming. And the center of Xuanping's body seems to be Bailing Mountain. This is manifesting the real body on Bailing Mountain. Xuanping. Qin Yang. Bailing Mountain. Huang Baijian clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Even though there are endless sand soldiers, they are powerful and have nowhere to use them. That big river and natural moat almost completely defeated his supernatural powers. He has always regarded Bailing Mountain as a thorn in his side and a thorn in his flesh, but now it is even more unbearable. Humph. Although Empress Snake Princess army retreated, she didn't stand still. She didn't dare to attack my Guangsha city, and that Black Mountain city isn't so powerful. Huang Baijian snorted coldly. The old man frowned in thought, and said, "The city master means that Snake Princess's army will attack the main city next door first?" Huang Baijian said conceitedly, "That's right. Demon Commander Chong Tian has never been to the demon realm because he knows that even if he breaks through Pan Snake City and Blood Lion City, there is nothing he can do about Guangsha City. Now, as long as Snake Girl breaks through this in Heishan City, the army is still invincible. This Bailing Mountain can defend me, but it cannot defend Empress Snake Princess." "But if that's the case, aren't we surrounded like Feiyu City?" the old man worried. Huang Baijian laughed and said, "What are you afraid of? Feiyu City has a powerful array to protect itself, and my Guangsha City has endless sand soldiers to defend. Even if they flatten the entire demon world, they can't eat our two main cities. What's more, there is still Sifang City in the distance, and there are several main cities with coalition forces." Huang Baijian suppressed his smile, with ambitious flames in his eyes, and said, "As long as the army of Empress Snake Princess leaves, I can, all of them, my territory in Guangsha City will be even bigger, and my strength will also increase. It will be even stronger. After all, other main cities don't have big rivers and natural moats." At this moment, the messenger came to report. "Report. We found the enemy's movement and are marching towards Heishan City." "It seems." The messenger faltered. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Huang Baijian looked confident, but only halfway through, he frowned and asked displeasedly, "What does it seem? Why are you hesitating?" The messenger said, "The information is not sure. It seems that the commander-in-chief is also in front of the formation." "What?" Huang Baijian was startled. Ma Shui Zhongtian finally made a move. On the other side, Bailing Mountain. Qin Yang raised his head, regretting that he considered Xuanping. If blood is drawn according to this body size, wouldn't it be that Dai Tianzhu directly poured his head into Bailing Mountain? Or a river of blood? "Ahem, you should change back to human form," Qin Yang said. Xuanping did as he did, but his face was full of reluctance. Transhan muttered, "You said you would help me." With black lines all over Qin Yang's head, he said, "Concentrate, I'm about to start." Who would have thought that Xuanping deliberately became bigger in order to show off? Too much exaggeration is not good. After Qin Yang's reminder, Xuanping hadn't reacted yet, and suddenly his whole body tensed up and his eyes widened. Qin Yang stretched out his hand to grasp falsely, and pointed like a sword lightly. The selection of incisions was horrifying, even Lark and Hudali, who were watching, were startled. Qin Yang actually chose to cut a scar on Kunping's neck directly, and the blood was gushing, which was sucked out by Qin Yang with divine power. Even if it's murder, it's nothing more than that. Seeing it, Kunping's face became extremely pale, and he was weak and fell to the ground. Up and down Bailing Mountain, I don't know how many monsters are watching this scene. The owl in the clouds, who was originally terrified, fell to the ground, but now he saw a fanatical smile on his face. It seemed that he wanted Kunping to die just like that. The shadow of death indeed covered Kunping's heart. Kunping didn't use his supernatural powers to resist, and he knew that he had to. Blood was poured into the wine pool, and an old man, holding a wine gourd, had already filled the gourd with divine wine, waiting quietly by the side. After the demon spirit brewed, he would assist Qin Yang to brew new divine wine. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but be speechless. Kunping, who is a half-step god, is extremely powerful, far stronger than any human race that is half a step god. But now, he is so willing to be blood drawn by Qin Yang. Lan Bailing and Hudali were also shaken in their hearts. Although they restrained a lot, they still had a grudge in their hearts, as Qin Yang said. But they couldn't bear to see Kunping in such a tragic state. Lan Bailing even covered his eyes, not daring to look. A pool of divine wine turned blood red in the blink of an eye, but this was far from enough. Qin Yang stretched out his hand to pull, and threw the 8th rank magic medicine into the wine pool. A total of 10 plants. There is a strange smell spreading throughout Xianlatai. Road. Be careful, don't inhale too hard. Qin Yang's spiritual thoughts transmitted to the ears of every monster. Qin Yang flipped his hands again. This time, what he took out was already prepared, Baixianjian. Who looked at it vigorously, grabbed Lan Bailing directly, and backed away again and again. This Baixianjian, even if you smell it, you can be tricked. It is precisely because of such horror that the monsters are in such a state today. Bai Xiangyin was thrown into the wine pool, and the smell from the wine pool suddenly reappeared. When the human race smelled it, there was no smell of wine anymore, they only felt that their heads were swollen, and the god-emperors of the 5 realms were about to lose their sobriety. But when the Yaozu heard it, their eyes were bloodshot and glowed red. However, it didn't go berserk like direct poisoning. Stop it, Kunping is really going to be drained, he's dying. Lan Bailing suddenly shouted. Kunping wanted to speak at first, but he insisted not to. Until the end, he was powerless and unable to speak. However, listening to Lan Bailing's worry, Kunping suddenly felt that he had strength again. But the strength that was finally brought up was taken away by Qin Yang. If you can't die, don't worry. As I said, 1 drain is not enough. Qin Yang said with a smile. All the monsters were hairy and looked at Qin Yang in horror. If Qin Yang hadn't left a good impression on them before, they might have regarded Qin Yang as the incarnation of the devil at this time. Such a horrifying scene will happen again. Even Xiaohu in the distance couldn't help frowning. For revenge, just kill him, this is too cruel. Even a violent and ferocious monster can't stand it. Open your mouth. Qin Yang saw that it was almost done. He directly opened Kunping's mouth, and stuffed the super invincible Xuanhuan pill into it. Immediately afterwards, it was the moment to witness the miracle. Kunping was immediately revived with full blood, his face was flushed and extremely rosy. Didn't you just draw blood? Why do I feel that my original power has also been taken away by you? Kunping recovered, and the first thing he said was to question Qin Yang. The simple drawing of blood did not cause him to feel fear, but the extraction of the original power made Kunping really uneasy. What are you afraid of? It's not that you can't make up. Qin Yang snorted. But when these words fell into the ears of other monsters, they were even more shocked. Even the original power has been extracted. This is a nightmare for monsters. It is true that it can make up for it, but who in the world can refine such a magic medicine? Who is Qin Yang's methods? What method did you use to take away my original power? Kuanping was a little curious. Qin Yang bared his teeth and said, the supernatural power of Duo Tianji Fist is true. Can it still be used like this? Kuanping was speechless, and then he couldn't speak. Qin Yang began to bleed him again. In the wine pool, it was like a pool of fresh blood, thick and bright red. Chapter 1109 Support. Looking at the pool of blood, Qin Yang played with the taste. If you were sliced, the effect of this demon brew would be even better. Kuanping's face became even paler, and his strength was drained with blood twice in succession, making it very difficult for him to even speak a word. He does not mean that. These words caused ripples in the hearts of the monsters in Bailing Mountain. Xiaohu. Wasn't it for you to be in charge of vigilance? If someone with a heart sneaks in, can you afford it? Hu Dali saw the dangerous light in Xiaohu's eyes, and sternly reprimanded him. Xiaohu remained silent, just took a deep look at Kuanping, and then turned into a big bird and flew into the clouds. Okay, enough blood has been drained. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and flicked, and the last drop of blood flowed into the pool of blood. This demon spirit brew is really as magical as you say? Lan Bailing looked at the pool of blood with some fear. Kuanping leaned helplessly by the pool, with a smile on his face, and said, Qin Yang said there is, so there is. Don't worry, from now on, this Bailing Mountain will be the most powerful force in the devil world. After taking a deep breath, Kuanping continued, stimulate the bloodline and make the bloodline return to its ancestors, even ordinary monsters, as long as they drink this demon spirit brew, they can soar into the sky. Kuanping bared his teeth and said, before that, you'd better figure out who the strongest bloodline of your ancestors is. Soon, you will be. As soon as these words came out, all the monsters couldn't help being overjoyed, and didn't know how to express it. Some monsters have mixed blood, and their strength is also limited by their blood. But if there is this demon spirit. My ancestor is Xiaoya Sirius. If there is such a demon spirit, then wouldn't I? The eyes of a wolf demon who has just become a god emperor are shining. I'm just fighting a flood dragon, but I also have the blood of a real dragon. Could it be? A flood dragon dared not say anything. The monsters around were all thinking in their hearts, and they exclaimed one after another, making their hearts agitated. Their strength is not weak in the first place. If the blood can be returned to their ancestors, then they will be extremely powerful beasts. Bloodline returning to the ancestors, don't think too much about it. It's not that easy, it's still related to your hard work. It doesn't mean that you can really sit back and enjoy the rewards after drinking the demon spirit brew. Qin Yang opened his mouth, which calmed down all the monsters. I'll go first. Hu Dali said. Looking at the hungry, thirsty, and greedy eyes of the group of monsters, Hu Dali continued, I'll test the medicine first, and here is a bottle of Baixianjian. After I drink the Yaoling brew, I will drink this Baixianjian. Originally, there were monsters who wanted to rush to test the medicine, but when they saw a bottle of Baixianjian in Hu Dali's hand, they couldn't help but shrink back. If there is a problem with the demon spirit, or if something goes wrong. Hu Dali looked at Qin Yang, and said, if I get mad. I also ask Boss Qin to kill me. Don't hesitate. Qin Yang said lightly, don't worry, I won't hesitate. The answer is crisp and clear. Hu Dali was a little embarrassed. He took a deep breath and was about to step forward, but was stopped by Qin Yang with a wave. Don't worry, this demon spirit brew is not ready yet. Qin Yang said. Not yet? Hu Dali was a little puzzled. The smell emanating from this blood pool has already made the blood of all the monsters present faintly boil, which is obviously already healed. Seeing the mysterious smile on Qin Yang's face, Hudali didn't know why. Qin Yang pinched his fingers and formed a formation in the void, sealing the pool of demon spirits. Whoever makes a move, I am afraid that only Mo Shuizhong can break through this formation. Everyone looked at Qin Yang, not knowing why. Qin Yang said softly, we still need to wait for some time before we can succeed. During this time, you should wait patiently. Lan Bailing asked anxiously, how long do I need to wait? Qin Yang didn't answer directly, but looked at the old man, holding a wine gourd. The old man was the deputy city lord of Heishan City, and he obtained the magic wine gourd in the ancient battlefield. The old man was looked at in a daze. What does this have to do with him? The corner of Qin Yang's mouth twitched slightly, and he said, I'm not sure about the exact time. It might be a few days, or it might be. In short, it won't be too long. Since Qin Yang said so, it's hard for everyone to say anything more. It's just that everyone's heart cannot be calmed down. Shall we start brewing the divine wine now? The old man asked, while holding the wine gourd. Thinking that Qin Yang looked at him before coming here, because of this? Qin Yang shook his head and said, no rush, there are still some things to deal with before this. What is it? The old man didn't know why. Wait, it should be soon. Qin Yang's eyes were full of mystery. On the Shanla stage, all the monsters are confused. What kind of mystery is Qin Yang doing? Not long after, the old man frowned and took out a token. He searched with his spiritual sense, but his whole body was shocked, and the wine gourd was almost missed. The old man's face was deep, and he walked around restlessly, like ants on a hot pot. He looked at Qin Yang from time to time, but couldn't say it out loud. The old man just got the message that it was the Lord of Black Mountain City, calling for help. The Snake Fairy's army has set off and is coming straight to Heishan City. The marching speed is extremely fast, and there is a lot of thunder. The momentum is like a broken bamboo, as if it is going to flatten Heishan City directly. What was even more frightening was that the one who came this time was not the Empress Snake Princess. Mo Shui Zhong Tian, who has never expressed his opinion, is actually with the Empress Snake Princess. Just talking about the army of the Empress Snake Fairy is not something Black Mountain City can resist. Now that there is another demon commander Chong Tian, I am afraid that in the entire demon realm, only Qin Yang can save Heishan City. Coming? Qin Yang frowned and looked at the old man. The old man was shocked physically and mentally. He looked at Qin Yang in disbelief, cupped his hands, and said, as expected of Boss Qin, he already knew about it. The demons were even more confused, but there was a scene in front of them that surprised them even more. The old man fell to his knees with a plop, and shouted loudly, help, Boss Qin. You must save our Heishan City. Only you can stop Mo Shui Chong Tian. He held the wine gourd in both hands, but his hands were trembling nervously. I wanted to help Qin Yang brew a new divine wine, but I didn't expect that before it even started, it would already be. Now I can't help Qin Yang, but ask Qin Yang for help. Hudali looked serious, but Lan Bailing was taken aback. The devil is so handsome. Although he only occupies the heavenly demon city, he is recognized as the strongest in the demon realm. All the 32 major cities in the demon realm are well aware that if the commander-in-chief Zhongtian wants to dominate the demon realm and become the master of the demon realm, none of them will be able to resist independently. And Ma Shui Zhongtian also knew that as long as he sent troops, the lords of the 32 cities would unite to resist Tianma City. Therefore, there will be such a situation in the devil world. However, the situation is not what it used to be, it is not the same. The Empress Snake Princess was born out of nowhere, and directly assembled the armies of the two main cities. Taking the lead in breaking the fragile mutual checks and balances, one ebbs and another, the demon world is no longer a single iron bucket. Especially Empress Snake Princess marched resolutely. Before the other main cities join forces, they will lose a lot of power. In this case, who can stop Imo Shui Zhong Tian? Only Qin Yang. Don't worry, if you are willing to help me with a wine gourd, you are my friend. Naturally, I will not stand by and watch the difficulties faced by my friends. Qin Yang helped the old man up. The old man was grateful. The monsters in Bailing Mountain were also shocked by it. The other party is Mo Shui Zhongtian and Empress Snake Ji's tens of thousands of troops. Qin Yang agreed to help without hesitation. Hu Dali took a deep look at Qin Yang, and transmitted his spiritual thoughts to Lan Bailing, saying, "Up and down Bailing Mountain, you must never be an enemy of Qin Yang. If you want to do it, you must be friends forever." Lan Bailing nodded thoughtfully, such a strong person, of course it is better to be friends. Who told people not to accept their subordinates? Chapter 11:10 One Life for Another. Wait. Kuanping called weakly. What? Qin Yang turned his head in doubt. The old man jumped up in a hurry, but he could only wait. Is it really impossible to refine another super invincible 10 perfect pill? Kuanping looked forward to it. Qin Yang shook his head and said, "The truth is as I expected, the medicine is not enough." Kuanping's face darkened, and he looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. Qin Yang chuckled, and said, "I see that you had the strength to speak before. Why can't you do it now? Why can't it work?" "I'm fine," Kuanping said daringly as he watched Lan Bailing look at him. Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders, and said, "I knew it, you can do it." After finishing speaking, he waved to Xuanhuan and said, "Follow me to help." Xuanhuan nodded, but Kuanping was taken aback. He didn't think much about it at first, but now, Qin Yang wants to take Xuanhuan away? Doesn't this mean that he, Kuanping, is the only one in the entire Bailing Mountain? These monsters treat themselves. Kuanping seemed to realize something, but he didn't continue to speak. He saw a clue in Qin Yang's eyes. This is a final test. Reaching out to touch the wine pool, no one except Qin Yang can undo this formation. Although the super invincible Xuanhuan Budan can't be refined, other small pills are also available. Do you want to make it up? Qin Yang asked. In the look, there is something in the words. Kuanping's heart tightened, and he gritted his teeth. This is Qin Yang's test of Bailing Mountain, but it is also an opportunity for Kuanping. If he can survive this catastrophe, he will not have to bear the fact that Zhu Kuanping created Baixianjian at all. Because everything he did was enough to make up for it. The rest is just the heart knot of the Yaozu. No need. Kuanping took a deep breath. Qin Yang immediately laughed, and reconfirmed, "Is it really not necessary?" Kuanping patted his chest and said, "Even if I am so weak that I can't even kill a chicken, I don't need to mend it. It won't take long for me to fully recover." Qin Yang curled his lips and said, "Just blow it." What are you kidding? How could the blood that Qin Yang took away be ordinary blood? That is to take away Kuanping's original power as well. Except for the super invincible Xuanhuan Budan, only this demon spirit brew can restore it. If there is none, Kuanping will be completely useless from now on. Not only is it impossible to kill a chicken now, but it may not be possible in the future. Qin Yang knew that Kuanping understood what he meant, so he said that, and immediately gave Kuanping a reassuring look, stretched out his hand, and disappeared in place with the old man and Xuanhuan. You are stubborn. You are so weak that you still have to be brave. Lan Bailing said contemptuously, Qin Yang has such a strong alchemy technique, just refining some pills can make you feel better. Monster beasts will be severely injured if their blood is extracted. I am afraid that no monster beast wants to feel this feeling. As for Kuanping, what he suffered was 100 times, 10 times stronger than the extraction of blood. The true meaning of Qin Yang's seizing fist is that it directly took away the foundation of Kuanping. This kind of horror is probably beyond the imagination of all monsters. From Kuanping's huge body and endless coercion before, to the fact that he is tired enough to speak a few words in a weak way, one can really see how much Kuanping has endured at a glance. Are you worried about me? Kuanping forced a smile. Bah. I'm not worried about you. Larry Lark turned his head away. But seeing that Kuanping was trying to prop up his body but couldn't do it, he frowned and walked over to help him up. But as soon as he got up, Kuanping fell to the ground again. Leaning his back against the wine pool, Kuanping said, "No need, I'll just rest here. I'm too lazy to care about you." Lon Bailing snorted softly and left directly. Hudali looked at Kuanping complicatedly, and said, "You don't have to be like this. Among the monster clan, the strong are respected." Zhu Kuanping created Baixianjian. Although it brought disaster to the monster clan, there is nothing to say. After all, using by Xiaonin will deal with the Yaozu, after all, those people. Kuanping shook his head and said, "You don't understand, this is called taking responsibility. Baixianjian started because of Zhu Kuanping, and I must end it." Hudali was taken aback for a moment, but he looked at Kuanping with admiration. Kuanping even felt in his heart that the monster's blood did not have to be his own. This may also be Qin Yang's intention. Baixianjian is made from the blood of various monsters, so it should be the same for this spirit brew. Bai Ling is a poor child. Hudali looked at the direction in which Lon Bailing left, and suddenly said. There was deep sadness in his eyes, and he would never forget that on this Xianla stage, Bai Ling's mother died to save him. Perhaps? Hudali said, the demon spirit will make the demon clan really rise, and the fairy music will be played again on this fairy music platform. Kuanping smiled and said, I will definitely. Hudali glanced at Kuanping again, then at the direction in which Lon Bailing was leaving, and left directly. But Kuanping was a little puzzled. Why didn't people come to guard the wine pool? You can really rest assured that I'm not afraid that I'll drink up this pool of demon spirit brew? Kuanping shouted loudly. In fact, what he wants more is to have some elixir, or something. The feeling of weakness really made him feel uncomfortable all over. He couldn't even lift a finger in half a step. The pain was really indescribable. At this moment, footsteps sounded slowly, as if hesitating. Lon Bailing went back and forth, and looked around carefully. He seemed to be holding a few elixir in his hand. Uncle Tiger is gone? Lon Bailing asked in a low voice. It was only then that Kuanping realized that Hudali looked stupid and was as good as Kuan Yo, but inside he was as shrewd as a fox, but Mensa didn't show it. Yes, let's go, creating conditions for us to be alone. Kuanping said. Lon Bailing stomped his feet angrily, and said, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll leave too. Kuanping looked at the elixir in Lon Bailing's hand, and said, how can you live up to your kindness? Give me the elixir. Here you are. Lon Bailing handed it forward. Kuanping was a little embarrassed, and said, I'm afraid I don't have the energy to pick it up. He wanted to raise his hand several times, but he lowered it powerlessly, and Lon Bailing couldn't bear to watch it. Walking closer, he directly stuffed the elixir into Kuanping's mouth. Slow down. Slow down. Kuanping was stuffed like a duck, but his heart was full of joy. With a bitter taste in his mouth, Kuanping swallowed the elixir wholeheartedly, and said, when the demon spirit is successfully brewed, will you sing a song for me, for the demon clan? Lon Bailing suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Kuanping, blushing. Bah! Who wants to sing for you? Lark left as if fleeing. Kuanping was at a loss, not understanding what he said wrong. What he didn't know was that Lark had never sung before. If the first song, it would naturally have other meanings. Kuanping took a deep breath, digesting the elixir in his stomach. The elixir was picked by Lark, but the grade is not high. But, fortunately, talk is better than nothing. To Kuanping, who can feel his body getting better at this time, is already a little more comfortable. Da-da-da. The sound of footsteps step by step was slightly heavy. Suddenly there was a chill in the air. The corners of Kuanping's eyes flashed, and he said, "You still want to attack me?" The one who came this time was Xiaohu. "I don't understand, I've done so much." "Hu Dali can understand, why can't you?" Kuanping asked. A figure came out of the clouds, and Xiaohu looked at Kuanping coldly, and said, "My relatives all died under the guidance of Bai Xiong. There are not many people who are similar to me on this Bailing Mountain. I won't kill you, it's hard to calm the anger in my heart." "It's a joke, even if you kill me, will it stop?" Kuanping said. "After killing you, with this demon spirit around, the demon clan can naturally take revenge." Xiaohu said. "No." Kuanping shook his head. Xiaohu looked at the formation seal on the wine pool, and said, "I will exchange your life for your life." "The only one who kills you is me, Xiaohu." Kuanping frowned and looked at Xiaohu without saying a word. On the other hand, Xiaohu put his fingertips together like a bird's beak, and the illusion of a terrifying big bird emerged, stabbing straight at Kuanping. Chapter 11:11 No Power to Kill a Chicken. "Xiaohu! How dare you!" Hu Dali shouted angrily, and the boundless tiger power directly scattered the white clouds thousands of miles away. Xiaohu was shocked, but the attack was still extremely firm. Hu Dali was secretly annoyed, since he knew that Xiaohu had murderous intentions, and that he would get revenge. He shouldn't just dismiss him. "You will destroy Bailing Mountain. You will kill all your companions." Hu Dali punched far away. A fist shadow came first and hit Xiaohu's waist directly. Xiaohu tilted his body, but the attack had pierced Kuanping's body. He looked at Kuanping, but found that there was no fear in the other's eyes. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Xiaohu looked at Kuanping in disbelief. "I won't die." Kuanping looked at Xiaohu lightly. "Even if I can move a finger, you can't hurt me at all. I took your blow, just to make you feel better." Xiaohu suddenly became mad, and roared, "Put away your disgusting face. Who do you think you are? Do you think you are the Demon King? The master of the Demon Clan? Do you think you are facing your son? Can the people fail?" Kuanping shook his head slowly, and said, "As Hu Dali said, I will only regard you as companions of the monster race." Joke. Among the monster race, the weak are more prey than the human race. It is only because they have a common enemy that they gather in this Bailing Mountain. If there is no Baixianjian, there will be no Bailing Mountain today. Xiaohu shouted loudly. "You're right." Kuanping said, "But if that's the case, why are we called Yaozu? Not beasts?" "Whatever you say, it's useless. You will die." Xiaohu gritted his teeth and raised his fingertips again. Hu Dali in the distance is about to come. At this distance, he is absolutely sure to kill Xiaohu. But Xiaohu has the heart of mortals. He really wants to die with Kuanping. "It's over, it's over." Hu Dali's expression changed wildly. Of course he knew what would happen if Kuanping died here. The wrath of the divine spirit realm. Enough to step down and smash this Bailing Mountain. "Don't." Blue Lark's voice suddenly sounded nearby. Xiaohu hesitated for a moment, and said angrily, "Have you forgotten how your mother died?" Lan Bailing was shocked. Kuanping turned to look at Lan Bailing. Lan Bailing struggled, and Xiaohu said, "Don't worry, I killed Kuanping on my own initiative. The two leaders killed me and avenged Qi on the spot. I won't implicate Bailing Mountain." Just as he was about to continue attacking, Lan Bailing directly blocked Kuanping, stretched out his arms, and protected Kuanping behind him. "You, get out of the way." Xiaohu gritted his teeth. If he didn't attack again, once Hu Dali came, he would have no chance. "No." Lan Bailing said firmly. "Why?" Xiaohu shouted loudly. Because, you are also my companion, my family. Larry Lark said. Xiaohu froze all over, as if something hard in his heart had melted. Lan Bailing continued, what Kuanping has done is enough. I will never forget the hatred in my heart, never will. But all that has nothing to do with Kuanping. But. Xiaohu wanted to say something, but Hu Dali had already rushed to him. You almost killed all the monster races up and down Bailing Mountain. Hu Dali punched Xiaohu away, gasping for breath. He was really scared. Since it has nothing to do with me, why are you still so indifferent to me? Kuanping's frivolous voice suddenly sounded. At this moment, Kuanping's figure suddenly faded, floating gently as if he had no weight. It seemed that a gust of wind could blow his figure away. Lan Bailing who was startled vigorously, and even Xiaohu rubbed his eyes. Kuanping looked at Xiaohu, and said lightly, although I can't kill a chicken, I didn't say that I would be killed by a chicken. With an indifferent face, Kuanping continued, I was hit by you to pay off my debts, and to pay back those monsters who died under by Xiangyin. But it doesn't mean that you can kill me. Impossible. You are so weak that you can't even speak, how could? Xiaohu roared loudly. Kuanping laughed loudly, and said, Qin Yang took away my strength, and even mercilessly damaged my foundation. But this does not mean that he did not leave me strength. He left me, this part of my strength is just enough for me to protect myself. Hu Dali's heart skipped a beat, as expected. Hu Dali hurriedly said, Xiaohu was just impulsive, he. Kuanping waved his hand, and after exercising Piamiao's true meaning, his body became blurred and seemed to lose weight, and he could still do the movement of raising his hand. You don't need to say much. Kuanping shook his head. Lan Bailing also began to intercede, saying, please don't tell Qin Yang. If you tell him, Xiaohu will definitely die. Don't plead for me, I will bear the consequences of what happened today. Xiaohu said loudly. Confused, Hu vigorously walked over and slapped Xiaohu over with a slap. Xiaohu vomited blood and fell to the ground. Hu Dali angrily scolded, what do you think you can afford by yourself? Tiger vigorously pointed. The wine pool brewed by the demon spirits, the seals on the formations shone with light. Look at what this is? Open your eyes, and take a good look. Hu Dali hated iron for being weak, and said, do you know why Qin Yang made this seal? It will take some time before it is really a demon spirit. Really successful? Do you know why Qin Yang deliberately took Kuanping away? Do you know what Qin Yang will do if you kill Kuanping? Xiaohu's heart sank, and his whole body softened. Once the seal is placed, it means that as long as Kuanping dies, this demon spirit brew will never be successfully made. Xiaohu could even think that Qin Yang would never destroy the demon spirit brew, let alone move this pool away. Qin Yang would definitely keep the demon spirit brew on the fairy music stage of Bailing Mountain, so that Bailing Mountain everyone knows forever and ever that they were wrong. It will make Bailing Mountain up and down, and live in regret forever and ever. Thinking of this, Xiaohu was dripping with cold sweat. With trembling lips, he struggled to get up and walked towards Kuanping. Lan Bailing was still standing in front of Kuanping, although she knew that there was no one in Bailing Mountain who could hurt Kuanping at this time. Plop. Xiaohu knelt down on the ground and said, I'm ashamed of my stupidity, I'm sorry for you. Xiaohu let go of his self-esteem, a monster that must be vengeful, extremely ferocious, and the three leaders of Bailing Mountain just let go of all their dignity. Kill me, if you can let Bailing Mountain go, I'm willing to die. Xiaohu said. Lan Bailing was helpless and looked at Hu Dali. Hu Dali shook his head in pain. Just when Lan Bailing and Hu Dali thought that Kuanping was about to attack, Kuanping suddenly snorted and said displeasedly, are you trying to laugh at me? Don't you have the strength to kill a chicken now? No, kill a bird? No such intention. Xiaohu said directly, if that's the case, then I will kill myself. As he said that, he stretched out his palm and wanted to pat his face. A powerful big hand grasped Xiaohu's palm. It was Hudali, who vigorously looked at Kuanping gratefully, scolded Xiaohu angrily, and said, "Can't you see that Kuanping is going to let you go?" Xiaohu looked at Kuanping in disbelief. Lan Bailing also cast his eyes on Kuanping. Kuanping laughed and said, "Don't worry, I'm not such a stingy person. I won't sue behind my back." Black Mountain City, the Black City Wall seems to be built with special stones. Both the city lord and the deputy city lord stood on the city wall, thanking them respectfully. Interesting. Qin Yang laughed suddenly, his eyes seemed to have traveled through many spaces, and saw everything that happened on Bailing Mountain. Ah? What? The deputy city lord with a wine gourd on his waist looked puzzled. The city lord didn't understand. He didn't know why Qin Yang said that suddenly. "Oh, nothing." Qin Yang shook his head, patted the city wall, and said, "I said this stone is interesting, just to restrain Guangsha." The city lord smiled awkwardly, and said, "It is true that as your lord said, our Heishan city is the last among the 33 main cities in the demon realm. But we are not afraid of the Guangsha city. It's just..." He looked into the distance anxiously, as if the army of Empress Snake Princess would arrive at any moment. "Birth divides, isn't it? We are friends, just call me Boss Qin." Qin Yang rubbed his nose and looked into the distance with great interest. Before the tens of thousands of troops, Mo Shui Zhongtian seemed to sense something, his eyes narrowed, and his eyes seemed to meet Qin Yang's eyes across a lot of space. Chapter 11-12 Sorry. Then, Boss Qin. The lord of Heishan City wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and looked at the old man beside him uncertainly. The old man looked at the flagon at his waist, and nodded to the city lord. In fact, although the city lord had heard about it, it was the first time he had seen Qin Yang. He never thought that Qin Yang would be so easygoing. It's really like getting along with friends. But this, after all, is a god. A god who can compete with Mo Shui Zhongtian. With awe in his heart, he was naturally afraid of offending Qin Yang by accident. The higher the position and weight, the more powerful the person is, the more he knows the reason why the gods are angry and the sky falls apart. But now, all the hopes of Heishan City are pinned on Qin Yang. Say what you want to say directly, don't be so reserved. Qin Yang looked at the awkward expression of the city lord of Heishan City, and smiled lightly. The lord of Heishan City nodded, and asked tentatively, "What are you going to do?" "Ah? What should I do?" Qin Yang asked back. This question confused the city lord and the old man. "We invite you to come here as a rescuer, of course it is, this. Mo Shui Zhongtian and Empress Snake Ji's tens of thousands of troops are coming." The city lord of Heishan City said, "If they attack the city." Qin Yang snorted and said, "Don't worry, you will be fine in Heishan City." The lord of Heishan City's eyes lit up, and said, "You mean, you will come forward to help me stop the army in Heishan City, and, the devil commander Chong Tian?" Qin Yang shook his head. The city lord and the old man looked at each other in blank dismay. Qin Yang explained, "I mean, they might not attack directly at all." "Why?" The city lord was puzzled. Qin Yang looked ahead, and said calmly, "I'm not proficient in the art of war, but I still know a thing or two about distance and close combat." As soon as he mentioned distance and close attack, the city lord and the old man suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and they were all taken aback. "Isn't this going to attack Heishan City? If you want to make friends, you must make friends with Sifang City." "Eh?" Qin Yang scratched his head in embarrassment, and said, "I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I take back what I just said, but what I want to say is..." Qin Yang thought for a while, and said, "The first is to attack the enemy, the second is to attack the enemy, and the second is to attack the city." After finishing speaking, Qin Yang muttered to himself and repeated it again, nodded and said, "Yes, that's the sentence." Qin Yang walked slowly on the city wall, and said as he walked, "Whether it's the demon commander Chon Tian, or the snake princess empress, I still understand the art of war. Blindly killing is the worst method. Especially this empress snake princess." Qin Yang emphasized emphatically. "How do you explain this?" the city lord asked humbly. Qin Yang said, "There is nothing to explain. You can't say that the empress snake princess is Xuanhuan Guqing, can you? After all, they didn't even know this ancient empress who used to be in the firmament world." Qin Yang went on to say, "Since Snake Ji has controlled the two main cities of Pan Snake City and Blood Lion City without a single soldier, and made thousands of troops surrender." Speaking of this, Qin Yang couldn't help but sigh in his heart, this green and mighty field is really. If you can subdue it, it is naturally the best to subdue it. Qin Yang said. "We will never surrender directly like the Blood Lion City," the city lord said firmly. Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "Do you know how Blood Lion City surrendered?" The mayor shook his head. Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, "No matter what you think, the reality may not be as you wish." After a pause, Qin Yang said, "However, since I am here, Empress Snake Princess will not want to conquer Heishan City." After finishing speaking, he pointed to the city lord and said, "I won't subdue you." The city lord was at a loss. How could Qin Yang succumb so easily to Qin Yang, who was a strong man on his own side and the lord of the main city? However, since Qin Yang said so, he must have his reasons, and the city lord did not refute but continued to ask, "Then what will happen to her?" Qin Yang said directly, "Maybe we will attack directly." Ah? Qing advocated his mouth wide. Why did he come back after a while? Even the deputy city lord next to him, the old man, was full of wool. The two muttered to each other in a low voice, and then directly transmitted their voices, finally clearing their minds. First of all, Empress Snake Princess originally wanted to conquer Heishan City instead of attacking Heishan City. Secondly, because Qin Yang was invited to be a rescuer, Empress Shiji's methods were useless and she couldn't subdue her. Then in the end, they will directly attack. After reaching a conclusion, the two were speechless. Here comes the reinforcements, it seems. It's better not to move. Anyway, both of them believed that it was impossible for Empress Snake Princess to have the ability to subdue them. But here comes the problem again. Since she thinks that Empress Snake Princess can't subdue them, she still wants to attack them in the end. Going around the old man, the city lord and the old man were still at a loss in the end. The question seemed to go back to the beginning, and the city lord of Heishan City asked, "So, you will help us in Heishan City to resist Mo Shui Zhongtian and Empress Snake Princess?" Qin Yang is not straight. Instead of answering, look ahead. Because he discovered that the army of Empress Snake Princess had stopped. In front of the tens of thousands of troops, Empress Snake Princess and Mo Shui Zhongtian seemed to be talking about something. Qin Yang didn't have the heart to gossip and didn't want to investigate. But Qin Yang knew that they still had to come to the city after all, just because Mo Shui Zhongtian found him. Here, the city lord and the old man winked at each other and transmitted voices secretly. Finally, the city lord coughed lightly and said, "Boss Qin, you might as well make a price directly to save my Heishan City. What will you pay for it?" Qin Yang looked at the city lord, and then at the wine gourd on the waist of the deputy lord. The old man was also very happy. He untied the wine gourd and handed it over, saying, "This is a little kindness, not a price." Qin Yang refused, saying, "For an alcoholic like you, taking your wine gourd is equivalent to killing you. Keep this gourd in your hands, but you can help me when I need it." "Can." "Then the price?" the city lord asked. Qin Yang pondered and said, "It's not easy to make a price." The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Qin Yang really felt that it was not easy to make an offer, because in Qin Yang's view, this battle was impossible to win at all. If the Snake Princess Empress was still the Eternal Empress, the scheming city would not be reborn into a real little girl, and she would definitely not order the siege. But the City Lord and Deputy City Lord didn't think so. They thought that Qin Yang was afraid that the asking price would be too high and they would not be able to accept it. The City Lord had already made the worst plan in his heart, and he gritted his teeth and said, "In the name of the City Lord, I can take half of all the profits of Heishan City in the future as a price, and I ask Boss Qin to do it." As soon as these words came out, the old man was also shocked. If this is the case, although Black Mountain City has not changed hands, it is almost the same. But thinking about it, it's also very helpless. If the army of Empress Snake Fairy attacked, she would either break the city or surrender. No matter what the result is, it is not something they can afford. After hearing this, Qin Yang waved his hands, looked at the City Lord in surprise, and said, "I'm sorry." Qin Yang couldn't help but slander in his heart, what happened to everyone? The price paid is more straightforward and more ruthless. Of course, this is cruel to themselves. Since Kai Wuji is willing to surrender, Bailing Shan is willing to be loyal. Now the lord of the main city has to hand over half of the proceeds. Ah? The city lord was stunned. What does this mean? Why would anyone think the price was too high? Chapter 11:13. Did I get it wrong? The city lord asked the old man nervously through voice transmission. The old man didn't know what Qin Yang meant by "I'm sorry," so he replied via voice transmission, "I don't dare to guess." The atmosphere fell into silence again. Qin Yang looked back and forth between the city lord and the deputy city lord, opened his mouth to break the silence, and said, "How about this? I want to use the wine gourd of the deputy city lord at any time, and bring it at any time, that's fine." This time, the city lord and deputy city lord understood, but they couldn't believe their ears, thinking they had heard hallucinations. If they remembered correctly, just now, the old man wanted to give away the gourd of wine as a gift, and it wasn't the price they had to pay. But now, the price. The old man said, "It is thanks to Boss Qin that I can get this wine gourd. Boss Qin also gave me the divine wine. I should be there on call, but this." Qin Yang waved his hand and said, "You also said that I gave you that divine wine back then. Now, I'm talking about business with you." As he spoke, Qin Yang frowned and said, "Why? Not satisfied?" No, no, no. Absolutely not. Satisfied. So satisfied. The old man became excited. In this way, Qin Yang is equivalent to giving Tian a face, and helping them overcome the tribulation in Heishan City at no cost. The city lord also expressed his opinion immediately, saying, "As long as my Heishan City survives this calamity, all of my Heishan City will be respected by Boss Qin." The old man staggered, his legs went limp. If these words were put in the past, it would be treason. This shows that he wants to oppose Mo Shui Zhongtian. But now, Mo Shui Zhongtian is also one of the catastrophes in Heishan City. The city lord added, "There is also Hongqian Inn. I will let Hongqian Inn open every street and alley in Heishan City." Qin Yang was quite satisfied after hearing this. The most valuable thing in the world is naturally human affection. If the price is clearly marked and there is no favor, sooner or later they will part ways because of the higher value. But favors are different. As long as they are owed, they must be paid back. Even if he doesn't pay it back, Qin Yang won't lose anything. After all, it can still be shown to the people of the devil world. He Qin Yang, he Hongqian Inn, is aboveboard and never deceives guests. Those who win the hearts of the people win the world. This is Qin Yang's idea to dominate the devil world. You can hear from the back that Qin Yang is not happy to open Hongqian Inn to every street and alley in Heishan City. This is impossible. Qin Yang frowned and said, "The opening of Hongqian Inn's branch has a clear plan. If it is really everywhere, what is the value? The city lord kept observing Qin Yang's expression. Seeing Qin Yang's displeasure, his heart sank. But after hearing Qin Yang's words, he was speechless. It's really talking about business. You have the final say. You can drive it however you want. Even if you want to drive into my city lord's mansion, I will move the city lord's mansion to make room for you, the city lord of Black Mountain City said without hesitation. That's not the case. We'll talk about the specifics in the future. I don't care much. Qin Yang said with a smile. After the business discussion, the atmosphere became silent again. The city lord seemed to be in a dream, watching Qin Yang secretly while observing the front. In this way, a powerful god was invited to help, but he didn't pay any price. Such a spiritual realm, you should follow. On the other side, thousands of troops stopped. The army formation was not in chaos at all. The elite troops of Pan Snake City, Blood Lion City, and Quangsha City suffered setbacks, but their morale was still high. With the two cities joining forces, it would not be a problem for them to capture any main city in the demon realm. What's more, Mo Shui Zhongtian, who has never expressed his opinion, seems to be on their side. The 10,000 Gods Conference, titled Demon General, led the army to attack the 10,000 realms. The demon commander is the commander-in-chief of the demon realm. Even if he doesn't explicitly say that he is the lord of the demon realm, his status has actually been reached. 33 main cities, divided and ruled, each city owner has its own administration. But now, the demon world is about to be unified. Why stop? The Snake Empress sat lazily on the throne, stretching her body lightly and changing her posture. Although this throne is domineering and majestic, it is indeed uncomfortable to sit on, as Qin Yang said. It seemed that after Qin Yang said it, the throne became even more uncomfortable to sit on. I'm thinking about a question. Do you want to help me unify the demon world, or do you want to use me to help you unify the demon world? Mo Shui stood with his hands behind his back, looking ahead. He already knew that Qin Yang was on the wall of Heishan City. What did Lord Ma Shui say? How dare I take advantage of you? The Snake Empress smiled, stretched out her hand and brushed the hem of her clothes inadvertently. The bold attire reveals a large area of snow white. It makes people blush and heartbeat. The breath of youth is full of development. This temptation is indeed fatal. However, Ma Shui Zhongtian was unmoved. Put away your tricks, I know who you are. Ma Shui Zhongtian said lightly. Empress Snake Ji's face froze, and her charming expression disappeared immediately. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Ma Shui Zhongtian glanced at Wu Shiwei, who looked like a guard on the other side of the throne, and hummed softly, if I guessed correctly, you are the Eternal Empress, right? I just don't know. Where did the 8 gods of war under your command go? Wu Shiwei, the lord of the Blood Lion City. Even when he saw Mo Shui Zhongtian, he was only superficially respectful. But now, it is so easy to surrender under the pomegranate skirt of Empress Snake Ji. The only one who can do this is Xuanhuan Guqing, the Eternal Empress of the Firmament World. The Ma Shui saw the battlefield from a distance across the entrance of the Sky World. The 8 gods of war in the sky are all extremely powerful. Ma Shui Zhongtian was very interested in the Qiangu Empress back then, and was very curious about how she subdued these 8 war gods. Speaking of the 8 gods of war in the sky, Empress Snake Ji's face suddenly darkened. The strength has not yet returned to the peak, and he was beheaded by Qin Yang. The Snake Princess Empress said coldly. But what she didn't say was that when Qin Yang killed the Tsun Qiong 8 gods of war, Qin Yang's strength was even inferior to them. At least Empress Snake Princess thinks so. Oh? Ma Shui Zhongtian laughed. It seems that you and Qin Yang are enemies? He forced you to be reborn in the demon realm, but unexpectedly, he came after you? The Empress Shiji didn't answer, but asked, I am indeed helping you rule the demon world. Since you don't believe it, why did you come with me? Mo Shuai's eyes pierced through many spaces, facing Qin Yang. Mo Shuai Chong Tian said, Qin Yang likes to do business, why don't we do business too? I would like to hear the details. Empress Shiji frowned. Do business? Is there any business to do? Mo Shuai paused for a moment, and then said, if you marry me, it doesn't matter whether you help me or use me. Empress Shiji's expression changed, and Mu Ran stood up, what did you say? Ma Shuai Zhongtian turned his head to look, and said lightly, did I not speak clearly enough? The Empress Snake Girl clenched her fists. She, who controls Qingming's mighty rules, never thought that such a day would come. No matter who it is, even if it's the incarnation of the Domain Lord, sooner or later he will kneel in front of her and bow his head and surrender. As long as she is strong enough, she can make everything surrender. No surrender, only destruction. Even if the devil is in command, Empress Snake Ji also thinks that when her strength improves, she can make him submit. But he never expected that Ma Shuai Zhongtian would make such a request. Seeing Empress Snake Ji reacting like this, she didn't answer for a long time. Ma Shuai Zhongtian chuckled, pointed to the front, and said, your enemy is waiting for you on the city wall. Whether the army retreats or attacks is still waiting for you to make a decision. After finishing speaking, Mo Shuai Zhongtian added another sentence, saying, back, it doesn't mean returning to Pan Snake City or Blood Lion City. Don't forget about my heavenly demon city. Also, I need to give an explanation to the demon realm. If I marry you, you don't need to explain to the demon realm? The Empress Snake Ji looked at Mo Shuai Zhongtian. Of course I have to, but the explanation I gave is. Mo Shuai Zhongtian opened his mouth with sharp eyes, surrender, or die. Chapter 11-14 Transformation of Empress Snake Princess. With the word death out of the mouth, overwhelming coercion swept over. Naturally, no one can resist the coercion of a strong person in the divine spirit realm, not even the Empress Snake Princess. She can use the power of rules to subdue the father of this body, the city lord of Pan Snake City, and it is extremely risky to take advantage of this relationship to subdue the city lord of Blood Lion City. Fortunately, although she was reborn, her soul did not change. After Jiryo's experience, her power of rules has also improved, and she is more able to affect the soul. Although the power of the body is not strong, the power of the soul is not low. But even so, it still couldn't affect Ma Shuai Zhongtian. Empress Shiji didn't even dare to try. Surrender or die. Why aren't you talking to Empress Snake? The Empress Snake Ji knew that if she expressed her unwillingness to marry Chong Tian, then this tens of millions of troops would change hands. Ma Shuai Zhongtian can still use this army to reap the rewards and continue to unify the demon world. And she will lose everything. Marrying is not a trivial matter, I'll give you time to think about it. Mo Shuai Zhongtian said, however, you are the eternal empress of the firmament world, so this kind of question will not waste a long time, right? The Empress Shiji was about to bite her silver teeth into pieces, her whole body trembling with anger. She owns Qingming Mighty, a sort of the king enough to conquer all enemies. As long as Ma Shuai Zhongtian is not stupid and knows her ability, he will keep her for his own use. However, there is a huge difference between temporary submission and marriage. It seems that you didn't take advantage of Qin Yang's hands. Empress Snake Princess suddenly laughed. What do you mean? A trace of tyranny flashed in Ma Shuai Zhongtian's eyes. The Empress Shiji said, you know that Qin Yang is also from the firmament world, and you know that I am the eternal empress of the firmament world. So if you want me to marry you, you want to tell Qin Yang that you have conquered the eternal empress of the firmament world. However, why are you doing this? Ma Shuai Zhongtian snorted angrily, and said, you just need to answer me, whether you are willing to marry me. Others, it is useless to talk. This Qin Yang, I will kill him. Just save his life for the time being. Keep him alive? I don't think you are sure to kill him at all. The Snake Girl Empress said, you want to wait until the 10,000 Gods Conference to kill Qin Yang with the help of the Great Formation in Feiyu City's 10,000 Gods Arena, right? Ma Shui Zhongtian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that the Empress Snake Girl guessed everything right. So what? Ma Shui Zhongtian said. If my news is correct, Mou, the Lord of Feiyu City, seems to have taken refuge in Qin Yang a long time ago. Empress Snake Princess said. What do you want to say? Ma Shui Zhongtian asked. The Empress Sheiji said, what I want to say is that my ability can make Mou absolutely obey orders and help you kill Qin Yang. Of course you can force Mou, but since Mou has taken refuge in Qin Yang, he naturally thinks Qin Yang is stronger than you. Therefore, he will definitely help Qin Yang instead of helping you. Even if he will agree to you, who can guarantee what he will do in the arena of the gods? Ma Shui Zhongtian kept silent, which was exactly what he was worried about. In the ancient battlefield, the magic feather has been tolerated, and it is precisely because of this. However, with the Empress Shiji, it was different. She can make Wu Shui surrender like this, let alone a demon feather? I think you overlooked one thing. Ma Shui Zhongtian suddenly laughed. What's the matter? Empress Shiji was taken aback. Mo Shui Zhongtian stared at the Empress Snake Ji, and said word by word, Qin Yang wants to kill you, not necessarily me. He likes to do business, at worst I will do business with him. Do you think that Qin Yang insists on doing business with me? A battle? In fact, in the ancient battlefield, he has always avoided fighting. No matter whether he is afraid or does not want to fight, he and I have not yet reached the point where we can die. When he said this, Ma Shui Zhongtian himself didn't believe it. Ma Shui Zhongtian will not allow the existence of a second god spirit realm in the demon realm. It is precisely because of the existence of Qin Yang that Mo Shui Chong has the determination to completely unify the demon world. However, Mo Shui Zhongtian himself didn't believe it, but Empress Shiji had no choice but to believe it. She couldn't guess what Qin Yang would think, but she would think differently. What would she do if she were Qin Yang? Will definitely compete with Ma Shui. Even if he is not sure, Mou has already taken refuge in him. If Ma Shui Zhongtian doesn't help him, he might not survive the day of the 10,000 Gods Conference. Haven't you made a decision yet? Mo Shui Zhongtian asked coldly. The Empress Snake Girl gritted her teeth and said, I can marry you, but it will have to wait until after the 10,000 Gods Assembly. What? Do you think I will lose? Mo Shui Zhongtian stared closely at Empress Snake. If we talk about the understanding of Qin Yang, I am afraid that the Empress Snake, who has actually fought against Qin Yang, knows best. Empress Shiji avoided talking about it. No matter how you answer this question, it is wrong. Empress Snake Fairy said, can't we get married right now? Before this tens of millions of troops? Why not? Ma Shui Zhongtian said. Empress Shiji said angrily, this is too hasty. Ma Shui Zhongtian said, then it's the day of the 10,000 Gods Assembly. Empress Snake Princess was silent, but in this scene. Apparently the default. Empress Shiji has no ability to refuse, at least not now. Even if she subdued a few more city lords from the main city, she still wasn't sure about killing Ma Shui. But not now, doesn't mean there won't be in the future. It's just that the sacrifice now is a little too big. In the pupils of Empress Shiji, a blue light flashed, and the blue light quickly turned into pitch black. It looked like the pure eyes of a girl, but upon closer inspection, it revealed endless depth and terror. Plop. There was a sound of falling. Everyone looked curiously in one direction, where a soldier fell directly to the ground. Even Mo Shui Zhongtian couldn't help but look sideways, and upon seeing it, he was a little puzzled. God Emperor of the Five Realms, this man is Wu Shui's right-hand man, but such a strong man, unexpectedly, died without a sound? Empress Sheiji winked at Wu Shue. Wu Shue nodded, and with a wave of her hand, with a burst of divine power, she blasted the corpse of the Five Realms God Emperor into dust. No one noticed that the darkness in the eyes of Empress Snake Fairy was more pure. The corners of her mouth are slightly raised. After rebirth, Qingming's mighty rules have been refined, and it is completely possible to make the submissives like puppets, directly controlling all their thoughts. Instead of just surrendering in the past. But now, under the enraged Empress Snake, Qingming's mighty rules have gone one step further. Surrender, die. You have to surrender, but you have to die. First surrender, then die. The Empress Snake Girl seems to have discovered a brand new door, and this door can give her a shortcut to quickly increase her strength. Chapter 11:15 Brewing. On the wall of Heishan City, Qin Yang was a little confused. If there were no hallucinations, Snake Ji retired from the army? Seeing Qin Yang staring forward, stunned, both the city lord and the old man tightened their hearts. What's wrong? Did they speed up their march? The city lord asked with a serious expression. The old man followed suit and said, Are they going to attack? Qin Yang turned his head, looked at the two of them, and said, No, they have retreated. What? Retired? The city owner couldn't believe it. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, I don't know what Ma Shui Zhongtian and Empress Sheiji talked about, but the fact is that they withdrew. In fact, Qin Yang also didn't understand. From his point of view, this army should at least go through the motions after approaching the city. Then there is a quarrel with Empress Snake Ji and Mo Shui Zhongtian. However, Qin Yang couldn't figure out why he just retreated directly. Since the army is going to be withdrawn, why did it start with a large army? Forget it, don't think about it, you, follow me to make wine. Qin Yang pointed to the old man. The old man was not sure, but Qin Yang's words were never wrong. Even if there is another war, with Qin Yang's strength, he can arrive in an instant. Okay. The old man nodded. Only the city lord of the main city of Heishan was left standing on the city wall, staring into the distance. In Montenegro City, the crisis is over. But this is only a temporary relief. The city lord naturally knew that even if the Snake Lady's army retreated, it was because of Qin Yang. He cupped his hands in the direction of Qin Yang's departure. The city lord will naturally not forget the promise in his heart. Bailing Mountain, Shanla Terrace. Kuanping's complexion improved a lot. Bailing Mountain also has many precious elixirs, and originally wanted to use them to make demon spirit brew, but was rejected by Qin Yang. Now, it is being sent in a steady stream. The three leaders, Xiaohu, changed his past, and Kuanping's revenge, with virtue, convinced him. It's too wasteful to eat it directly, how about waiting for Qin Yang to come back and refine it for me? Kuanping looked at the elixir that Lan Bailing handed over, with a bitter expression on his face. Good medicine tastes bitter, even the strongest panacea. It's not that all panacea are some delicious fruits and the like. No, you are too weak now, you must make up for it. If Boss Qin comes back and sees you like this, he will definitely blame me, Bailing Shan, for not taking good care of you. Hu vigorously shook his head. Kuanping's energy is indeed weaker than when Qin Yang left, but this weakness cannot be made up by taking a few elixir, casually. But the point is, this medicine doesn't taste good. The kindness of the second leader, are you just rejecting it? A voice suddenly sounded behind everyone, it was Qin Yang. Beside him was the deputy city lord of Heishan City, the old man with a wine gourd pinned to his waist. The problem of Heishan City has been solved? Kuanping asked. Qin Yang nodded. Looking around, he found that Lan Bailing, Hu Dali, and the three leaders, Xiaohu, did not dare to look at him. Qin Yang smiled, didn't say anything, walked directly to the side of the wine pool, pinched his fingers, and broke the seal of the formation. Don't we have to wait for a while? Lon Bailing asked. Because it's time. Qin Yang smiled and blinked. Lon Bailing was pleasantly surprised, isn't that? Yes. The rise of the monster clan starts from this moment. Qin Yang said. The few people were not excited but felt cold all over. Xiaohu's back was drenched in cold sweat. It turned out that Qin Yang was in control of the overall situation from the beginning to the end, and nothing here escaped Qin Yang's eyes. Boss, Qin. Hu Dali wanted to say something, but Qin Yang waved his hand directly, and said, no one needs to test the medicine first, there is no problem with this demon spirit brew. That's not what I meant. Hu Dali said. Qin Yang interrupted and said, although the Yaoling brew has been made, there are a few points that need to be paid attention to. First, you can't drink too much of this stuff, drink it according to your strength. Drinking too much will not have better effects, but will harm you. Own. Hu Dali nodded again and again, firmly remembering. Qin Yang stretched out his finger and said, secondly, as you have seen, this pool is only so big, not all monsters can enjoy it. How to allocate it is up to you to decide. Ah? What about the other monster races? Lon Bailing asked hastily. Qin Yang looked at the old man beside him, and then said, this is the deputy city lord of Heishan City, and the wine gourd on his waist can reproduce fine wine. Is this demon brewed? As you all know, it was originally a pool of divine wine. The demon spirit brew copied from this gourd will greatly reduce the effect of stimulating the blood, but it will still be immune to the effect of Baixianjian after drinking it. Qin Yang said. In this way, Yaozu really doesn't have to worry about Baixianjian anymore. The old man was overjoyed immediately, and thanked Qin Yang. This is helping Black Mountain City find a helper. Such a business, Qin Yang actually gave it to himself directly. The Bailing Mountain monster clan that has not stimulated their blood can no longer be underestimated. Then the combat power of this Bailing Mountain will be even higher. After drinking the demon spirit brew, you have to retreat immediately. It takes 10.5 months at least, and a month or 2 at most, to digest the power of the medicine. Others, it's nothing. You can do what you want. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he added another sentence, saying, by the way, we will talk about the remuneration later. It's what I said before, using part-time jobs to pay back the money. If there is an order, I dare not refuse. Hu Dali said. Here we go again. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, looked at the old man beside him with a smile, and said, okay, let's start brewing now. The old man nodded again and again, welcome any time. Kuemping hesitated to speak, but seeing that Qin Yang was still brewing wine, he could only temporarily suppress his desire to ask for a super invincible Xuanhuan Dabadan. Qin Yang waved his hand beside a pool of demon spirit wine, and a huge wine jar-shaped container appeared on the Xianla stage. Qin Yang also had a plan to make wine, so he found someone to refine such a huge wine jar. It's just now, just in time. Pour all the wine in your gourd into it. Qin Yang said. Looking aside, Lon Bailing, Hu Dali, and Xiaohu didn't start drinking Yaoling brew. The demon spirit brew is limited, how should it be allocated? Lon Bailing asked in a low voice. Hu Dali originally wanted to try it first, but Qin Yang said that he would immediately retreat after drinking it, and said immediately, the distribution is based on the position, I don't think it can be divided all at once. Several people began to discuss, and Hu Dali changed from wanting to be the first to try to the last. Because he was worried that this demon spirit would cause turmoil among the demon tribes on and off Bailing Mountain. If someone rebelled. However, seeing Qin Yang brewing wine at the side, Hu Dali felt at ease. Of course he knew why Qin Yang wanted to make wine here, because he wanted to help Bailing Mountain complete its transformation. In the end, some demon clans were selected, and they could taste this demon spirit brew. Everyone's face is full of joy, and they are more loyal to Bailing Mountain in their hearts. Those who were not selected were indeed a little restless, but seeing Qin Yang on the Xianla terrace, they didn't dare to get angry. Don't worry, this demon spirit brew will not be distributed all at once. If someone makes meritorious service in the future, this demon spirit brew will be a reward. Hu vigorously said, also, even if there is no demon spirit brew, Boss Qin will continue to make the antidote. From now on, my monster race will no longer have to worry about Bai Xiangyin. All the monsters cheered in unison, all grateful to Qin Yang. Qin Yang started to concentrate on brewing wine, throwing various powerful elixir into the huge wine jar. Chapter 11:16 Wedding Invitation. The water in this Bailing Mountain is extremely sweet. With this water, the wine copied from my gourd is even more delicious. The old man couldn't help sighing. The old man tossed back and forth, using the wine gourd to get water, and some divine wine was left in the gourd as an introduction, and he copied it continuously. But it is not so simple to brew real divine wine. Looking at Qin Yang's skillful technique, the old man couldn't help sighing. Qin Yang made wine, as if he was refining elixir. Although he could see every step clearly, the old man knew that he couldn't learn it at all. Not only could he not learn it, but Qin Yang couldn't collect all the elixir he used. However, the old man is not worried. There is this wine gourd, and Qin Yang will also give him a cup of this top-notch wine every month as an introduction. Time passed slowly, more than 2 months in a blink of an eye. It is only a few days away from the opening of the 10,000 Gods Conference. The ups and downs of Bailing Mountain are like a sudden change. The big leader, Lan Bailing, had a little more agility. The second leader, Hu Dali, had a bit more mighty aura. The 3 leaders, Xiaohu, also had much quieter eyes, but in his eyes, although the fierce light was restrained, it was more piercing. Yao Ling Yang is really miraculous, and my supernatural power of all beasts returning together has gone a step further. Hu Dali sighed. That's natural. Qin Yang said, the bloodline has been strengthened, and of course it will help the inheritance of the return of all beasts. I have to thank Boss Qin for everything. Lan Bailing saluted. The process of this sacred wine has been completed, and it only needs to be stored in the cellar. I will not bother, and I will go back first. Qin Yang said. Lan Bailing hesitated to speak, wanted to say something, but didn't have the nerve to say it. He just looked at Kuanping at the side from time to time. During this period of time, the relationship between Kuanping and Lan Bailing has warmed up a lot. Boss Qin's kindness, Bailing Mountain will never forget it. I know Boss Qin is busy, so I dare not keep him. So I will send him a song. Lan Bailing drank the demon spirit brew, and naturally healed from his injuries. Singing supernatural powers can also be used again. Kuanping looked expectantly, looking at Lan Bailing. He really wanted to hear it. And he also knew that this song must be sung for himself. Hu Dali's eyes showed the color of memory, looking at Lan Bailing at this time, his face was full of relief. Without Qin Yang, the life of Bailing Mountain. I can't even imagine it. Okay. Of course Qin Yang was willing to listen. Lan Bailing hesitated for a while, his pretty face blushed, and then he spoke. His moving voice suddenly resounded on the Xianlatai. The sound became louder and louder, and the beautiful song that washed people's hearts spread throughout Bailing Mountain. Up and down Bailing Mountain, all the monsters looked at Xianlatai at the same time, and the eye sockets of some monsters also became moist. Kuanping was intoxicated by the singing, staring at Lan Bailing intently. In an instant, Lan Lark jumped and turned into a golden lark, flying in the clouds. Kuanping made a move and wanted to turn himself into the sky, but now he was weak and unable to use his supernatural powers at all. Here you are. Qin Yang poked Kuanping. Kuanping looked down and found that Qin Yang was holding a pill in his hand. It is the super invincible Xuanhuan Great Tonic. You. Kuanping was stunned. Qin Yang chuckled and said, I've refined it for you a long time ago, eat it. Kuanping curled his lips, probably at the time of refining, Qin Yang refined too. I just gave myself one on purpose. But thinking about how Lan Bailing took care of him during this time, Kuanping was also grateful. After taking the elixir, Kuanping returned with all his strength, listening to the intoxicating singing in his ears, his body turned into a cloud. The clouds and mist are getting thicker and thicker, and the clouds are ethereal on the Xianla terrace. All the monsters felt that the sky on Bailing Mountain seemed to be different. The clouds have also become extremely spiritual, sometimes changing into different scenes. A fairy palace appeared in the clouds, attracting the worship of thousands of monsters. Lan Bailing also noticed this scene, and the lively side of his heart was also revealed. Flying freely in various cloud and mist-changing scenery, the singing is more beautiful. Xianla on the clouds, unexpectedly there is such a change. Hu Dali couldn't help sighing. This is not only a magnificent scenery, but also a powerful supernatural power. Between the clouds and mist, Lark's supernatural power seemed to be enhanced. The combination of the two looks even better. Everyone was intoxicated by it, only Qin Yang kept awake cheerfully, and whispered to himself, Lan Bailing, why is it golden? Hu Dali came back to his senses, and said, her surname is Lan. Qin Yang laughed out loud. Since you're so reluctant, why don't you just stay here at Bailing Mountain? Qin Yang looked at the absent-minded Kuanping. Since he came down the mountain, Kuanping's head seemed to have grown backwards, and he kept looking at the way he came. She still has things to do. I will see you again at the 10,000 Gods Conference. Kuanping said. But the expression wanted to go back immediately. Back at Hongqian Inn, Gu Sifeng immediately came to look for Qin Yang. Look at this. Gu Sifeng handed over a red S post. Huh? Looks like an invitation card? Qin Yang took it curiously, and when he saw it, he was stunned. The scene of Empress Snake retreating from the army flashed through her mind, and she seemed to understand something. They didn't intend to attack Heishan City at all, and the march was actually just a game between the demon commander Zhongtian and the Snake Princess Empress. The Empress Sheiji was proving her ability, and Mo Shui Zhongtian was also telling the Empress Sheiji that he was a god. Whose invitation? These days, there are too many messages from all the main cities. Why did you change the pattern? Jin Wanshan and Jiang Chengwei also came over. This is not an ordinary invitation. Qin Yang put the invitation on the table with a smile and motioned Jiang Chengwei to look at it. Jiang Chengwei curiously opened the invitation, looked at the words in it, and was shocked. Ma Shui Zhongtian and Empress Snake Ji will hold a wedding on the day of the 10,000 Gods Conference. Jiang Chengwei's pupils narrowed sharply. The Empress Snake Princess, even married? The home is still Ma Shui Zhongtian? Gu Sifeng looked at Qin Yang and said worriedly, this is not very good. During the time you were not in the inn, the city lords of various main cities also frequently came to me. Now. Jiang Chengwei took a deep breath and said, this day came so quickly. It will come. Qin Yang smiled. The news about Qin Yang's assistance to Heishan City naturally spread. Those who couldn't find Qin Yang through Hongqian Inn naturally went to Gu Sifeng, who made the flagship store of Hongqian Inn just opposite the city owner. However, it was useless to find Gu Sifeng. It is impossible for Qin Yang to meet them one by one. It seems that the 10,000 Gods Conference is really going to be lively. Qin Yang pinched his brows, told Gu Sifeng, and said, help me pass a word, I, Qin Yang, will not sit idly by my friend's crisis. Gu Sifeng nodded and said, okay. In his view, this is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just that he was a little worried about Qin Yang, and everyone who went to Feiyu City to participate in the 10,000 Gods Conference. After all, Feiyu City at this time has already been suppressed by the army of Pan Snake City and Blood Lion City. No matter who it is, if they go, they will go to the tiger's mouth. By the way, how are you preparing for the auction? Qin Yang asked. Xuanhuan said, the well-known auctioneer has contacted me. The night before the Pantheon conference, it was held as scheduled. Qin Yang nodded, and said, this time, we have received a lot of elixir for the production of the demon spirit brew. After the auction, we will settle it for them. If others owe us Hongqian, we can collect it slowly. But we can't procrastinate too long. Xuanhuan nodded, he had already contacted the auctioneer and recorded all this. Bailing Shan also sent the account book, and all the elixir was registered in the book. Gu Sifeng felt at ease when he heard the conversation between the two. Qin Yang didn't take Ma Shui, Zhongtian and Empress Sheiji's wedding seriously at all. Doesn't this mean that Qin Yang was fully sure? Since Qin Yang is sure, what else should he worry about, Gu Sifeng? It's just that this demon world is about to change. Chapter 11-17, The Eve of the 10,000 Gods Conference. Night, Feiyu City. The lights are bright and the streets are crowded with people. Every 100 years, Feiyu City will become the busiest city among the 33 main cities, not one of them. In the city lord's mansion, Mou held the token in his hand. This token can contact Qin Yang, but Mou has not done so for a long time. Empress Snake Princess, tens of thousands of troops approached Quangsha City. Qin Yang walked around and withdrew directly. The army marched aggressively towards Heishan City, but because of Qin Yang, they retreated directly. If you want to attack other main cities, you have to bypass Qin Yang. Mou thought in his heart, but Qin Yang's business has already spread all over the devil world. In the knockout round of the ancient battlefield, there may be many people who did not buy the package, but after that, Qin Yang widely collected panacea. Those who didn't board the big ship of Hongqian also squeezed onto it. With the lessons learned from Heishan City, people in other main cities will naturally follow suit. Mou knew that Mo Shui Zhongtian couldn't tolerate Qin Yang, he didn't have Qin Yang's mind and courage. Mou knew even better that Mo Shui Zhongtian was going to make a move at this Pantheon conference. Marrying the Empress Snake Fairy will definitely shock the demon world again at this time. Anyway, Qin Yang is always coming, why not wait for him to come before talking to him? Mou whispered to himself. The All Gods Arena, the place where the All Gods Conference is held. Its upper formation is so powerful that even the Divine Spirit Realm cannot be broken through. It is because of this that Mou is not afraid of the sky. Why? A sudden sound broke the silence in the hall. Mou was taken aback, and pinched her fingers. He looked warily at the two people who suddenly appeared. One is Ma Shui Zhongtian, and the other is a woman in a graceful age. The woman looked familiar, and Mou exclaimed, Snake Princess? Mo Shui Zhongtian narrowed his eyes, looked at Mou, and said, why? Mou's face was stiff, and he said, why? Mo Shui Zhongtian directly found a seat and sat down, and said lightly, even in the ancient battlefield, I did not kill Qin Yang. But with your help, Qin Yang will definitely die. The large formation in the arena of the gods forms its own space. It is quite similar to the ancient battlefield, but not as big. After a pause, Mo Shui Zhongtian continued, however, the arena of the gods is not the same as the ancient battlefield, because the rules in it can be manipulated by you who control the formation. Why do you still want to stand by Qin Yang's side? If compared together, the 10,000 Gods Arena is a small ancient battlefield. There are many bones among them, and all the bones are all-powerful ones who have smashed the demon world. This is not a conflict. Mou said bravely. Ha ha ha. Mo Shui laughed loudly, his eyes became more piercing. No conflict? I have already told you that Qin Yang must be killed. Mou said, but you can also live in peace with him. At least Qin Yang never provoked you. Snapped. Ma Shui Zhongtian shattered the table next to him with his palm, and the tea table was instantly reduced to dust. His appearance is a provocation to me. Mo Shui Chongtian stood up, walked towards Mou, and said, do you want to persuade me to do business with Qin Yang? That's okay. Mou's whole body tensed up, and his fingers trembled a little. As long as he moves his mind, he can use the space-time Xianmen formation to escape from this place. And the place to escape is naturally in the arena of the gods. Once there, he's safe. Mo Shui Zhongtian stared at Mou's decision, and said with a sneer, it seems that you have prepared yourself, even without Qin Yang. Ma Shui Zhongtian remembered this decision, and every time he talked with Mou, he always had this habit. It was also because Qin Yang was curious about the magic feather formation, so the magic commander Zhong Tian in the ancient battlefield also paid special attention to it. It was discovered that every time Mou used the formation, he would make a tactic, similar to this one. It's late at night, didn't you come to ask me for a gift in advance? Mou stared at Mo Shui Chongtian. In one hand, he made a formula, and in the other hand, he held a token that could contact Qin Yang. Why not? Have you prepared the congratulatory gift? The Snake Princess Empress said lightly. His slightly youthful face revealed an indifference and maturity that did not match his age. Of course it's ready, do you want to watch it now? Mou asked. Shiji shook her head lightly, and said, Qin Yang didn't come, so of course, Healy couldn't see it. Mou frowned and asked, what do you mean? She covered her mouth and smiled lightly, shouldn't your congratulatory gift be Qin Yang's head? Mou's pupils shrank, and she couldn't help taking a step back, even kicking the chair behind her. The creaking sound showed that Mou's heart was in a mess. I won't use the 10,000 gods arena to help you deal with Qin Yang. Mou said. Why? Ma Shui Zhongtian was a little curious. Mou said directly, Qin Yang's formation skills are beyond imagination. His mysterious power is far beyond our guess. If Qin Yang is used against Qin Yang in the arena of the gods, I have no doubt that he will directly seize control of me. Ma Shui Zhongtian frowned, this was really unexpected. In fact, Mou didn't say more, he suspected in his heart that although Qin Yang only glanced at his space-time Xianmen formation, he seemed to have seen through it. In the ancient battlefield, there are many 8th-level spiritual materials. At that time, Qin Yang just said it casually, but at this time Mou had already reacted. What Qin Yang said at the time was, this spiritual material is good, it is useful to you. Mou was just smiling at the time, but now he knows that it is useful to him and where it is useful. Because many of those spiritual materials are used to arrange formations. And isn't he in the space-time Taoist formation? In other words, Qin Yang not only saw through his own space-time mysterious formation, but also saw that it can make the time-space mysterious formation stronger. It was also because of this that Mou's guess became true. That is, the time-space Xianmen formation should be just a residual formation. It should not only be used by the God Emperor realm. Otherwise, wouldn't such a powerful formation be ridiculous? After the 10,000 Gods conference, Mou of course wanted to have a good talk with Qin Yang, but he didn't expect that before the 10,000 Gods conference, and there were still a few days, the Mou would come early. With Mo Shui Chongtian around, Qin Yang can't take away your control. Snake Ji said lightly. He didn't even take away the time-space Xianmen formation, let alone the 10,000 Gods arena? The wine gourd given to Qin Yang by the deputy city lord of Heishan City was rejected. Mou said. Before he finished speaking, Mo Shui Zhongtian interrupted, what do you want to say? Mou hesitated, and said, I don't know how to use the 10,000 gods arena to deal with Qin Yang, how could he take control? But Shiji suddenly repeated, I said before, with the demon commander Chong Tian, Qin Yang can't take away your control. You didn't understand what it meant. But the next moment, there seemed to be a subtle change in the soul. When he looked at Shiji in his eyes, it seemed to be different. It's like an ordinary person seeing the God Emperor, like a watchdog seeing his master. The 10,000 gods assembly, you have to behave well. Snake Ji smiled lightly. Yes. Mou replied directly and respectfully. Ma Shui Zhongtian looked at all this with great interest, and said, your ability is really good. It's all for Lord Ma Shui. Snake Ji gently bowed her knees, and saluted. Ma Shui Zhongtian laughed loudly and said, although the wedding hasn't been held yet, it's time for you to change your mind in advance. Empress Shiji didn't respond, but a ruthless look flashed in her eyes. Ma Shui Zhongtian didn't find out, nor did he force Empress Shiji. Anyway, it's only a few days. Chapter 11:18 Death Panic. Fortunately, Boss Qin is going to hold an auction, and let us come early and bring enough treasures from heaven and earth, otherwise, we won't even be able to keep up with the wedding of the demon marshal Chong Tian and Shiji Dajuan. The day before the 10,000 Gods Conference, in Feiyu City, in various restaurants, the powerful were talking with each other. Isn't it? If it weren't for this auction, we would have to search for a gift of sufficient value temporarily, but we would never be able to find it. If we offend Mo Shui Chong Tian, we would have to walk away without food. This time Ma Shui Zhongtian is married to Empress Shiji, will the war? Everyone was guessing in their hearts, and some even thought that it was because Mo Shui Zhongtian fell in love with Empress Shiji, so he was not punished. Many people still have illusions that the Ma Shui Zhongtian is still the Ma Shui Chong Tian, they think in their hearts. But the people in Guangsha City and Heishan City don't think so. Some people who already knew about Mo Shui's ambitions didn't think so. For them, this marriage is not only not good news, but even more bad news. The devil world is about to be completely in turmoil. And this 10,000 Gods Conference is different from the past, more like a grand banquet. Hongmen banquet? How is it possible? In a restaurant, Gu Sifeng shook his head and said, Jiang Chengwei, you are too concerned, right? Even if Mo Shui Zhong Tian and Empress Snake Princess will start attacking other main cities, it probably won't be at this time. Why not? Qin Yang looked at Gu Sifeng curiously. Gu Sifeng couldn't say anything, but just said, the 10,000 Gods Conference is held every 100 years. After all the contestants win 100 times, they will be awarded the title of Demon General. Regardless of the title of Demon General, those who come here to participate in the conference and watch the conference, yes, almost all the powerhouses in the entire demon world have gathered. In the ancient battlefield, although we, the city lords of the main city, did not go, we have all come to the assembly of the gods. Gu Sifeng said, even if the commander-in-chief Chong Tian wants to unify the demon world, he should slowly eat away at it. If we do it here, not to mention his chances of winning, some people who have already taken refuge in the heavenly demon city will also stand against the demon commander Chong Tian because of this. After all, there are only a small number of those who take refuge in the heavenly demon city. If they are slowly encroaching, they will exert a certain amount of power, but if here, the cooperation of many main city lords, they may fall on the spot, so they will definitely come over to our side. Jiang Chengwei listened, pondered, and said, have you considered the magic feather? And this arena of the gods? Gu Sifeng frowned and said, isn't Mou already on our side? Jiang Chengwei smiled without saying a word. Gu Sifeng opened his mouth and said, he can only control the arena of the gods. He can suppress the strength of the practitioners in it, but he can't kill him directly. His power is also limited. Moreover, with such power, he can also fearless demon commander, Zhongtian. The space of the 10,000 gods arena can resist attacks from the divine spirit realm. If it's a direct confrontation, I'm not afraid. It's a pity. Qin Yang shook his head. At this moment, a strong man on the street was greeting people when suddenly his eyes went dark and he fell to the ground. The place where he fell was right under the window where Qin Yang was. Someone nearby hurried forward to investigate, only to find that his mind and soul had vanished and he was completely dead. Qin Yang raised his eyebrows, the dark golden lines in his eyes flowed, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Gu Sifeng and Jiang Chengwei also heard the movement, walked to the window, and were surprised to find this scene. From the exclamation of passers-by, it can be known that this strong man who died suddenly was the fifth realm of God Emperor. The God Emperor of the five realms died quietly, and the cause of death is unknown. All the bystanders felt cold and felt uneasy. Someone looked up and found Qin Yang, who was looking at this place through the window. His face changed drastically. Some onlookers also raised their heads and saw Qin Yang's mysterious eyes. Could it be? Besides him, who else can have this ability? Impossible? Boss Qin is a man, we all know. Knowing people, knowing faces, but not knowing the heart, and you and I can see through the strong in the divine spirit realm? Passers-by were whispering, although they were talking in low voices, but everyone present was strong, and no one was weak. Mosquitoes flap their wings and fly away. You can hear them flapping their wings a few times, let alone talking like this? Gradually, everyone seemed to be a little scared, and they all kept away from the restaurant where Qin Yang was. This is just nonsense. It's too obvious to frame him. Gu Sifeng was about to go down and reason. Qin Yang stopped it with a wave of his hand, and said, "The clear is clear, and the turbid is turbid. If you were a bystander below, would you suspect that I did it?" Gu Sifeng said without hesitation, "Of course not." Qin Yang said again, "If it's Kai Wuji, or the monster, from Bailing Mountain." "Not at all." Gu Sifeng replied directly. "So, don't worry about it." Qin Yang turned around and sat back. Instead, Gu Sifeng became suspicious, and said, "That's a strong man in the fifth realm of the God Emperor. Could it be that the magic commander made a move?" After finishing speaking, Gu Sifeng shook his head again, and said, "It's unlikely. Although Mo Shui Zhongtian is powerful, I have seen him take action before. If he wants to kill the God Emperor of the five realms silently, he can't do it." Jiang Chengwei said. "Ma Shui Zhongtian couldn't do it, but Qin Yang could?" These words are not to question Qin Yang's strength, but directly point out a problem. Today, the position of most of the city owners of the main city is more inclined to Qin Yang. The most fundamental thing behind it is that they think that Qin Yang is stronger than Ma Shui Zhongtian. Then, the sudden death of the fifth realm of the God Emperor is very intriguing. Because Ma Shui Zhongtian couldn't do it, because they thought Qin Yang was stronger, so. Gu Sifeng understood, this is a problem that no matter how you explain it, you can't explain it. Gu Sifeng continued to look at the window. The soldiers of Feiyu City moved surprisingly quickly. In the blink of an eye, the corpse had already been carried away. Could it be the magic feather? No, the big formation of the 10,000 gods arena is only aimed at its space. There are no other big formations in Feiyu City. Gu Sifeng became a little worried. Could it be that there are strong people like Qin Yang in this demon world? Dead people should not be very good at my Hongchen Inn. Qin Yang said slowly after taking a sip of tea. Gu Sifeng asked, "Boss Qin knows him?" Qin Yang shook his head, "I don't know." "Then how do you know?" Gu Sifeng was puzzled. Jiang Chengwei said, "No need to know." Looking at Qin Yang, she said, "It seems that she has made a move." Qin Yang put down his teacup and nodded. "Who?" Gu Sifeng asked. "Empress Shiji." Jiang Chengwei replied. "Impossible? How can a little girl have such power?" Gu Sifang didn't believe it. Qin Yang and Jiang Chengwei looked at each other and didn't say much. There was panic in Feiyu City. With the fall of the first god emperor of the Five Realms, from time to time some strong people died violently on the street. For a moment, people in Feiyu City were panicked, especially those who had never had anything to do with Hongqianin and were still very hostile to Hongqianin. Dead, but they all have this in common. Chapter 11:19 Panic Escalation. It's only been half a day, and the rumors have already spread here. Gu Sifang's face was livid. Just now, a guy was chatting softly at the door. This series of violent deaths has already shocked the entire Feiyu City. One after another messages were also passed on, all asking whether the deaths of those people were related to Qin Yang. It doesn't matter, they are going to die anyway, and now that they are dead, it will save us trouble. Qin Yang said. Gu Sifang didn't understand what Qin Yang meant. Jiang Chengwei explained, in order to frame Qin Yang, the ones who die are all opponents. In other words, they are all people from Mo Shui, Zhongtian and Empress Snake Ji. This Pantheon conference will come to an end. If you don't die now, you must live. But the assembly of gods. Gu Sifang's heart trembled, he looked back and forth between Qin Yang and Jiang Chengwei. The thoughts of these two people are really horrifying. It's like seeing the future. If they lead the army to fight, both of them will be frightening generals. How is the preparation for the auction tonight? Qin Yang asked. Jiang Chengwei said, everything is ready, Kuanping is already at the auction house. Qin Yang nodded. On the other side, in the mansion of the Lord of Feiyu City, Mo Shui Zhongtian had an ugly expression. Why do you have to do this? You obviously have such abilities, why bother? Mo Shui asked heavily. Those dead chess pieces that the Empress Shiji used as pawns were all his loyal subordinates. Although he regards the lives of his subordinates as worthless, he doesn't want to be a poor commander. Empress Snake Fairy's expression remained unchanged, and she said, with you and me, and Moyu, it's a bit difficult to control Feiyu City at this time. After all the powerful people in the demon realm have gathered here. Moreover, my ability, not unlimited, I can't control too many people. So you are going to use this method to make Qin Yang mess up and suspect Qin Yang? Is this useful? Mo Shui Zhongtian asked. Empress Sheiji's eyes lit up, and she said, of course it's useful. The auction tonight will be a really good show. I hope so. Mo Shui Zhongtian frowned and left directly. Empress Snake Ji looked at Mo Shui Zhongtian's back, with a hint of contempt in her eyes. This kind of wisdom is also worthy of becoming a god? The Snake Princess said disdainfully in her heart. Her purpose, of course, is not to divide Qin Yang's camp. It's to improve your own strength. Qin Ming's mighty rules were broken, and Empress Shiji also became a rule breaker. Same as Qin Yang and Kuanping. The ability of the Empress Snake Princess can make people submit and directly cause her to fall. The fallen soul will continue to enhance the ability of Empress Snake Princess. Today's Empress Snake Princess has reached the fifth realm of the God Emperor. If she had already had the current strength, she would not need to be opportunistic at all, and she could directly make Wu Shui, the Lord of Blood Lion City, surrender. At this time, there were only two people in front of Empress Shiji. One is Mo Shui Zhongtian and the other is Qin Yang. As long as these two people die, the entire demon general will be in the pocket of Empress Shiji. Looking at Moyu, who was waiting on the sidelines, Empress Snake Princess laughed. Qin Yang, although I can't kill you with my own hands, I will erase everything about you with my own hands. Empress Snake Princess said to herself fiercely, however, before this, I won't let you be too easy. Time passed slowly, and in Feiyu City, the panic of the strong sudden death had completely spread. What's even more frightening is that a city lord of the main city also fell directly. The one who died turned out to be the owner of Quangsha City, Quang Baijian. The city lord of the main city who was lawless in his own Quangsha City, who was not even afraid of the Snake Queen's army, just died in a restaurant without a sound. And at that time, he was still entertaining several city lords he had made friends with. Quang Baijian is so ambitious that he even has a way to advance to the spiritual realm in his heart. I'm afraid he would never have dreamed that he would die like this. Qin Yang definitely did it. That's right, when Qin Yang blocked the army of Empress Snake Princess, Quang Baijian even refused to enter the city. It must have made a knot. Now, if we do it now, we must kill the chickens to make an example to the monkeys. Let us see what will happen to Qin Yang if we offend him. Some people took chances, and they made good friends with the Hongqianen from the beginning to the end, but there were also many people who already panicked. Although Ma Shui Zhongtian is also a god, he can't kill silently like this. The murderer was Qin Yang, and under the deliberate spread of some people, it was already a certainty. No one will doubt, after all, no one knows Qin Yang's full strength. Gradually, in the city lord's mansion, more and more strong men began to seek to see Mo Shui Zhongtian, in the name of giving gifts in advance, but in fact they were preparing to stand in line again. And this big wedding can just make up for the previous mistakes by giving gifts. Qin Yang saw all these, but Qin Yang did not stop them. Those stupid things will be reversed sooner or later. Gu Sifeng was even more shocked by Qin Yang's reaction. He seemed to have suddenly discovered Qin Yang's terrifying side, like a tyrant. Show no mercy to the enemy. Time, in Feiyu City, seemed to flow very slowly. The evening auction was held as scheduled. But everyone has a feeling that it seems that this time has finally come. The location of the auction is also the arena of the 10,000 gods. Only here can accommodate so many people participating in the auction. And only here, with sufficient specifications. The 10,000 gods arena, without the large formation, is just a rather large building. A high platform on one side, and the remaining 3 sides, are rows of seats. In the center of the arena, a high platform was also built, and tomorrow, Empress Snake Princess will marry Mo Shui Zhongtian here. On the high platform in the center, the auctioneer was stiff all over. In this day, only 2 of the city lords of the main city died, and dozens of other 5-level powerhouses died. He couldn't help being frightened by such a terrifying tree. In line with good professional ethics, he still insisted on holding the auction. It's just to activate the atmosphere, I'm afraid it won't work. The auction was extremely depressing. Looking at the high platform in the auditorium opposite, the auctioneer was terrified. On that high platform stood Mo Shui Zhongtian, Empress Shiji, and Mou. Everyone in the audience concentrated their minds there. Because Qin Yang is not far away. During the auction, Qin Yang suddenly stood up and walked towards the high platform. The entire auction was even interrupted directly because of Qin Yang's actions. All eyes were fixed on Qin Yang. The Empress Snake Princess was about to strike, and this time she was going to kill someone who had a good relationship with Hongqianen. But before he could make a move, Qin Yang came over. Can't you save face? Qin Yang said indifferently, staring at Empress Snake Fairy coldly. I don't understand what you're talking about. Empress Shiji said. Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, I let you live for a few more days, but I didn't want you to make trouble for me. The Empress Shiji was shocked, her eyes turned cold. Qin Yang said lightly, I talked with Jian Chengwei, and we agreed that you still have other plans. After all, the dignified empress would not use such useless means. I didn't understand you until I saw you again. Why would you do that? The Empress Snake Ji narrowed her eyes, and she didn't even dare to look at Qin Yang. Qin Yang gave her the same feeling as before, able to see through everything, mysterious and terrifying. Are you threatening my wife? Mo Shui Zhongtian looked at Qin Yang coldly. Qin Yang couldn't help laughing. Ma Shui said angrily, "What are you laughing at?" Qin Yang looked at Ma Shui Chongtian, shook his head lightly, ignored it, but looked at Empress Snake Ji, and said, "Either die now, or tomorrow, you choose one." "Bold, how dare you ignore me?" Mo Shui Chongtian angrily reprimanded. The entire 10,000 gods arena was also tense. Chapter 1120, How dare you? You have become her pawn, how do you want me to value you? Qin Yang said lightly. Chess piece? A joke. Ma Shui Zhongtian snorted coldly. Do you think that I have always underestimated you? Qin Yang asked. Ma Shui Zhongtian frowned, do you even need to ask? As long as you are not blind, who can't see it? This Qin Yang didn't take Mo Shui Zhongtian seriously at all. Qin Yang said, now I'll tell you why. Because. Qin Yang glanced at Empress Snake Ji, and said slowly, although you are a god, you are not a rule breaker. You have the power of the gods and spirits, but it is just a pile of quantitative changes. You have not reached a real qualitative change. Are you teaching me the way of cultivation? Mo Shui Zhongtian's face was gloomy. Qin Yang said, I am the master of Dozhan. It is your honor for me to guide you. Qin Yang looked around the entire 10,000 gods arena, saw a corner, pointed at it casually, and said, his cultivation method is to imitate yours. I have to regret to say that you are all wrong. Everyone looked in the direction Qin Yang was pointing at, and finally found a person wearing a hermit's cloak. The hidden cloak can hide one's own aura, and even the race cannot be distinguished. At this moment, the man lifted his hood, revealing his true face. The people around immediately dispersed, exclaiming again and again. Myriad Miasma Heavenly Demon. How could it be him? Monsters dare to participate in the 10,000 Gods Conference? The Myriad Miasma Heavenly Demon lifted the cloak of the Yin race. Although he had a human form, he did not resemble a human form. Miasma was lingering all over his body, and the faces of people around him changed, obviously poisoned. Even if he doesn't activate his magical powers, he will be injured if he gets close. Why is it wrong? Wanmi Tianma had a taste of Qin Yang's strength, so he naturally knew that Qin Yang would not say that casually. Qin Yang smiled lightly, and said, your way of cultivation is very simple, that is, to keep plundering until you get promoted. But, as I said before, in this demon world, there will be no second person in the spirit realm except me. Bye. Everyone's face changed drastically, and the audience was in an uproar. Especially those half-step gods, they couldn't believe it. Qin Yang went on to say, at first, I was also very curious about why there are 33 main cities in this demon world. It stands to reason that since one world can be broken, it can completely subdue this world. But after I met the demon commander, and you know why. Mo Shui Chongtian's face finally revealed a look of shock, and he looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. This Qin Yang actually knew the secret of his own cultivation? Everyone looked at Qin Yang curiously, but Qin Yang didn't whet their appetites, and said directly, the demon commander Chongtian has used all his combat power to attack other worlds. It doesn't matter if you surrender or not, anyway, it's a matter of time. As long as you break the origin of your original world and integrate your world into the demon realm, the goal of the demon commander will be achieved. Looking at the demon commander Chongtian, Qin Yang said lightly, because your way of cultivation is to suppress the heavens. You are the sky of the demon realm. The stronger the demon realm, the stronger your ability. Every time a main city descends on the demon realm, it will increase your strength. Until you have advanced to the divine spirit realm. Am I right? Mo Shui was so startled that he couldn't help but take half a step back. No, it's impossible. It's impossible for you to know this secret. Mo Shui Chongtian couldn't believe it. Everyone was shocked. Qin Yang actually broke the foundation of Mo Shui Chong Tian in one word? So, your promotion to the gods is just a pile of quantitative changes. If you want to be promoted to the gods, the right way is to break through the rules. This is why I despise you. Qin Yang said. This is actually the reason why Qin Yang didn't directly let the sky world come to the demon world. After coming, wouldn't the power of Mo Shui Zhong Tian be enhanced again? Qin Yang went on to say, this is also the reason why there will no longer be a second god in the demon realm. With you under your pressure, no one can break through their own rules. The eyes of everyone looking at Mo Shui Zhong Tian changed. Some half-step gods had stopped for a long time. Originally, they only had a vague idea, but now they heard what Qin Yang said, as if suddenly enlightened. Humph, what nonsense. How can I suppress the advancement of others when I am promoted to the gods? Mo Shui Chong Tian argued, and after finishing speaking, he continued, I know what you want to do, you just want to divert attention. Your purpose, it just makes others forget what happened in Feiyu City today. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, and their hearts sank. Qin Yang uncovered the secret of Mo Shui Zhongtian's cultivation, making people feel Qin Yang's mystery even more. And it seems more reasonable for Qin Yang to kill those strong men. Facing countless pairs of puzzled eyes, Qin Yang did not explain. Qin Yang just said indifferently, I said, don't intervene in the disputes in the demon realm. I will take action only because the disputes are related to me. Everyone was dumbfounded. Qin Yang continued, the dead ones have nothing to do with me. Why should I intervene? After saying this, everyone was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it carefully, it was really the case. Terrible, this Qin Yang is too scary. The Empress Shiji recalled the scene of her failure in the firmament world, and now, just like that time, everything fell under Qin Yang's control. Empress Snake Princess was in a mess, and said, See maybe? It's definitely not Boss Qin who made the move. If Boss Qin wants to kill everyone, why bother? Why is he so secretive? Someone must be framing Boss Qin. Kai Wuji stood up and shouted loudly. Throughout the day, people ranged from shock to random speculation, and many people secretly contributed to the situation. Some people who remained calm naturally noticed it too. At this time, they also nodded in agreement. Empress Snake Fairy became even more anxious, and said with a sneer, this is Qin Yang's method, who else can do it except him? After finishing speaking, he looked at Kai Wuji. At this moment, Qin Yang suddenly shouted, how dare you? The sound was like thunder, and Qin Yang's aura suddenly spread. The entire high platform instantly turned into dust. The surrounding powerhouses of the 5 God Emperor realms were also sent flying by the powerful aura. Even Mo Shui Zhongtian took 3 steps back, and Empress Snake Ji was even more unstable. No matter how she resisted, her body was pushed out and hit the seat in the distance. Everyone stared at Qin Yang in amazement, but saw a self-image suddenly condensed behind Qin Yang. Above the 10,000 gods arena, a pair of huge eyes suddenly opened. I don't care if you kill your own people. But if you do something to my regular customers, don't blame me for being rude. If you don't give me face, then I won't be able to keep you from getting married tomorrow. Qin Yang said coldly. The sound seemed to come from the depths of the 9 nethernesses, and it was creepy to hear. Kai Wuji broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. Just when the Empress Snake Ji looked at him, at that moment, it seemed that he was not himself. If Qin Yang hadn't shouted, how dare you? Empress Kai Wuji was terrified, and finally knew that the Empress Snake Princess was the real murderer behind this scene. Chapter 1121, The Auction Continues. Mo Shui looked at Qin Yang in horror. At this moment, Qin Yang's aura was as deep as an abyss. There is a kind of rejoicing in my heart. Fortunately, Qin Yang was not forced to take action before. Without this arena of the gods, Ma Shui Zhongtian would have no chance of winning at all. Is it possible that there is such a big gap in the same god-spirit realm? Empress Snake Ji looked at Mo Shui Zhongtian, and judging from Mo Shui Zhongtian's reaction, this Qin Yang was not something Mo Shui Zhongtian could deal with at all. It seems that all hope can only be found in this arena of the gods. The 10,000 Gods Conference will start tomorrow, Qin Yang, do you want to do it now? Mo Shui Zhongtian looked at Qin Yang and said in a deep voice. Qin Yang spread his hands, smiled at Empress Snake Ji, and said, it depends on whether she will give me face. If she dares to continue to attack my customers. Empress Snake Princess said, I don't know what you mean. Having said that, there is no intention to do anything. In fact, Empress Shiji calmed down now, and realized that she had made a big mistake before. She shouldn't have continued to carry out the plan when Qin Yang stood up. In fact, Empress Shiji's heart has long been in a mess. Qin Yang's strength once again made her restless. It was as if everything had returned to the sky world, the Xuanhuan palace. Glancing at Mou, the Empress Snake Ji thought to herself, fortunately, there is an arena of the gods in this demon world, Qin Yang, tomorrow is your death day. Even if you don't die, you will be trapped in the arena of the gods forever middle. In that case, then, the auction will continue. Qin Yang waved his hand towards the central platform. The auctioneer was taken aback for a moment. That's right, isn't there an auction going on now? In the 10,000 gods arena, everyone has different thoughts. It's already like this, can this auction continue? I'm afraid that only Qin Yang can put all this over in a calm manner. The next auction is also a magic weapon obtained in the ancient battlefield. This magic weapon is an 8th level magic weapon. The auctioneer continued to introduce, although everyone in the audience didn't show much enthusiasm, but they were more ruthless when bidding. Tomorrow is the 10,000 Gods Conference, where the contestants will compete. Loser, no one will remember. But the victor will eventually be honored. Qin Yang looked at this scene with a smile, and said, write all these down, and settle the bill for them after the auction is over. Jiang Chengwei nodded, but her eyes stayed on Mou. Spiritual thoughts transmitted voice, magic feather. I know. Do you need me? Unnecessary. Jiang Chengwei frowned and said, of course I don't doubt your combat power, but the big formation in the 10,000 gods arena is at least an 8th order formation. You are really sure that with this formation, you can win the battle? Is the devil so handsome? Qin Yang turned his head and looked at Jiang Chengwei. Jiang Chengwei thought that Qin Yang was going to say that she was sure, but what she heard was not at all. This is not an 8th order formation, this is a 9th order formation. Qin Yang said. What? Jiang Chengwei's face changed. Even though he was a military advisor and had experienced great storms, he couldn't hide the shock in his heart at this time. The 8th level corresponds to the God level. The 9th level corresponds to the super spirit level. In the ancient battlefield, the treasures of heaven and earth, and powerful inheritance, are only at the 8th level, and at the 9th level, they should not appear in the sky star field at all. Even in the eternal star field, this 9th level is the top. How do you know? Jiang Chengwei asked. Qin Yang shrugged and said, Mr. Qiqiao told me. This arena of the gods has many similarities with the ancient battlefields. In fact, this arena of the gods is just another version of the ancient battlefield. Originally, Mr. Qiqiao, as the incarnation of the domain master, wanted to suppress some strong people who had exceeded his control, so he first created this arena of the gods. And it is arranged with a formation, just wanting to let this place be controlled by the creatures of the sky star field after all. But later found that doing so simply does not make any sense. That's why another ancient battlefield was created, which is a real cage, with no entry, but no exit. If it hadn't been for too long, cracks appeared on the ancient battlefield. It is also because there are many strong people who have transformed into the Pillars of Optimus, constantly attacking the boundary wall of the ancient battlefield, so that Mo Shui Zhongtian can connect the ancient battlefield with the connecting array. Since it's the 9th level, aren't you more dangerous? Jiang Chengwei worried. Qin Yang shook his head, and said, MOU controls only one activation formation. It can suppress 50% of the strength at most, and can't do more. Is 50% still less? Jiang Chengwei looked at Qin Yang in surprise. No matter how strong Qin Yang is, he can't be twice as strong as Mo Shui Zhongtian, right? Qin Yang said, no, what I mean is that MOU can't completely control this formation. The biggest threat he can do is to destroy the activated formation and trap me in it. Jiang Chengwei was taken aback. He had heard about the ancient battlefield. If Qin Yang was trapped inside, wouldn't it be? Qin Yang said, don't worry, although the formation in the 10,000 Gods Arena is 9th level is right, but the activation formation is only 7th level. Even if Moyu really wants to destroy the activation formation, it's just a 7th order formation, I arrange it casually, and I don't even need spiritual materials. Jiang Chengwei was speechless for a moment. It turned out that Qin Yang had already thought of the worst situation. But this worst case is not a problem for Qin Yang at all, so what else is there to worry about? Jiang Chengwei continued to stare at the auction, doing the work that originally belonged to Jin Wanshan. In the 10,000 Gods Conference, anything can happen, even Qin Yang can't stay out of it. The less people come, the more at ease Qin Yang will be. Time passed slowly, and it was probably the first time that this arena of the gods was so deserted. Although it was deserted, the participation rate of the people was extremely high, competing with each other for the auction, but no one was humble. Seeing the favorite magic weapon, the bidding was also very fierce. This is an excellent opportunity for something that was not obtained in the ancient battlefield. Soon, the night was getting dark. Most of the items in this auction are natural materials and earthly treasures, elixir and magic weapons in the ancient battlefield, as well as the top resources that the main cities and the strong can produce. Some ordinary ones with relatively low value have no chance of appearing at all. The crescent moon hangs high, and the arena of the 10,000 gods is brightly lit. The crowd had gradually dispersed, and the largest remaining group of people surrounded Jiang Chengwei. Can you delay the payment? One person asked. Jiang Chengwei turned over the token, and a light screen appeared in front of him. She stretched out her hand and swiped it casually a few times, and said, you belong to the famous family of Tianmen. You auctioned off a vein of magic crystal, and you have enough wealth to pay the bill. The man hesitated a little. Jiang Chengwei saw through the other party's mind at a glance, and said, don't think that Hongqianin will take care of you if you owe the debt. In fact, we prefer people with reputation. The man's heart skipped a beat. Jiang Chengwei knew that what these people were worried about was that Qin Yang would leave them alone after the accounts were settled. Jiang Chengwei continued, business needs to be done for a long time, don't worry, Hongqianin will not give up any customer. Chapter 1122 Qin Yang's Congratulatory Gift. For a while, everyone's enthusiasm for repaying the debt rose. After what Jiang Chengwei said, their worries were relieved. And scrambling, even have to pay additional interest. Jiang Chengwei laughed, thankfully she came. If Jin Wanshan is here, I'm afraid we will have to talk about how to calculate the interest. I really didn't know Taishan before, and I didn't stay in the Hongqian Inn. I don't know if I still have a chance. An old man said. The others looked at it and exclaimed immediately. This person is also a big boss in the devil world, and his business is second to none. It's just that those number one in the demon world in Hongqian Inn's shops are naturally selected for those who are willing to cooperate. For those unwilling to cooperate, Hongqian Inn also gave a clear reply. It's not number one now, but it will be sooner or later. No one took it seriously at first, but following the knockout round in the ancient battlefield, until tonight's confrontation with Mo Shui Zhongtian and Empress Snake Princess, if you still don't recognize the reality, you can only say that you have been living in a dream. Many people were waiting for Jiang Chengwei's reply. In fact, these big bosses were full of regret. If it was a real competition, they would not be afraid of those who had already settled in the shops of Hongqian. Jiang Chengwei pondered, and said, "We have indeed discussed this issue." "What's the result?" the old man asked eagerly. Jiang Chengwei opened the mouth and said, "Our idea is that Hongqian will hold an industry competition every year or every few years. The winner will be stationed in Hongqian, and the loser will get a place in the shops around Hongqian." Having said that, those who care about this matter are immediately overjoyed. This is their chance. But Jiang Chengwei changed her voice and said, "This kind of rule change is unfair to those who have already settled in. Therefore, it needs their consent." "Of course we agree. We are not afraid of competition," someone said directly. It turned out that this person was the one who had settled in the shop of the Hongqian. "Yes, even if it is a competition, we are not in vain. If you don't agree, won't the world laugh at us? What's the use of being the first?" "Right." Among the crowd, it suddenly became lively. Jiang Chengwei said with a headache, "Let's not mention these things for now, let's wait until after the 10,000 gods assembly." Everyone nodded one after another. "Tomorrow will be extremely dangerous. Qin Yang and Ma Shui Zhongtian will finally fight. But the result of this battle is related to the future of the entire demon world. The arena of the gods is brightly lit all night." Jiang Chengwei really did not expect that there are so many creditors. The wealth received was so much that he couldn't believe it. There is still a considerable part of it that has not been paid off. This simply makes most of the devil world owe Qin Yang a favor. Jiang Chengwei sighed in her heart. As long as Qin Yang wins tomorrow, the master of the demon world, I am afraid everyone will know it well. Night, peaceful night. Everything that happened during the day still makes everyone terrified. Surprisingly, this night, there was no sudden death of the strong man. But even so, no one had a good night's sleep. In the early morning, before dawn, the whole Feiyu city began to be lively. The city has taken on a new look, with lights and festoons everywhere. Today is the beginning of the 10,000 Gods Conference, and it is also the day of the wedding of Ma Shui Zhongtian and Empress Sheiji. The 10,000 Gods Arena is even more popular than yesterday. Nothing happened last night. It seems that it was really the Empress Snake Princess who did it. It turns out that we all misunderstood Boss Qin before. I just said, how could Boss Qin do such a thing? Only Boss Qin is so magnanimous, he didn't blame us at all. If we switch with Ma Shui Zhongtian. The whispering stopped abruptly. Today is destined to be an extraordinary day. Today I am married to the Empress Snake Princess, and all red tape can be avoided. The same arena of the gods, the same central platform. It's just that the ones standing on it are Empress Shiji and Mo Shui Zhongtian. Can the gift not be given? A voice suddenly sounded, and everyone was shocked. After discovering that it was Qin Yang, everyone couldn't help but smile wryly. Qin Yang is the only one who dares to speak to Ma Shui Zhongtian like that. Ma Shui Zhongtian smiled lightly, and said, "Of course, this gift cannot be omitted. As the most important guest, I think everyone is also curious about what kind of gift you will present." As soon as the voice fell, everyone had different thoughts. Originally, some people didn't know how to give it, but now Qin Yang took the lead in sending the congratulatory gift. They can definitely refer to it, or take Qin Yang's congratulatory gift as a standard. Qin Yang walked to the high platform of the arena of the gods empty-handed, cupped his hands, and said, "Congratulations, you two are married." Empress Snake Ji wore a red hijab with a gloomy face. Ma Shui Chongtian said, why? So, is your congratulatory gift just this sentence? Everyone also looked at each other in blank dismay. If it was just this sentence, what should they do? Qin Yang laughed and said, how could it be? The congratulatory gift I gave is guaranteed to satisfy both of you. Everyone became curious about what this congratulatory gift was. Some people speculate that it is a powerful magic weapon and elixir, but some people refute it. The big battle is just around the corner, and the gift of this magic weapon and elixir must be extremely high grade, otherwise Ma Shui Zhongtian and Empress Sheiji would not be satisfied. But in this way, isn't it helping the opponent's strength? Oh? Then what's your gift? Mo Shui Chongtian asked. Qin Yang smiled without saying a word, and after a while, he slowly said, my congratulatory gift is to fight with you. What? How come? It turns out. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded, even Mo Shui Zhongtian and Empress Shiji were shocked. Treat this as a congratulatory gift, unprecedented. But this gift? Could it be that the decisive battle between the two great gods will start earlier? Qin Yang picked out his ears and said with a smile, why, don't you like it? I thought you guys liked it very much. Qin Yang looked at Ma Shui Zhongtian and Empress Sheiji with a smile. Didn't you always want to fight with me? Why don't we fight right here, at the beginning of the 10,000 Gods Conference? Qin Yang raised his lips. Looking at Empress Snake Princess, Qin Yang's eyes showed playfulness. The Empress Shiji clenched her fists, she really liked this gift very much. If Qin Yang and Mo Shui had a serious battle before the big wedding, then she could completely ignore the big wedding. Ma Shui Zhongtian's face was gloomy, and he fell silent. Originally, he wanted to challenge Qin Yang after the meeting of the gods and when the demon general was selected, but he didn't expect that Qin Yang would not play cards according to common sense, which directly disrupted his plan. Ma Shui Zhongtian narrowed his eyes and looked around the audience. Everyone is waiting for his reply. Ma Shui Zhongtian thought to himself, with the magic feather here, this arena of the gods is for my use. Killing this Qin Yang is inevitable. How about taking this opportunity to let these people see who is the most powerful person in the devil world? Okay. I like your congratulatory gift. Ma Shui Chongtian said. The entire 10,000 gods arena was in an uproar, and everyone was shocked. The opening of the Magic Commander's big wedding is nothing at all, the confrontation between the two great gods is the real top priority. Qin Yang still had a faint smile on his face, and glanced at Gao Tai. In the eyes, dark golden lines flowed, and the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Successfully copied. Chapter 1123 Escape. The battle of the divine spirit realm is no small matter. In the ancient battlefield, I intend to compete with you. It's a pity that the environment in the ancient battlefield is too harsh. For the sake of the participants, I didn't make a move. Ma Shui Zhongtian said slowly. There was silence in the auditorium. If it weren't for Ma Shui Zhongtian's strength, I'm afraid there would have been boos at this time. Is that for the contestants to consider? Only Qin Yang is trying his best to protect the contestants, and Mo Shui Zhongtian regards the contestants' lives as nothing. The reason why there was no contest was because Mr. Qin Yang restrained Ma Shui Zhongtian when Ma Shui Zhongtian couldn't help but want to make a move. Mo Shui Zhongtian stared at Qin Yang, and said, in this arena of the gods, you and I can fight with peace of mind. However, although today is my big wedding, the fight in the spirit realm is extraordinary. If Qin Yang nodded, and said, life and death depend on fate, wealth and honor, so why worry about it? If you fight against me, we will naturally win or lose. Otherwise, my congratulatory gift will not be so valuable. After finishing speaking, Qin Yang looked at Empress Snake Fairy, and said meaningfully, what do you mean? Empress Snake Fairy? Empress Shiji didn't say a word, but she was already humming coldly in her heart. This is simply sending himself to death. This Qin Yang is as arrogant as ever. It's just that the Empress Snake Ji, at this time, probably forgot that Qin Yang's arrogance is, because he has always had this capital. Let's go. Ma Shui Chongtian shouted in a low voice. Mou was beside him, but he didn't move. Empress Snake Fairy was distracted, and suddenly realized that she quickly ordered Mou to start the formation. Ma Shui Zhongtian always felt a little uneasy, but he didn't know what went wrong. The formation was activated, and the high platform slowly split, and in a short while, it turned into a lower round platform. And on this round platform, various patterns are intricately intertwined. This high platform is actually a formation. Hum. An inexplicable sound seemed to have touched the rules of the avenue. In the dual field of the gods, a beam of light pierced the sky. Please. Ma Shui Zhongtian made a gesture of invitation. Qin Yang nodded and stepped into the beam of light. The figure also disappeared. Above the beam of light, the sky above the 10,000 gods arena suddenly turned into a screen. It seems that another world has appeared. And that world was empty, except for a huge platform. The platform is boundless, and there is an endless void above the head, but there is not a single star. Ma Shui Zhongtian was about to step onto the beam of light, but he suddenly had a premonition of uneasiness in his heart. The Empress Snake Ji narrowed her eyes suddenly. If the Commander-in-Chief Chong Tian repented and wanted to use this 10,000 gods arena to trap Qin Yang to death, then... The Empress Snake Ji hurriedly sent a voice transmission, saying, "This 10,000 gods arena has already suppressed Qin Yang's strength, and activated the highest suppression, 50% of his strength." Mo Shui Zhongtian nodded secretly. Anyway, the people in the audience would not know that he had to cheat to dare to fight Qin Yang. Step out and step onto the beam of light. At the last moment, Ma Shui Zhongtian turned his head to look at Empress Cobra, only to find that Empress Snake directly lifted the hijab on her head, revealing a sneer expression. Ma Shui Zhongtian was shocked, and finally knew where the uneasiness in his heart came from. You actually... Before Mo Shui Zhongtian finished speaking, he was teleported to the space above the arena of the gods. All the spectators looked up, wanting to watch the battle in the divine spirit realm, but the sky screen suddenly distorted, and then calm was restored. It was as if the space on the 10,000 gods arena had never been opened. Everyone looked at the central high platform suspiciously, and found that the magic feather had actually destroyed this formation. In the arena of the gods, it was as quiet as death. Jiang Chengwei watched all this with squinted eyes. Although he knew that what was destroyed was only a large activation formation, he still had no idea. Because Qin Yang gave him a voice transmission of divine thoughts, before leaving, the power of the Queen Snake Girl's rules also broke through. What does it mean? Don't let us watch this battle? No, Mou destroyed this formation. Didn't he destroy the space channel of the 10,000 gods arena? In this way, Boss Qin and Ma Shui Chongtian. I can't even get out. They were trapped to death in the space of the arena of the gods. Just like the strong man who was trapped to death in the ancient battlefield? For a moment, everyone's hair stood on end, and their backs were drenched in cold sweat. This sudden change made it impossible for them to react. This demon world is my world after all. To subdue this demon world, and then smash the sky world, I will be. Empress Snake Princess threw the red hijab directly on the ground. Before he could finish speaking, a loud shout came from the auditorium. The dragons are leaderless. Without Demon Commander Chong Tian, without Qin Yang, this demon realm. The man had a frenzied expression on his face. In this sentence, everyone also revealed the other side that has been suppressed. Without the two great spirit realms, the Lord of the Demon Realm. Dare to harm Boss Qin, I want you to die. Kai Wuji held the 8th-rank broken sword in his hand, pointing at the Empress Snake Princess. Despicable. Hu Dali clenched his fists furiously. The Empress Shiji laughed loudly, and said, "It was Mou who destroyed the formation. What has it to do with me? Since you want to avenge your boss Qin, why don't I help you?" After finishing speaking, he stretched out his hand and pointed lightly. Mou's eyes went dark, and he fell directly to the ground. This scene, in the eyes of everyone, looks very strange, but very familiar. Although everyone had already guessed that the perpetrator was Empress Shiji, but when they saw it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. The powerhouses of the entire demon world are here in the arena of the gods. Are you ready? Surrender, or die? Empress Snake Ji looked around, her voice indifferent. It seems that you want to fight for the master of the demon world? The fanatic said before, although the space of the arena of the gods is isolated, you can still fight here. That person thought in his heart that as long as he guarded against the Empress Shiji, he would be safe. After all, in his opinion, how strong can this weak girl be? She dodged directly and appeared beside the Empress Snake Ji. The person said with a strange smile, "No wonder Mo Shui Chong Tian will marry you. It turns out that you still have this mysterious supernatural power. My divine soul has been blocked, although I don't know what kind of supernatural power you have, but it doesn't work for me." Really? Empress Snake Fairy smiled lightly. The man's eyes were hot and greedy. "Ma Shui Chong Tian doesn't have the blessing to marry you, but I can. Marry me." When the Empress Snake heard this, her face suddenly became gloomy, as if dripping water, her silver teeth creaked, her eyes were extremely dark. In the eyes of everyone, an incredible and terrifying scene appeared. After the man finished his previous sentence, he suddenly grabbed his neck with both hands. Not long after, he strangled himself to death. Everyone was shocked. What kind of supernatural power is this? The Empress Shiji said coldly, "Surrender, or die." The supernatural powers of the Empress Snake Fairy are too weird. Before you know what kind of supernatural powers she is, you can't be an enemy. That person was a deputy city lord before, and his strength was in the 5th realm of the God Emperor. Even he died like this. In everyone's heart, a monstrous wave was set off, looking at the eyes of the Empress Snake Girl, showing a look of horror. Escape. I don't know who shouted this sentence, and everyone started to flee in all directions. Empress Shiji's laughter spread far and wide. "You can't escape, I gave you a chance, but you don't cherish it." After finishing speaking, Empress Snake Ji shook her body, and Qing Ming's mighty rules spread out directly. There are still some people who did not flee. They stopped their fleeing movements immediately, and even wanted to kill their relatives and friends beside them. The weird scene made one's heart tremble, but immediately after, the change in his eyes made everyone confused again. Time seemed to go backwards, back to the time when everyone wanted to escape. To be exact, it was back before the Empress Snake Ji cast her mighty domain of Qing Ming. "Jiang Changwei, do you want to resist me?" The Empress Snake looked coldly at the familiar figure in the audience. Chapter 1124. "Jiang Changwei, do you want to resist me?" The Empress Snake looked coldly at the familiar figure in the audience. Jiang Changwei looked at Empress Snake, and said, "Put away your magical powers, it's useless to me. It's even useless to everyone present." Some of them had already escaped from the 10,000 Gods arena, and they cursed their mothers in their hearts right now. Flea had already fled, but was dragged back in a daze. The strange supernatural powers of Empress Snake Fairy made everyone tremble with fear, and Jiang Chengwei's supernatural powers were also powerful and unpredictable. Some people are worried and some are happy. People who have just experienced lost self have regained their sobriety. That feeling is hard to recall. What's wrong with you? What happened just now? Why did you attack me? One person looked at his friend anxiously. That friend was also confused, and stammered, "No. I don't know, I didn't seem to be me just now." For these people, Jiang Chengwei was their savior. "It's useless to you?" The Shiji Empress laughed and said, "But, how long can you last?" Jiang Chengwei was shocked. The strength of the Empress Snake Girl is already at the peak of the 5 realms? Even one step short, almost half a step to the gods. "What if you add me?" A voice sounded, and the arena of the gods was instantly surrounded by clouds. "I'm sorry, your supernatural powers seem useless to me." Kuenping appeared beside Jiang Chengwei with a smile on his face. In the 10,000 gods arena, everyone was overjoyed. With the 2 generals from the Hongqian, they will surely be able to escape this calamity. Empress Snake Fairy looked sour, and said, "It's impossible for Qin Yang to come out again, so why do you resist?" "Qin Yang will definitely come out," Jiang Chengwei affirmed. "That's right." Kuenping also nodded repeatedly. Kuenping didn't know that Qin Yang had already understood the formation of the 10,000 gods arena, but he still firmly believed that Qin Yang would be able to return safely. "Even if you escaped this time, what about the next time?" The Snake Princess said coldly, "Beside Feiyu City, there is my army of tens of millions. As long as I give an order, who can survive without Qin Yang's demon world? Block my steps? Your resistance will only create more blood, and you are the ones who made the creatures of this demon world burn." Everyone looked at Empress Snake angrily, and a loud shout came, "Fart!" Lu Zizai, the owner of Zizai City, shouted angrily, "If you submit to you, you will only become a puppet at your disposal, and even lose yourself. It is better to be dead than to be alive like this." "That's right. Defeat the Snake Queen and kill her." Someone started shouting. More and more people began to join in. Empress Snake Princess looked up at the sky, and burst out laughing. The laughter gradually weakened the voices present, and everyone felt a trace of fear in their hearts. Although Empress Snake Ji only has the strength of a 5-level god emperor, her ability is unknown to everyone. Even if she seals her soul, she can't resist it. Kuenping and Jiang Chengwei's confrontation with her is just a confrontation. Who can kill her? Now, who dares to approach her? Do you have to wait for me to become a god before you will submit to me? The Snake Princess looked around coldly. Jiang Chengwei said, "Qin Yang said, there is no second god in this demon world. The demon commander, Zhongtian, suppressed the heavens and plundered the rules. If he doesn't die, you can't be promoted." Empress Shiji looked at Jiang Chengwei with a smile, and said, "Really? Then how did Qin Yang advance to the divine spirit realm?" "Of course he is an exception," Kuenping said. "Why can't I be?" Empress Shiji smiled slightly. Everyone was suffocated and looked at Empress Snake in disbelief. Empress Snake Ji said, "Even if Demon Commander Zhongtian died in the space of the arena of the gods, there will still be no second god in this demon world. But this restraint is only for you." Having said that, everyone's mood suddenly fell again. "As long as I'm here, you won't be able to make further progress." Jiang Chengwei's eyes fixed on Empress Snake Princess. The Empress Sheiji looked around and said, "Really? I thought you would say, 'Let Huang Quan give me a ride.'" I won't let Huang Quan do this." Jiang Chengwei said, "If you are sent back to the underworld, it will be like letting the tiger go back to the mountain. You just stay here with me, quietly waiting for Qin Yang to come out, and then die completely." Empress Snake Ji's face changed. She knew Jiang Chengwei very well, just as Jiang Chengwei knew her. Jiang Chengwei's self-confidence, in the view of Empress Snake Ji, was a bit too much. This is not the blind self-confidence of Kuenping. For a think tank like Jiang Chengwei, there is no infallibility or complete certainty, so he will not easily believe in one thing. And Jiang Chengwei's ability to say this, and have such confidence, can only explain one thing. That is, it is really possible for Qin Yang to fight against Ma Shuai Chong Tian, and it is really possible to come back again. Those who died at the hands of Qin Yang could not enter the 9 nether underworld at all. Empress Snake Princess had already decided on this matter when she was in Joyo. None of the Heavenly Alliance army, the Temple of Heaven, Shadow, and all the spirits of the strong entered the underworld. If you really wait until Qin Yang comes out, then. Empress Snake Ji's expression wavered, she looked at Jiang Chengwei, then at Kuanping. Such a stalemate is definitely not a good way. Okay, since you are so confident, you might as well just wait. I can let you go, but you have to be mentally prepared, my army will not wait. The Snake Princess Empress said coldly. As soon as these words came out, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Chengwei and Empress Snake Ji looked at each other, and there were endless temptations in their eyes. Scared? The Snake Empress smiled lightly, and said, it seems. Yes. Jiang Chengwei replied directly. Empress Snake Ji was stunned for a moment, she was a little unpredictable in Jiang Chengwei's mind. Well, let's see if Qin Yang will come back safely when my army conquers the demon realm. The Snake Princess Empress said slowly. Jiang Chengwei and Kuanping glanced at each other, and Kuanping nodded. With a wave of Kuanping's hand, everyone turned into a cloud and gradually dissipated. When there was no more cloud in the 10,000 gods arena, the entire 10,000 gods arena also became empty. Outside Feiyu City, Kuanping condensed his real body, and the surrounding clouds were lingering, and the clouds gradually condensed into figures, which were the people who were in the arena of the gods before. Everyone looked at each other anxiously, it was like a dream. The Lord of Black Mountain City is about to cry, and the army of Empress Snake Princess will still start to conquer, but this time, who can save him? May I ask 2 adults to help me in Heishan City? The Lord of Heishan City cupped his hands towards Jiang Chengwei and Kuanping. Kuanping was about to agree, but in his opinion, the army of Empress Snake Princess would be held back and wait for Qin Yang to come back. But Jiang Chengwei said directly, I'm sorry, we are afraid that we are powerless. Ah? Could it be? The Lord of Black Mountain City was stunned. Everyone was also stunned, the 2 strong men in the Hongqian Inn, aren't they the opponents of the Empress Snake Girl? Jiang Chengwei said, I can stop the Empress Snake, but I can't afford it. She uses up her supernatural power, casually, but I have to spend 10 times, 100 times the power to reverse it. Then what should we do? Asked the Lord of Black Mountain City. Jiang Chengwei pondered, and said, if you don't mind, you can transfer directly and retreat back. With Kuanping here, I will definitely help you. The tens of millions of Empress Snake Princess want to conquer the demon world, and it will take a long time to march alone. For a long time. This means that we are going to retreat until. Jiang Chengwei nodded and said, you can retreat to Sifang City, it will be the last line of defense. Looking around, Jiang Chengwei said, if anyone wants to retreat, you can contact us. Retreat? Is this asking us to give up all our family property and be a coward? A city lord of the main city snorted coldly. Another city lord of the main city said, the Snake Princess is just a little girl, we just don't understand her abilities. In the battle between the armies, she will definitely expose her weaknesses. As long as we return to our respective main cities, how can we can't stop her? That's right. As long as we unite, she will be nothing more than the army of the 2 main cities. She harmed the demon commander Chong Tian, and the demon city will not let her go. Today's Empress Snake Princess is suffering from the enemy. City Lord of Black Mountain City, do you want to continue to be a counselor? Let's fight with us. This is the era when heroes are everywhere. Chapter 1125 Horror Achievements. After escaping the 10,000 gods arena, everyone's fear seemed to disappear with the clouds. When the butcher knife was removed from their necks, they all became heroes again. City Lord of Black Mountain City, don't be afraid, we will help you, said a city lord of the main city. More and more people began to join in. The heart of the city lord of Montenegro suddenly became more confident. Jiang Chengwei shook her head and smiled lightly. I, Hong Chen, will not refuse guests, nor will I force you. Of course, you have to make up your own mind on what to do. Nonsense. Boss Qin is not here. Do you still want your Hong Chen to be the same as before? If you don't resist us on the front line, wait until we repel the Snake Queen. Humph. Kuenping's complexion suddenly turned ugly. These guys really turned their faces and refused to recognize anyone. If we had known this, we would have let them die under the hands of Empress Snake Princess. Why bother to rescue it? But there are others who are not. Kai Wuji's attitude was still the same as before. He cupped his hands towards Jiang Chengwei and said, I, Fascia City, would like to advance and retreat with Hong Chen. After Kai Wuji finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and said, this Empress Snake Lady dares to harm Boss Qin, and I will never die with her. However, I am willing to follow Master Zhang's instructions. As long as you speak, I will obey. Jiang Chengwei nodded secretly, and said, since you trust Hong Chen so much, then I would like to ask you to retreat to Sifang City, is that okay? Kai Wuji really wanted to take the sword to kill the Empress Snake, but he also knew himself. He was not sure about the inexplicable surrender and inexplicable sudden death of the 5 realms of the God Emperor. Of course. It's just that my Fascia City is far away from Sifang City. Kai Wuji said. Jiang Chengwei waved her hand and said, it's okay, we have Kuenping to help. I, Bailing Mountain, am also willing to advance and retreat with Hong Chen. Hu Dali also expressed his opinion. But other than that, the city lords of the other main cities and the patriarchs of the famous Tianmen clan remained silent. Some people even didn't want to retreat to Sifang City, nor did they want to join Heishan City to fight against the army of Empress Snake Fairy. In just a short moment, these strong men who can dominate one side really have the taste of a crowd of heroes. The great formation of the arena of the 10,000 gods has been destroyed, and this 100-year-old 10,000 gods conference. Someone said. Jiang Chengwei was very surprised. At this time, she still cares about these issues? Someone directly said, the demon commander is gone, why wait for him to be appointed as a general? The position of the demon general can be fought by our own means. It's not just a magic general. After defeating the Snake Queen, we can even elect a new magic commander. Having said that, many people showed fanaticism on their faces. Jiang Chengwei sighed faintly, looked at Kuenping, and said, our Hong Chen will not interfere in their disputes. Since they don't listen to us, we don't need to worry about them anymore, let's go. Kuenping nodded, looked at the Lord of Heishan City surrounded by everyone, and let out a cold snort. At this time, the city lord of Heishan City already had sufficient self-confidence, and the lords of the main cities of all parties pledged that they were willing to send troops urgently. Everyone, part ways here. Humph, the Hong Chen is nothing without Boss Qin. After we win, we must close down the Hong Chen. That's right, their business model is quite good. But, this Hong Chen, it's time for a new owner. Why don't we just wait for the election of a new marshal and bring this red dust in under the marshal's command? This move suits me very well. I agree too. A group of people have already begun to plan how to divide up the fruits of victory, and they are even thinking that they will send troops to attack the Empress Snake Princess, and those who are watching from the sidelines must take good care of them. Jiang Chengwei, how long do you think they can last? Kuenping asked. Jiang Chengwei thought for a while and said, how long does it take to travel from Feiyu City to Sifang City according to the marching speed? Kuenping's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, what? Then these main cities, can't they stop Snake Princess conquest at all? Jiang Chengwei nodded solemnly. In the past, when the firmament world fought against the 10,000 realms, the Snake Princess seldom took action in person. But now, after Empress Snake Ji made a move in person, she was so horrified. I'm afraid we need to call for reinforcements, Jiang Chengwei said. Reinforcements? Where do we get reinforcements? Kuanping asked in confusion. After finishing speaking, he patted his forehead, and Kuanping said, I forgot, there are spirit-class battleships from the Protoss in the firmament world. Jiang Chengwei smiled mysteriously and said, it's more than that. Time passed slowly, and the Snake Princess really did as she said. The army set out and directly attacked Heishan City. To everyone's surprise, Heishan City was breached in an instant, without sustaining it for a day. Then, half a month later, Quangsha City also fell. For a moment, the demon world quickly panicked. But there are still people who remain optimistic. It is believed that the fall of these two main cities is reasonable. Black Mountain City was not prepared enough, and reinforcements from other main cities had not arrived. Quangsha City, because of the fall of Quangbaijian, there is no endless sand soldiers. It seems that it is their self-confidence for a long time, so long as the knife is not on their necks, they will not feel the crisis. Some people even rejoiced that there were 2 less victory fruits to share. During this period, all major cities banned the Hongqian in where they were located, and Jiang Chengwei naturally unceremoniously took back the things that originally belonged to the Hongqian Inn. Formation. Communication formation. For a while, the demon world fell into the previously blocked communication. Without video communication, their message transmission has become a lot more troublesome. A few months later, the main cities were breached one after another. The transmission of messages one by one and the blank text made them unable to feel how sharp the fangs of this war were. Finally, 1 year later, 20 of the 33 main cities in the demon realm were lost, including Sky Demon City. Outside Feiyu City that day, what everyone said about being attacked from the front and back by the enemy was a joke at all. Someone finally came to his senses and contacted the Hongqian Inn, but all the replies he got were, there is nothing you can do. All the armies that went to attack Empress Snake Princess army directly rebelled. On the contrary, Empress Snake Lady's army was simply unstoppable and destructive, and the number of the army became more and more unbelievable. If Boss Qin was here, he would never stand by and watch us. A city lord of the main city sent a distress message. And in front of the main city where he was, Snake Lady's army was so vast that it couldn't be seen at a glance. I am not Boss Qin. Jiang Chengwei replied. The city lord of the main city was extremely regretful, and was about to continue the message, when he smelled a fragrant wind in front of his nose. Immediately afterwards, his expression changed, and he handed over the token in his hand to the woman who appeared beside him. It is the Empress Snake Princess. Empress Shiji took the token and sent a message, are you ready? It's been a year, and it's impossible for Qin Yang to come back. Jiang Chengwei recognized at a glance that it was the Empress Shiji, and calmly replied, he will definitely come back, even if your army arrives, you will not be able to win. Oh? Then I'll wait and see. Empress Snake Princess sent a message. Chapter 1126 Sorry, you have no chance. I really can't bear to kill you. On the platform of the Arena of the Gods, Ma Shui Zhongtian stared at Qin Yang quietly. Qin Yang laughed loudly, and said, you know that you can't go back. If you kill me, will you be lonely? Ma Shui Zhongtian took a deep breath, and said, don't think about angering me, it's been a year, and you have used this method countless times. Qin Yang shrugged and said, yes, it's been a year. But you still won't forget that you are a pawn and have been used. Ma Shui Zhongtian suddenly calmed down with bruises on his forehead. Ma Shui Zhongtian looked at Qin Yang seriously again, and said, I really didn't expect that after your strength has been weakened by 50%, you are still so strong. Qin Yang smacked his lips and said, I didn't expect you to attack me for a whole year without even letting me breathe. Qin Yang was very depressed in his heart. He could have studied the formation in this space, But he never thought that Ma Shui Zhongtian would not give him this opportunity at all. Being suppressed, he had no choice but to rely on it. Fortunately, the demon commander Chong Tian was finally tired. "Why don't we have a good chat?" Ma Shui Chong Tian said. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, "What do you want to talk about?" Ma Shui Zhongtian asked, "Why did you build the Hongqian Inn, and what is your purpose?" Qin Yang thought for a while, and said, "The Hongqian Inn already exists. As for the purpose of being in the demon world, of course it is to unify the demon world, so that after the sky world comes, there will be peace." Ma Shui Chong Tian had expected it long ago, but he did not expect Qin Yang to be so frank. Seeing Qin Yang reach out and touch on the platform of the arena, as if he was studying the formation, he sneered and said, "Don't bother, this level of formation is impossible to penetrate based on our realm." "I know." Qin Yang responded casually. Of course he knew that he couldn't penetrate it, this is a ninth order formation after all. What Qin Yang had to do was to find where the start switch was. Seeing Qin Yang continue to work, Mo Shui Zhongtian asked again, "Although I don't want to admit it, your strength is indeed far superior to mine. You can kill me directly, and then kill the Snake Queen, why bother?" "Found it." Qin Yang's eyes lit up, he sat down straight down, looked at Mo Shui Chong Tian, and said with a smile, "It's a little troublesome, but it can prevent future troubles forever." "What do you mean?" Mo Shui was puzzled. Qin Yang said slowly, "Your way of cultivation has shackled you. This demon world is your cage. When you embark on this way of cultivation, you are already doomed, and everything about you can't escape the sky. The star field cannot even escape from the demon realm." Qin Yang pointed to the endless platforms around him, and said, "After all, this place relies on the demon realm. If you go to the eternal star field, you will lose all your power." Mo Shui's face darkened, and he had to admit that what Qin Yang said was right. "You will never be able to go further." "But I am different." Qin Yang said with a smile, "The people of the demon world have been conquering for a long time. On the surface, they seem to be harmonious, but in fact, if they have the opportunity, they will devour each other. An irrational beast. I opened this Hongqian Inn to tame these beasts. When I am not around in the future, they will have been tamed. As for why I didn't just kill you and Empress Shiji, it's because if I killed you, they would fear me and submit to me. But what if I leave?" Ma Shui Chong Tian took a deep look at Qin Yang. He didn't know Qin Yang's true thoughts until today. Many of the puzzling things before have also been explained. "So," Mo Shui Zhongtian said, "after experiencing this, if you kill me and the Empress Snake Princess again, the people in the demon realm will only respect you. Isn't that right?" Qin Yang nodded. Ma Shui Zhongtian laughed and said, "Unfortunately, you miscalculated. You never thought that Empress Snake Princess would trap me here too. If you can go back, the Empress Shiji is definitely attacking other main cities in the demon realm. By then, you will really become the savior of the world." Mo Shui Zhongtian shook his head slowly, looking at Qin Yang with pity. Ma Shui Zhongtian looked at it for a while, then laughed again, bent over and shed tears. "In my whole life, I have never admired anyone. But you, Qin Yang, are the only one." Mo Shui Zhongtian's voice sounded, "It turns out that you are so terrifying, and you are so powerful." Mo Shui Zhongtian gradually calmed down, and said, "But, what's the use of this? Aren't you still trapped here? You, who have been suppressed by 50% of your strength, are you going to be beheaded by me?" Qin Yang looked at Mo Shui Zhongtian with calm eyes. Mo Shui Zhongtian was stimulated, and roared angrily, "Are you really not afraid of death? You have such ambitions, if you die here, will you really be worth it? Will you really die?" Qin Yang shook his head and said, "You are wrong, I know what Empress Snake Princess is going to do. And you can't kill me, Mo Shui looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. Suddenly, he was shocked and said, "Could it be that you have a way to get out?" Qin Yang patted the stone slab under his buttocks, and said, "The activation formation is here, one inside and one outside. The one destroyed by Moyu is only the outside. Originally, this formation is two-way. Now it just changes. It's just one way." After finishing speaking, Qin Yang added. He added, "It is true that outsiders cannot enter here, but from here, they can go out." Ma Shui Zhongtian's eyes widened suddenly, his face was ecstatic, and he rushed over in a flash. He punched Qin Yang with one punch. According to before, Qin Yang must retreat. If he does not retreat, he will be knocked into the air. But at this moment, Qin Yang raised his hand lightly and easily blocked the punch. What could it be? Ma Shui Zhongtian felt a little bit in his heart. Qin Yang raised his mouth slightly, and said, "That's right, since it's the same formation, it can naturally relieve the suppression on me." Ma Shui Zhongtian was terrified. He and Qin Yang, who had 50% strength, were only evenly divided. Now Qin Yang's strength has no limit. "Sorry, you have no chance," Qin Yang said lightly. Behind him, the ego god appeared, with 3 heads and 6 arms, mighty and extraordinary. In the distant void, a pair of huge eyes opened, staring at Mo Shui Zhongtian. Qin Yang no longer intends to waste any more time. Looking at all this, Ma Shui Zhongtian seemed to understand something, and said with a wry smile, "It turns out that everything is in your plan. You are deliberately delaying time here. Your real intention is to let the Empress Snake threaten the Hongqian, is it true? Let Empress Snake Princess help you eliminate the scourge of the world you want." "Yes." Qin Yang nodded slightly. Ma Shui Zhongtian looked at Qin Yang deeply, and said, "It turns out that you are not a good stubble at all. You are not a savior at all. Your heart is as vicious as mine. As indifferent. As ruthless." Qin Yang laughed, and said, "It's too much for you to say that. I gave them a chance. If they stand firmly on the side of Hongqian, they will be safe. If not, then, they will die sooner or later of." Ma Shui Zhongtian raised his head and laughed loudly, saying, "Hypocrisy. Sanctimonious." Qin Yang shook his head lightly, and said, "No, I never said that I was the savior, I only said that I was in business." Speaking of this, Qin Yang looked at Ma Shui Zhongtian expressionlessly, and said, "Also, I am a tyrant." Boom. The pure and huge power exploded directly. Qin Yang's full strength exploded at this moment. The extremely strong power, like Mount Tai toppled, Mo Shui Zhongtian was instantly blasted into scum. Looking at the formation on the ground, Qin Yang said to himself, "It's been a year, and the army of Empress Snake Princess should be here soon." Reaching out to touch the formation lightly, the fingertips outlined complicated lines. The divine power is ink, and the lines exude dazzling light, spreading along the lines on the ground, forming a formation. A beam of light that reaches the sky shoots directly into the sky, as if piercing through the void. Qin Yang's figure disappeared in the beam of light. Chapter 1127 Isolated City and Reinforcements. Demon Realm, Xifeng City. The city wall is tall and magnificent, stretching endlessly. Inside the city walls, there were countless fleeing people. At this time, the Xifeng city was no longer divided into big and small cities. As long as it was within the scope of the Xifeng city, they were all overcrowded. But even so, this is only a very small part. Wherever the Snake Lady's army passed, not a single blade of grass was left. Those who do not submit, only one death. Of the 33 cities in the Demon Realm, only Xifeng City remains. Lu Zizai and Gu Xifeng boarded the city wall and looked at the endless army. They were all moved. Since ancient times, people have been surrounded by city walls, but now the entire city is blocked by human walls. Xifeng City has become an ancient city. Empress Snake Fairy seemed to do this intentionally, ordering the army to besiege and not attack. I didn't expect that the entrance to the sky world under Miasma Demon City would be sealed by Qin Yang. The Snake Princess lazily said before the army. Ma Shui Zhongtian helped her a lot, and now to conquer the demon world is to conquer all worlds. I wanted to destroy the firmament world first, but it doesn't matter. I will break the seal sooner or later. The Snake Queen looked at the city wall and said softly. Jiang Changwei laughed and said, if you can do it, you have already done it. Since you have seen the seal, you know that it is impossible for you to break the seal left by Qin Yang. Empress Sheiji's face darkened, and she said, do you think that there is only one way to the sky world? But before that, you were surrounded by my army, how do you feel? On the city wall, there were other city lords of the main city, staring fiercely at Empress Snake. His own city was captured, his soldiers surrendered, and his people were displaced. They can't wait to eat their flesh raw. However, the current Empress Shiji has too many soldiers under her command and is too strong. Many city lords of the main city have surrendered to her. You will definitely lose. Jiang Changwei still said so. Empress Shiji took a deep breath, stood up from the throne, and said, let me ask you again, are you really unwilling to surrender? His eyes fixed on Jiang Changwei. Jiang Changwei said firmly, impossible. Empress Snake Ji clenched her fists tightly. Until such a time, Jiang Changwei still didn't give in? Empress Snake Fairy snorted softly, and said, very well, then invite your reinforcements and let me see how powerful they are. Jiang Changwei waved lightly and said, as you wish. Above the sky of Xifeng City, the space distorted accordingly. A huge battleship broke through the air, and after that, it dragged an even bigger Sky Island base than this battleship. Empress Snake Ji narrowed her eyes suddenly, feeling joy and surprise in her heart. Fortunately, the reinforcements were not Qin Yang. Surprisingly, isn't this sending the Protoss? Also, why is the Nakon Island base so huge? Sky Island is needed to fight the demon realm. It's just that the demon commander Chong Tian changed the demon realm. However, if there is no Sky Island in this kind of war, wouldn't it be too disrespectful to the Empress? Jiang Changwei said softly. Empress Shiji took a deep look at Jiang Changwei, and said, it seems that you are ready to smash the demon world? However, although this empty island is big, it cannot accommodate the entire Xifeng City. There was a panic on the city wall. Even Gu Xifeng and Lu Zizai had extremely heavy expressions. Jiang Changwei said, as long as this empty island exists, Xifeng City will exist. But your army may not be able to survive. Oh? Really? What is your support? Could it be that this big iron shell can shatter the space of this demon world? The Snake Princess Empress said disdainfully. It's just a spiritual level space, and it's not that strong. A voice sounded from high above, and Lin Xiaotong's image appeared on a light screen. After such a long time, this spirit-class battleship has already replenished enough energy to unleash its true might. Facing this tens of millions of troops, the Protoss at this time can fight with only this battleship. You are? Empress Snake Princess was puzzled. Underworld Alien Star Lord. Lin Xiaotong replied lightly. After finishing speaking, Lin Xiaotong asked again, are you the one my husband wants to kill? As soon as the words fell, everyone's expressions became strange. Above the city wall, the atmosphere was also momentarily silent. Even the Empress Snake Lady had a condensed expression, you, husband? Who is your husband? On the city wall, Jiang Changwei coughed lightly again and again. In the Sky Island base, Chu Qingga and others also covered their faces. My husband is naturally Qin Yang. Lin Xiaotong said. At the same time, his eyes swept towards the walls of Xifeng City. I saw the beautiful woman standing on the city wall. Lu Mingyu also looked up, and the two women looked at each other across the air. Of course I have to ask my elder sister to agree. Suddenly, Lin Xiaotong's figure appeared on the city wall along with a ray of light, and she bowed slightly. Sister, please, I don't dare to be an elder sister. You are the Star Master of the God clan. Lu Mingyu smiled lightly, and said, it's just, why didn't Qin Yang mention you? Lin Xiaotong's face remained unchanged, and he said, I guess I haven't found a suitable opportunity yet. Maybe it is. Lu Mingyu said, no. Qin Yang never hides anything from me. Is there some misunderstanding among you? Of course there is no misunderstanding. Everyone in the firmament world knows that I am Qin Yang's wife. Lin Xiaotong said. But in the end, it's up to Qin Yang to speak for himself. Lu Mingyu said in a gentle voice. The two women looked very friendly on the surface, and their words and deeds were as natural as sisters, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell that there was a confrontation between them. There is a strong smell of gunpowder in the air. Lu Mingyu glanced at Jiang Chengwei faintly. Jiang Chengwei turned her head away. She was expressionless when facing the Empress Shiji, but at this moment she hesitated a bit. I don't know anything. Huang Quan on the side said directly, I really don't know, but whether Jiang Chengwei knows or not, I don't know. Jiang Chengwei glared, found Kuanping, and said, if you don't believe me, ask him. Kuanping nodded again and said, Jiang Chengwei is indeed. I know. Kuan Yao-ern interrupted in a low voice. You. Kuanping was also very angry. Damn it. Empress Shiji roared angrily, do you really think I don't exist? Do you really think my endless army can't be arranged? The majestic and eternal Empress was so ignored by people. How can she bear it? The enemy is at hand, why not? Lu Mingyu suggested. Of course. Lin Xiaotong nodded. Rays of light shot out from the battleship one after another, and one figure after another appeared on the city wall. The Devil Realm is so lively, it's my first time here. God Emperor Duobao stood on the city wall wearing a strange warship. Is this Xuanhuan Guqing? The Baji God Emperor looked at the Empress Shiji, who commanded thousands of troops, and asked. The four great God Emperors are all present, and there are many Sky God Emperors. Everyone is wearing the latest version of the sky armor, which is the combination of the power of the gods and the power of the sky. They have already advanced to the fifth realm of the God Emperor, and wearing this battle armor is enough to compete with half-step gods. It's such a big battle. Qin Yang is really amazing. Yun Bugue, the dean of the Sky Academy, also came to join him. Gu Sifeng, Lu Zizai, and other god emperors of the devil world were dumbfounded. Is this sky world so powerful? Originally, it was thought that the reinforcements were only a spirit-class battleship from the god clan, but now it seems that these god emperors are not weak at all. In particular, on that empty island that was bigger than a spirit-class battleship, there were figures standing in the air. As soon as the war was triggered, there was no doubt that those people would rush directly to fight side by side with them. For a moment, Gu Sifeng and the others felt no fear anymore. Chapter 1128 Original Greed. Sky Academy. The Snake Empress gritted her teeth. Her regular supernatural power is enough to sweep the entire demon world. But only the strong in the firmament world can't sweep away. Although the power of the rules of heaven and earth is almost the same, and you can also use various rules and supernatural powers in the devil world, after all, the sky world is the center of all worlds in the sky star field. The most powerful supernatural power rules all come from the sky world. And these cultivators in the devil world, their power of rules is obviously much weaker. For example, Jiang Chengwei, Huang Quan. All powerful god emperors were born in the sky world. With the Sky Academy joining the battle and sending the god race's spirit class warships, it's no wonder Jiang Chengwei is so confident. It's just in time, I was worried that I couldn't attack, but you sent it to the door yourself. Empress Shiji said, coldly. Stop it, you can't win. Jiang Changwei dissuaded Empress Snake again. Really? Although I know that you always plan carefully, but this time, you may be going to miscalculate. The Empress Snake Fairy walked forward, slowly. A strange scene happened. As she approached the city wall step by step, the soldiers behind her fell down like harvested wheat. At the same time, the aura of the Empress Snake Girl seemed to be increasing insignificantly. As the soldiers fell in pieces, the change in the breath of the Empress Snake Girl was quickly discovered. Are those soldiers dead? Just like in Feiyu City a year ago? Gu Sifeng narrowed his eyes. Lu Zizai said with a serious face, it seems that Empress Snake Princess can use this to improve her strength. If this continues, won't she be promoted to a half-step god? No, I'm already a half-step god. Empress Shiji sneered, you guys want to find out my strength? Gu Sifeng and Lu Zizai looked at each other and were shocked. Finally, when the Empress Snake came up in the air and was less than 3 feet away from the city wall, she was almost face to face, and the aura from Empress Snake suddenly spread out. And at this time, the endless army of Empress Snake Princess also died without a fight. The powerful and terrifying momentum seemed to push the city wall back, and everyone on the city wall was even more tense. A wall of light suddenly appeared and blocked the city wall, which cut off the terrifying aura. Bastard! You are the greatest blasphemy to soldiers, a general roared, his eyes flushed. For soldiers on the battlefield, there is no need to distinguish who is right and who is wrong, as long as they obey orders. To die on the battlefield is their destination and glory. But such a silent fall. Every soldier was furious. He he he. Empress Snake Ji covered her mouth and laughed lightly, they have long since lost their minds, so they won't know what blasphemy is. You. A soldier gritted his teeth. The Empress Shiji stretched out her hand and lightly touched the light wall, a flash of lightning flashed, and she flicked her hand back. So, is this shrinkage your reliance? The Snake Princess looked at Jiang Changwei and the others, with contempt. In an endless army, there was only one person left in an instant. This situation was indeed beyond everyone's imagination. Jiang Changwei looked directly at Empress Snake Ji, and said, as expected of the Lord of Destruction, even without this wall of light, you would not have killed us. The silent fall of the endless army, and the black corpses really shocked everyone. Even half-step gods like Gu Sifeng and Lu Zizai felt trembling in their hearts. Why? The Snake Queen asked. Jiang Changwei said, because your power of rules has broken through. All the people who submit to you are just your puppets. Even if you win the final victory, you will be the only one left in the entire Skystar field. What you want is to surrender, and people surrender from the bottom of their hearts, not because of the power of your rules. Empress Snake Fairy's complexion changed, and she said, as expected, you are worthy of being my military advisor, as expected, I can't hide anything from you. Jiang Changwei continued, actually, you, like us, hope that Qin Yang can come back. It's just that our hope is that he can kill you completely when he comes back. And your hope is that after he comes back, he finds that we have surrendered to him. You. Haha. Empress Snake Fairy laughed loudly, and said, that's right. But what's the point? It's impossible for Qin Yang to come back. With his strength in the divine spirit realm, it's impossible to break through the space. It's not just that the power of the rules has broken through, I think his heart has become even more distorted. Xuanhuan said in a low voice. Is she like this before? Kuanping asked curiously. I didn't pay attention before. Xuanhuan scratched his head. Why didn't you pay attention? Aren't you also a general? Kuanping continued to ask. He died too early. When Qin Yang resurrected him, everything was over. Jiang Chengwei said. Gu Sifeng and others listened to such a conversation, and their hearts were messed up. Dead and resurrected? Qin Yang actually still has this ability? Facing such a powerful Empress snake, she can still talk freely. What kind of monsters are these people around Qin Yang? Come out and surrender, I promise not to use the power of rules against you. Empress Snake Ji said, now, I am the only god in the demon realm, you have no choice. On the city wall, some soldiers showed hesitation. Some of the main city lords who had recently retreated into Sifeng City, with the cheeky face, also dodged. Such surrender is just to satisfy your twisted psychology? Kuanping said disdainfully. So what? If I kill all of you, I will really be lonely, as Jiang Chengwei said. Empress Snake Ji showed a strange smile on her face, and said, the 33 main cities of the demon realm have a vast territory. There are countless resources. Now that I have cleared it, don't you want to share such a big cake? After a pause, the Empress Snake continued, think about it, you may have been the lords of a small city, or you may have been ordinary soldiers, but if you submit to me, you will get everything that the lords of the main city once had. After glancing at Gu Sifeng and Lu Zizai, the Empress Snake Ji said again, as for the one who was originally the lord of the main city, he will get 2, 3, or even more resources and territories of the main city. In this way, everyone's expression changed. The Empress Snake Fairy had already killed enough people, so it seemed good to submit to her. Jiang Chengwei's face changed drastically, and she said, don't be confused by her. Her power of rules cannot be completely isolated by this light wall. As soon as the words fell, a city lord of the main city who had fled and brazenly recently said frantically, let me out, I am willing to surrender. How is it possible? Lin Xiaotang exclaimed. Jiang Chengwei also became apprehensive, the city lord showed no signs of being controlled, but why? The Empress Shiji laughed loudly, and said, this is the original greed in your hearts. I own everything, and if you surrender to me, you can get my reward. Demon General? Demon Commander? Whatever you want, I will give you everything. Jiang Chengwei's heart skipped a beat. Faced with such a situation, even if he reversed the time, there was no way to clear it up. After all, even if time is reversed, the memory is still there. This is also the reason why Jiang Chengwei was able to break free from the mighty rules of the Snake Princess Empress Qingming earlier. Chapter 1129, Bad Situation. Calm down. Have you forgotten how the Endless Army died before? Those corpses are still there. Lu Zizai yelled angrily and said. The city lord ignored it, and said, it is, because they are all dead that the Empress needs subordinates. It is precisely because the city lords of the main city are all dead that I can get more territory. Submitting to the Empress and submitting to the Devil Commander Chong Tian, what's the difference? This wall of light cannot be opened. Without this wall of light, all of us will be in danger. Gu Sifeng said. That's your business, you can surrender with me, the city lord said. Gu Sifeng's expression turned cold. His right hand rested on his waist, and in the palm of his hand, 7 colors of divine light bloomed. Gu Sifeng can draw out his colorful sword at any time. The city lord showed fear on his face, and said, are you going to attack me? You want to defect to the enemy, but you still want to live in peace with me? Because of our past friendship, I let you and the people in, but I didn't expect you to be bewitched by a few words. Gu Sifeng said angrily. I'm not afraid of you. Have you thought about it, do you really want to fight me? The city lord's face turned ruthless. It's as if there is a treasure mountain nearby, but Gu Sifeng wants to fight for it. It seems that you have already made a choice. Gu Si was expressionless, his eyes full of indifference. Let him go. Jiang Chengwei said suddenly. What? Gu Sifeng thought he had heard wrong. Jiang Chengwei said, if anyone wants to submit to the Empress and enjoy the glory and wealth, he can leave. Haha, did you hear that? It was your military advisor who asked me to leave, the city lord laughed. At this moment, Empress Snake Fairy also spoke, saying, anyone who wants to come at this time can do so. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of this opportunity to attack. You don't have this chance either. Jiang Changwei said coldly. Lin Xiaotang snapped his fingers, revealing a door in the light wall. It is unimaginable that not only the city lord of the main city joined the enemy. Even at this time, there are quite a few people who rebelled. At first, some people were skeptical, but after watching those people leave the wall of light, the Empress Shiji did not attack them, and immediately believed in Empress Shiji's promise. Confused? Stupid. Gu Sifeng slammed his fist on the city wall, bitterly. There are even people from Sifeng City among the defectors. He who understands current affairs is a hero, do you still hesitate? Empress Snake Ji's eyes showed a smug brilliance. Everything in the devil world is under my control. Break through Sifeng City, and the top 10 people who step on the wall first will be named Devil Generals by me. Take control of the 3 main cities. Capture Lumenjiu alive, Feng Mashui. Empress Snake Princess said. Everyone's face changed drastically. The eyes of those who betrayed the past immediately became hot. Lin Xiaotang was so angry that his mind was confused. Why did he only catch Lu Mingyu? Don't catch Jiang Changwei? If you want to catch me too. It's just a dream for such a few people to break through the defenses of our Protoss. Lin Xiaotang waved his hand, and the high-altitude battleship lit up with a white light. The people beside the Empress Shiji tensed up all of a sudden, feeling an ominous premonition in their hearts. It seems that you don't take me seriously? The corner of the Empress Snake Girl raised her lips slightly. Since I ordered them to attack, I naturally wouldn't let them waste their efforts. This wall of light, shatter it. Empress Snake Ji stretched out her hand and flicked lightly. A frightening scene happened, and the wall of light began to disintegrate. This is impossible. Lin Xiaotang and Jiang Changwei said at the same time. Isn't it possible? The Snake Princess contemptuously said, surrender to all rules. Naturally, I can make any power disappear. At this moment, Empress Snake Ji possesses a power similar to that of Qin Yang. Just in a different way. Seeing the shattered wall of light, the traitors were overjoyed and rushed towards the city wall one by one. I took you in with good intentions, but in the end you turned against each other. I really shouldn't be kind to you. Gu Sifeng directly drew out the 7-colored sword, and slashed in the air with a burst of sword energy. The city lord of the main city, who was the first to defect, punched out directly. The huge fist mark collided with the sword energy, and all of them dispersed. The battle will be detonated directly. The Spirit-class warship didn't sit idle either, it directly locked on to all the enemies, and beams of light fell like raindrops. This time Empress Shiji didn't make a move. When the light beam fell, some people couldn't dodge in time, and all 4 realms of the God Emperor were instantly killed. The meteorite cannon divided into multiple attacks, and the power of each attack was naturally much weaker. But even so, it would be very difficult for the God Emperor 5 realms to resist. Although Empress Shiji didn't take any action against the attack of the Spirit-class battleship, it doesn't mean she didn't do anything. As long as she glanced away, the body of the person she was looking at suddenly froze, and she didn't show any signs of surrender, nor did she directly rebel and attack her own people, but just froze. Fighting in front of the formation, and the confrontation between strong men of this realm, this stun is enough to be fatal. Even Jiang Changwei was powerless. Even if she could defend now, what would she do after that? Empress Shiji naturally knew how to deal with Jiang Changwei. Letting them go that day was just a test. Already. And now, it's still a trial. That's right, even though Empress Snake Fairy said she was sure, she couldn't help but have some doubts in her heart. Having been promoted to the divine spirit realm, Empress Snake Ji once again discovered Qin Yang's terror. Can the 10,000 gods arena really trap Qin Yang? Empress Snake Princess really has no bottom. That's why she ordered to capture Lu Mingyu. She knew that Lu Mingyu was Qin Yang's biggest weakness. Even if you catch it, you will imprison it for a lifetime. Only in this way can Empress Snake Princess truly feel at ease. Kill. Kill. The sound of fighting shook the sky and the earth. All kinds of supernatural powers directly destroyed the city wall. Under the interference of the Empress Snake Princess, the newly subdued subordinates were devastated. It seemed that people who knew that Jiang Chengwei would keep the Sky Academy and Hongqian in didn't take any action against them. It's just that Sifang City, Zizai City, etc. are originally people from the devil world. Although the number is superior, the situation is very unfavorable. Did you see it? They kept saying that they would advance and retreat together, but Jiang Chengwei didn't save you. The Snake Princess Empress said. In the ruins of the city wall, although the strong man on the side of Sifang City has no abnormalities on the surface, there are fluctuations in his heart. Jiang Chengwei's face was ugly. At this time, the Snake Princess actually started to attack her heart. This is not much less than her direct threat of Qin Ming's mighty power. Be careful of her gossip, as long as we unite, we will surely kill her. Lu Zizai shouted loudly. Qin Yang is gone, can we really defeat this god? A soldier whispered. Isn't there still help from sending the Protoss? Gu Sifang asked. But, their power is useless at all. Someone questioned. Bastard, have you forgotten who saved you just now? Jiang Chengwei didn't make a move, but the Protoss clan did not idle. Lu Zizai said angrily, even suspecting that this person was controlled by Empress Snake Ji. However, even if it can be confirmed that this person is under control, it is not easy to kill him. Qin Yang will definitely come back. Lu Mingyu said firmly. Why don't you go and wait in another place? Empress Snake Fairy smiled slightly, come with me, I will never hurt you. She knew Jiang Chengwei's ability, even if her strength surpassed Jiang Chengwei's too much, she would not be able to succeed in a short time. The only way is to spend it. But at this time, Empress Snake Princess began to enjoy the war. Everything is under her control. A single word can manipulate all beings. Chapter 1130, The Last Side. Let's prepare to withdraw. Jiang Chengwei transmitted her spiritual thoughts. Lu Mingyu and others were stunned, and Gu Sifang was also stunned after receiving the sound transmission. However, Lu Zizai didn't receive the sound transmission, and seeing Gu Sifang stunned, he was startled. A slap is about to come over. What are you doing? Gu Sifang stared. I thought you were also. Lu Zizai became embarrassed. Immediately afterwards, he also received a voice transmission. It turned out that Jiang Chengwei couldn't take care of everything because the battle situation was too chaotic. Retreat? Why? Are we going to fight to the death with Empress Shiji here? Isn't this the final battle? Lu Zizai asked, puzzled. Jiang Chengwei shook her head and said, no, this is the final battle, but it doesn't mean we have to fight head-on. Our only chance of winning is to wait for Qin Yang to come back. Speaking of this, Jiang Chengwei said in a heavy tone, the Lord of Destruction, no one can kill him, only Qin Yang. You have also seen just now that the power of sending the gods does not belong to this world, but the rules of power will still be subject to it. Empress Snake Princess. She is a rule breaker, and only those who are also rule breakers can compete with her. I'll do it. Xuanhuan volunteered. You're only half a god, not a god. Jiang Chengwei poured cold water on her. Xuanhuan choked suddenly, and said in disbelief, it would have been better if I had acted earlier. With a mysterious expression on Jiang Chengwei's face, she lightly shook her head. If so, why bother? Those who die now are hidden dangers in the future. It's just that even Jiang Chengwei, who was as sane as a monster, didn't expect such a tragedy. The creatures of the demon world have fallen to only a few tenths left. Perhaps Qin Yang knew this earlier and would. Jiang Chengwei thought in her heart, but she was not sure. He couldn't guess Qin Yang's real thoughts. Kuanping, transfer everyone in Sifang City to the battleship and to the empty island. From now on, it's all up to you. Jiang Chengwei ordered. Kuanping nodded and said, understood. It's just. Kuanping said again, although the battleship is big and the Sky Island is big, after all, it's still a bit small in comparison. Lin Xiaotang laughed and waved his hand. A little bit of starlight suddenly appeared beside her, and a little loli appeared in the field. Anyone who has seen it before will naturally recognize it at a glance. This is the brain of the Super Spirit class battleship in the ancient battlefield. This person's strength is like a virus, which can destroy any rules and any power. No matter how strong the power is in front of him, it will only be destroyed sooner or later. The little brain lowly began to analyze. This is? Lu Mingyu and the others became confused. My name is Xiaogua, Mothership Intelligence Brain. Little Lolita greeted with a smile. It has to be said that Xiaogua's ability is surprisingly powerful. Even the power of Empress Snake Princess can be analyzed. Moreover, the analysis is really correct. The reason why Jiang Chengwei concluded that only Qin Yang could deal with Empress Snake Fairy was similar to this. The Snake Queen can subdue any force and destroy any force, but what about destroying the power of rules? In the face of all annihilation, any virus is a joke. Jiang Chengwei is suspicious by nature, and never firmly believes in one thing. There is another reason why he believes in Qin Yang so much. Qin Yang's domain. Although Qin Yang believes that domains are just a misunderstanding of the way of cultivation, practitioners should not be bound and limited by domains so early. But Qin Yang also has a domain. And Qin Yang's domain is the ordinary world. A power that is almost as terrifying as the power to destroy the rules. Expel and repel all the power of rules. Everything returns to ordinary. With these 2 points in place, Empress Shiji would definitely not be Qin Yang's opponent. Don't worry about transferring, although it's crowded, it can still fit. Xiaogua looked at Kuanping. Kuanping nodded, urging his magical powers to turn clouds into nothing. Under misty true intent, no one could even perceive his movements. Kuanping is a half-step god, and its body is comparable to half a main city. It is naturally easy to transfer the creatures within the range of this main city. In just a moment, apart from the battlefield, the Sifang city was already empty. I climbed onto the city wall. The city wall was originally here. One person roared loudly, broke through the line of defense first, and said with great joy, I am a demon general. I am a demon. Before he finished speaking, a colorful sword light wiped his neck. Fish that slipped through the net. If you are a magic general, you will also be the one who dies the fastest. Gu Sifang said coldly. You won't be able to hold on for long. The Snake Princess Empress Jun Lindian said. But if we want to escape, there is nothing you can do. Jiang Chengwei said. The Empress Snake raised her eyebrows and asked, Are you still running away? You have already retreated to this point, what's the point of running away? Although the demon realm is huge, where can you escape to? Since you want to conquer so much, then leave the demon realm for you and enjoy it alone. Lin Xiaotang snorted, My husband will definitely come back and kill you. Haha. Why do you still believe that Qin Yang will come back? Don't you understand? Only him in the realm of the gods can't escape from the arena of the gods. The arena of the gods has been completely sealed off. It's space. The Empress Shiji looked at Lin Xiaotang coldly and said, Don't keep saying that you are Qin Yang's wife, I think you are still a virgin, right? Lin Xiaotang blushed, and said, sooner or later it will happen. On the battlefield, Jiang Changwei and the others showed embarrassment. Qin Yang is just using you. Using your power to send the gods is really stupid, the Empress Snake Princess said contemptuously. You're talking nonsense. Lin Xiaotang was in a hurry, and was about to mobilize his battle armor to fight, but was stopped by Jiang Changwei. Jiang Changwei looked at Empress Snake Fairy lightly, and said, even if you conquer the entire Sky Star field, it will only be a flash in the pan. This time I am afraid it will be the last time we meet. What? Are you going to escape to the Eternal Star field? The Snake Princess sneered and said, even so, I will step into the Eternal Star field sooner or later. Jiang Changwei shook her head and said, no, what I mean is that we won't be there when Qin Yang comes back to kill you. Empress Snake Fairy's eyes glowed coldly, and she said, do you really think that I can't kill you? Taking one step forward, the terrifying aura was crushed down like Mount Tai, even the people who took refuge in her were no exception. However, Jiang Changwei and the others turned into a cloud. Leave it to me. Empress Shiji shouted loudly. The cloud and mist suddenly dispersed, but no human form appeared. A wall of light appeared again, blocking the Empress Snake Princess. The Empress Snake Girl snorted coldly, stretched out her hand, and was about to scatter it away, but found that the light wall seemed different this time. Raising her head suddenly, Empress Snake Ji saw that on top of the Spirit-class battleship, there was an even more terrifying huge battleship. When? How come? What level of warship is this? Empress Snake Princess shrank her pupils. If I didn't want these people to live in the warships we dispatched from the Protoss, I would have ordered a cannonball to flatten the demon world. Lin Xiaotang's voice came, and immediately the battlefield was completely empty. Except for the people who took refuge in her, all the figures in this last human gathering point in the demon world disappeared completely. I don't believe that you will leave so directly. The Empress Shiji stared at the sky, and ordered, everyone obeys the order, and try their best to break the seal of the entrance to the firmament world, or find other ways to the firmament world. These people who took refuge in front of the battle looked at each other in blank dismay, and they dared not refuse. The coercion of Empress Snake Fairy was released without any difference before, and they knew that it would make no difference if she changed her master. Even this Empress Snake Fairy was more terrifying than Imo Shui Zhongtian. Seeing that Jiang Changwei and the others had the ability to lead everyone to escape, it was too late for these people to regret it. Chapter 1131, Compatible with All Worlds. The Firmament World, there are no other entrances. The self-repair of the Firmament World has already cut off all entrances. A voice sounded beside the Empress Shiji. Empress Shiji replied directly, then find a way to break that seal. Even if you can't break it, what do you expect from them? That voice sounded again. The Empress Shiji turned her head in horror, but found that there was no one beside her. Qin Yang? Empress Snake Ji shivered, Qin Yang really came back? But, what about people? It must be the girl who sent the Protoss. The Empress Shiji gritted her teeth angrily. But after such an incident, it made her feel very uneasy. My lord, are we going to build a new main city? Someone asked. Empress Shiji frowned. Another person said, breaking the seal does not happen overnight. Okay, then rebuild a main city here. You can carve up the entire demon realm. Empress Snake Princess said. Everyone's faces were filled with joy, but they fell silent again. People in the demon world are almost dead, and those who are not dead have fled with the sent gods. Even if there is more glory, what is the point? The huge and empty Sifang city seemed to magnify the depression of the demon realm countless times. But the words have already been said, and the Empress Shiji has already given the order, so it is not good for them to stay here. In order to please the Empress, Sifang City was directly promoted. These strong men scavenged endless wealth from all over the devil world, and directly piled up an extremely luxurious city. In the past, this was simply unthinkable. There are elixir everywhere, like weeds, and countless elixir, but like rocks. A month has passed, and the new main city is empty. A new hall, a new throne, on which the Snake Queen sits, and in the hall are the 10 magic generals she canonized. In a month's time, there was a slight change in the heart of Empress Snake Princess. These demon generals originally had a fluke mentality, thinking that the Snake Princess Empress would not use rules and supernatural powers on them, but now, it is certain that she will not. Because, too lonely. The seal left by Qin Yang cannot be broken by Empress Snake. But if she wants to improve her strength, there is nothing to keep her going, and her strength will stop here. If you leave here and go to the Eternal Starfield. Not to mention the long journey, the Snake Princess Empress was not reconciled. The firmament world is still there, and Empress Snake also believes that Jiang Changwei and the others will return sooner or later. And Qin Yang. This month, the Empress Snake girl has been thinking, is that voice before sending that girl from the Protoss to make trouble, or is it really Qin Yang? If it was the girl from the God clan who sent her to make trouble, then Empress Snake Ji can only say that her purpose was successful. Empress Snake Princess indeed began to become suspicious. The quiet hall was lifeless. It seems that this extremely luxurious hall should not have such an atmosphere. And this scene seems to be eternity, no one will know what can break this terrifying silence. The world of the sky, the gate of the myriad worlds. On the Wanjia corridor, Qin Yang looked up at a huge ball of light. Even though he has been here for half a month, Qin Yang is still amazed. From the outside, this ball of light looks like the map seen in the 9 Nether Temple. It's just that the map is spread out, and this is a ball. A month ago, he did appear beside Empress Shiji and said a few words. It's just that Qin Yang suddenly had a thought, it's better to get down to business first. Give the Snake Queen a month, let her enjoy the taste of success in the battle. So, within half a month, they contacted Jiang Changwei, Lu Mingyu and the others, and took back the magic key. To repair the core of the myriad realms, you only need to throw in the 5 secret keys of the God realm. They are Feng Tian Baojing, Tianmen Stone, Tian Gourd, Listening Qin, and Tianmen Seal. Now that half a month has passed, the ball of light seems to have solidified a lot. When will the melting sky formation be activated? Qin Yang asked. Mr. Qiqiao stood by the side with a complicated face, and said, when there is no crack in the light ball, it can be activated. Cracks? Qin Yang said with black lines all over his head, I thought this ball of light was like this. There are really too many cracks. Mr. Qiqiao said with emotion. Each of these cracks represents a huge split in the sky star field. Where the rift passed, how many worlds were shattered? Even if the cracks are repaired, it is impossible for those destroyed worlds to regenerate. An empty island can be regarded as the core of a world. On this basis, a new world can be born. It can also allow practitioners to integrate the domain with the empty island and become a star master. The world born in this way is faster and has no effect, the difference. Mr. Qiqiao spoke slowly. He explained to Qin Yang many things that only the incarnation of the domain master could know, which made Qin Yang amazed. This is simply the creation of the world. It turns out that the star master of the firmament world came from this way. Presumably, Yin Ling, the birdman with 12 golden wings, is the star master of his feather clan world. Why do you tell me so much? Qin Yang asked, curiously. Mr. Qiqiao gently pushed his glasses, smiled, and said, this is what you should know. Qin Yang didn't understand the meaning of this sentence, and thought that Mr. Qiqiao was saying that he didn't use some ability to know this. Huh? Has the surface of the light ball really started to repair? Qin Yang frowned, pointing at the light ball. Mr. Qiqiao nodded with a smile on his face. Contrary to Qin Yang's expectations, the subsequent repair speed became extremely fast. And the sphere of light seems to be shrinking. One day, the sky starfield will return to its former glory. Mr. Qiqiao said. Of course. Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth, looked at the light ball that was about to be repaired, and said, the time has come, go activate the great formation of melting heaven, and bring the world of the sky to the demon world. In a short time, the entire star field of the sky may be only this world is over. After finishing speaking, the figures of Qin Yang and Mr. Qiqiao disappeared immediately. Sky World, Baiyuan 100,000 Mountains, the entrance to the demon realm. Qin Yang arranged the advanced version melting sky formation, given by Mr. Qiqiao, here early. If the firmament world at the center of the myriad worlds were to merge with the demon world, the impact would be quite severe. But at the time of fusion, if the sky world descends to the demon world in advance, there will not be such a big impact. However, this will still have a huge impact on the devil world. But Qin Yang knew that the demon world at this time no longer needed to worry about this kind of influence. The formation was activated, and the entrance to the demon realm began to grow rapidly, quickly swallowing the entire demon realm. Demon realm, the new main city. In the hall, there was still silence. The Empress Shiji pinched her brows. She suddenly opened her eyes, and stood up, suddenly. The demon generals standing in the hall were also taken aback, and then they all looked into the distance at the same time. The figure of the Empress Snake disappeared immediately, and appeared high above the sky, looking at the sky in front of her with complicated eyes. From the sky, a continent suddenly descended. No, more than one continent. Dear readers. Hello dear readers. This chapter was originally non-text content such as advertisements, announcements, etc. In order to ensure a good and pleasant reading experience for you, this chapter has been deleted. This chapter is free to read, please continue to read the next chapter. Sorry for the inconvenience caused. Thanks. Chapter 1132 New Journey. My Lord Empress, what happened? What's going on? A demon general asked uneasily. Empress Snake Fairy's face was livid, she clenched her fists and growled, Qin Yang, you are back indeed. It's not Qin Yang who can do all this, who else? A huge shock wave swept across the entire demon realm, and the original main city wall was directly smashed down. And the new main city specially built for Snake Princess, the extremely luxurious palace, is directly under the pressure of the 100,000 mountains. The real heaven and earth shattered. Empress Snake Ji watched the changes in the demon realm, and seemed to finally understand something. Why would Qin Yang? Sorry, your main city and palace are scrapped. Qin Yang appeared in the air, looking at Empress Snake Fairy from afar. Behind Qin Yang, the super spirit class battleship that escaped with all the creatures in Sifeng City also emerged. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, and he said with a smile, I hope no one will dig down to find treasure in the future. Impossible. How did you come back from the arena of the 10,000 gods? I've clearly already lost all the formations. Empress Shiji couldn't believe it. Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, what Moyu destroyed was only the activation of the formation. If he really has the ability to destroy the Ninth Order formation, I went in with the magic commander, but it is not my body. Qin Yang pointed to his eyes, and said, do you think I can't see through it? It's just that you don't understand formations. You. Empress Shiji trembled all over, feeling an unspeakable feeling in her heart. The Empress Shiji took a deep breath and said, I will not die, no one can kill me, not even the incarnation of the Domain Lord. Qin Yang stretched out his finger and said, you are wrong, I have at least 2 ways to kill you. But unfortunately, you can only experience one of them. Qin Yang said lightly. As soon as the voice fell, the sky and the earth were suddenly dark. The entire demon world was shrouded in Qin Yang's absolute world. The endless power of annihilation did not destroy everything. Under Qin Yang's control, it only suppressed the aftermath of the sky world descending on the world, and only made the Empress Snake Princess and the demon generals who surrendered to her be wiped out. After finishing all this, Qin Yang put away Jiwajia, turned around and looked at the huge battleship. In the battleship, everyone saw Qin Yang's strength through the light screen. This scene makes people want to worship. But immediately after, Qin Yang's words made everyone's hearts excited, and the entire super spirit class battleship was boiling. This world belongs to you. Go build your own home. Everyone was teleported to the ground, and after the aftermath of the sky world, the entire demon world was indeed in a mess. However, everyone's heart is full of hope. This hope is bright. Qin Yang boarded the battleship, looked at the strong men, and laughed mysteriously. Gu Sifeng, Lu Zizai, and the others were a little confused. Qin Yang opened his mouth and said, "Do you want to become a Star Master?" Gu Sifeng and Lu Zizai's eyes widened. After Qin Yang explained, they couldn't believe it even more. Originally, they were only one city lord, but in Qin Yang's plan, they can finally return to the real past, even better than before. With the help of the Sky Island base, build a new world in the void and become the Star Master. But my people. Gu Sifeng hesitated. Qin Yang walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, there is still more planning and construction in this world. There will be a sky road connecting each other between the worlds. Every world will have no gap. The great and vast blueprint seems to be opened before everyone's eyes." Some God-Emperor powerhouses were also overjoyed. They also have such a chance. I'm afraid that if those who defected before the battle know, they will die in peace. A God-Emperor sighed. And his good friend is one of those demon worlds before. After all this is done, what are you going to do? Gu Sifeng looked at Qin Yang and asked, curiously. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, "Walk around at will, the eternal starfield must be very interesting." Speaking of this, Qin Yang seemed to think of something, and said, "By the way, I have met a person from the eternal starfield before. Of course, I know now that he is the inheritor of the will of the domain master of the eternal starfield." Qin Yang laughed and said, "This person is very interesting, and his name seems to be Yao Dot. There are other Starfield pirates, Starfield mercenaries, etc." Although Qin Yang didn't understand it, everyone yearned for it in their hearts. There, the brand new world is always very exciting. But what Qin Yang didn't say was that if the eternal Starfield knew that the Sky Starfield was recovering, it would definitely attack. There will be a battle between the two star fields. Are we going to be pirates? Lin Xiaotang walked over and asked happily. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines, and he said, "It's not your place to go. Isn't our battleship suitable? Sky Island is the best choice. Also, who is with you? You are my husband, all the people in the world." "I know it all." "Nonsense, who promised you?" The two immediately quarreled. Seeing this, Lu Mingyu immediately laughed, walked over and took Qin Yang's hand, and asked softly, "Do you want to?" Qin Yang was taken aback, and said, "What do you mean?" There was a strange look in his eyes. Qin Yang laughed strangely, and was about to hug Lu Mingyu and perform the disappearing technique, but Lu Mingyu noticed it, and his face turned red immediately. "Bah! That's not what I meant," Lu Mingyu said. "What does that mean?" Qin Yang wondered. Lin Xiaotang, Wu Xiaoya, Wei Linglong. The names were read out by Lu Mingyu. Qin Yang suddenly felt dizzy, quickly put aside the subject, looked at Gu Sifeng, and said, "In the future, if you want to go to the Eternal Star Field, you can contact me at any time." Naturally, there is nothing to say about the communication of this Super Spirit class battleship. Really? Gu Sifeng was overjoyed. Qin Yang nodded, and said, "Of course, but the premise is to build up this sky star field. There is a long way to go, you all work hard." Gu Sifeng looked at the god emperors of the Sky Academy, looked at each other, and nodded. The history of the Tsangqiang starfield will start a new chapter from today. As for Qin Yang, he continued to embark on a new journey. Chapter 1133 Eternal Starfield. This eternal starfield is so vast. Qin Yang and Lu Mingyu stood in the void. Qin Yang's eyes widened, looking at the bright starry sky in front of him. Even in the nearest star world, Qin Yang could only vaguely see the strength of the divine spirit realm. "Qin Yang, I'm afraid it's not good for us to sneak away like this." Lu Mingyu looked behind while talking. Behind him is an endless void, no different from where he is now. But if you get close, you will be blocked by an invisible barrier. This is what Qin Yang said, the boundary wall of the star field. The sky star field is slowly recovering, with the demon world as the center of all worlds, and the sky island base as the foundation. In the future, the powerful will continue to use their own fields to create new star worlds one after another. This is undoubtedly a long process. When Qin Yang really came to the eternal star field and saw what a star field should look like, he realized that he still underestimated the time of this process. "What's wrong? The construction of the homeland requires their efforts, and I have left my empty island to them. What else do you want?" Qin Yang chuckled. But then, I stopped laughing. He found that he couldn't use his supernatural powers. Qin Yang just wanted to use the eyes of the sky to take a good look at the nearest star world, but found that he seemed to have lost this magic power. Changing other supernatural powers again, Qin Yang unexpectedly found that he could not use all supernatural powers except the power of rules. "I knew that my Sky Island base would not stay in the Sky Star field." The corner of Qin Yang's mouth twitched. It was easy when he came, but he had to use the shuttle ability of Shenlongjiu to go back, but now. Qin Yang not only left the Sky Island base in the Sky World, but also left everything behind, only walking forward with Lu Mingyu. If it wasn't for the fact that his power to annihilate the rules is still there, his divine spiritual realm is still there. Qin Yang was afraid for a while. Ding. Advanced plane detected, loading. Ding. The ultimate version of the Invincible Copy System, successfully restarted. Ding. A series of systematic voices rang in his ears, and Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Qin Yang finally understood what was going on. At the beginning, the boundary wall of the star field was opened by a hole in the third layer world, and pirates from the star field broke in. That person still has cultivation, but now, when he and Lu Mingyu came to the eternal starfield from the sky starfield, their power disappeared directly. It turned out that all of this was because the sky starfield was constantly regressing, and all power levels were also regressing. The power of the low-level planes cannot be used in the high-level planes, but the power of the high-level planes is not restricted in the low-level planes. I have so many powerful supernatural powers. Qin Yang wanted to cry, but had no tears. Shocking Hong sword finger, eyes of heaven, walking in the void. One after another magical powers are all abilities against the sky, not to mention the abilities of the 8 great god realm secret keys. Qin Yang hugged Lu Mingyu's slender waist. Lu Mingyu also reacted. At this time, her face turned pale. "It doesn't matter. For you, it will be very fast to regain your strength. After all, your physical aptitude has not been lost," Qin Yang said comfortingly. The importance of the Sky Island base was once again reflected. But when the firmament star field is fully prosperous and restored to the past, the level of the plane is the same as that of the eternal star field. At that time, even if there is no Sky Island base, there is no need to worry about it. "Let's fly forward first. I hope some kind-hearted people will show up and give us a ride," Qin Yang said, and flew away with all his strength, with Mingyu in his arms. "Is this the two-person world you mentioned?" Lu Mingyu rolled her eyes. However, flying with Qin Yang in such a quiet void, it seems that there are only two of them in the world, and their hearts are very ethereal. Qin Yang called out in his heart and opened the system panel. The ultimate version of the Invincible Copying System. Host, Qin Yang. Strength, Upper Divine Spirit Realm. Cultivation Method, Universe Vientianju. Supernatural Powers, None. Rules, Superior Rules, Obliterated. The next realm, Super Spiritual Realm, Promotion Conditions, 1. The power of one's own rules confirms the heaven and the earth, and merges with the heaven and the earth. 2. The power of its own rules can change the world. Qin Yang frowned, thinking in his heart. Why does this promotion condition seem to be the same as that of ordinary practitioners? But why do I have two promotion paths? After thinking about it for a while, Qin Yang figured it out. This is because I control the power of two rules. One is the rule of obliteration. This rule allowed Qin Yang to maintain his divine spirit realm. The divine spirit realm is divided into three realms, the lower gods, the middle gods, and the upper gods. Qin Yang's annihilation rule is a higher level rule, so Qin Yang is the upper level god realm. In the eternal starfield, after the cultivator comprehends the power of the rules, he can continue to practice, and the power of the rules can be promoted to improve his own realm. As for the second rule, it is Qin Yang's ordinary domain, the ordinary rule. All power is dissipated, leaving only the ordinary. It was this rule that allowed Qin Yang to protect Lu Mingyu. Although there are two ways to advance, no matter which one is, it is not easy to achieve. Qin Yang has not yet broken through. Opportunity. On the contrary, there is no clue about the breakthrough. His strength still needs to be improved. Even with the power to control the upper-level rules, after coming to the eternal starfield, it still has not reached perfection. Don't think about it anymore, the most urgent thing is to fly to a place where there are people to improve Lu Mingyu's strength. Flying in the void, Qin Yang talked with Lu Mingyu. It is rare to have such a quiet and pure space to be alone, and the two of them don't feel that the journey is boring. Instead, they talked and laughed, and the laughter echoed in the void. After an unknown amount of time, a beam of light directly locked on to Qin Yang and Qin Yang. Qin Yang stopped and looked up. A huge battleship hovered in the void. On the deck of the battleship, a group of people stood beside the railing. One of them held a mirror magic weapon, and it was that magic weapon that shot out a beam of light. Ding! The ability of the magic weapon was successfully copied. Ding! The seventh order exercise was successfully copied. Ding! The sixth order martial skill was copied successfully. Qin Yang was overjoyed, but worried that he had lost all kinds of supernatural powers, and in the end, someone came to his door. More importantly, he can finally hitch a ride. The battleship itself is also a seventh order magic weapon. The sixth level corresponds to the God King realm, and the seventh level corresponds to the God Emperor realm. Realm level, it doesn't seem to be any different. You too, who are you? Why are you here alone? Asked the middle-aged man holding a magic weapon. Qin Yang took a closer look, and found that this middle-aged man was quite strong, with the realm of the 5 realms of God Emperor. But many of the people around him are young people with varying strengths. The highest ones are only those who have just entered the God Emperor, and most of them are in the God King realm. My son, Qin Yang, and his wife Lu Mingyu, were robbed by pirates and escaped, but the magic weapon was taken away. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, and spoke. Lu Mingyu covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, she really didn't even draft a lie. Without waiting for a response, Qin Yang directly took Lu Mingyu to board the battleship. They must not be allowed to escape. If you miss this car, you don't know when the next car will be. The middle-aged man looked at Qin Yang vigilantly. Being able to fly people in the void, his strength should not be underestimated. Without the help of a magic weapon, at least one must have the realm of a God Emperor. Seeing Qin Yang's age, the pupils of the middle-aged man shrank even more. He was so young. He was actually the same age as the students he was escorting. Under Liang Baichuan, the vice president of the Five-Finger Star Mercenary Academy in the Xuanhuan Star District. Liang Baichuan introduced, "These are all talented students from my Xuanhuan Star District, and I am about to escort them to the Xinya Star District." Wait. Qin Yang frowned and interrupted, "Star District? Five-Finger Star Mercenary Academy?" Liang Baichuan looked at Qin Yang suspiciously, while the students beside him were all stunned by Lu Mingyu's beauty. Liang Baichuan asked back, "Don't you think the name of the Mercenary Academy is Wu Xixing? Otherwise?" Qin Yang scratched his head. Liang Baichuan said speechlessly, "The Eternal Star region is divided into 100 star regions, and each star region has 1,000 star cities. The Five-Finger Star is one of the main stars of the Xuanhuan Star region, where the Xuanhuan Star District Council is located." Chapter 1134, Qualification Test. After some popular science, Qin Yang nodded clearly. This glorious star field is indeed vast. Each star area is an upgraded version of the entire demon world. And there are 100 such star regions in the eternal star field. Each star area is presided over by a council. The members of the council are composed of the ruler of Star City, Star Lord. There are mercenary academies in every star city. But different mercenary academies naturally have different resources and strengths. The headquarters of the Mercenary Academy is on Tianya Star, the main star of the Xinya Star District. It is also the destination of the battleship Liang Baichuan. Once every 10 years, escort the outstanding talents in the major star regions to go to the Mercenary Academy for further study. What a coincidence! We are also going to the Tianya Star in the Xinya Star area. Qin Yang said with a bit of a mouthful. Liang Baichuan looked at Qin Yang suspiciously, but a young man at the side snorted softly and said, "Are you kidding me? This is not out of the Xuanhuan Star District yet. If you want to go to the Xinya Star District, you can go to the Tianlu Star District. It will take half a year. Don't you just want to fly there like this?" Qin Yang looked over and found that this person was the strongest among these students, and he was at the level of a god emperor. Liang Baichuan introduced, "This person is the #1 genius in the Xuanhuan Star area, Lu Feng." Lu Feng raised his head arrogantly, still looking at Lu Mingyu, and said, "You two are really husband and wife? In order to gain our trust, why lie like this?" Hee hee. Qin Yang smiled, without further explanation, looked at Liang Baichuan, and said, "Since you are on the way, can you give me a ride?" Liang Baichuan held the magic mirror in his hand, and the beam of light shone in all directions. After confirming that there was nothing suspicious around him, he said, "Have you really been robbed by pirates?" Qin Yang nodded, pinched his brows, and said, "Yes, the one who robbed me seems to be called Li Guidao. Li Ghost Sword." Liang Baichuan was shocked, and the faces of the students beside him also showed panic. "Isn't Li Guidao dead?" Liang Baichuan asked in a deep voice. Qin Yang said, "That's right, he was dead, killed by some Yao. Yao." Liang Baichuan took a deep look at Qin Yang, and said, "But the #1 genius in the eternal starfield, Yao?" Qin Yang picked out his ears, and said, "You have so many geniuses in the eternal starfield. If you break it down, is there any other geniuses in Star City?" Liang Baichuan didn't notice the you in Qin Yang's words, but said, "It seems that you have been wandering in this void for a long time." Liang Baichuan let go of his guard, and said, "Yao once said that Li Guidao was not killed by him, but by a mysterious person." Qin Yang was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect that guy not to ask for credit. Liang Baichuan sized Qin Yang and Lu Mingyu back and forth, and said, "Looking at you, you should be escorting this girl to Tianya Star Mercenary Academy?" "Ah? Yes." Qin Yang nodded. Liang Baichuan directly regarded Qin Yang as a mercenary. It's just that he is a mercenary with little knowledge. But Liang Baichuan couldn't see through Qin Yang's strength, so Liang Baichuan also regarded Qin Yang very much. After all, being able to cultivate to the God Emperor realm at such an age is already considered a genius. But he didn't know that if Qin Yang's background was revealed, he would be scared to death. Genius? For Qin Yang, there is no genius in the world. What kind of cats and dogs really want to join in the fun? Tianya Star's Mercenary Academy is among the best in the entire Eternal Starfield. Although you are quite pretty, I think you are just a mortal woman, right? Lu Feng said a little. He looked at Lu Mingyu contemptuously. As the #1 genius in the Xuanhuan star area, Lu Feng naturally has many stunning looks around him. But Lu Mingyu never looked at him from the beginning to the end, which hit his self-esteem quite a bit. Lu Feng continued, however, if you can pass the examination, you can enter the Mercenary Academy. Students can also bring maids and servants, if you snapped. With a crisp sound, Lu Feng was directly sent flying. Half of the teeth fell out, and half of the face became a pig's head. Qin Yang smiled faintly, and said softly, "This is my wife, please pay attention to your words. If you dare to speak rudely, you will bear the consequences." All the students were stunned. The mighty Xuanhuan Star District's first genius was directly slapped into such a miserable state. Liang Baichuan's heart sank. He didn't even see Qin Yang's movements clearly. "I am in the 5th realm of the God Emperor, and I can't even see clearly. Could it be?" Liang Baichuan was covered in sweat. "This is a great god. It's simply not something you can provoke." Then Lu Feng is simply asking for trouble. Lu Feng was directly taken aback and didn't react for a long time. His eyes were blood red. He stared at Qin Yang, and angrily said, "You are just an ordinary mercenary, how dare you hit me? I am the #1 genius in the Xuanhuan Star District. Joining the Tianya Star Mercenary Academy is a certainty. The future is limitless." Before he finished speaking, the voice stopped abruptly. Just because of Qin Yang's gaze, he turned away coldly. Lu Feng swallowed and spit. He felt the killing intent. This guy didn't pay attention to his identity at all. How dare this guy kill him? Humiliation and unwillingness turned into endless anger, but he could only hold it in his chest. After glaring at Qin Yang fiercely, he walked directly to the cabin. "Don't be dazed, let's get on the road. Didn't you say that it will take half a year to walk the road to the sky in any star area? Let's go," Qin Yang urged. Liang Baichuan was depressed and didn't dare to resist, so he could only urge the battleship to fly forward. With this 7th order magic weapon, the speed is naturally much faster than Qin Yang's before. If you want to join the Mercenary Academy, especially the Mercenary Academy of Tianya Star, there are many restrictions. Liang Baichuan said. For example? Qin Yang asked. Liang Baichuan said, "Miss Lu Mingyu has no cultivation, so she cannot join the Tianya Star Mercenary Academy. How about I put you down in the nearest star city? Without cultivation, can't you join the Mercenary Academy?" Qin Yang frowned. Liang Baichuan thought for a while and said, "It's not impossible, unless..." "Unless what?" Qin Yang asked. Liang Baichuan said, "Unless you have a special physique and great talent. Such people are rare no matter where they are, and it doesn't matter what they cultivate. As long as there are resources, no matter when you start practicing, your future is limitless." After finishing speaking, Liang Baichuan added another sentence, saying, "Yao, he has a special constitution." Qin Yang recalled it for a while, and said, "In that case, Lu Mingyu also has a special physique." Hiss. Liang Baichuan gasped, and said, "You can't just say that casually. Do you think I'm a casual person?" Qin Yang looked at Liang Baichuan indifferently. After a while of silence, Liang Baichuan's face twitched slightly. Liang Baichuan said, I have a qualification test stone here, which can test physical fitness. Then let's test it. Qin Yang said casually. It would be a good thing if Lu Mingyu could join the mercenary academy. With this mercenary academy as a springboard, it is also possible to integrate into this eternal star field better and faster. Hearing about the special physique, other students also looked at Qin Yang and Lu Mingyu suspiciously. In the entire star area, it may not be possible for a person with a special physique to appear in 100 years. Is it really such a coincidence that they ran into each other? Everyone's heart is extremely complicated, but most of them don't believe it. Under the leadership of Liang Baichuan, everyone entered the battleship hall. Liang Baichuan waved his hand, and a transparent stone appeared on the floor. The whole body is crystal clear, with countless strange lines, densely covered. Liang Baichuan said, if you want to test your aptitude, just put your hand on it. Qin Yang nodded and pouted at Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu stretched out her hand nervously and pressed it on the test stone. Chapter 1135 Special Physique. This test stone is made from spirit spar, which can test the practitioner's cultivation aptitude. Later, the test stone will emit light of different colors, and different colors represent different powers of rules. The brightness of the light means the level of talent. If it is a special physique. Liang Baichuan continued to introduce, but when he looked at the test stone, his voice stopped abruptly. Because, nothing has changed on the test stone. What if it's a special constitution? Qin Yang asked. Liang Baichuan's face was a little stiff, and the students' onlookers all sneered. One person sneered and said, we are geniuses from various star cities in the Xuanhuan star district. We have used this test stone before, and all of them emit a dazzling light. When it comes to you, how come there is no light at all? Another sneered, so it's immortal. Haha. Ordinary people also want to go to the Tianya Star Mercenary Academy in the Xinya Star District? It's just a dream. Liang Baichuan glanced at Qin Yang, and said, I think it's better to put you in the nearest star city. Lu Mingyu withdrew her hand unwillingly. Could it be that when she came to this eternal star field, her cultivation talent was gone? Other students of similar age all laughed coldly. Lu Mingyu felt very uncomfortable. Wait a minute. Qin Yang whispered, I forgot to withdraw my power. When Lu Mingyu heard this, she immediately pursed her lips and rolled her eyes. After all, she has also tempered her body with ice. She has already purified her body by cultivating the power of ice system rules. How could she not have any cultivation qualifications? It turns out that in order to protect Lu Mingyu, Qin Yang has been wrapping her up with the power of his rules. The ordinary world domain rules are used. I think it's better not to waste time. A student shook his head and sighed, it's impossible for a mortal to become a cultivator, let alone become a starfield mercenary. The students were all watching with cold eyes, but Lu Mingyu put her little hand on the test stone again. This time, the test stone remained unchanged. The students who were a little skeptical at first also looked contemptuous at this time. At this moment, Liang Baichuan exclaimed in surprise, my God, it really has a special physique. As soon as the words fell, everyone felt that their brains were blinded, as if they had been given a sap. What? Does she really have the aptitude for cultivation? Is it really a special constitution? How can that be? Everyone's eyes widened, staring at the test stone intently. Test stones are not unchanged, but very subtle. The color is still transparent, but there are many strange lines appearing in it, and the lines are slowly extending, and soon spread all over the entire test stone. Crack, crack. There was a toothache squeezing sound, like glaciers colliding and rubbing. This voice made everyone's hair stand on end, and it sounded extremely uncomfortable. Bang, the test stone burst into pieces. Endless cold air radiated from the test stone, and the area with a radius of 1 foot was directly covered with a layer of hoarfrost. The students who approached couldn't help shivering. Liang Baichuan became excited, his face flushed, and said, "Only with a special physique can the test stone undergo an essential change. No matter how talented a practitioner is, as long as he doesn't have a special physique, he will only make the test stone glow." Liang Baichuan's gaze was as if a miser had discovered a gold mine. Even though he was the vice president of the Five Fingers Mercenary Academy, he couldn't contain his excitement. Taking a sudden step forward, he stretched out both hands, about to grab Lu Mingyu's hand. On the way, Qin Yang grabbed him with one hand and gently pushed him back. Without even the slightest strength to resist, Liang Baichuan retreated a few steps vigorously. A monstrous wave was set off in his heart. This Qin Yang's strength is so hidden. Ignoring Qin Yang, Liang Baichuan looked at Lu Mingyu and said, "Will you be my student?" There was a tremor in the voice. "You?" Qin Yang chuckled, knowing the answer without answering. Lu Mingyu laughed. "It seems that her talent is really good. Special physique, can't it be compared with the first genius Yao in the Eternal Star Field?" Liang Baichuan looked at Qin Yang's plain expression, coughed lightly in embarrassment, and said, "I mean, in the name of my student, go to Tianya Star Mercenary Academy." "Is there any benefit?" Qin Yang asked lightly. Liang Baichuan said, "Of course there are benefits." But he hesitated but couldn't speak. "For you, there is actually no difference. With a special physique, no matter which mercenary academy you are in, you will be recruited directly." Liang Baichuan was a little embarrassed, and said, "But, in the name of my student, I will be treated, is of great benefit to the Qianchuan Star region. With a student with a special physique, the Tianya Star Mercenary Academy in the Xinya Star District will naturally take care of the Five-Finger Star Mercenary Academy in the Qianchuan Star District. Not only will it provide a lot of cultivation resources, if Lu Mingyu succeeds in cultivation in the future, she will become famous and the entire Qianchuan Star District will be honored. Even, the ranking of the Qianchuan Star District can be raised by a few ranks. You know, the Qianchuan Star District ranks at the bottom of the 100 star districts in the Eternal Star Field. 99th position. The original ranking of the 1000 Meteor District was only one rank higher than that of the Qianchuan Star District, at the 98th place. However, because of Wen Yao, the ranking of the 1000 Meteor District has been raised by dozens of places, and it has been directly ranked 36th. The ranking of the star area has a great impact. The higher the ranking, the practitioners in the entire star area will get great benefits. Qin Yang groped his chin and looked at Liang Baichuan quietly. Liang Baichuan said with some pleading, "If she can agree, I will go to Tianya Star Mercenary Academy this time, and I will directly become the teacher of Tianya Star Mercenary Academy." For Liang Baichuan, this is also an opportunity to skyrocket. Liang Baichuan promised, "I will definitely do my best to get more cultivation resources for her, and I will definitely do my best to cultivate her. Even without you, Tianya Star Mercenary Academy would be like this, right?" Qin Yang said. Liang Baichuan choked suddenly, his expression full of disappointment. Lu Mingyu gently pulled Qin Yang, and whispered, "He helped us anyway, and gave us a ride. Without him, we might fly to the year of the monkey. Besides, we don't know anything about this eternal starfield. I don't understand." Qin Yang nodded, looked at Liang Baichuan, and said, "Then, let's do it." "Really?" Liang Baichuan's eyes lit up, ecstatic. Qin Yang was non-committal. Liang Baichuan hurriedly ordered, "Hurry up, clean up the best cabin, and let Lu Mingyu live there." After finishing speaking, he added, "By the way, next to classmate Lu, I also packed up a cabin for brother Qin." Qin Yang's hair was full of black lines, and he said, "Don't bother, the two of us live in one room." Chapter 1136, Ghost Saber Pirates. Liang Baichuan was taken aback, and said, "Are you really husband and wife? Then there can be fakes?" Qin Yang was a little puzzled. Could it be that I'm still a mercenary hired by her? Liang Baichuan sized Qin Yang and Lu Mingyu back and forth, thinking to himself, she might not be able to afford such a strong mercenary, but her family. Feeling a little puzzled, Liang Baichuan couldn't figure out why there was such a family in the Qianchuan Star District. To be able to produce a genius with a special physique. In the cabin, all the students were stunned. This turn of events caught them off guard. The entire eternal starfield, all star regions, all star cities, and all young practitioners all follow Yao as an example. And now, there is a talented girl with the same special physique as Yao. The female classmates were already jealous of Lu Mingyu's beautiful appearance, but now they are ashamed of themselves. Some male students' hearts were pounding. This is simply the perfect goddess in their minds. As for Qin Yang, he was directly ignored by everyone. It is generally believed that with such a strong skill, what else can it be if it is not a Starfield mercenary? Maybe it's the Starfield mercenaries from the top-ranked star areas who were invited to escort Lu Mingyu. It's really not very clever to use the name of husband and wife as a cover. Qin Yang watched all this quietly, feeling a little depressed in his heart, tilting his head and whispering, "How do I feel that I'm being ignored again? Do I also have some special constitution that is automatically ignored?" Lu Mingyu grinned, and said, "Before you were in the Sky Star region, didn't you understand? Your strength is beyond their comprehension, so they can't have a correct understanding of you. It makes sense, you still understand me." Qin Yang laughed out loud. The battleship continued on its way, but the atmosphere inside the battleship was somewhat different. Lu Feng, who had always been the protagonist, was completely overshadowed. The other students wanted to show courtesy to Lu Mingyu, but they had no chance at all. Because Lu Mingyu and Qin Yang are always inseparable, and Lu Mingyu's attention has always been on Qin Yang, and only glances at other people with a little interest. As for Qin Yang, he took Lu Mingyu to visit the battleships in the Eternal Star Field, taking them as heir to everyone. The shadow of the Protoss technology is too strong. In terms of efficiency, it is not as good as the warships of the Protoss. Qin Yang commented, however, such warships are more conducive to the use of cultivators. The training room with the spirit gathering array is something that the warships of the god race do not have. Arriving at the observation deck above the battleship, Qin Yang looked at the abrupt shape below, as if something was missing, sighed, and said, "It's a pity, the most powerful meteor cannon is directly banned from use." Wow! Look, it's so beautiful. Lu Mingyu patted Qin Yang, and pointed to a starry sky ahead. A galaxy hangs across the void, intermittently, extending to places that cannot be seen by the eyes. Star District Heavenly Road? Qin Yang said to himself. This is somewhat similar to the stars and sky in the sky world. No, this is not the sky road in the star area, this is the sky road in the star city. Liang Baichuan was afraid that Qin Yang would take Lu Mingyu away, so as soon as the two of them left the room, he hurriedly watched. Is there a difference? Qin Yang asked. Liang Baichuan already knew Qin Yang's almost little white common sense, and explained, the Star City Sky Road connects the major star cities. The road is narrow and the acceleration is slow, so it is naturally incomparable with the Star District Sky Road. Moreover, our ranking depends on the star districts behind, whether it is the Star City Sky Road or the Star District Sky Road, are all dilapidated. Liang Baichuan pointed to the gaps in the Milky Way, and continued, these gaps are full of danger. If you are not careful, you will fall out. Fly back after falling out, there will be no danger. Qin Yang said nonchalantly. How can there be no danger? Liang Baichuan said, in the eternal star field, the number of star field pirates is more than 10 times that of star field mercenaries. They like to guard such gaps, waiting for the sheep to be sent to the tiger's mouth. Speaking of this, Liang Baichuan said again, that's why all star regions want to compete for the ranking. As long as the ranking is high, there will be no such gaps in such a heavenly road. Those star region pirates have no chance at all. Take. Qin Yang nodded and continued to appreciate the beauty of the starry sky. Not long after, the battleship had already flown into the sky. If all goes well, we need to go to Luchuan Star City for a transfer, and then go directly to Xinya Star District. Liang Baichuan enviously. After a pause, Liang Baichuan said, Ruchuan Star City is located between the Thousand Meteor Star District and the Qianchuan Star District, connecting the two major star districts. Thanks to Yao, the Thousand Meteor District, where he is located, has improved its ranking and has a direct link to the high-level Star District. And he chose to build the starting point of the Star District Heavenly Road in Luchuan Star City, which directly benefited both of our two star regions. While chatting, the battleship has begun to accelerate. It's like traveling in a space-time tunnel, but the gap in the road that day is really uncomfortable. Void turbulence raged from the gap, as if a springboard suddenly appeared while driving on the highway. The battleship was also trembling violently. But Liang Baichuan is obviously used to it. His nervousness is not the turbulence in the void. Tier 7 battleships are strong enough to withstand this turbulence, but I can't resist. Starfield pirates. Hurry up, there is still the biggest gap ahead. As long as we pass through this gap, we will be completely safe. The road ahead will be smooth. Liang Baichuan said, however, thanks to Yao, if he hadn't wiped out the pirate groups occupying the Qianlu and Qianchuan star regions, we would definitely not have gone so smoothly. Qin Yang smacked his lips, never expecting Yao to have such a great reputation. Among Liang Baichuan's 10 sentences, there are always a few that praise him. Looking at the situation, the pirate group shouldn't be wiped clean. It won't have much impact if only one Li Guidao is killed. Qin Yang said casually. Qin Yang didn't think that Yao, who had great ambitions and carried out absolute justice, would have the spare time to kill grass and roots one by one. What's more, this Yao is also the inheritor of the domain master's will of the eternal starfield. Liang Baichuan immediately retorted, you can't say that. Once Li Guidao, the leader of the Ghost Sword Pirates, dies, the entire pirate group will be in disarray, and their strength will not be as good as before. So, if they want to replenish their strength, what will they do? Qin Yang interrupted, blinking his eyes. Liang Baichuan was taken aback for a moment, and said, how to do what? Qin Yang said, do you think that the strong pirates from other star regions will join their pirate group that was just severely injured by Yao? Of course not. Liang Baichuan said without hesitation. But then, his face darkened and his heart beat faster. You mean? Liang Baichuan swallowed, and said, they will directly rob the geniuses in my Qianchuan star region? To supplement their lost combat power? Qin Yang shrugged and didn't speak. Lu Mingyu said unhappily from the side, you're talking like a crow again. Liang Baichuan became a little uneasy, and said, even if they were robbed by them before, they didn't dare to be too presumptuous. As long as they have enough resources, they will let us pass the test smoothly. But now, the situation is different. Compared to resources, the Ghost Saber pirates now lack people. Especially the lack of talent to revive it. Before he could think of a countermeasure, a large and small battleship suddenly appeared in the sky road ahead, directly blocking the entire sky road. Several battleships among them are also of the same 7th rank. But it is even more ferocious than the 7th tier warship of this mercenary academy. Because they were born for war. Chapter 1137 Mercenary Mission. The Mercenary Academy in the Qianchuan Star area, you guys are much slower than in previous years, you really made me wait. A burly man shouted fiercely. Following his order, the battleships of the Ghost Saber pirates quickly surrounded and got very close. Li, overbearing? Liang Baichuan was taken aback. Li Bideo, the second in command of the original Ghost Knife pirate group, is the younger brother of the leader Li Ghost Knife. Acting fiercely and unreasonably, the Ghost Knife pirate group was able to provoke Xuanhuan, and it was mostly because of Li domineering. It's no wonder that the Ghost Knife pirates gathered together again so quickly. So you're not dead? Liang Baichuan showed a nervous expression. The escorted students are the top talents in the Xuanhuan Star area. If they are robbed by this pirate group, the consequences will be disastrous. Amir Yao, a yellow-haired boy, still wanting to uphold justice? Although he comes from the Qianliaxing district, he will not stay here forever. Li Bideo said viciously, this year's toll, can you be prepared, it is good? Liang Baichuan was tense all over, and the students also realized that the situation was not good, so they hid in the cabin and dared not come out. What? Are you not prepared? Li Bideo's face darkened. Ready, ready. Liang Baichuan gritted his teeth, took out a Quanhuan ring, and said, it's all here. This Quanhuan ring was his half-life savings. And when they came, they specially prepared many high-level elixir and magic weapons. Originally, he wanted to clear up the relationship, hoping to stay in the mercenary academy of Tianya Star. Now, where do you still care about these? The appearance of Lu Mingyu has already made him able to stay with absolute certainty. As long as these students are kept, what if these treasures are handed over? The Quanhuan ring was thrown out. Li Bideo reached out and took the ring into his hand with a wave. With a sweep of his divine sense, Li Bideo smiled lightly and said, hey, I'm pretty well prepared. But, these are far from enough. After hearing this, Liang Baichuan bit the bullet and said, these are 30% higher than the previous ones, why isn't it enough? Li Bideo snorted coldly, and said, thanks to Yao, our Ghost Saber pirates have suffered heavy losses and need a lot of resources. As far as I know, the reason why Nayao came to attack us is because of your Xuanhuan Star District and Thousand Meteor Star District. The mission issued by the Mercenary Union. Naturally, we will make up for our losses from you. You. Liang Baichuan was angry, but he didn't dare to attack. Li Bideo has never been reasonable, and reasoning with him is tantamount to idiot's dream. It's true that I didn't prepare too much this time, but I can make up later. Liang Baichuan said softly. In the future? Wait for you to release another mercenary mission in the future, let Yao come again? Li Bideo laughed loudly and said, boys, do it for me, and take everyone away. Liang Baichuan's face changed drastically, and he said loudly, how dare you? Don't you fear the wrath of the Mercenary Academy? You don't need to issue mercenary missions, and the Mercenary Union will not let you go. A ruthless look flashed in Li Bideo's eyes. If his brother was still around, he might be more scruples. But, he won't hesitate. Just robbed a star city, and Yao chased and killed my brother. Anyway, I have passed through the gate of hell, what am I afraid of? I hope you can have a few geniuses on this ship. After training in the future, maybe you can fight against Yao. Li Bideo said. Liang Baichuan's heart sank, sure enough. This Li Bideo has no scruples anymore, and he wants to rob the gifted student. One can control these students and let them serve the pirate group in the future. Come and take these students as hostages. Let the Mercenary Union and even Yao not dare to act rashly. Liang Baichuan said in a deep voice, are you really going to die? You may not be my opponent. Li Bideo laughed loudly, and said, Liang Baichuan, you are also the vice president of Wuxixing Mercenary Academy in vain, why don't you understand this truth? Li Bideo said teasingly, although I only have the God Emperor of the 4 realms, you are the 5 realms. But, can you deal with me alone, can you deal with 10 of me? Besides, can you guarantee the safety of those students? Or, you want them to die in the aftermath of our battle? Liang Baichuan was silent, these pirates are so outrageous. Most of them are not strong, but they are as difficult to deal with as flies. Once entangled, it is like tarsal maggots. Moreover, the strong dragon can't overwhelm the local snake. Even Yao couldn't kill them all. These pirates often use the opponent's scruples as a breakthrough. Hit if you can, and flee if you can't. It's really disgusting. But the problem now is that Liang Baichuan didn't dare to fight, but he had to. Lu Mingyu whispered, Qin Yang, can you help them? Don't worry, let's see the situation. Qin Yang said softly. His eyes swept over Li Bidao, and he directly copied the opponent's martial arts and supernatural powers. It is similar to the supernatural power of copying Li Guidao before, but in this eternal star field, the supernatural power has also changed a little. Liang Baichuan's eyes lit up when he heard the conversation between the two. Hastily said, Qin Yang, I can issue a mercenary mission, you can pick it up. As long as you pass this level, the reward will definitely be rich. Qin Yang immediately became interested. Higher planes have different rules. This rule is like the foundation. If the foundation of all things changes, the things built on it will naturally change. The failure of supernatural powers is one of them. More importantly, Qin Yang's Quanhuan ring can't be used anymore. It's really fortunate that all the treasures were left in the Sky Star field. Now Qin Yang is empty, and it is really uncomfortable to have no money. How much is the reward? Qin Yang asked. Lu Mingyu pinched Qin Yang's waist lightly, and said angrily, helping them is also helping us. Besides, I have to call him Teacher Liang now. Qin Yang rubbed his nose, and smiled embarrassedly. This money-greedy appearance is somewhat similar to Jin Wanshan. Liang Baichuan shook his head and said, 1 yard counts, as long as you can repel these pirates. Speaking of this, Liang Baichuan gritted his teeth and said, everything in my Quanhuan ring belongs to you. Qin Yang turned his eyes to the Quanhuan ring in Li Bidao's hand, and his divine sense directly penetrated the restriction and saw the space within. There are countless elixirs and magic weapons, and the lowest one is also the 6th level. The spiritual crystals are piled up into mountains. In addition, there is a small pile of fingernail-sized spiritual crystals, which are currency made of spiritual crystals, spiritual crystal coins. Qin Yang pondered, and said, how about this, I want the half of the spirit crystal coins, and I don't want the rest. Liang Baichuan was taken aback for a moment, looking at Qin Yang with strange eyes. Why does this guy seem to know what is in his universe ring? Take out your mercenary token, and I'll issue you a mission immediately. Liang Baichuan said. The matter is urgent, and Li Bidao may order an attack at any time. Qin Yang blinked and said, I don't have a mercenary token, this can be a private transaction between us. What? You don't have a mercenary token? Liang Baichuan was stunned for a moment, and his heart suddenly panicked. As long as they are not pirates in the star field, any cultivator above the God King level is a mercenary. The mercenary token is like a proof of identity for a cultivator. But Qin Yang didn't have a mercenary token. Chapter 1138. Liang Baichuan, have you made up your mind? My patience is limited. If you surrender obediently, you will naturally be free from swords. If you don't surrender, don't blame me for not warning you. Once a fight breaks out, your students will survive. The next few, but it's hard to say. Li Bidao was getting impatient. Surrender? It's just a dream. Liang Baichuan yelled angrily, you rats and bedbugs are like existences. Your greed is not enough, and now you are getting worse. I would rather die than surrender. I would rather die in battle than let the students fall into your hands. Whether it is a Starfield mercenary or a Starfield pirate, what they pursue is nothing more than strength and treasure. But above these two, there is a higher pursuit, that is freedom. It doesn't matter if you are a cultivator who joined the pirate group. But if it is a captured practitioner. It can only be a slave-like existence. Okay. I don't know what made you so courageous. Since you refuse to cooperate, then you just wait until I catch you all and lead you to destroy your family. Li Bidao threatened severely. Liang Baichuan's face was pale. It seems that in today's battle, either you will die or I will die. Now it's not just as simple as driving away the ghost knife pirates, but also killing them all. The threat of Starfield pirates is real. If they run into a wall, they will definitely blame Liang Baichuan and even the families of the students. The students were all nervous and trembling. Although they also have good strength, they are different from these pirates who lick their blood all the year round. Faced with such a situation, they didn't even dare to come out to fight. Go back and wait for me, it will be over soon. Qin Yang patted Lu Mingyu's shoulder. Lu Mingyu nodded and returned to the battleship hall. Huh? This kid? Li Bidao looked at Qin Yang. He originally thought that Qin Yang was also a student. I will kill Li Bidao as soon as possible. First you help me protect the classmates on the battleship. Liang Baichuan said in a low voice. Qin Yang shook his head and said, No, you stay and protect them, and I will fight. You? Liang Baichuan looked at Qin Yang, nodded, and said, Okay, but you have to be careful, Li Bidao's supernatural power. Qin Yang nodded and said, I know, it is indeed much better than you. Liang Baichuan's face froze immediately. He didn't understand why Qin Yang knew about it, but he couldn't care much now. Qin Yang flew in the air, directly out of the battleship. This means that he has now lost the protection of the 7th-tier battleship magic weapon. Faced with such a bold Qin Yang, Li Bidao narrowed his eyes. It seems that you are very confident. You have to think clearly about going against my ghost saber pirates. How much is your commission for this order? My ghost saber pirates Tuan can pay you double. Really? Qin Yang frowned, then coughed lightly, and said, Don't tempt me, I treat money like dung. Qin Yang does regard money as dung, but the premise is that he must be rich enough. Li Bidao waved his hand, gestured at the countless battleships around him, and said with a smile, Those who know the current affairs are heroes. Do you think you have one? Don't take your own life into it in the end. It's a 7th level task. How about I give you twice the 8th level reward? How much is the salary? Qin Yang still couldn't help asking. This question frightened Liang Baichuan. If it wasn't for Lu Mingyu still on board, he would even have thought that Qin Yang was about to turn against him. Li Bidao looked at the game, and the corner of his mouth curled up playfully, and said, The 7th level task requires hundreds of thousands of spirit crystal coins, and at most 1 million. The 8th level task requires several million spirit crystal coins, twice the reward, it is 10 million spirit crystal coins. Thousands of spirit crystal coins. In Liang Baichuan's Qiankuan ring, the spirit crystal coins piled up into a hill are only a few million. Tens of millions of spiritual crystal coins are enough to buy 10 8th order elixir. The 8th level elixir corresponds to a strong person in the spiritual realm. Such a generous reward shocked Liang Baichuan, but he quickly realized that he wanted to remind Qin Yang that this must be a scam. How could Qin Yang not know? He smiled, looked at Li Bidao, and asked, You ghost saber pirates, are you really so rich? Of course. And the wealth of my ghost knife pirate group is far more than you imagined. You see, I can give you 10 million spirit crystal coins at any time, what do you think? Li Bidao continued, Although Yao killed my brother, unfortunately, he did not loot our treasury. Qin Yang nodded and said, That's good. Since Yao won't loot, then I'll do it. In the entire Tianlu, there was silence. What did you say? Li Bidao thought he had heard wrong. Someone actually wants to rob the pirate group? Compared with you giving it to me, I prefer to take it myself. Qin Yang said quietly. Li Bidao originally wanted to play tricks on Qin Yang, but he didn't expect to be played by Qin Yang in turn. He rushed out of the battleship and rushed towards Qin Yang. Liang Baichuan and all the students watched nervously. Liang Baichuan looked at Lu Mingyu, but found that Lu Mingyu didn't look nervous at all. Is this kid really stronger than me? Liang Baichuan was a 5-level god emperor, and also a 5-star mercenary. Although his skills and martial arts are a little weaker, he is still a top-ranked expert in the Xuanhuan star area. Right here. At that time on the Tianlu, the scene that happened surprised everyone even more. Especially the ghost saber pirates, all of them looked like they had seen a ghost. Supernatural power, fierce ghost sword. Libideo shouted, and the idol appeared behind him, like a ghost and god, with 3 heads and 6 arms, and a terrifying face. Each of the 6 hands held a big knife exuding a strong ghostly aura. Only with this supernatural power, one can fight against 3. This fierce ghost saber is a top-ranked martial skill of the 7th rank. With this martial skill, the ghost saber pirates can run rampant in the 2-star regions of Qianlu and Xuanhuan. The reason why everyone couldn't believe it was that after Libideo yelled loudly, Qin Yang also yelled. Supernatural power, fierce ghost sword. An even bigger statue appeared from behind Qin Yang, standing upright like a giant. Different from Libideo's god statue, Qin Yang's god statue does not look like a ghost, but exactly the same as himself. What he was holding in his hand was not a large knife full of ghostly aura, but a pitch-black Excalibur exuding palpitating terrifying fluctuations. Sure enough, there are some changes, not a complete copy. Qin Yang's heart moved, however, such a change is a good thing, and the power is stronger than the copy. How, this is impossible. Li Guidao just summoned the idol, but when he saw that Qin Yang also summoned a more powerful idol, his face turned green with fright. Aren't you going to make a move? Qin Yang said lightly, then I have to make a move first? As soon as the words fell, Qin Yang's eyes suddenly turned pitch black, and the endless annihilation breath made everyone on the road to heaven feel like the end is coming. Cut! Qin Yang shouted loudly, and the ego statue swung the annihilation Excalibur, and directly chopped it down. In an instant, the battleship of the ghost saber pirates was cut into pieces. No, not even the pieces were left. Heaven-reaching sword energy went straight to Libideo. The sword energy swept across the world, invincible, and even pierced through the barrier of the heavenly road when the sword energy was wiped out, and the endless turbulent flow of the void rushed in. This cut directly cut off the road to heaven. Libideo didn't even think about it, he just fled back. Before Qin Yang made a move, he made up his mind that he must not fight head-on. However, before he had time to give the order, most of the ghost saber pirates that Libideo managed to gather were directly killed or injured. No, it is life and death. If it was before, although the ghost knife pirates were seriously injured, they still had the foundation to recover. But now, the foundation was directly cut off by Qin Yang's sword, just like the road that day. And? Stuck? Qin Yang's sword did not hit the main battleship where Libideo was located. Tianlu possessed majestic power, and was contending with Qin Yang's power to annihilate the rules. Break it for me! Qin Yang roared, urging his strength with all his strength. The entire Xingqing Tianlu was full of light, and then all the power came together. Gradually, the light of the Xingqing Tianlu faded, and then, suddenly shattered. With one strike, the heavenly road of Star City will be destroyed. Liang Baichuan trembled violently and opened his mouth wide. Libideo's scalp was numb, and his body was covered in sweat. Even if it is in disrepair for a long time and has not been replenished with energy, this is still the Star City Heavenly Road. Its formation is an 8th-order large formation. Even the Divine Spirit Realm may not be able to break through. But Qin Yang didn't attack the formation, but just directly attacked Tianlu to destroy the formation. At the same time, at both ends of this Star City Road, the star masters of the two star cities were taken aback. I don't like this magical power very much. Qin Yang frowned. Liang Baichuan bitterly said, "Who the hell is this Qin Yang? The strength actually has divine spirit realm? Such a powerful supernatural power is still despised." After the Sky Road collapsed, all warships fell into the void. Li Bideo's face was pale. Even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't escape. Without the acceleration of Tianlu, the speed of the magic weapon battleship, I am afraid that it will not be able to get rid of this god. You are actually a strong person in the divine spirit realm? No wonder you can refuse my reward. How about this? I am willing to give you all the treasures of the Ghost Saber pirates, and I just ask you to let me go. How about it? Li Bideo said in a deep voice. Open your mouth. I said, I will go get it myself. Qin Yang stared at Li Bideo indifferently, and said, let you go, and then let you continue to loot around? Although he was not from the Eternal Star Field, Qin Yang was dissatisfied with the behavior of the pirates. Looting resources is not counted, but also burning, killing, and looting. How can such a scourge be? Let the tiger go back to the mountain. You really want to kill us all? Li Bideo said. Qin Yang picked his ears and laughed. You seem to have done the same to Liang Baichuan and the others, just now. Do you want to spare them? Okay, you forced me. Li Bideo forcibly calmed down, and said, I didn't know that Liang Baichuan would invite such a powerful Starfield mercenary like you, and it would be his trump card. But, do you think I have no whole cards? Just as Qin Yang was about to make a move, he stopped immediately when he heard the word bottom card. Looking at Li Bideo with great interest, Qin Yang smiled. Well, I'll give you a chance to show your cards. Qin Yang lacks too many things now, such as powerful supernatural powers, money, and so on. If this Li Bideo can come up with a decent magic weapon, it will also be Qin Yang's help. You don't seem to believe it? Li Bideo said in a deep voice, once I show my whole card, even if you are in the divine spirit realm, you may not be able to hold it. The more he said this, the more interested Qin Yang became, and he urged, hurry up, don't make me lose my patience. Li Bideo gasped and looked ruthless. Anyway, if he didn't show his cards, he wouldn't be able to pass this level. That being the case, then, fight. Passing the order to his brothers, Li Bideo looked at Qin Yang's unsuspecting Ling Kong standing. Li Bideo said, I originally prepared this whole card for Yao, but I didn't expect it to be used on you at such a time. But anyway, it's not a loss if you can kill a god. Really? Can you still kill the gods? Qin Yang rolled his eyes, thought for a while, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The higher the level of the magic weapon is, in fact, it can only exert the full strength of the practitioner, and at most it can increase the strength. It is not easy to rely on magic weapons to fight at a higher level. Especially the higher the realm, the more impossible it is. And the magic weapon that can kill a 7th level cultivator. A name came to Qin Yang's mind, Meteor Cannon. Not only Qin Yang thought of it, Liang Baichuan also thought of it at the same time. Looking at the cannon covered with runes on the opposite battleship, Liang Baichuan's heart was completely chilled. Qin Yang, you guys, let's go. Liang Baichuan seemed to be 10 years old, already desperate. If Li Bideo dared to say that he could kill Qin Yang in the divine spirit realm, then this meteor cannon must be at least the 8th rank. After this shot, Liang Baichuan had no doubt that Qin Yang would die. This entire battleship will inevitably be turned into powder. Not only that, the meteor cannon's attack distance is extremely strong, extremely fast, and extremely far. If the end bombards a star city, hundreds of millions of living beings will be wiped out. Why do you want to leave? Qin Yang chuckled. Originally copied the meteor cannon's attack, and regretted a lot after coming to the Eternal Starfield, and now I have another chance. Not only won't go, but And wait for Libideo to finish recharging the meteor cannon. This is my whole card. Taboo magic weapon, meteor cannon. Libideo was afraid and angry. What is afraid is Qin Yang's strength, and what is angry is that the trump card was shown so early. But he was also thankful in his heart. If there was no meteor cannon, the entire Ghost Knife pirate group might be gone. Now, even if you want to leave, it's too late. Libideo looked at Qin Yang fiercely, and said, once you attack, people in the surrounding Star City will definitely find out. Once this kind of taboo magic weapon is released, it will definitely attract stronger servants. Soldiers come to attack. But at this moment, Li domineering, how can he control the future? Well, hurry up when you finish talking. Qin Yang nodded. Everyone was speechless. Libideo is really going crazy. What kind of person is this? At a time like this, shouldn't he beg for mercy like himself, or run away as fast as he can? Qin Yang. Liang Baichuan wanted to persuade Qin Yang again. Not to mention Lu Mingyu's special physique, her future achievements are limitless. Qin Yang has such a cultivation level at such an age, I'm afraid it's not much worse than a special physique. It's a pity that it just fell here. Qin Yang was still unmoved. Instead he asked, curiously, where did he get this meteor cannon? Since it is a taboo magic weapon, why did he get it so casually? Liang Baichuan was in a mess, but he still explained, although it is a taboo magic weapon, there are still some on the black market. Because of its special ability, even if someone got it, they would not dare to use it. After all, the Mercenary Union has the task is to destroy the forces that own the meteorite cannon, hand over the meteorite cannon to the Mercenary Union, and the Mercenary Union will destroy it, and will also give a large reward. This magic weapon is so useful, why is it banned? Qin Yang asked. The reason why it is a taboo magic weapon is not because the magic weapon is powerful. It is because this powerful power can be used by people who are lower than the magic weapon level. Liang Baichuan sighed, and the meteor cannon was about to launch an attack. Liang Baichuan said, if the strength does not match one's own realm, it will only cause chaos in the world. Just imagine, it is impossible for an ordinary cultivator to destroy a strong enemy. But with this meteor cannon, it will be different. What's more, there are so many desperate lunatics, let alone restraint. Especially these hateful Starfield pirates. Such power can easily destroy Star City. Once it is not controlled, the consequences will be dire. Qin Yang nodded, and asked again, forbidden magic weapon, it seems that it cannot be used openly. But if someone has similar supernatural powers, will there be any trouble when using it? Liang Baichuan was stunned. What time is this? Why are there still so many questions? Could it be that before he died, he wanted to clear up all his doubts? Liang Baichuan replied, of course there will be no problem. The voice changed, and said, but such a powerful supernatural power, indeed some people imitated it, but none of them succeeded. It is impossible for someone's supernatural power to be similar to the attack of this meteor cannon. Oh, that's fine. Qin Yang nodded, stretched out his hand, and pointed his palm at the meteor cannon. In the palm of the hand, the black light condensed, and the huge coercion even directly overwhelmed the power fluctuation of the meteor cannon. The terrifying coercion surged, and in the endless void, everyone was dumbfounded. The Starfield pirates of the Ghost Knife pirates even thought it was the meteorite cannon on their battleship, but only Libideo knew very well that this coercion was not the meteorite cannon he was activating, but from the palm of the young man opposite. Are you kidding? Libideo's back was soaked in an instant. What kind of supernatural power is this? How can there be such a powerful supernatural power? If it wasn't for the fact that there hasn't been a super spiritual powerhouse in the eternal Starfield for 100,000 years, Libideo even thought that this guy is a super spiritual realm. On the Academy battleship, the faces of the students were pale. Originally, he had a dream to pass the assessment and join the Tianya Star Mercenary Academy. In the future, he would become a top expert, become the most powerful star field mercenary, and freely gallop in the eternal star field. However, this dream has just taken a step. Is it about to be shattered? Lu Feng looked at Qin Yang viciously. He didn't want to die here. Qin Yang, stop. Look back. Lu Feng roared. The students exclaimed again and again, looking at Lu Feng in disbelief. Lu Feng was holding a dagger magic weapon, and the dagger was resting on Lu Mingyu's neck. Asshole! Do you know what you are doing? Liang Baichuan was furious. Lu Feng sneered, and said, you want to die, but I don't. Li Bidao is right, those who know the current affairs are the best. In front of the forbidden magic weapon, the meteor cannon, none of us can survive. What do you mean? Are you going to rebel? Are you going to become a Starfield pirate? Liang Baichuan's eyes widened. It's all about becoming strong, it's all about freedom. There's no difference between mercenaries and pirates. On the contrary, Starfield pirates don't have many rules and regulations like Starfield mercenaries. Lu Feng said. Qin Yang frowned and withdrew his hand. Most of the terrifying coercion between heaven and earth disappeared immediately. Lu Feng thought it was Li Bidao who had stopped. He was overjoyed and shouted loudly, Captain Li, I am willing to join the Ghost Saber Pirates. I am the #1 genius in the Xuanhuan Star District. Li Bidao swallowed. If it was before, he would be overjoyed. But now, he wasn't happy at all. Qin Yang doesn't have the aura of a strong man, on the contrary, he can't see through Qin Yang at all. But the supernatural power that Qin Yang was about to release just now. Seeing that Li Bidao didn't respond, Lu Feng became a little anxious, and continued to shout, the girl I'm kidnapping has a special physique. Just like Yao. As soon as these words came out, the Starfield pirates of the Ghost Knife Pirate Group were in an uproar. Needless to say, the significance of a special physique can make the ranking of an entire star region advance by dozens of positions. Li Bidao stared at Lu Mingyu, his eyes lit up immediately. It was not discovered before that this Lu Mingyu was actually a stunning beauty. If you can subdue it, your life will go straight to the peak. With the addition of cultivators with special physiques, the Ghost Knife Pirate Group will leap forward and become a well-known pirate group in the entire star field. I advise you not to be impulsive. If you really want to survive, put away your dagger, and I will intercede with Qin Yang. Lu Mingyu said softly without fear. Humph. Now that you are in my hands, I still need you to intercede for me? Lu Feng looked at Qin Yang and said, stay aside, or I will attack you. It's a big deal. Isn't she your wife? Do you just have the heart to watch her fade away? Qin Yang stared at Lu Feng quietly and sighed. If Lu Mingyu hadn't signaled himself not to kill him, how could Qin Yang have made him talk so much nonsense? What? This girl is that man's wife? Li Bidao was overjoyed and laughed loudly. Okay, bring that girl here, and from now on, you will be the second in command of my Ghost Knife Pirate Group. The position is yours. Lu Feng was suddenly excited. If you can become the deputy head of the Star Pirate Group in the vertical and horizontal star area, the training resources you will get are no worse than joining the Tianya Star Mercenary Academy. Lu Feng is more or less self-aware. Although he is the first genius in the Xuanhuan Star District, he is ranked at the bottom of the Xuanhuan Star District. The Tianya Star Mercenary Academy has gathered countless geniuses from the entire star field. Lu Mingyu is not the only one with a special physique. Lu Feng. How dare you? Liang Baichuan vomited blood angrily. Lu Feng, whom he was very optimistic about, actually lost his sight. If I had known that Lu Feng was this kind of person, I shouldn't have put all my effort into cultivating him in the first place. Humph, why don't you dare? Don't worry, since I am the deputy head of the Ghost Sword Pirates, I will intercede for you. Lu Feng said, if you are willing to surrender, I think the head will definitely be willing. Except you. Dream. Liang Baichuan immediately reprimanded, Lu Feng, if you dare to take a step, I will kill you. If you dare to attack, I will kill Lu Mingyu. Lu Feng refused to budge, and said with a sneer, none of you will be able to survive under the meteor cannon. Whether you live or die depends on your choice. After finishing speaking, Lu Feng looked around, looked at other students, and said, we went to Tianya Star, isn't it just to get more resources? Is there anything faster than joining the pirate group to get resources? After a pause, Lu Feng continued to confuse, if you die, you will have nothing. Wouldn't it be great to join the pirate group and be completely free from now on? Among the classmates, some glared, and some. People's hearts move. Lu Feng said, think about your family, even if you choose to die, won't your family be hurt? Join the pirate group, so that your family will no longer have to worry about being hijacked by pirates. The strength of the Ghost Knife pirate group, it is still there, and there is such a taboo magic weapon as the meteor cannon. The most powerful force in the entire Xuanhuan Star District must be the Ghost Saber Pirates. Don't talk nonsense, you are killing your classmates. Liang Baichuan looked at the other students, and said hastily, joining the pirate group is the real trouble for the family. Although our Xuanhuan Star District ranks at the bottom, it is adjacent to each other. The 1000 Meteor District is already ranked 36th and is developing rapidly. Once the powerful Star Field mercenary group finds out, they will definitely not let your family go. When one person joins the pirate group, the whole family will be implicated. Although the mercenary group will not retaliate or threaten, suppression is also indispensable. I choose to join the Ghost Saber Pirates. A classmate said, if you don't follow, you will definitely die. No matter what happens in the future, at least you will be alive now. Some students made choices one after another. Liang Baichuan was unsteady and staggered. Seeing each of his students defecting, Liang Baichuan was deeply saddened. This is the student you teach? Qin Yang looked at Liang Baichuan. Liang Baichuan was too angry to speak. Under Lu Feng's guidance, everyone hugged into a group, surrounded him and Lu Mingyu in the center, and gradually walked out of the cabin. Lu Feng looked at Qin Yang vigilantly, and said, you are at the 5th level of the God Emperor, and I am at the 1st level of the God Emperor. Even if you are stronger than me, there are still so many classmates. When he rushed in front of me, he killed Lu Mingyu. Qin Yang looked at Lu Feng expressionlessly, as if staring at a dead person. Some students did not make a statement, but at this time they saw that other students had already started to move, and finally made up their minds. You. Liang Baichuan's eyes were bloodshot. The Ghost Knife Pirates began to boo, and someone shouted loudly, look at our deputy head, he is such a heroic boy. He actually directly instigated all the students. I also brought a practitioner with a special physique to our regiment. With such achievements, I am convinced to be our deputy leader. Some pirates laughed. Li Badeo also relaxed a little. Although the meteor cannon's attack was suspended, he kept aiming the cannon at Qin Yang. Special physique, the Ghost Knife Pirate Group will be famous in the entire Eternal Starfield in the near future. Li Badeo said excitedly, don't worry, I will do my best to train you, and I will definitely let you catch up with Yao's pace, and surpass Yao. All he wanted was revenge, but now the hope of revenge was right in front of him. He was so excited that it was difficult to calm down, which made him more and more forget the supernatural coercion gathered in Qin Yang's hands before. Liang Baichuan, your students have already joined my Ghost Knife Pirate Group, do you really want to die? Li Badeo said. If Liang Baichuan could be made to surrender, it would be perfect. I would rather die than surrender. Liang Baichuan, trembling all over, took a deep breath, and said heavily, I taught these students. I only taught them to practice, but did not teach them to be human. It is a crime to go astray like this. It's all my fault. I know that 100 deaths cannot atone for my sin. Liang Baichuan fell silent after saying this. Spiritual thoughts transmitted to Qin Yang, and said, I know you are powerful. Now, I don't ask you to save the other students. I will help you save Lu Mingyu. You take her, let's go. There was a strange look in Qin Yang's eyes. He didn't expect that Liang Baichuan was a man. The eternal star field is a high-level plane. The growth of strength is much faster than that of the sky star field, and the upper limit is also much higher. Countless star field pirates and star field mercenaries roaming across the star field will inevitably disturb the practitioner's mind. It is understandable that these cultivators are not strong-willed. The students are moving slowly, and they have come to the deck. At any time it could fly into the sky and fly towards the pirate warship where Libideo was. There are many choices in the way of cultivation. As a practitioner, once you make a choice, you must have the awareness to bear the consequences. Qin Yang said lightly. No matter what you say, the ending will not change. Don't worry, as the deputy head of the Ghost Saber Pirates, I won't intercede for you. Qin Yang, you will definitely die. As for whether Lu Mingyu is your wife is not important anymore, because she will be mine. Lu Feng said greedily. As soon as the words fell, Li Bideo frowned frivolously. Wouldn't this mean he was robbing himself of a woman? Such a stunning beauty, but also a special physique. Forget it, wait for them to come over first, don't you have the final say? Lu Mingyu sighed, and said, you, and the last chance. Stop talking nonsense. Lu Feng interrupted, and was about to fly into the air. At this moment, Liang Baichuan's figure flashed, and he was about to rush towards Lu Feng. At the moment when all the action started, there was a terrifying coercion in the endless void, like a giant beast looking down on an ant. The translucent aperture seemed to have changed and spread rapidly. Even Liang Baichuan, who was in the 5th realm of the God Emperor, couldn't react. Bang bang bang. The sound of the body falling kept ringing. As soon as Lu Feng took off, he fell down hard, as if he had become an ordinary person. Other students are no exception. Even Liang Baichuan lost all his strength as soon as he rushed out, fell heavily to the ground, and slid a few feet. Not only that, all the pirates of the Ghost Knife pirate group around them also softened. Some pirates standing in the air fell down like dumplings. Those who fell on the battleship were better, but those who fell out of the battleship, outside the scope of the battleship, were like dandelions in the wind, floating and floating. How is it possible? Lu Feng's eyes widened, and he jumped violently, but he couldn't fly anymore. This is a domain, and there is such a terrifying vision of heaven and earth. Could it be that Qin Yang also has a special physique? Liang Baichuan was also surprised. You are only a 5-level God Emperor, how can you have such a strong domain? Lu Feng looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. Qin Yang said lightly, who told you that I am the God Emperor? He raised his foot, took a step forward, and appeared directly in front of Lu Feng. Everyone is like a mortal, except Qin Yang. Don't act rashly. Hurry up and back away, otherwise. Lu Feng threatened. Otherwise, what? Qin Yang snorted softly. Lu Mingyu has gone. Come over and pull Qin Yang gently, they jest. Qin Yang shook his head and said, this is their own choice, no matter whether they have the awareness of cultivators or not, they should bear this result. Lu Feng's eyes widened. Isn't Lu Mingyu under his control? How? He wanted to wave his arm, but was shocked to find that the hand holding the dagger magic weapon was gone. There is no severe pain, and it seems that the nerves have not responded. A strange force spread across his body, constantly making him disappear. At this moment, that force had already annihilated his arm and reached his shoulder. Although the supernatural powers can't be used, the power is still there. So. Qin Yang smiled lightly, his eyes filled with endless indifference. Below me, everyone is still an ant. What is the origin of this Qin Yang, and why is he so strong? Li Bidao was also like a mortal at this time, supporting the meteor cannon. When Qin Yang rescued Lu Mingyu, Li Bidao gritted his teeth. He finally realized that he and Qin Yang were not on the same level at all, and even the meteor cannon could not narrow the gap between them. Except for the special physique, and if it is a special physique practitioner of the same level, Li Bidao knows that no one will be a match for Qin Yang. But. Li Bidao looked at the activation circle on the meteor cannon and took a deep breath. Fortunately, the charged meteorite cannon can be activated without strength. Go to hell! Li Bidao yelled fiercely, his voice was loud, as if he was emboldening himself. Qin Yang looked up and stretched out his hand gently. At the same time, the ordinary world domain was closed, and everyone's power returned to normal. However, the terrifying coercion that hadn't been forgotten before appeared again. This time everyone knew where the coercion came from. Everyone stared at Qin Yang's palm, and saw a dark divine light emanating from his palm. The divine light collided with the meteor cannon in the void, and the scene that made everyone tremble with fear appeared. As a taboo magic weapon, and it is an 8th order meteor cannon, its powerful attack was directly crushed to death. The two beams collided, and Qin Yang directly pierced through the meteor cannon's attack with his supernatural powers. The pitch-black light beam directly wiped out the battleship where Li Bidao was on. Copied the ability of the meteor cannon and activated it with the power of annihilation. Its power is no longer comparable to that of the meteor cannon. You are so strong. Lu Feng saw this scene with his own eyes, but it was too late. All the beautiful dreams were shattered by himself. Annihilation of the power of rules has already annihilated his head, and soon, his entire body also disappeared. There is no such first genius as Lu Feng in the Xuanhuan star area. The pirates of Ghost Saber pirates were chilling all over. Qin Yang was 100 times more terrifying than Yao. Now that Li Bidao and the 7th tier magic weapon battleship are all wiped out, how can they dare to stay here? The warships flew in all directions at high speed, but unfortunately, the sky road in Xingqing was cut to pieces by Qin Yang, and their speed was like snails in Qin Yang's eyes. Qin Yang waved at Liang Baichuan and said, "Come here." Liang Baichuan didn't know why, so he walked over. But he looked at the other students, and suddenly his heart tightened, and he looked at Qin Yang. Suddenly, could it be that you? Before he finished speaking, the palpitating waves of death swept through the void. Like a black hole, it wants to annihilate everything around it. Starting from Qin Yang's feet, everything except Lu Mingyu and Liang Baichuan disappeared rapidly. The students didn't even have time to be afraid, and they disappeared like bubbles. The terrifying annihilation of the power of the rules caught up with the battleship of the Ghost Knife pirate group. No matter how the pirates pushed, they couldn't escape Qin Yang's attack speed. For a moment, there was silence in the void. Even the turbulence of the void is gone, and everything is clean. Liang Baichuan's scalp was numb. So powerful, could it be? You are actually a mercenary of the upper Haoyue level. Liang Baichuan's voice trembled a little. In the entire Eternal Star Field, this is also a top powerhouse. In the Eternal Star Field, there has been no super-spiritual powerhouse born for many years. Even among the 5 super-spiritual families, the strongest are only in the late stage of the divine spirit realm. I'm not a mercenary yet. Qin Yang said lightly. However, what do you mean by the superior Haoyue? Liang Baichuan said, one who is above the God-King realm can become a mercenary or a pirate. There are 9 realms in the God-King realm, and after passing the assessment, there will be a level. It is 1-9. Above the God-King realm is the God-Emperor realm. There are 5 major realms in the God Emperor realm. After passing the assessment, the mercenary level will be upgraded, ranging from 1-star mercenary to 5-star mercenary. And above the Divine Emperor realm, there is the Divine Spirit realm. The Divine Spirit realm is divided into early, middle, and late stages. The corresponding mercenary levels are the lower Haoyue, the middle Haoyue, and the upper Haoyue. Qin Yang asked, "What about the super spiritual realm?" There is only one level in the super spiritual realm, and that is the Rising Sun mercenary. That is already a legend. Liang Baichuan said. Qin Yang thought in his heart, it seems that this eternal starfield has experienced a war between starfields, and the level of the plane is still there, but the powerhouses in the super spiritual realm are all dead. Let's go. Although the magic warship is destroyed, Rukawa Star City is not far away. Qin Yang said. Liang Baichuan didn't move, and looked a little dazed. Unexpectedly, such a thing would happen. He didn't think that Qin Yang shouldn't kill those classmates. On the contrary, they made the choice to join the pirates, and no mercenary academy would accept them. Pirates and mercenaries are always going to die. If you don't kill them, you can only let them go back to harm the Xuanhuan star area. Can still be my student? Liang Baichuan looked at Qin Yang and asked. Of course. Lu Mingyu said first. Liang Baichuan's expression improved a little. A person with a special physique is enough to be worth 100, 1,000, 10,000 Lu Fengs. As for this kind of encounter, even if he reported it truthfully, Liang Baichuan would not be punished. On the contrary, she will still be able to achieve success, because of Lu Mingyu alone. Liang Baichuan can still become a teacher of Tianyaxing Mercenary Academy. Since this is the case, I will still fulfill my previous promise. I will do my best to obtain cultivation resources for Lu Mingyu. Liang Baichuan said. Thank you very much. Qin Yang said lightly. You have to pay for what you want to get. Qin Yang will naturally put his heart into cultivating resources. However, the top priority is to get to Tianya Star first. However, at present, we seem to be in some trouble. Liang Baichuan said. What's the trouble? Qin Yang asked. My universe ring is in the hands of Li Bidao. Liang Baichuan sighed. Qin Yang displayed his supernatural power, not to mention the Qianquan ring in Li Bidao's hand. All the magic warships were wiped out together. Liang Baichuan looked at Qin Yang. Such powerful high-ranking Haoyue mercenaries are all rich and invincible. Qin Yang blinked his eyes and said, then go to Rukawa Star City first and find a way to make money. So. As soon as he said it, Liang Baichuan understood. Liang Baichuan was a little worried, and said, if you want to make money, there are ways. But if we don't have the capital, it seems that there is only one way. What way? Qin Yang asked. Arena duel. Liang Baichuan finished speaking, and said, you are a high-ranking Haoyue mercenary, let alone such a level, even if you are a low-ranking Haoyue, there is no opponent in Rukawa Star City's arena. I am a 5-star mercenary. For a short time I'm afraid I can't find an opponent. If it wasn't for Qin Yang's comparison, Liang Baichuan would definitely say that powerful star mercenaries generally wouldn't go to duels in the arena. How dare he mention the word powerful in front of Qin Yang? You said before, you have to pass the assessment to get a mercenary level. That is to say, the mercenary level does not necessarily have to match the realm of a cultivator. Qin Yang thought for a while and said. Yes. Liang Baichuan nodded, suddenly stunned, aren't you really a mercenary? Why don't you believe it? Qin Yang chuckled and said, it seems that I'm going to start as a level 1 mercenary. Liang Baichuan was dumbfounded, a level 1 mercenary who passed the test at the first level of the Divine King realm, but Qin Yang is the peak powerhouse in the late stage of the Divine Spirit realm. However, Liang Baichuan was also very curious, how could Qin Yang not be a mercenary with such a powerful strength? The previous suspicion made Liang Baichuan's heart sink again, and he said hesitantly, could it be that you are really a high-ranking level starfield pirate? Such a strong person can do anything. Liang Baichuan said, mercenary tokens and pirate tokens are all branded by spiritual sense to recognize the master. Everyone's divine sense brand is unique, and once recognized as the master, it cannot be changed. Everyone's divine sense brand will be, after counting the statistics of the formation, no one can get away with it. Don't worry, I'm neither. Qin Yang replied. While chatting, while flying. After a long time, I finally saw Rukawa Star City. The outline of a huge city stands in the void. Qin Yang thought it would be a world, a planet, but he didn't expect it to be a city the size of a planet. A powerful energy shield, like a world wall, wraps around the city. The bright star rivers are the sky roads of the Star City, and there are countless magic weapons ships entering and leaving like streams of light. The widest star river is the Sky Road in the Star Area. If you step on the Sky Road in the Star Area, you can go directly to the high-level Star Area. Liang Baichuan said, as long as you go on the Sky Road of this Star Area, after arriving at the Xinya Star Area, you can directly transfer to the Star City Sky Road leading to Tianya Star. But, we need at least one Tier 7 magic weapon ship. Liang Baichuan sighed. Starting from scratch is not so easy. Don't worry, there will be bread, and there will be milk. Qin Yang glanced at the battleship port of Rukawa Star City, where countless magic ships stopped for a short time before being put away by powerful practitioners. Maybe, we can get an 8th-tier magic weapon ship. Qin Yang stared at one of the 8th-tier warships and said. Liang Baichuan was taken aback at first, he couldn't figure out how to get a Tier 8 magic weapon ship. After all, this is a ship corresponding to the Divine Spirit Realm, and it is a top magic weapon in the entire Eternal Starfield. But following Qin Yang's gaze, Liang Baichuan was startled, and said, could it be that you want to? Qin Yang looked over lightly, and said, don't always think of me as a pirate, I'm also a very upright person, okay? Oh. Liang Baichuan nodded with a dry smile. Ding. The ability of the 8th-tier magic weapon ship has been copied successfully. Qin Yang also knew that it would be difficult to earn a magic weapon ship from scratch, and it would take a lot of time, so he simply copied the ability of a magic weapon ship. After duplicating and improving the system, Qin Yang displayed his supernatural powers. It was not as big and bloated as the magic weapon ship, but it had a speed comparable to it. Now, Qin Yang wants to take Lu Mingyu to Tianya Star, isn't it because he lacks enough speed? The Star City that can directly connect to the high-level Star Area. Liang Baichuan took a deep breath, his eyes filled with envy. Not only can it benefit the entire Star region, but it can also spread the name through the ages. As long as Lu Mingyu joins the Tianya Star Mercenary Academy and becomes a powerful mercenary in the future, Liang Baichuan will also be able to leave his name in the history of the Xuanhuan Star District. Under the surprised eyes of all passers-by and the constant verification of the staff, the three flew to the port. You are really from the Five-Finger Star Mercenary Academy in the Xuanhuan Star District? The staff didn't believe it. If the Xuanhuan Star District wants to come to the Thousand Meteor District, it will take a long time to walk the sky. Even if this Ruchuan Star City is in the middle of the two star regions, it cannot be flown out of thin air. Really, you can verify it. I am the Vice President of Five Fingers Mercenary Academy. Liang Baichuan said. Are you kidding me? The Vice President doesn't even have a magic weapon ship? Besides, when did you send only 2 students from the Xuanhuan Star area to go for the assessment? Those who didn't know about it in previous years thought that you organized a long-distance tour. The staff joked. The onlookers also laughed. A passerby jokingly said, I've heard about this too. It seems that the lower the ranking star area, the more students it sends out. What is this called, casting a wide net? Maybe some student can make the high-level star area. The mercenary academy in the district took a fancy to it, and it has been prosperous since then. Judging from the number of you, you are definitely not from the Five Fingers Mercenary Academy. Some passers-by followed suit. Liang Baichuan's expression turned ugly, and he said, "We encountered the ghost saber pirates, and all the students were killed. Only me and these two students survived." After saying this, everyone was taken aback for a moment, and then burst out laughing again. A mercenary who seemed to be Rukawa Xingqing laughed and said, "Are you kidding me?" Master Yao came over in person, beheaded Li Ghost Sword, the leader of the Ghost Sword Pirates, and severely injured the Ghost Sword Pirates. That's it. Can you still defeat the team of your Five-Finger Star Mercenary Academy? Tell me honestly, which pirate group are you from? You don't have a good reason to get away with it. The staff member said impatiently. We are really not members of the pirate group. Liang Baichuan was a little angry. He glanced at Qin Yang and felt the feeling of being misunderstood. It's just that he doesn't have Qin Yang's bearing. In fact, Qin Yang simply didn't bother to argue with these people. Qin Yang took a step forward, walked up to the staff, and said quietly, "Check his identity." The staff member's face was stiff, and he said, "If you say verify, verify it? It's me who counts what you say." The sound stopped abruptly, like a duck being strangled by someone's neck. Qin Yang grabbed the staff member's neck and lifted him up. The face of the staff turned red instantly, and the strength of the God Emperor realm could not be displayed at all. At this time, he was just like an ordinary person, kicking his legs vigorously, trying to break Qin Yang's hand with both hands, but he couldn't shake it at all. "I don't want to say it a second time," Qin Yang said coldly. There were gasping sounds one after another, and a mercenary was furious, saying, "Good boy, how dare you act wild in our Rukawa Star City? You really don't know the heights of heaven and earth." Qin Yang ignored it, but asked Liang Baichuan, "Can you kill people?" Cold sweat broke out on Liang Baichuan's forehead, and he said hastily, "Impossible. In all star cities, except in the arena, you must not kill anyone. Once you kill someone, you are against the entire star city and the entire mercenary union." After finishing speaking, Liang Baichuan added, "Although your strength, you can. But there is also a lot of trouble." As soon as he heard the trouble, Qin Yang let go of his hand. The staff member fell limply to the ground, and his strength returned to his body. He looked at Qin Yang in horror, not daring to disobey him. I'll verify it for you right now." The staff quickly took out the token and injected spiritual thoughts into it. Then he said cautiously to Liang Baichuan, "Please use your brand of divine sense." Liang Baichuan nodded, and his spiritual thoughts swept across. A light flashed on the token, and a light screen emerged. Liang Baichuan, Vice President of the Five-Finger Star Mercenary Academy in the Xuanhuan Star District. Execute the task. Escort the students from the Xuanhuan Star District to the Tianya Star Mercenary Academy in the Xinya Star District. Rows of information appeared, and the reason why the missions were also displayed was actually to deter pirates. It turned out to be, really? The mercenaries who were watching were incredulous. Someone muttered softly, "I see that young man is acting like a pirate. I thought it was a pirate." Some people worried and said, "Since it is true, that means they really encountered the Ghost Saber Pirates? Has the Ghost Saber Pirates revived so soon?" After verifying the information, Qin Yang strode forward directly. At this time, there was a commotion in the crowd. A huge battleship landed at the port of Star City. On the battleship, a hideous green poisonous dragon logo made the atmosphere tense. "No, it's the Poison Dragon Pirates. Damn, why did they come?" Liang Baichuan's heart tightened, and he said in a low voice, "Let's leave quickly." "Why?" Qin Yang asked. Liang Baichuan said, this poisonous dragon pirate group was originally the largest pirate group in other star regions. Because the ranking of the Thousand Meteors region has risen, they directly moved their headquarters here. It is said that the Ghost Knife pirate group was once rejected, but still with the Ghost Saber pirates made some deals. You mean the meteor cannon? Qin Yang asked. Liang Baichuan nodded. Qin Yang asked again, why do the pirates dare to come to Star City? Could it be that they are here to attack Rikawa Star City? Liang Baichuan shook his head and said, no, although the Dulong pirates are powerful, they are not strong enough to attack Star City directly. As for why they dare to come, because no one is allowed to fight within a certain range of Star City. Even mercenaries and pirates, let go of your hatred for a while. Before the words were finished, the originally tense atmosphere suddenly relaxed, and the crowd also cheered. Oh my God, Lord Yao is here. Great, with Lord Yao here, I'm afraid the poisonous dragon pirates can only behave with their tails between their legs. More than that, as long as they leave Star City, they will definitely be annihilated by Master Yao. Yao. Qin Yang raised his mouth when he heard the cheers of the mercenaries. Unexpectedly, we met so soon. The inheritor of the will of the Lord of the Eternal Starfield, are you here for the poison dragon pirates, or, for me? Qin Yang's eyes flickered. Lu Mingyu asked in a low voice, is this the Yao you mentioned? Qin Yang nodded with a smile. 2 Tier 8 warships docked at the port one after another. A group of people came up and down from the Dulong pirates. The leader had a bearded face and numerous scars on his body, and he looked vicious. The open clothes vaguely revealed the pattern of poisonous dragon tattooed on his body, which looked hideous and terrifying. It's so unlucky. If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't have made a deal with Li Bideo. This trash, before we left, he used the meteor cannon on the back. It would really cause us trouble. Zhao Dulong said viciously. The taboo magic weapon, the meteorite cannon, destroy those that are destroyed, and those that are turned in are turned in. Most of the ones that are still circulating in the black market today are powerful 8th order meteorite cannons. At such a level, even the Haoyue level mercenary regiment would be happy to eat their fat. Boss, is this Xiao coming for us? One of his subordinates pointed to the luxurious warship in the distance and asked in a low voice. From the battleship, one person came down. White clothes and white hair, sword eyebrows and star eyes. It is the #1 genius in the eternal star field, Yao. He is already the next Haoyue mercenary, the next Haoyue god. Zhao Dulong lowered his voice, and said, no one knows that we have the meteor cannon, and even traded it to Li Bideo. This Yao probably came for us. Speaking of this, Zhao Dulong became even more angry, cursing in a low voice, this trash Li is overbearing, originally I just wanted to use him as a shield, and try to use it secretly in the nearby star area, to deter some mercenary groups, it turned out to be good. Before we went far, he launched the meteor cannon. In this way, anyone with a little brain will know that this meteor cannon must belong to our Dulong pirates, and we can't even write it off. Otherwise, why should we show up in Ruchuan Star City to prove our innocence? Zhao Dulong sighed. The rules and regulations in Star City are unacceptable to pirates. But if Zhao Dulong didn't show up with the Dulong pirates, then the matter of the meteorite cannon would be unreasonable. The mercenary regiment is not a reasonable and good stubble, and they can completely pull the banner to encircle and suppress them. At that time it will be troublesome. Register us quickly, we will be staying for a while. Zhao Dulong came to the staff, and all the mercenaries hurried away. At this time, Yao also walked step by step, his eyes swept across the audience, and when he saw Zhao Dulong, he only frowned slightly. But when he saw Qin Yang, his whole body was shocked and his pupils shrank sharply. Ah, I've been discovered. Qin Yang chuckled and reached out his hand to say hello. Zhao Dulong pointed at Qin Yang, and said to his subordinates, "Who is this guy? Is it from the Ghost Saber Pirates? Who knows? How dare you greet me like this?" The subordinate looked blank, and said, "That kind of garbage pirate group, who knows who is in them? Presumably they want to cling to the relationship." The boss ignores him. Zhao Dulong nodded, and found that the registration was not done yet, and immediately said angrily, "Hurry up." The staff shivered, and hurriedly registered Zhao Dulong and others as quickly as possible. TCH. When facing mercenaries, they are strictly interrogated, but when facing pirates, they are submissive. Qin Yang said disdainfully. Not long after, the registration is complete. Zhao Dulong waved his hand and said, "Little ones, let's have fun. I'll give you a long vacation." "Very good. Long live the boss." The subordinates suddenly laughed and laughed. Zhao Dulong warned, "Playing is playing, but don't forget, this is in Star City. Don't be afraid of disputes, declare war directly, and compete in the arena. Don't beat people to death outside, otherwise, the brown sugar may stick to us." Looking at Yao, who was getting closer and closer, Zhao Dulong was not afraid at all. "So what about the first genius in the eternal starfield? Isn't he a lower god like him? And Yao has always been a loner, but he, Zhao Dulong, has many subordinates." Everyone thought that Yao would have a conflict with Zhao Dulong. Even Zhao Dulong thought that even if this Yao's target was not him, he would definitely step forward and put down his harsh words when he saw him. However, Yao ignored Zhao Dulong directly, past him, and walked towards Qin Yang. And? Zhao Dulong was stunned for a moment, and all his subordinates were also stunned. The mercenaries' onlookers also looked at each other in blank dismay. "This is never seen Yao ignore pirates. I didn't expect you to come so soon." Yao walked up to Qin Yang and said quietly. Liang Baichuan was a little agitated. He actually came into contact with Yao at such a close distance. Moreover, this Qin Yang really knew Yao. "Well, aren't you welcome?" Qin Yang smiled faintly. "You shouldn't come, I don't welcome you, please leave," Yao said. Luming Yu rolled her eyes. She had been hearing Qin Yang say that Yao was like sick. Seeing her at this moment, she really deserved her reputation. Such a stinky fart, it's absolutely insane. "Sorry, I can't go now. If you can lend me some money to buy a Tier 9 battleship, maybe I will consider your suggestion." Qin Yang shrugged and said, it's not easy to go back. 9th level. Liang Baichuan's eyes widened. 9th level is the super spiritual level. There might not even be a 9th order magic weapon in the entire eternal starfield. Yao remained expressionless, with fluttering white hair, which attracted a group of female mercenaries to scream loudly, and their voices were drawn in the shape of hearts, spreading throughout the port. "Impossible," Yao said, "since you can't leave, then you are destined to be my enemy." "What's the reason?" Qin Yang blinked playfully. "I'm not a pirate, on the contrary, I came here to become a mercenary." "The reason is that your power is dark," Yao said. "It's still the same sentence, as long as the power is pure enough, there is no difference between light and darkness. I forgot whether I told you that impure light is the same as in darkness, you can't see anything." Qin Yang looked at Yao. This guy's cultivation speed is so fast. Is this already the next god? I hope you won't let me find other reasons to kill you. Once I find out, I will do it, Yao said coldly. Qin Yang sighed. It was a bit strenuous to communicate with this Yao. However, Qin Yang pointed at Zhao Dulong, who was not far away, and said, "Compared to me, such a big pirate is next to you, don't you care?" Zhao Dulong's face was livid, and he was the next Haiyue pirate. His name resounded in several star regions. There is no one who is not famous and fearful, but now, he feels insulted. Yao turned his head, glanced at Zhao Dulong lightly, and said, evil will be wiped out eventually, not overnight. Haha. Qin Yang couldn't help laughing out loud. Zhao Dulong clenched his fists and was about to walk over with a livid face. But he was quickly stopped by his subordinates. In such a conflict, a duel must be declared. It is true that pirates can come to any star city, but the duel between mercenaries and pirates cannot be refused. If defeated, the Dulong pirates would not be able to accept it. But if they win, they really won't be able to leave Rukawa Star City alive. Behind Yao, there is the support of the Super Spirit family. Yao left, and Liang Baichuan, like the other mercenaries onlookers, watched him affectionately until he couldn't see him. Liang Baichuan asked, curiously, are you familiar with Yao? There is no objection to this question. Qin Yang paused, frowned, and said, if possible, I don't want to know this person. Liang Baichuan looked at Qin Yang. This guy looked more and more like a fan. Boy, are you from the Ghost Saber Pirates? Zhao Dulong walked over proudly. No. Qin Yang replied. Just as he was about to leave, the pirates of the Dulong pirates surrounded Qin Yang and the three of them. Is it true that you can't kill people? Qin Yang asked again, is it okay to kill pirates? Liang Baichuan was stiff all over, and said in a low voice, no, this is the rule. If you kill him outside the arena, you will also meet the wrath of all the pirate groups. It's really troublesome. Qin Yang took a deep breath. If it wasn't for Lu Mingyu, Qin Yang thought it would be nice to be a pirate. Regardless of your rules or not. Only the weak among pirates would abide by such ridiculous rules. Hee hee, boy, you're crazy, one of his subordinates sneered, looking at Lu Mingyu, his eyes straightened instantly. Zhao Dulong's eyes also lit up, and he said, leave her, you two get lost. Qin Yang stared at Zhao Dulong quietly, and said, I'll count to 3, if you don't get out, I may not be able to bear it. Zhao Dulong's eyelids twitched, how dare someone talk to him like that? You don't know who I am? Zhao Dulong gritted his teeth and said, don't think that this is in Star City, I can't do anything about you. Boy, since you want to die, I'm not afraid of trouble. I'm going to challenge you now. You can't say no. After speaking, he took out the pirate token and shot a beam of light at Qin Yang, but there was no response. What's the matter? It's broken? Zhao Dulong was puzzled for a while. There is no token feedback? Sorry, I'm not a mercenary yet. Qin Yang said lightly, but I will soon. Are you kidding me? Zhao Dulong was furious. How could anyone not be a mercenary? Zhao Dulong looked at Qin Yang, but found that it was impossible to check Qin Yang's cultivation, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be, really kicked the iron plate? Yao Ning appears here, maybe there will be people from other super spirit families to come to recruit. Zhao Dulong narrowed his eyes and started to challenge Lu Mingyu directly. Another beam of light shot out from the token, and Zhao Dulong said, since you are not a mercenary, what about her? Isn't it? Between pirates and mercenaries, a challenge cannot be refused. If you want to survive, you can only surrender. Zhao Dulong was stunned for a moment. This time the token still has no feedback, and Lu Mingyu has no identity either. Neither mercenaries nor pirates. As long as your token is not broken, then only people without identity will be able to challenge the challenge. Zhao Dulong couldn't figure it out, and continued to check the token. But his behavior of challenging Lu Mingyu has already offended Qin Yang. Zhao Dulong was about to aim the token at Liang Baichuan, but Liang Baichuan's face changed drastically. Even though his token was annihilated by Qin Yang along with the Qianquan ring, his information is still there. As long as Zhao Dulong's token swipes over him, he can get his brand of divine sense. It's over. Liang Baichuan's heart sank. When Zhao Dulong's token beam was about to shoot out, one hand suddenly held the token. Qin Yang stuck it in front of Zhao Dulong's face in an instant, Zhao Dulong didn't even react. The token in his hand was crushed by Qin Yang. How is it possible, you, what kind of strength? Zhao Dulong was taken aback. I don't like trouble either. I'll give you a chance. Let's go out and play? Qin Yang said lightly. Zhao Dulong swallowed and spit. Everyone knows that since he will appear in Rukawa Star City, outside of this Star City is the large force of Dulong pirates. But even so, Qin Yang actually wanted to fight him? Isn't this a direct battle with the entire poisonous dragon pirate group? In the divine spirit realm, it is impossible to fight at a higher level. High-level rules are enough to crush middle-level and low-level rules. Only the meteor cannon can leapfrog, but the meteor cannon gave Libideo. I think this is a misunderstanding. Zhao Dulong confessed directly. I really can't figure out the origin of this kid. The mercenaries' onlookers were stunned. First, Yao and Qin Yang had a familiar conversation, and then Qin Yang didn't give Zhao Dulong any face. Everyone looked at Qin Yang, curious about Qin Yang's identity. Don't let me see you, Qin Yang said. After speaking, he turned and left. But this time all the mercenaries consciously gave way to the three of Qin Yang, leaving only Zhao Dulong with dark eyes staring at Qin Yang's back. Check it out for me. I'm really curious, who can hide their identity? Zhao Dulong said harshly. In his opinion, Qin Yang's strength was also hidden by the magic weapon, and it was not difficult to hide his own token if he could hide his strength perfectly. The subordinates took the lead, and someone directly called out the small shuttle magic weapon and left the port. After this incident, Liang Baichuan's mood was like a roller coaster. If Qin Yang hadn't made a move, he would have had to fight Zhao Dulong. The pirate group didn't care about face. Instead, they preferred to challenge existences that were inferior to them in Star City. Thank you. Liang Baichuan thanked. No need. Qin Yang shook his head. Although he didn't make a move, Qin Yang had already remembered Zhao Dulong. Why worry? Only get rich. How to get rich? Hey. However, at this time Qin Yang still needs to apply for a mercenary token. After all, this token is an ID card. Under the leadership of Liang Baichuan, they came to the headquarters of the Mercenary Union in Ruchuan Star City. After Dao Ming's identity verification, the staff greeted him hospitably. I didn't expect the ghost knife pirates to die, but it's a pity. Master Yao came to escort the mercenary students of Rukawa Xingqing, so he might not be able to spare them to destroy them. The staff member said. Soon, Liang Baichuan's mercenary token was reissued, and the next step was to process it for Qin Yang and Lu Mingyu. This confuses the staff. One is that Qin Yang is too strong. Although he didn't say it clearly, the staff knew that Qin Yang was at least a God Emperor after repeated testing. But the God Emperor powerhouse doesn't have a token, isn't this a joke? Second, Lu Mingyu doesn't have any cultivation, and to apply for a mercenary token, at least God King realm is required. Then follow the rules. Qin Yang said. The staff nodded. If Liang Baichuan hadn't guaranteed him, he wouldn't have applied for a mercenary token for Qin Yang. This kind of black household must at least be strictly scrutinized by the Mercenary Union. As for Lu Mingyu, it cannot be handled. After thinking about it, it may be a lot of trouble to apply for a mercenary token, and Qin Yang is not forcing it. By the way, do you want to go with Lord Yao? The staff asked. Is it possible? Liang Baichuan was overjoyed. The staff member said, if Yao has no objection, your escort mission can be merged with him. But, what about your reward? Liang Baichuan hurriedly said, I don't need to be paid. It's just that I don't know if Master Yao will agree. I agree. An emotionless voice came from the door, causing another commotion. In the Mercenary Union, everyone looked at the young man with white hair and white clothes with respect. But that young man still stared at Qin Yang. However, we have to wait for 3 days. The other mercenary academy students in Star City haven't arrived yet, Yao said. I don't agree. Qin Yang directly refused. Why? 3 consecutive whys came from Yao, Liang Baichuan, and the staff. The other mercenaries in the mercenary union also looked stunned. They broke their heads and wanted to join the escort mission, just to get closer to He Yao. Even if you brag to others in the future, you will have face. However, Qin Yang refused. I'm afraid. Qin Yang smiled lightly and said, I can't hold back. Everyone was at a loss and couldn't understand. Liang Baichuan gasped, because only he knew how the students he brought died. You are afraid. Yao said. Qin Yang shook his head and said, No, I'm afraid of trouble. Then let's go together. Yao continued. All the mercenaries were in a mess. How could it be that Yao was begging Qin Yang to join the escort? Qin Yang knew that this Yao wanted to monitor him all the time. After all, Yao knew that he came from the Sky Star Field. There is an indelible hatred between the star fields. The entire star field of the Protoss was destroyed in the Star Field War. As the inheritor of the domain master's will of the eternal starfield, Yao may not know his identity, but he does know how dangerous it is for someone from the Sky Starfield, who is no less powerful than himself. Qin Yang, I think it's better for us to be together. Otherwise, with our strength, it's not something that can be done in a short time if we want to raise enough money to buy the magic weapon of shuttle. Liang Baichuan persuaded in a low voice. Qin Yang thought for a while, and said to Yao, if you can take good care of those students, and don't keep thinking about my wife, it will be fine. Yao glanced at Lu Mingyu suspiciously. In his eyes, people can only be divided into good and evil, and nothing else. Yes. Yao nodded, if someone harasses me, I will stop it. After finishing speaking, Yao said to the staff, my mission is delayed by 3 days. The staff hastened to do so. After the conversation between Yao and Qin Yang, although the staff still had a lot of puzzles, they knew that Qin Yang was not a simple person. The attitude of the staff changed immediately, and they became attentive, answering every question, knowing everything without saying anything. If you want to upgrade the token, you need to complete a specific upgrade task. Different levels of tokens can accept tasks of different levels. Naturally, the higher the level of the task, the higher the reward. The staff patiently explained, however, there is no reward for the upgrade task. If you succeed, you can advance. It doesn't matter if you fail. As long as you don't die, you can keep challenging. Do you want to accept the upgrade task now? No, I want to know if there will be rewards for participating in the arena? Qin Yang said. What are you kidding? Who would do something without rewards? Working part-time for nothing is not in line with Qin Yang's temperament. Yes, there are still different rewards for different levels. However, if you want to make money from the arena, you usually spend most of your money on gambling, the staff member said. Looking at Qin Yang, the staff hesitated and said, could it be that you want to use your current mercenary level to become a dark horse? Is it illegal? Qin Yang asked. That's not against the rules. The staff didn't know what to say. It's true that there are no regulations in this regard, but the token level means the strength of the mercenaries, and everyone desperately wants to increase the token level. Even beyond his own cultivation, he wants to try. This is the glory and dignity of every mercenary. The staff member said, it is true that some people have done this before, but the good times didn't last long. Because going to the arena with low-level tokens can be regarded as breaking the balance. The arena will send strong people to challenge. As long as you don't violate the rules, let's go. Qin Yang waved his hand and left directly. Only the staff were left in a daze for a while. After a long time, the staff member said to the people around him, "Go and inform the arena that a level 1 mercenary is going to duel." "Do you want the arena to send out strong men directly?" the man asked. "Idiot." The staff said angrily, "Do you have any brains? Didn't you see that Liang Baichuan listened to him? Didn't you see that Master Yao was chatting with him? And invited him to participate in the escort mission? Of course I am. I want you to notify the arena and let them take care of it." The man hurriedly took orders and went to report. On the way, Qin Yang looked at the densely packed shops around him, with a wide variety of goods. There are also countless restaurants with delicious aromas. Qin Yang asked, "If it's all Star City, where do you get the resources? Are there any monsters?" Liang Baichuan explained, "Resources are obtained from some wild star regions and wild star cities. There are undeveloped land boundaries, and there are also some ancient ruins." Speaking of this, Liang Baichuan asked, "Are you looking for some powerful monsters to practice?" After thinking for a while, Liang Baichuan said again, "In some dangerous star regions, there are rumors that there are powerful existences in the super-spiritual realm." Qin Yang shook his head directly and said, "No, I'm just hungry." Liang Baichuan was speechless for a moment. When they came to the arena, with the previous management, the staff didn't make too much trouble, they just checked and let Qin Yang and the others go in. In the arena, it was very lively. And this arena is like a secret realm. Supported by a powerful space formation, it looks small from the outside, but it is completely different when it is actually inside. This arena is divided into 10 areas, from arena number 1 to arena number 10. The environment in each arena is different, without exception, all are full. Arena number 1, the Duel of Star Mercenaries, everyone, don't miss it. Arena number 3 has started. Level 8 mercenaries will fight against level 9 mercenaries. Arena number 6, the number of people waiting for the battle is less than 10 people. Is there anyone who wants to sign up? The maids kept calling, and all the mercenaries directly chose which arena to enter according to their preferences. Qin Yang scanned the light screen in front of all the maids, but found that there was no battle in Arena 10, and there was no battle waiting staff. However, Arena number 10 is still full. This is confusing. What is Arena 10 for? Qin Yang asked. The maid smiled all over her face and said, "Sir, don't you know yet? Arena number 10 is a levelless challenge. Audiences can buy or lose according to their own judgment. No one knows who will win." Qin Yang nodded and said, "If I want to participate, what are the conditions?" The maid was taken aback. She thought Qin Yang was also going to watch, but she didn't expect to be a contestant. The smile on his face grew stronger, and he said hastily, "There are no conditions, just a duel. But there is something I want to remind you." "You say." "There is no level challenge in the number 10 arena, only life and death determine victory or defeat." "No problem." Qin Yang nodded. Risk is closely related to reward. If the audience hits the dark horse, they will definitely get rich immediately. Moreover, winning or losing only by life and death will inevitably be more bloody and exciting. If you really want to sign up, you can follow me now." The maid made a gesture of invitation. After explaining to Lu Mingyu, Qin Yang followed the maid and left. Lu Mingyu and Liang Baichuan entered the auditorium of arena number 10. All the audience got a little impatient, but they were still exhausted. Everyone is very confident in their own vision. If you want to get rich, this number 10 arena is a must. A voice resounded through the number 10 arena through the sound transmission method, and the maid's gentle voice said slowly, "Number 10 arena, no level challenge, start." Both sides, Qin Yang and Lu Yidao. The arena suddenly turned upside down, and everyone felt as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. "Who is Qin Yang? I've never heard of it." "This Lu Yidao seems to have never heard of it." Whoever he is, after they play, we will have our sharp eyes to investigate. Then place your bet. Amid the urging of the crowd, two people came from both sides of the huge ring arena. One is Qin Yang, and the other is a middle-aged man. Qin Yang's hands are empty, but Louis Dao is holding a big knife as wide as a door. That kid is so young? Someone wondered, could it be that he is here to die? Someone recognized Louis Dao, and his face was full of excitement. After all, that big knife is too ostentatious. However, the person who recognized Louis Dao didn't say it directly. If it is said directly that this Louis Dao may be a star mercenary with the strength of a god emperor, how can this game continue? However, what is disappointing is that everyone is not optimistic about Qin Yang. The two sides each have an incense stick of time to prepare. After the disc is sealed, the battle can begin. The maid said. A huge light screen floated above the arena, with various odds on it. Louis Dao's odds are quite low. Even if all his family's wealth is put up, he won't make much money. But whether Louis Dao can kill Qin Yang with a single blow, the odds are 1 to 2. As for Qin Yang, the odds made Qin Yang jealous even after seeing it. And there is an increasing trend. Some people don't want to play when they see the odds. Bet some casually on Qin Yang, just as a way to participate. Oh, what a pity, what a pity. Liang Baichuan blushed anxiously, as if a golden mountain was in front of him, but he didn't have a hoe to dig it. In the arena, Louis Dao was lazily dragging his sword, with an unknown elixir dangling from the corner of his mouth. Looking at Qin Yang contemptuously, Louis Dao smiled and said, "Boy, you are going to die at such a young age, what can't you think about it? Let the uncle be happy if you tell me, maybe I will give you a good time." Qin Yang stood quietly, a little bored, even dozing off. Louis Dao frowned slightly, and said, "I think you're crazy about money. Arena number 10 is not a place you can come to." Qin Yang remained unmoved. Louis Dao took out the Quanhuan ring in his hand, and said, "Did you see it? I bought all the millions of spiritual crystal coins and I can kill you with one knife, and there are still medicines and magic weapons worth millions of spiritual crystal coins. As long as you kill me, all this will be yours." Mentioning the spirit crystal coin, Qin Yang's eyes lit up. He was worrying about the slowness of getting money. After all, he had no capital. The audience didn't know Qin Yang's strength or what level of mercenary Qin Yang was, but the arena knew. Because participating in the duel is paid according to the level of the mercenary. For a level 1 mercenary, the reward for participating in a duel is equal to that of a level 1 quest. Only 10,000 spirit crystal coins. Qin Yang has already suppressed the 10,000 to himself, and it is also a one-hit kill. But even if the odds are so high, they are still too few. Qin Yang has already inquired, and the price of a 6th order elixir is 10,000 spirit crystal coins. Tier 6, it's just a junk elixir that God King Realm eats. Seeing Qin Yang move, Louis Dao laughed loudly. "You don't really think you can kill me, do you?" "Maybe, or maybe." Qin Yang laughed. With the Quanhuan ring in the opponent's hand and the elixir magic weapon in the ring, he can directly mortgage it to the arena in exchange for spirit crystal coins, and bet again. After the second game, I really embarked on the road to riches. In fact, Louis Dao has been inquiring about Qin Yang's strength, but unfortunately, he couldn't find out clearly. Qin Yang's strength is like an abyss, which Louis Dao dare not underestimate. Such behavior is just to let Qin Yang relax, but unfortunately, there is still no gain. If you dare to hang out in the duel arena, you naturally dare not be careless. It is not uncommon for boats to capsize in the gutter. Turning his eyes, Louis Dao took off the Quanhuan ring, threw it far away, and said, "Why don't I make you happy first? Give you the ring first?" Qin Yang stretched out his hand to grab it in surprise, and he couldn't believe it. How embarrassing. With such a move, the audience became even more aware of something, and the odds changed again. It's just that Qin Yang's odds are even higher, but Lu Yidao's odds are even more uninteresting. It's so boring. Throwing the ring out in advance, to disturb the other party's emotions, is there still someone who will be fooled by this trick? Look at Qin Yang, who has never seen the world, and doesn't realize that he has lost. Everyone was talking about it, and the distance to the closing was coming to an end. However, Qin Yang said to the maid who was waiting for the announcement, "This ring, and all the resources in the ring, will be exchanged for spirit crystal coins, and I will win by myself." One move. The maid froze. Lu Yidao flew into a rage. These were originally his, and throwing them to Qin Yang first was just a trick. But now, Qin Yang has changed hands and suppressed himself. According to this gambling, Lu Yidao is equivalent to directly losing several million spirit crystal coins. No, counting the Qianquan ring, let alone a loss of 1 million spirit crystal coins. In this match, even if I win with a single blow, I won't be able to earn it back. Not only that, all the proceeds from the duel that I secretly participated in before have also been taken into account. 10 million spirit crystal coins are enough to buy a low-level 7th-tier magic weapon. What are you doing in a daze? He gave it to me, and it's mine. I can suppress myself, can't I? Qin Yang looked at the maid in a daze, and said, "Yes, yes." The maid hurriedly followed suit. In the auditorium of the duel arena, people looked at each other in blank dismay. Someone's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly raised his bet, beating Qin Yang. My heart suddenly became excited. If this is really a dark horse, I'm going to get rich. Seeing his 10 million bet, Qin Yang laughed completely. At this time, the maid also announced the closure, and the duel began. Qin Yang looked at his own odds on the light screen above his head. The winning was 10-1, and the one-stroke winning was 30-1. The smile on his face couldn't stop. "Boy, you pissed me off." Lu Yidao panted heavily, and said, "I really want to kill you alive. You should be lucky, this is a life-and-death decision. You should be even more grateful that I suppressed myself. It's killing you with one knife. Letting you die so happily is simply too cheap. You have no brains, who is to blame?" Qin Yang picked out his ears and said with a smile, "You don't even think about it. Anyway, life and death determine the outcome. Holding the ring in your hand is different from placing a bet. Death, I have nothing, but I won. Ha ha ha." Qin Yang couldn't help laughing again. Lu Yidao was taken aback. He hadn't thought about this. It was only because he couldn't find out Qin Yang's strength that he had an idea, but he didn't expect that he would shoot himself in the foot. Ah! It turned into a piercing cold light, full of saber energy. All the audience immediately became lively and cheered together, but then, a sudden change made everyone hold back their shouts. Qin Yang stood motionless in place, and when the knife came to him, it suddenly disappeared. Appeared again, directly in front of Lu Yidao. With a knee bump, the big knife in Lu Yidao's hand flew out of his hand. The whole person was faster than rushing, and flew out backwards. Boom! With a loud bang, Lu Yidao's figure collided with the shield of the arena. His veins were severed, and his bones were shattered. The widened eyes were still filled with the anger from the beginning, but now they can't rest in peace. One move. Spike. The entire number 10 arena fell into a long, deathly silence. After a while, the entire arena was like a battlefield for fighting, and the roars and mournful sounds seemed to overturn the secret realm of the arena. Shady. Chiguoguo's shady. I don't accept it. Someone blushed and glared at Qin Yang. All my net worth, all my net worth. Pfft. Someone vomited blood and fainted on the spot. With a faint smile on Qin Yang's face, he looked at the maid who had just walked by the sidelines. Before he could stop, the battle was over. With a shocked expression, the maid turned and came back. Clear it, thank you. Qin Yang showed his 8 white teeth and smiled brilliantly. 10 million spirit crystal coins, 30 million spirit crystal coins for 1 compensation. This match is enough to buy an 8th-tier magic weapon ship. On the audience stage, Liang Baichuan was also trembling with excitement. He calculated Qin Yang's income, and was shocked by the huge number. Looking at the emotionally unstable mercenaries beside him, Liang Baichuan panicked. Sure enough, everyone stared straight at Qin Yang in the arena, wishing to have Qin Yang cramp. After all, only a very small number of people bought Qin Yang Ningxing. Even if the bet is correct, it is still holding the participation and playing, and the profit is not much. I'll give you, settlement. The maid took out the magic weapon of communication and contacted the backstage. Not long after, another maid presented a brand new Qiankuan ring. When the maid presented the Qiankuan ring, she whispered to Qin Yang, "The mercenary union has already said hello, but I didn't expect you to come to arena number 10. But next, we will arrange a stronger opponent for you. You should try to win as hard as possible. You need to tell me your strength so that we can make arrangements," the maid said. Qin Yang raised his eyebrows. He just said a few words to Yao. The mercenary union will take care of him like this? Even the arena said hello? It seems that Yao's status is higher than he imagined. Qin Yang smiled even more when he got the ring. This Qiankuan ring turned out to be an 8th rank one. With such a grade, just this ring is worth 100 million spirit crystal coins. 8th order magic weapons are all measured in billions. You can arrange whatever you want. Qin Yang put away the Qiankuan ring, looked at the spiritual crystal coins piled up in the ring, and was in a good mood. 300 million spirit crystal coins are enough to buy an 8th-tier magic weapon ship. The maid was a little embarrassed, but seeing that Qin Yang didn't want to reveal his strength, she had no choice but to give up. Before leaving, she said, "Arrange a 2-star mercenary for you. Look. Anything you want." Qin Yang nodded. The maid paid attention to Qin Yang's expression, and found that Qin Yang had no mood swings at all. It seems that the 2 stars seem to be a little lower. Damn it, when will the next match start? Even if I sit dead in Arena 10, I want to see this kid die. Me too, I want to see him being torn to pieces. A famous gambler saw Qin Yang as his life and death enemy. Soon, a name appeared on the light screen above Arena 10. Someone challenged. When people saw that person's name, they immediately shouted loudly. Grizzly Bear. Violet Bear. People only called this man by his nickname, but no one knew what his real name was. It seems that the arena is also angry, and even sent the number 1 thug. Some people felt much better, as if they had seen the scene of Qin Yang being hammered to death. Some people were puzzled and asked, "Who is this Violent Bear?" Someone explained it to him, saying, "Grizzly Bear, a long time ago, he was the head of a pirate group near Ruchuan Star City. He did all kinds of evil. After being defeated by the mercenary union, he was still working as a thug in the arena." What strength? God Emperor, 5 realms. Everyone's eyes lit up. Isn't this game stable? Pirates of the 5-star field can't cure that kid? The Violet Bear was twice the size of an ordinary person, stepped into the arena, and stood in front of Qin Yang without changing his expression. There was a hint of relief in his eyes. "As long as this game is over, I will be free," Violet Bear said in a low voice. "You are dead," Qin Yang reminded. Violet Bear stared at Qin Yang, couldn't hide his suppressed emotions, and said with a bared smile, "I don't know your origin, but the arena told me not to kill you. If I win you, I will also find a chance self-defeating on the spot. I will send you victory." "But, do you think I would be so stupid?" Violet Bear said, "I put forward a condition and let them cancel my contract, because I want to die freely. Violent Bear showed a ferocious look on his face. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect them to agree. In this duel arena, the winner is king. Without restraint, I am free. Oh, that's how it is. Qin Yang nodded and understood. The maid, who was about to announce the bet, turned pale. You, how dare you turn your back on what you said, the maid said in a low voice. The Violent Bear didn't pay any attention to her. Realizing that the situation was out of control, the maid did not host for a long time, but contacted the backstage. You guys can't change anything, let's start quickly. The audience can't wait any longer. Violent Bear grinned. The maid put away the magic weapon of communication and looked at Qin Yang. After finding that Qin Yang's face was still calm, he was a little relieved from his anxiety. You will regret it, you will definitely die. The maid looked at the Violent Bear. Violent Bear didn't care, and said, as far as I know, the Poison Dragon pirates are also here in Rukawa Star City? As long as I kill the kid in front of me, I can leave the arena freely. It will also be at the captain level. What, the Poisonous Dragon pirate group, do you really dare to chase and kill them? The maid was silent for a while. The audience outside the arena, but already impatient. Urge again and again. The maid could only follow the instructions and start hosting. On the audience stage, the corners of Zhao Dulong's mouth slightly raised. As the next Haoyue pirate, the formation in this arena could be penetrated by his divine sense, to some extent. He also eavesdropped on a part of the conversation on the field. At this time, Zhao Dulong shouted directly, Storm Bear, if you kill him, I will make you one of the deputy captains of the Dulong pirates. Violent Bear was shocked, but Zhao Dulong was on the spot. Yao Yao cupped his hands, and Violent Bear said, please place your bets, it's my first congratulatory gift for our group. As he spoke, his lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. Qin Yang glanced over and saw the message he was going to convey. One-hit kill. Hee hee. Qin Yang shook his head and laughed, looking at the light screen above his head. A new betting board had already begun. Without hesitation, he directly suppressed the 300 million spirit crystal coins on himself, which is also a one-hit kill. It seems that you know that you are going to die, and you are so self-defeating. Violent Bear shook his head contemptuously. From Violent Bear's point of view, if Qin Yang had confidence in the previous match, then this match would be complete despair. As long as there is a little bit of luck in his heart, at worst he has to buy himself to win. On the audience stage, those with spare money began to bet wildly. Qin Yang's huge capital immediately changed the odds. This is your chance to make a comeback. Brother, can we discuss something? I want to make a comeback. Someone rubbed their hands, borrowing money from others. The man said disdainfully, what? You are the only one who wants to come back. Besides, why should I lend it to you if I can make money in such an obvious victory or defeat? Why don't I bet it all myself? After hitting a wall, those who want to borrow money are still unwilling. Taking advantage of the unsealed disc, he hurriedly tried to find a way to raise money. Even if it is an arena, there is a mortgage to borrow money. Even if you have nothing, you can sign a contract and get a long-term job. After a while, Qin Yang raised his head again and frowned. The odds of winning by yourself are 5-1, and the one-hit kill is 10-1. Compared with the previous 1-30, it was 3 times less. Close the disc. Duel, start. The maid gave an order and quickly retreated to the sidelines. The power of the Violent Bear should not be underestimated. He used to be entrenched near Rukawa Star City and was also a well-known pirate powerhouse. If there is no formation defense, a detonating fist is enough to smash the space in the arena. Boy, you brought me back to life. I don't want you to die miserably. Violent Bear stared at Qin Yang confidently, and said, however, my strength is doomed. You will be smashed into pieces by my fist. Of course, if you have some strength, you may be able to piece together a complete body. Corpse. Oh. Qin Yang responded lightly, his eyes swept over the violent bear, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Ding. Copy the supernatural power, detonation fist. There are two words for this boxing technique, one is explosion and the other is shock. The combination of the two is unparalleled. The propelling power, on the basis of a little burst, has the characteristic of shock, which makes this martial skill extremely powerful in terms of attack power. The power of the two major rules is perfectly integrated. This martial skill is not easy. Qin Yang copied this boxing method, without having to control the power of these two rules, but he could display the full power of this boxing method. Proficiency is automatically raised to the peak. It's just that reaching the pinnacle is equivalent to perfectly mastering the power of the corresponding rules. For the sake of my good mood, do you have any last words? Or do you have any family members? Don't worry, I won't trouble them, I will give them a sum of money, so that they can get some nourishment. Violent Bear said mockingly. He didn't show kindness, he just wanted to play with his prey. Qin Yang pondered, and said, since you are so polite, then I will be polite too. Do you have any last words? Or is it a family member? You dare to trick me? Violent Bear was furious, die. With a loud shout, Violent Bear got off his horse and put his right fist in his waist. No one would have thought that such a simple and unpretentious move is like a basic boxing technique, but its power is unparalleled. For the first time to use it, respect the opponent a little bit, at least let the opponent know that he died under his own martial skills, so that he will not die in peace. Qin Yang also got off his horse, and his right fist was also tucked into his waist. The movements of the two are almost exactly the same. Violent Bear frowned, this kid. In the auditorium, some audience laughed loudly. Why, are you two still brothers from the same school? Hurry up and kill that kid, even if I still lose everything, I can swallow this bad breath. That's right, I bought a Violent Bear that kills with one hit, how much can I stop the loss? Violent Bear stared at Qin Yang, thinking that Qin Yang was playing tricks. Mobilizing the power of the rules of heaven and earth, a circle of white light lit up on the fist. One of the purest and most powerful attacks in the world, the white light of the meteor cannon. That's right, this boxing technique was inspired by the meteor cannon's attack and evolved. Although it failed to imitate the meteor cannon, its power was not comparable, but it shined brilliantly on another road. If it is used well, it will not be weaker than the meteor cannon's attack. It's your honor to die by my hands. Violent Bear said. Actually, I wanted to say the same thing, but I was very low-key and let you steal my lines. Qin Yang got such a martial arts supernatural power, and his mood was even happier. Violent Bear gritted his teeth. You boy, you really don't cry when you see the coffin, but that's good, at least you can die without fear. Before he finished speaking, he stared at the black circle on Qin Yang's hand, and the pupils of the Violent Bear shrank sharply. It turned out to be the same supernatural power. Although the power is different, the way of operation is exactly the same. No, that power seems to be purer and more solid than his own, even more powerful and terrifying. This kid's own power of rules is actually stronger than his own? This kid's control over this martial skill and supernatural power actually surpassed his own? How can this be? Enduring the huge shock in his heart, Violent Bear punched, knocking Xuanhuan. Hee, did you come up with a better name? Qin Yang laughed and said, okay, I'll come too. Knocking Xuanhuan. All the audience suddenly became surprised. Is it really the same supernatural power? In the history of the arena, I am afraid that there are not many competitions of the same kind of supernatural power, right? I underestimated that kid, but it's a pity. The audience shook their heads. Boom. Crack. There was a pop, followed by a click. In the ring arena of number 10 arena, the space was shattered by the shock. Countless space cracks spread, and under the reinforcement of the array, they only stayed for a moment. No, it's the white part of the crack, which is repairing quickly. But the black crack part is repairing extremely slowly. White cracks enveloped Qin Yang. The tearing sound continued, and the robe was torn apart. The strong muscles were exposed, and the crack full of super strength didn't even hurt a single hair. And the black cracks wrapped the Violent Bear. Violent Bear's eyes widened, and his eyes were full of disbelief. You are a god, spirit. The voice was intermittent, and no one could hear it clearly. The figure of the Violent Bear shattered into a spider web following the cracks, and was instantly wiped out by the annihilation rule, leaving nothing left. Qin Yang retracted his fist and looked at his own fist. Unexpectedly, with the addition of the power of annihilating the rules, the power increase is beyond imagination. This. Just like, if you want to use the rules of annihilation to annihilate a hard stone, it is slowly eroding from the outside. But using this detonation Wuxuang fist is different, first shattering the stone, and then annihilating it. It is said that the power of annihilation rules amplifies this supernatural power, rather it is this supernatural power that amplifies the power of annihilation. Pay the bill. Qin Yang scratched his nose and said to the maid in the distance. In the originally silent number 10 arena, countless people became violent with hoarse throats. No. I don't believe it. How is it possible? How could the Violent Bear be killed by a punch? Grizzly Bear is a 5-star pirate, you must have done something wrong in the arena, right? Damn it, if you don't explain it clearly, I will never die in this arena with you. If we say that the previous duel allowed some people to fall through the net and save some money. But in this duel, these fish that slipped through the net were also wiped out. In the face of public anger, an old man appeared in the duel field. This old man is the person in charge of the duel field. At this time, the corner of his mouth twitched and looked at Qin Yang. How could he have thought that Qin Yang was so strong? Originally wanted to arrange a 2-star thug, but because of Qin Yang's self-confidence, he didn't care at all, so he arranged for a 5-star pirate and a Violent Bear. The purpose is to make this battle look more stalemate, so as to appease the anger of the audience. As a result, the Violent Bear took the opportunity to get free, and the scene got out of control. The top management of the arena was still thinking about how to explain to the mercenary union. But now it's fine. Qin Yang is a one-hit kill again. Who is this kid? What level of mercenary? Your arena must give us an explanation. The old man looked at Qin Yang with a smile, and said, I'm afraid you have to show your mercenary token, otherwise, we won't be able to do it. Qin Yang nodded and said, yes. After all, the arena gave him an 8th level Quanhuan ring to save face, and it should be so. In the auditorium, Zhao Dulong trembled slightly. This is endless anger. How many bears have you pressed to kill with one blow? Zhao Dulong's voice was trembling. The pirate beside him turned pale, and said falteringly, according to your instructions, the captain, the brothers put all the spirit crystal coins on. Zhao Dulong's eyes darkened, and he almost died of anger. Qin Yang handed out the token to the old man. The old man checked it out and was dumbfounded. Rubbing his eyes hard, he even thought he was delusional. Level 1? Is it really just level 1? The old man raised his head and looked at Qin Yang. The token issued by the mercenary union will never be fake. I did say hello in advance, but... The light screen above the head broadcast the picture, and all the audience also saw the token. It's absolutely impossible. You guys actually faked it. Return all the bets from the previous 2 games to us, otherwise this matter will never be given up. The audience shouted in unison. The entire number 10 arena is like a battlefield. The old man's face turned cold, and he said, "Fake it? Think about it, everyone, this token is not fake. What you suspect now is the mercenary union." For a while, the field became much quieter. The old man continued to speak, "The rules of the arena, don't I need to tell everyone again? It stands to reason that we will not tell you the information of the contestants. What's more, this arena number 10 is a non-level battle. Risks and rewards are directly proportional. Moreover, everything is up to you to judge." The old man said, "If you really can't afford to lose, my arena will also not false." The repeated words made all the audience blush. Isn't it because they are so noisy, they can't afford to lose? However, after these two duels, everyone was brutally slaughtered. Those who go bankrupt are considered good. Many people even signed a contract that was almost a sell-off contract for the loss of the first duel, in order to make a comeback. "What's the matter? Just come to me. If anyone doesn't like it, you can come and challenge it." Qin Yang put away the token that the old man handed back respectfully, and said. In the auditorium, the voice lowered again. "Not to mention the first duel, this second duel is enough to show Qin Yang's strength. The 5-star pirate Violent Bear was killed by one of his punches. With this strength, who dares to end? Even if the arena really did something to Violent Bear, the breath of Violent Bear's supernatural power is not fake. 300 million spiritual crystal coins bet, you buy yourself a one-hit kill, the odds are 10 to 10. You will get 3 billion spiritual crystal coins." When the old man spoke, he was a little uncomfortable. "This is probably the biggest victory since this arena." Soon, the maid came over and made a deal. Qin Yang put on the 8th level Xuanhuan ring, given by the arena, and said with a smile, "Thank you." After a pause, Qin Yang sighed again, and said, "You shouldn't have sent the bear on the stage directly. It would be great if you took your time." The old man gasped, "Take your time? Are you still not satisfied? These two duels are enough to directly make the arena of Rukawa Star City famous in the entire Eternal Star Field. Talking after dinner is essential. After all, it is still unbelievable that all the audience in Arena 10 went bankrupt." Qin Yang looked around the audience and said, "If no one challenges me, then can I go?" The old man said from the side, "As long as the game is over, it's okay to continue or stop." Qin Yang said with a smile, "Aren't I afraid that they will not accept it?" The old man was speechless immediately. "You have this strength, who dares to refuse? Get out. Get out. I don't want to see you again. Damn it, I want to give 10 years of merit to the arena, Chao Dan. You're not bad, I signed for 20 years. In the arena, there was howling. Zhao Dulong stared at Qin Yang with cold eyes, and left directly. "Even if Yao is here, I have to." Zhao Dulong took a deep breath. The younger brothers were startled. Is this going to be intercepted by the Heavenly Road? And it is still intercepting the Sky Road in the Star area. Still with Yao present, intercept. Qin Yang, Lu Mingyu, and Liang Baichuan joined Yao's escort team, which had already been discovered by Zhao Dulong's men. And it's time to leave in 3 days. If you want to start, go to ambush now, and there is still time. Lost such a large sum of money, I absolutely can't just let it go. Zhao Dulong sent a voice transmission with his spiritual sense, and ordered, contact other pirate groups, ask if there is any strong Haoyuan near Ruchuan Star City, explain the reason, and the benefits split in half. Such a heavy profit can make other strong pirates willing to offend Yao. Let's go, it's time to replenish supplies. Qin Yang took Lu Mingyu, followed by Liang Baichuan, and left the arena. And the title of the strongest level 1 mercenary in history also spread around. Originally, many gamblers wanted to threaten Qin Yang, but after gradually calming down, they could only admit that they were unlucky. Don't talk about this strength, just talk about the level 1 mercenary token, it's frightening to think about. What kind of power can cultivate such a young practitioner into such a strong one? And never showed up? I'm afraid no matter how powerful the forces are, they won't be able to do it. Unless, the 5 super spirit families. For a while, everyone could only smash their teeth and swallow it in their stomachs. Baibao Pavilion, the largest store in Ruchuan Star City. Its 100 treasures auction is second to none in the entire Star City. Come on, present your most expensive and best tier 8 ship magic weapon. Qin Yang waved his hand and began to give instructions as soon as he entered the door. The aura of the nouveau riche directly surprised the audience. Many guests scoffed. The staff were also stunned, and said, "Submit it?" Not to mention the 8th tier magic weapon ship, can it be taken out here at any number of levels? A maid in a unique costume saw the Quanhuan ring in Lu Mingyu's hand, her eyes lit up immediately, and she hurried over. The other staff resigned one after another. Obviously, this maid has a good status. My lord, we can only show you the video and the explanation on the light screen. If you are a match, you can go to the port of Star City to inspect the goods at any time after paying a deposit. Do you think it's okay? The maid said respectfully. Yes. Qin Yang nodded. The maid looked at Lu Mingyu, and Lu Mingyu hugged Qin Yang affectionately, and said, "I'll listen to her." The maid immediately understood that this young man was the one who was in charge of the house. The maid waved her hand, and immediately a staff member stepped forward. After fiddling with a magic weapon for a while, a light screen appeared. An unpretentious black battleship, like a ghost. Although its appearance is unattractive, it is just an image, which makes the pores feel chills. This. Before Qin Yang could speak, the maid hurriedly slid the light screen, came to the next page, and said, "This is the best magic weapon ship in our store, the 8th level middle grade quality." Qin Yang frowned and said, "There was clearly a better one just now, why didn't you introduce that one?" The maid was a little embarrassed, and said, "The treasure ship will be auctioned at night, and many powerful mercenary groups have come to bid. I heard that Yao is also interested in this ship." Qin Yang nodded and said, "That's fine, I'll buy the treasure ship at night. By the way, how much will that ship be auctioned for?" The maid was stunned, didn't she speak clearly enough? Yao is also interested in that magic weapon ship. How dare this guy bid on the same stage as Yao? "Sir, I suggest you choose another magic weapon ship," the maid said. "I don't accept your suggestion." Qin Yang returned directly. "What are you kidding? If you want to buy the best." Moreover, the black ship looked very pleasing to the eye. "I just like such a low-key and powerful magic weapon, can't I?" The maid could only bite the bullet, and still did not quote, but continued to explain, "This magical ship has no name, but it has a nickname, called the Ghost Ship." The maid slid the light screen down, revealing the ghost ship's eerie appearance. In the current world, although the magic weapon ship has the name of ship, it rarely looks like a ship. But this ghost ship is still the oldest sailing ship sailing on the sea. There are even 9 oars on the left and right. Apart from faith, this shape alone has dissuaded many buyers. This magic weapon ship has no attack capability, the maid said. Some other buyers originally wanted to join in the fun, but when they heard that they had no attack power, they immediately lost interest and left halfway. The magic weapon ship is a comprehensive magic weapon. Attack, shuttle, defense, etc., can be combined to measure the value of a magic weapon ship. No attack power? The most important part of the ability is directly missing. However, half of the buyers are still on the sidelines. Their expressions moved slightly, as if they knew a thing or two about this ghost ship. The less offensive power you have, the stronger your other abilities are. Let's continue, Qin Yang said. The maid continued, this ghost ship was originally discovered by a super powerful pirate group. But since getting this ghost ship, that super powerful pirate group has gradually faded out of everyone's sight. It is rumored that its core members, including the captain, they all died, and the cause of death is unknown. The faces of the audience turned pale, but Qin Yang became even more interested. War, forget it? Liang Baichuan whispered, I have heard of this ghost ship, and countless powerful mercenary groups and pirate groups have obtained it, but without exception, all those who have obtained it all disappeared. Don't worry, I've said all these shortcomings, so should I talk about the advantages? Qin Yang didn't listen at all. The maid had no choice, she didn't back down, she was obviously dead. Immediately, the maid said, this ghost ship may be the only 9th-level magic weapon in the world. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Even Liang Baichuan had never heard of this news. 9th level? Qin Yang's eyes lit up. 9th level is the super spiritual realm, even if this magic weapon is placed in front of my eyes, I can't copy it. In the eternal star field, all super spiritual powerhouses fell in the star field war. Needless to say, some powerful 9th level magic weapons were also destroyed. And this ghost ship can be passed down. Although its previous owners were a little unfortunate. Qin Yang has already made up his mind, this ghost ship is bound to be won. The maid continued, this magic weapon has no attack ability, but it lacks other abilities. The ability to hide and shuttle is probably the first in the upper star field. But the maid changed her voice and said, this magic weapon may have spirits, so if you buy it, it may take you to dangerous areas that you can't imagine. And its concealment ability is superb, it will be discovered, that is to say, no one will know when you are dead. This is the reason why those powerful mercenary groups and pirate groups immediately declined after they got it. Is there any more? Qin Yang asked. The maid froze, isn't that enough? The maid reminded, a magic weapon with a spirit, even a practitioner of the same level, may not be able to subdue it. Qin Yang chuckled and said, you don't have to worry about that. Even Yao is interested in this, so what's the problem if I want to get it? Just kidding, the 8 secret keys of the Sky Star Field have to surrender, if you don't surrender, you will die. Not to mention a magic weapon ship? The maid rolled her eyes, how dare anyone compare with Yao? Even if they both have a special physique, they dare not be so arrogant, right? The onlookers on the side immediately laughed and pointed at him. Yao is interested in this ghost ship, mainly because he wants to bring this ship back, and ask the super spirit family to take action to wipe out the spirit of its magic weapon, so that it can be used by others. The maid said. Yao has already come to say hello once, so these are no secrets to the people in Baibao Pavilion. For a magic weapon of this level, if its spirit is destroyed, it will inevitably suffer backlash. After all, this is the 9th level. Qin Yang frowned. The maid said, if it doesn't work, then destroy this magic weapon so that it won't cause disaster to the world. These are Yao's original words. Speaking of this, the maid was very proud. It is an incomparable honor for her to pass on a message to Yao. Qin Yang smiled meaningfully and looked at Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu also covered her mouth and smiled lightly. Sure enough, this really echoed Yao's temper. Are you sure you want to auction tonight? Qin Yang asked. The maid said, yes, but, a 9th level magic weapon, the starting price is at least tens of billions of spirit crystal coins. Speaking of this, he glanced at the Qianquan ring on Lu Mingyu's hand again. Obviously, no one has so many psionic coins. 10 billion, still far away. Qin. Jan stroked his chin. This remark caused everyone to laugh. So much worse? I am afraid that the gap between heaven and earth is as huge as it is bad. Fearing that he might not have enough money, Qin Yang's eyes suddenly lit up and he laughed. Liang Baichuan, how much do you think Yao has? Qin Yang asked suddenly. Liang Baichuan didn't react, but the maid was shocked. Should be very rich. Liang Baichuan didn't know, so he guessed. He also wants to practice, so his wealth may be less than most people imagine. Just guess, based on the most money. Qin Yang said. Liang Baichuan hesitated. How many? Tens of millions? Or hundreds of millions? Hee. Qin Yang couldn't help laughing. With Yao's reputation and the support of the super spirit family behind him, no one dares to compete with him. The reason why this ghost ship is put on the auction is actually to sell it half-sell and give it away as a favor. But this gave Qin Yang a chance. Liang Baichuan thought that Qin Yang was laughing at Yao's wealth, and said in a low voice, Yao never gambles, and people who like to gamble will also lose. No one will have such a large amount of spirit crystal coins. Hundreds of millions of spirit crystal coins is already an astronomical figure. You know, the 8th level elixir is only 100,000 to 1,000,000 spirit crystal coins. Qin Yang nodded and said, well, yes, I understand. Looking at the maid, Qin Yang said, let's put this magic ship aside and show me other things, such as medicine pills. In this way, everyone knows that Qin Yang is bound to win the auction tonight. However, everyone didn't think that Qin Yang really dared to bid. The maid also doubted in her heart, does this guy want to take this opportunity to make friends with Yao? All pills below the 8th rank, including the 8th rank, give me one. As soon as Qin Yang said this, everyone was shocked again. The maid's face was full of smiles, leaving aside the ghost ship. This is really a big customer. What are you going to do? Liang Baichuan was stunned. How can you buy pills like this? Qin Yang chuckled and said, you don't understand. Qin Yang didn't bother to explain. On the other hand, Lu Mingyu smiled faintly. What grade do you want? The maid asked. Qin Yang thought for a while and said, all pills must be of low quality. The maid was a little disappointed, but she ordered the other staff immediately. Seeing this, Liang Baichuan couldn't stand it anymore. He knew that Qin Yang got rich quickly, and it was a super rich one. He could choose high-grade pills, but naturally he would not choose low-grade ones. There are many impurities in the low-grade pills, and it takes a lot of work to get rid of these impurities. But Qin Yang's idea is actually very simple, low-grade is cheap. No matter how much money you have, it's not good to waste it. Exquisite porcelain vases were laid out on the counter, but they were still not full. Qin Yang began to endure the carpet-bombing sound of the system in his head again. After copying, what you get is the best pill formula. Refining at will is also of the highest quality. Qin Yang waved his hand and said, Liang Baichuan, put these away. By the way, give him a Qianquan ring first, a 7th level one will do. Liang Baichuan's face flushed immediately, so much for himself? And also give a 7th order Qianquan ring? This is really a big deal. Thinking of the promise he swore before, to fight for the cultivation resources for Lu Mingyu in the Mercenary Academy, Liang Baichuan couldn't hold back his old face. Secretly swear, we must do our best. Moreover, she would never do anything that would be detrimental to Qin Yang and Lu Mingyu. Even in the mercenary regiment, the head of the elixir and Qianquan Jia would not be so generous in recruiting cronies. Before Qin Yang killed all the students, Liang Baichuan also vowed to rot in his stomach. Although those students should be damned, but speaking out would inevitably cause Qin Yang some trouble. What are you doing in a daze? Put it away. Qin Yang urged. Oh, good. Liang Baichuan hurriedly put it away. Qin Yang looked at the maid and said, the next batch. The maid was speechless. As a small high-level manager in Baibao Pavilion, she had never seen such a wealthy local tyrant. He hurriedly ordered the staff, and just like that, batches of pills passed before Qin Yang's eyes. Finally, when Qin Yang pinched his brows, he looked at all the pills of the 8th rank and below. Except for a few lost. But then, Qin Yang became worried again. With so many elixirs, if you want to refine them yourself, the elixir required for the highest quality elixirs and the lower quality elixirs are not exactly the same. If you want to write such a list, you may not be able to finish it until next month. After choosing some of them, Qin Yang asked for a pen and paper, and said, "All these elixirs are ready for me. On this page, all 1,000 copies. On this page, all 5,000 copies, and this one pages, 3,000 copies, and..." The maid took a deep breath. The world of local tyrants is really hard to guess. Elixirs are bought by thousands? Liang Baichuan asked from the side, "Are you planning to learn alchemy? There are so many panaceas that can only be used for practice." In fact, Qin Yang prepared so many elixir just because he didn't want to be troublesome. There are so many elixirs, it's difficult to prepare them all at once, but they will definitely be ready before the auction tonight, the maid said. It is necessary to mobilize the reserves of the entire Rukawa Star City. After all, the list given by Qin Yang, the listed elixir level is too high. Some of these elixirs can even be auctioned in ordinary auctions. Well, okay, you guys prepare slowly. By the way, bring me a 9th grade alchemy furnace. Qin Yang said. I kept thinking about the 9th level ghost ship in my heart, which was unique in the world, so I accidentally said a 9th level alchemy furnace. The maid really looked distressed, and said, "The highest one is only the 8th rank top grade, and it is also in the auction tonight." Qin Yang nodded and said, "Okay, come back at night. By the way, I can give you the money for the elixir first." The maid's eyes lit up. Sure enough, local tyrants are so straightforward. If she hadn't seen how stunning Lu Mingyu was next to Qin Yang, making her ashamed, she would have even put down her reserve and made friends with this local tyrant. "It is our honor to have such a big client as you." The maid was ordered by the high level, so how can she not alarm the high level with such a big deal? The maid said, "All transactions are 10% off. Including the auction at night." "Okay, thank you so much." Qin Yang nodded. This discount is not low, and the Chamber of Commerce that can be second to none in Star City will naturally not deceive customers. On the contrary, it will be of high quality and low price, and it will not deceive the old and the old. After all, no one is a fool, right? When the auction is over, I'll help you practice. Qin Yang looked at Lu Mingyu. Originally, I wanted to copy a strongest exercise in the Tianya Star Mercenary Academy in the Xinya Star District. Knowing that Yao's status and reputation are so high, why bother to look far away? With the support of the Super Spirit family, how could Yao's skills be weaker? Moreover, they all have special physiques, but the rules of cultivation are different. This difference, with Qin Yang's ability, can be changed at will. Well, I just don't know what will happen to my cultivation speed. Lu Mingyu was a little uncertain. Qin Yang grinned, and said, "My wife's talent is no worse than Niao's. With a husband as strong as me, is there any need to worry?" After finishing speaking, Qin Yang added, "Although you have no cultivation level now, your physical foundation is still there. As long as you temper a little, you will be able to adapt to this eternal star field. Naturally, you don't need to start from a low level to swallow pills. Start with the highest level you can afford." In this way, Lu Mingyu's strength will directly have a super leap in the early stage of cultivation. They left Baibao Pavilion under the respectful eyes of all the staff and the envious eyes of all the other buyers. For a while, another topic appeared in Rukawa Star City, besides the topic of the strongest level 1 mercenary in history. The strongest nouveau riche in history. Once you make a move, it's even like buying a whole mercenary group. The reason why there are such rumors is not that Qin Yang only bought a large amount of elixir and ingredients. The food supplier of the top restaurant in Ruchuan Star City was directly bought out by Qin Yang. Even some restaurants will not be able to open the next day because they have no ingredients. You bought so much, do you want to form a mercenary group? Liang Baichuan asked in surprise. Qin Yang shook his head and said, "It's not interesting to form a mercenary group. Wouldn't it be more comfortable to be a mercenary?" Liang Baichuan nodded secretly. Yes, Qin Yang is so powerful, why should he submit to other mercenary groups, and why should he recruit younger brothers? The ghost ship? Liang Baichuan asked, while eating top-notch delicacies. That's right, it's mine. Qin Yang laughed. But Yao. Liang Baichuan was apprehensive, and said, Yao is now acting as a substitute teacher at Tianya Star Mercenary Academy. Qin Yang shrugged and said, it's okay, he shouldn't mind. Speaking of this, a deep meaning flashed in Qin Yang's eyes, and said, if it is a ghost ship, I think he will be very willing for me to bid for it. Rukawa Star City, the busiest central street. The flow of people seemed to be denser, and many strong people went straight to the Baibao auction. This auction is not easy, I am afraid it is the most valuable one ever. Usually the 7th level will be the finale, but tonight, the 7th level may only be an appetizer. 9th tier magical ship, ghost ship, that terrifying legend, we can see it with our own eyes tonight. Some people were excited about the list of items at the auction, and more were because of Yao. Master Yao is the greatest mercenary in our 1000 Meteor District. This time, he personally escorted the students to Tianyaxing Mercenary Academy. It is said that those students have to pass the assessment before they can join, but with Lord Yao's face, those students can be said to be honored. How could Tianyaxing Mercenary Academy reject them? From now on, there will only be more powerhouses in our star area. Where the flow of people gathers, everyone's face is beaming. There is also a world inside the auction. The auction house is big enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people, and at this time, the seats are almost full. In the circular auditorium, everyone didn't feel crowded at all. From time to time, he looked at the VIP room above his head. I don't know which room Master Yao is in. At the gate of the auction, crowds of people filed in. Qin Yang, Lu Mingyu, and Liang Baichuan were also among the crowd. No matter how crowded the surroundings are, with Qin Yang at the center, no one can get close within 1 foot. This move also attracted a lot of complaints from others. Liang Baichuan said nervously, it's not right for you to do this, is it? What's wrong? Qin Yang disagreed. Just as Liang Baichuan was about to speak, a big bald man suddenly rushed over. I'd like to see, where did the kid dare to be so rampant? The bald man shouted angrily, without even making a sound. The huge countershock force made him back again and again. For a moment, the surroundings suddenly fell silent, and the flow of people seemed to slow down. Where did these 3 people come from? Such a big shelf? Dare to be so ostentatious, and don't even look at this place. I recognize that bald man, he seems to be a powerful star mercenary. Now, these 3 people won't be able to close the show, let's watch the fun first. There was surprise in the eyes of the bald man, and he was furious immediately. Good boy, you used all your strength to clear the field? It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you don't know how powerful the world is. As he spoke, he drank in a low voice and punched him. There was still no sound, but the hand of the bald man seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall. Even though his punch is extremely powerful, it cannot shake the slightest bit. Not only that, the surface of his fist was squeezed by his own strength, and it was bloody in an instant. Let me go, thank you. Qin Yang said to the crowd who stopped in front, without even looking at him. Qin Yang. Liang Baichuan looked at the countless angry eyes around him, feeling uncertain for a while. In the 1000 Meteor District, almost all the strong people are concentrated in this Ruchuan Star City. At this time, the city is already crouching tiger hidden dragon. Master Yao even came to the auction in person, not to mention the 9th level magic weapon, the ghost ship. At this time, among the people watching around here, any one of them may be a big shot with a head and a face. No? Qin Yang frowned slightly, As soon as the words fell, there was a burst of exclamation from the crowd. The bald man unexpectedly escaped from a cone-shaped magic weapon, and when he activated the magic weapon, his divine light was dazzling. The power fluctuated turbulently, and the cultivators of the God-King realm were a little unsteady, their faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly retreated. The crowd of onlookers suddenly decreased by half, but the remaining half did not retreat a step, which can only show that they are all God-Emperor powerhouses. I want to challenge you, do you dare to accept it? The bald man stared at Qin Yang viciously. No time. Qin Yang shook his head. There was a burst of boos all around. To refuse the challenge so flatly is regarded as a coward. You can only use the power of the magic weapon to take away your magic weapon, the bald man said. Qin Yang blinked. Magic weapon? Are you kidding? Do you need magic weapons? The surrounding barriers are just the newly discovered heaven and earth boundary walls. Around the auction, there is a wall of heaven and earth to block it. The space in it is more stable. After all, the ninth order magic weapon will be put up for auction tonight, and there must be a 100% guarantee. More importantly, the Dulong pirates are also in Rukawa Star City. How could they not come to such a grand auction? If there is no spiritual level wall of heaven and earth, no one can guarantee that someone will take it by force. I just don't accept it. What can you do to me? Qin Yang smiled softly, too lazy to explain to this person. Then don't blame me for being rude. The bald man gritted his teeth, and the conical magic weapon in his hand shone. This is ready to go. My magic weapon has the most important defense-breaking ability. Your magic weapon can't stop me, the bald man said, and the cone-shaped magic weapon stabbed fiercely. Still didn't even make a wave. But it was the force of the shock that made the cone-shaped magic weapon fly out. Click! The wrist of the bald man was broken. Under the severe pain, he didn't have time to take back the magic cone. The magic weapon was shot at the crowd, and everyone's expressions changed drastically. In all star cities in the Eternal Star Field, killing is strictly prohibited. If you want to kill, you can only go to the duel field. The exploding power seemed to kill all the cultivators directly, but at this moment, Qin Yang waved his hand lightly. That cone-shaped magic weapon was directly fixed in midair. It is less than a foot away from the face of a practitioner. Although the sharp tip of the magic weapon was finished, there was already a scar on the man's face. The wound was deep enough to show the bone. Such a shocking change. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. The bald man glanced at Qin Yang with a guilty conscience, relying on his strength to control the magic weapon. This kid is not something he can deal with. The bald man said, "Humph. I'll settle accounts with you later." As he said that, he went to retrieve his cone-shaped magic weapon. Qin Yang snorted softly, and stretched out his hands to shake. That cone-shaped magic weapon exploded in the air. You. Do you know who I am? How dare you destroy my magic weapon? The bald man protruded a mouthful of blood with a puff, and the magic weapon was destroyed under the traction of qi, which also hit him back. Qin Yang stared at the bald man quietly, and said slowly, "Do you think your head is harder?" The bald man's eyes widened suddenly, and he couldn't help shivering. After cursing a few words, fearing that Qin Yang would attack again, he hurriedly mixed into the crowd. The surrounding onlookers gasped, "This kid is so crazy. Such a madman, why didn't he have any impression before?" Qin Yang? A voice came from inside the auction door. A middle-aged man dressed as a waiter was stunned. The general attendants are young handsome guys, or handsome young ladies. Such a waiter looks a bit awkward. Qin Yang? That kid's name is Qin Yang? Who is Qin Yang? Someone asked. The middle-aged man's face was ugly, and he said, "This guy is the one who caused me to go bankrupt. If it wasn't for the auction house's lack of staff, I don't even know if I will have food tomorrow." It turned out that this person was also a gambler in the duel field at that time. Having said that, the two sensational duels in the duel field were immediately remembered by everyone. However, no one would contact Qin Yang before. It turned out to be him. Who is it? Some people still don't know. It's the guy who killed the 5-star pirate with one punch. In the crowd, there were gasps of air conditioning one after another. The way people looked at Qin Yang changed immediately. So strong? Is it true? What is true and false? Didn't you notice that Rukawa Star City has become a little strange? Someone pointed to the middle-aged attendant in the door. It's not just him, it's even more obvious in the duel field that there are countless people who shouldn't be servants out of thin air. This is more than that. If you take a stroll in the entire Rukawa Star City, you can find many people directly setting up signs on the side of the road, covering their faces and looking for quests. The mercenary union in Rukawa Star City is too busy. Even if he could get busy, there might not be so many suitable tasks for so many bankrupt gamblers for a while. Among the crowd, they immediately separated. A wide road was given out. Even the mercenaries who stepped into the door stood obediently aside, for fear of blocking Qin Yang's way. Only the strong can be respected. Anyone who kills a 5-star mercenary with one move must be at least in the 5th realm of the God Emperor. This kind of strength is not too much stronger than them. Thank you. Qin Yang thanked him softly and said politely. Those who had stared angrily before lowered their heads in shame. Fortunately, the bald man jumped out, otherwise if they hadn't held back earlier, it might be the end of the bald man. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. A urging sound came from behind. A group of young people walked over quickly. Is it about to start? Let's go quickly. Teacher Yao's VIP next door should be arranged. A blond young man said. When I came to the entrance of the auction house, I found that a road had been given up. The blonde-haired young man laughed and said, see, these people are very knowledgeable. Knowing that we are going to soar into the sky, they started to curry favor with us in advance. The other students suddenly burst out laughing. This is Yao's mercenary mission on this trip, to escort these geniuses from the mercenary academy in Qianliaxing district to Tianya Star. You three, why don't you give way? Hurry up, the blond young man said to Qin Yang's back. Liang Baichuan moved slightly to the side, but Qin Yang and Lu Mingyu didn't turn their heads. Hey, what about you, are you deaf? The blond young man said proudly, do you know who I am? I am the #1 genius in the 1000 Meteor District, Sun Jinyin. The cultivators on both sides were shocked. Could this be the peerless genius who cultivated to the 3rd realm of God Emperor? Their Sun family is not weak in Rukawa Star City, and has a deep relationship with Lord Star Master. Behind this auction house, there seems to be a relationship with their Sun family. Qin Yang picked his ears, turned around and said, why are you a peerless genius everywhere? Are these titles specially prepared for cultivators on the bad street? Everyone was startled and looked at Qin Yang. Their expressions suddenly became weird. They looked at the same young Qin Yang, and they seemed to think that what they said was right. Sun Jinyan's eyes widened, and his expression was exaggerated. What? You say I'm a bad street? I want to dig out your guts to see how fat you are. As Sun Jinyan said, he strode forward directly. But when it was about 10 feet away, it suddenly hit a wall. The invisible wall allowed everyone to see clearly his face, which was instantly flattened, and his nose was almost broken. How dare you plot against me? Sun Jinyan held his sore nose. The other students behind him also stared angrily. A fat man with an obscene appearance gently pushed Sun Jinyan, and said in a low voice, look at her. Sun Jinyan looked around suspiciously, and when he saw Lu Mingyu, he was astonished, his eyes straightened. Sun Jinyan chuckled, and said, so it's for me to present a beauty. The old rules, I'm tired of playing, it's your Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang's eyes were narrowed from laughter, and his saliva was about to flow out. Liang Baichuan's expression changed drastically, and he hurried over, half of his body blocked Qin Yang, and said in a low voice, "Don't mess around. This is Rukawa Star City. Moreover, Yao is already in the auction. This is the student escorted by Yao." Liang Baichuan knew very well that Lu Mingyu was Qin Yang's Lin. Those who dare to touch it can only die without a burial place, and there will be no dregs of death left. Just like the students from the Xuanhuan Star District he brought. Qin Yang's eyes were as calm as water, as if looking at a group of standing corpses. Lu Mingyu gently shook Qin Yang's hand and said, "The auction is about to start, don't delay the business." "Business?" Sun Jinyan laughed loudly, "What's more serious than being with me? Don't worry, don't be shy. We won't be crammed into ordinary seats with these rubbish, we have VIP rooms. And it's right next door to Teacher Yao." Fatty Wang also rubbed his hands, and said, "That's right, at most I will just accompany our brothers. We won't get tired of seeing your beauty. Maybe you can go to Tianyao Star with us. This is 10 lifetimes. Blessings that can't even be cultivated." Several classmates immediately laughed, and there were girls among them, but they still ignored it. In the eyes, even more vicious. Lu Mingyu's appearance made them feel ashamed, and they couldn't bear it even more. "It is to train and train well," a female classmate said. Road. The practitioners on both sides of the entrance of the auction house had complex expressions. Judging from Qin Yang's previous behavior, this guy is not a good stubble. Dare to humiliate his woman like this? It's just that the other party is Sun Jinyan's talented students. And this Ruchuan Star City is their territory. "Kneel down for me," Qin Yang said lightly. "What? How dare you?" Before Sun Jinyan finished speaking, his body was suddenly under heavy pressure. The terrifying coercion, like the top of Mount Tai, made him breathless. All the students in the same company were spared. One by one mobilized their strength to fight back, but it was like a mantis holding a cart. Puff, puff. All the students are all ghosts. Everyone's face showed anger and horror. The onlookers didn't feel the coercion, and their eyes widened when they saw this scene. "Whoever said just now, slap your own mouth," Qin Yang said quietly. "How dare you attack us? I want you to die. I want to kill your daughter in front of you," Sun Jinyan said fiercely, but he didn't finish his sentence. Boom. 100 times heavier coercion spread out. The faces of all the practitioners around changed drastically. This time, they felt it. Even the God Emperor tensed up all over, spat out blood, and flew backwards. The ground collapsed directly, falling a full foot. This is the ground paved with extremely solid spiritual materials. Sun Jinyan and the rest of the students lay on the ground, their bones making piercing sounds. I'm afraid it won't be long before they will all be crushed into meat paste by this terrifying coercion. I won't slap your mouth with my hands, it will dirty my hands. If I have to do it, that's all I can do, Qin Yang said. Qin Yang, stop. Yao walked out slowly from the auction house. Sun Jinyan and others thought that a savior had come, but Sun Jinyan cried out for help. Teacher Yao, you have to call the shots for us. Yao didn't even look at them, but walked up to Qin Yang and said, you shouldn't have the same knowledge as them. In a word, the hearts of Sun Jinyan and other students suddenly tightened. All the onlookers were stunned. Yao actually recognized Qin Yang? Judging from the tone of these words, it turned out that Yao regarded him as an equal cultivator. Equal to Yao. Qin Yang looked at Yao, and Yao's eyes were silvery white. This silver light is extremely pure, but it gives people an extremely cold feeling. I haven't clapped my mouth yet, Qin Yang said. All the onlookers were going crazy. Yao has come forward in person, what else do you want? But Yao's answer made the onlookers even more unbelievable. Under your coercion, how can they slap their mouths? Yao said calmly. It's true. Qin Yang put away his coercion. Everyone is relaxed. Sun Jinyan and the others got up immediately, but they were oppressed by Qin Yang's thought, and they were severely injured. Knowing that they mentioned the iron plate, Sun Jinyan and others were all afraid. If it wasn't for Yao today, no one of them doubted that Qin Yang would ignore the rules and kill them directly. It seems that you want me to do it again? Qin Yang frowned. Fatty Wang was so scared that he almost peed his pants and slapped his fat face. When other students saw someone doing it, they could only endure the humiliation. Qin Yang sighed and took a light step forward. There was a flash of divine light in Yao's eyes, and he slapped out with a sudden palm. Papa Papa. Amidst the crisp and clear sounds, Sun Jinyan and all the other students were slapped away. The face was directly smashed, and blood flowed horizontally. The back molars also collapsed and flew out. Is this good? Yao stared at Qin Yang. Qin Yang chuckled, and said, It seems that you are quite responsible, not only saving their lives, but also saving their face. Forget it, Qin Yang, we still have to participate in the auction. Lu Mingyu said. Qin Yang turned around and went straight into the auction with Lu Mingyu in his arms. Teacher Yao. Sun Jinyan covered his face and staggered over. Yao personally made a move to save face for them. It's better to be slapped in the face by Yao than to slap yourself. And Qin Yang said long ago that he would not beat them with his hands. As long as he releases the previous coercion once more, with a little more force, they will directly become puddles of meat. Yao ignored Sun Jinyan and walked into the auction with a blank expression. Instead of going to the VIP room arranged by the auction, he found Qin Yang and sat down next to Liang Baichuan. The originally crowded seats suddenly became vacant. Everyone wants to get close to Yao, but they are all afraid that Yao will not like him. Liang Baichuan was sitting on pins and needles, and when he wanted to stand up and make way, Yao had already sat down. He could only bite the bullet and swallowed. The auction was crowded with people, but it was quiet at this moment. Let's begin. Yao said softly. The scene at the door was quickly spread, and everyone's eyes switched back and forth between Yao and Qin Yang. The auctioneer came on stage and held the auction. After the first auction item was sold, the oppressive atmosphere in the auction finally lifted. You want to work in Tianyao Star Mercenary Academy? Yao asked. Don't think about it, this sentence was also said to Liang Baichuan. Liang Baichuan hurriedly sat upright, leaned over his body, and replied, Yes, yes. You can do it, Yao said. Liang Baichuan was overjoyed, but then he brought it up again. Just because of Yao's words. Where are the students you brought? Cold sweat oozed from Liang Baichuan's forehead, and his back was instantly soaked. Meet the Ghost Saber Pirates. Liang Baichuan hesitated. Oh. Yao nodded slightly, without further follow-up. Liang Baichuan mentioned the heart in his throat, and put it back nervously. Beside, Qin Yang and Lu Mingyu pointed at the auction items, chatting and laughing. It's as if Yao didn't exist at all. Although the grade is too poor, the defensive power of this magical underwear is still good. Qin Yang said. Lu Mingyu rolled her eyes, reached out and twisted Qin Yang's waist. Why are you always interested in this kind of thing? Although the underwear auctioned on this stage is a magic weapon of good quality, of course, in Qin Yang's eyes, everything is rubbish. The point is not the function that the auctioneer exaggeratedly introduced, but the appearance. Red, openwork. This, how dare you wear it? Who is willing to buy an auction with so many people participating? The 7th order magic weapon, the red thread clothes, is priced at 50 million spirit crystal coins. Do you want it? The auctioneer shouted. Under the effect of the sound transmission circle, his voice was not harsh, but it reached everyone's ears. 50 million spiritual crystal coins? Just a mid-level 7th tier? Who are you taking advantage of? That's right, the 7th level magic weapon starts at 10 million, and the defensive power of your red thread clothes is not worth the price. Practitioners do not buy it. The auctioneer was not in a hurry, instead he smiled calmly and said, well, it seems that I have to reveal the true ability of this red thread. The auctioneer waved for a maid to demonstrate on the spot. A move of God's mind, red. The strands of clothing directly turned into threads of red light, wrapping around the maid. Immediately afterwards, the red light thread penetrated into the clothes, and the maid's face turned rosy. Everyone looked inexplicably, and someone shouted directly, if you are like this, we can't see anything. You have to let us see clearly, right? Others followed suit. In short, the bold underwear before will naturally be exposed. The auctioneer didn't follow suit, but said, this magic weapon is not for the girl to recognize the owner. It's for you to recognize the owner. Someone suddenly laughed and said, could it be that these are still worn by gentlemen? During the auction, there was a roar of laughter. The auctioneer coughed lightly, and said, you are the one who recognizes the owner well, but you wear it on the girl you like. The red thread clothes can make girls below the 3rd realm of the God Emperor under your control. As he said that, the auctioneer's spiritual thought moved again, and the maid actually danced lightly. However, there was panic on the maid's face. As soon as these words came out, the blood of all the male cultivators burst into flames. This magic weapon is simply tailor-made for the thoughts in their hearts. So you have such thoughts? Lu Mingyu's pretty face flushed, and she stretched out her hand again and twisted it. It hurts, it hurts. Qin Yang didn't resist, but kept begging for mercy. Qin Yang opened his mouth and said, it's just a simple function magic weapon, like a dragon lock, a god tying rope, etc., it's just a little change. This is a gimmick deliberately made by unscrupulous merchants, and it's not worth paying attention to carry. Oh? Really? Lu Mingyu said, why do I feel that you are changing the subject? How can there be, is there? No. Qin Yang pretended to be stupid. At this moment, the auctioneer continued, auction this magic weapon and send a maid. It can be tested by the buyer on the spot. In other words, the already hot auction suddenly became even more heated. 60 million spiritual crystal coins, I want it. A voice came from among the VIPs above their heads. Everyone was speechless, isn't this too arrogant? A direct increase of 10 million? In the VIP room, you can defend against the detection of spiritual thoughts, and the voice can also be changed. However, the caller did not do this. Instead, the huge floor-to-ceiling windows became transparent, and everyone could see who was bidding. After seeing this person, everyone's expressions became complicated, and no one dared to compete with him. It was none other than Sun Jinyan. It turned out to be Sun Jinyan? Why did he buy the red thread clothes? Countless beauties in the 1,000 Meteor District are vying to throw themselves into their arms. Does he still need this? Practitioners communicate with each other, but no one bids. The auctioneer also had a somewhat helpless face. What he was most afraid of was asking someone he couldn't afford to ask for a price. Originally, this red thread clothes could be auctioned for tens of millions more, and the atmosphere was lifted, and even more could be earned, but now. Since no one is bidding, congratulations, young Master Sun, for getting the red thread clothes. The auctioneer tapped the hammer. The auctioneer looked at young Master Sun and said, young Master Sun, please come and recognize the treasure. Followed by a strong man, Sun Jinyan stepped onto the auction stage. The strong man glanced at Qin Yang fiercely, and there was no trace of murderous intent in his eyes. Obviously he was beaten, and bodyguards were invited. Please. The auctioneer Qin Yang released the control on Hong Li, allowing Sun Xiao to recognize the master. After young Master Sun recognized the Lord, with a movement of his divine sense, the maid immediately made an extremely provocative gesture according to what he thought in his heart. The maid's eyes turned red, but she couldn't resist at all. With such a public cover-up, the atmosphere in the auction room became even more heated. The male practitioners held one after another, but the female practitioners were all blushing and did not dare to look directly. Sun Jinyan looked at Qin Yang in the audience, then at Lu Mingyu, and said, "Remember these movements, and save some effort when performing them in the future. You can't resist anyway, so it's better to obey. Qin Yang, she is so pitiful, please help her." Lu Mingyu couldn't bear it, the maid was already undressing. Qin Yang stood up, and Yao, who was separated by Liang Baichuan, also stood up. Liang Baichuan, who was caught in the middle, had a bitter face and stood up. But how can he stand up? Continue to sit? But both Qin Yang and Yao stood up. Humph. Don't think that you are so great if you have a little strength. My future is not comparable to rubbish like yours. Sun Jingyan said, "Mr. Yao, do you want to plead for this Qin Yang?" Yao was still the face of Wanyan Glacier, with no emotion in his eyes, and said, "I'm saving you." Sun Jingyan disagreed, and said, "Teacher Yao, is he your friend?" "No." Yao said. Sun Jingyan was stunned for a moment, and all the practitioners present were also stunned. "Not friends, you walk so close? But I have never seen Yao sitting with anyone like this." Of course, Liang Baichuan in the middle was automatically ignored by everyone. "It's okay." Sun Jinyan sneered and said, "The person I'm looking for is a pirate. If he challenges you, you can't refuse." The pirate beside him showed a sinister smile and said, "I challenge you." As soon as the words fell, all the practitioners complained for a while. This directly disrupted the auction, and the next one is the finale. But it is the Ninth Order magic weapon ghost ship. The auctioneer also showed nervousness. He asked Sun Xiao to come to the stage to recognize the magic weapon, just because he wanted everyone to experience the characteristics of the red thread clothes again. After all, this magic weapon will be mass-produced in the future. No one expected that young Master Sun brought a guard with him and asked the guard to challenge Qin Yang directly. "What? Are you afraid?" "It's useless to be afraid. The rules are like this. You can't refuse." The pirate laughed. Before the laughter fell, there were bursts of exclamations from around. Immediately afterwards, the exclamation became louder and louder. The pirate froze for a moment, feeling that his body was a little weird, and when he looked down, his pupils shrank sharply. His body is slowly disappearing. In the next breath, his eyes went dark, and Qin Yang appeared directly in front of him. Facing those eyes with flowing dark golden lines, the pirate felt as if he had turned into a stone, extremely heavy. "I'm not afraid, it's you who is afraid. No, you have already started to run away. I think you will slip away in a few breaths." Qin Yang said. "Are you kidding?" The pirate's voice became weaker and weaker. It wasn't until this moment that he realized that a force of rules that he couldn't resist was slowly obliterating him. The power of rules is not a level at all, so he can't even notice it. Until now, when he couldn't feel his body, he knew that he was slowly disappearing. "How dare you?" The pirate's face was full of horror, his mouth was moving, but there was no sound. Suddenly, the transparency on the pirate accelerated and disappeared completely. Hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes stared at the auction table, and someone asked puzzledly, "They really escaped? Where did these pirates come from?" "Since it's a pirate, it's normal." "You ran away after getting the commission?" Sun Jinyan knew that it was definitely not the pirates he had hired who had escaped. Could it be that they were killed by Qin Yang? The auctioneer was as cold as a wooden man, he didn't even dare to blink his eyelids at this moment. The entire auction platform also has a formation, which connects the world wall of the auction. No one can leave without being able to perceive the Eighth Order formation. It was originally intended to prevent someone from stealing the treasure, but how much the auctioneer hopes that this table has no formation. The auctioneer knows that it is Qin Jan killed the pirate. With such a method, this kid is a strong god. The reason why Yao sat next to him was not because of his friends, but because he was on guard. Qin Yang waved his hand lightly, and the maid at the side fell limply to the ground. She found that she had regained control of her body, and hurriedly pulled her clothes to cover the infinite spring again. A streak of red divine light was pulled out of her body. Sun Jinyan's eyes widened, and he was able to forcibly bypass his master and control the magic weapon. How dare you kill people in public? Sun Jinyan pointed at Qin Yang and said, "You are dead. You are making an enemy of all Star City. You are making an enemy of the entire mercenary union. The rules of the mercenary union." The corner of Qin Yang's mouth slightly curled up, and he said, "What is the essence of the rules? Do you know?" Sun Jinyan hid behind the auctioneer and said, "What?" Qin Yang said lightly, "The essence of the rules is a tool for the strong to manipulate the weak. There are only two kinds of people who often talk about the rules. One is the garbage that is eager to master this tool. The rubbish at the disposal of this tool. Which one are you?" Qin Yang asked with a smile. There was silence throughout the auction. Everyone was shocked by this statement. Qin Yang shook his head lightly, and said, "The world of cultivators, the weak eat the strong. The rules seem to protect you, but in fact they just want to fatten you up so that they can all be fed to those who control the rules. It doesn't really matter which kind you are." Qin Yang looked at Sun Jinyan and laughed. "Don't you dare to kill me? My father knows the Star Lord of Rukawa Star City." Sun Jinyan said. "But you don't know me," Qin Yang said. Such domineering words once again surprised the audience. Qin Yang waved his hand lightly, but the auctioneer was still motionless, he didn't dare to move. And Sun Jinyan also disappeared. Everyone stared wide-eyed. Qin Yang really dared to kill in public. With a slight movement of his hand, the magic weapon in his hand was also wiped out. Qin Yang said, "It seems that the pirate who escaped before also rescued that guy. He didn't forget to take away the magic weapon, hee. It's amazing, I can't even stop it." The entire auction was silent. "Did you not notice it? You obviously killed both of them, and then destroyed that magic weapon. However, who dares to stand up and criticize?" Qin Yang looked at the auctioneer and said, "Go on, is it time to auction the ghost ship?" The auctioneer nodded repeatedly and said, it's time. Yao's eyes were shining silver, and the light seemed to be much brighter. He clenched his fists, it seems that his strength is still not enough. Following this thought, a strange fluctuation seemed to appear around him. Qin Yang returned to his seat and narrowed his eyes. This fluctuating feeling is somewhat similar to that of Mr. Qiqiao. The inheritor of the domain master's will is exactly as Mr. Qiqiao said. The stronger the enemy, the inheritor of the domain master's will, the faster the strength will increase. Although Yao is still a lower-level god, I am afraid that he will be promoted soon. You've done it. Yao turned his head and looked at Qin Yang. Liang Baichuan in the middle quickly lowered his head and pretended to pick up something. People don't offend me, I don't offend others. If people offend me, we will cut the grass and root out. Qin Yang said lightly, I don't like trouble. If such a genius dies, his family will know soon. Yao said lightly. Liang Baichuan bent over, his face was covered with sweat. Qin Yang turned his head away, was silent for a while, and then said, otherwise, how to get rid of the root? Yao shrank his pupils, took a deep breath, and stopped talking. Liang Baichuan waited for a long time before he dared to straighten up. He swore that he would never sit next to Qin Yang again. The magic weapon below is the magic weapon of the 9th tier ship, the ghost ship, the auctioneer said. Ghost ship, anyone who likes secrets and secrets, knows all the stories behind it. Countless powerful mercenary groups and pirate groups, as long as they get this ghost ship, they will be cursed. The ghost ship will always appear again, but those powerful mercenary groups and pirate groups have disappeared forever. The auctioneer looked at Yao, coughed lightly, and said, the starting price is 1 billion spirit crystal coins, is there anyone bidding? There was an uproar in the auction hall. What? Only 1 billion? You guys are too obvious, right? Everyone was speechless. The price of the 8th order magic weapon ranges from 100 million to 1 billion. This 9th order magic weapon is worth at least tens of billions of spirit crystal coins. This is just a sequential calculation. After all, this ghost ship is the only 9th order magic weapon in the entire eternal starfield. If it is another 9th order magic weapon, tens of billions? Impossible. However, the starting price of this ghost ship is the price of an 8th order magic weapon. Everyone knew that Yao came to pick it up after getting the ghost ship at the auction. It's just a formality, but this is too confusing. Don't say 1 billion, don't want money, do you dare to ask for it? Someone pouted. Not to mention, no one dares to ask for it. There are so many peak powerhouses, they can't control this ghost ship, let alone them. Yao is indeed qualified, but his current strength is still not enough to subdue the ghost ship. However, there is a super spirit family behind Yao. In the entire eternal starfield, there are only 5 super spirit families. Because of this, others dare not compete with Yao. The auctioneer looked at Yao, but he didn't understand why Yao was silent. Standing on the stage, neither introducing the ghost ship nor speaking, the atmosphere gradually became awkward. Since the ghost ship is being auctioned, why don't you show it to us? Qin Yang said. Yes, let us have a look, feast our eyes. That's right, if you say a few words, it's an auction? Should we also say that the auction was successful and then leave? We didn't even see the appearance of the ghost ship in the end? The auctioneer was a little embarrassed, but he waved his hand back. A box full of rune formations was slowly lifted up. Don't tell us that the ghost ship is in this box? Some people were puzzled, but others really thought so. The auctioneer shook his head and said, there is no magic weapon of space in the world that can hold a ghost ship, even this auction house with its own space can't hold it. It's not because of the size, but because of the grade. The auctioneer continued, this box contains the rudder of a ghost ship. Are you kidding? Are you selling the rudder as a 9th level magic weapon? We all know that the auction will cheat people, but have you never seen such a scam? The voice of dissatisfaction in the field became louder. The auctioneer hurriedly continued, be safe and don't be impatient. As long as there is the rudder of this ghost ship, the ghost ship will follow you like a shadow. A 9th level magic weapon, and it has self-wisdom. Do you think that our little Rukawa Star City is still alive? Can someone calm it down? Auction it as a whole? Qin Yang smiled lightly, and said, so that's the case, the ghost ship has no attack capability, no wonder you can take its rudder safely. Open it and take a look. Qin Yang said. The auctioneer was in a dilemma, but it was Qin Yang who spoke. Killed the powerful pirate in front of him, as well as Sun Jinyan. How dare he not listen? After a while of operation, the rune formations were unlocked one by one. Slowly opening the box, a pitch-black rudder that seemed to be made of strange wood appeared in front of everyone. For a while, the audience booed. At first glance, how is this different from a normal rudder? Qin Yang narrowed his eyes, staring at the rudder with a smile on his face. Is it true? Lu Mingyu asked in a low voice. Qin Yang nodded. The system can't even replicate this rudder. What else could it be if it wasn't the 9th rank? At this moment, an inexplicable and gloomy atmosphere swept the audience. The auctioneer's face turned blue with fright, and his hands trembled a little. The breath of the ghost ship. Everyone was hairy, even Yao was tense. My God. Not really? Didn't it mean that the ghost ship couldn't get in? Exclaimed one after another, causing the audience to riot. Some even just ran away. Qin Yang frowned, staring at the phantom that gradually solidified behind the auctioneer. The auctioneer was stiff all over, turned his head to look, and a simple and unpretentious black sailboat appeared behind him. Although the body is not big, the appearance is not hideous. It looks like a retro model, but it is such an ordinary ship, but it all gives people a strange feeling. 1,000,001 spirit crystal coin, I want it. Qin Yang said. The ghost ship has never been completely solidified, it is just a faint shadow, indistinct, sometimes real and sometimes empty. Everyone looked at Qin Yang in disbelief, and actually dared to bid on the same stage with Yao. Everyone looked at Yao again, only to find that Yao was still silent. At this moment, Yao was not at peace. He originally planned to ask Qin Yang to buy the ghost ship. It would be best if the ghost ship could wipe out Qin Yang as a dangerous variable. But when Yao saw the ghost ship, his heart throbbed. It seems that something in the dark is stopping him. Don't board the ghost ship. Don't touch the rudder of that ghost ship. 1,000,001 spirit crystal coin. The auctioneer twitched face and looked at Yao. Qin Yang raised his legs and said directly, as long as the person next to me bids once, even if it is only 1 spirit crystal coin higher than me, I will give up. Liang Baichuan's face turned bitter, and he was about to cry, but he didn't see me as a human being. The focus of the audience was on Yao. But Yao just stood up and said softly, I give up. For a moment, everyone in the entire auction was shocked. Yao actually gave up? Isn't this giving up the 9th order magic weapon? Qin Yang chuckled and said, it's not that I insist on arguing with you, it's because you gave up. Yao nodded and said, yes. He didn't want to explain anything at first, and he also knew that it might not be easy to explain to the super spirit family. An unprecedented addition, explained, I only brought 1 billion spirit crystal coins, all. Everyone was dumbfounded and confused. This is obviously the reason for making it up, right? Opening his eyes and talking nonsense, he almost caught up with Qin Yang, who said that the pirate and Sun Jinyan had escaped. In that case, then this ghost ship is mine. Qin Yang waved to the auctioneer and said, bring it here. Staring at the gloomy figure behind the auctioneer, Qin Yang laughed. With trembling hands, the auctioneer wanted to put the ghost ship's rudder back into the box and seal it again. But he was horrified to find that he couldn't let go of his hand. In a panic, the auctioneer shook it vigorously, but he couldn't shake it off. At this moment, there was another exclamation in the auction house. The hull of the ghost ship solidified. The whole body of the sailboat is black, and the sails are automatic without wind, swishing and swishing. 9 pairs of paddles, sliding gently. In the entire auction field, the atmosphere became more and more oppressive. The auctioneer's hair stood on end, his scalp was numb, and he looked at Yao for help. But Yao narrowed his eyes, and there was a voice in his heart telling him, run. But Yao didn't know what was going on, and looked at the ghost ship. And at this time, the ghost ship was slowly driving over. The ghost ship, among the magical ships, is not big. But in this auction house, it is not small. The overwhelming shadow enveloped all practitioners. Come play together? I'll take you to a fun place. Suddenly, the voice of an urchin on the ghost ship sounded. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough. Yao shrank his pupils. Was he talking to himself? Inviting yourself aboard? Yao wanted to get up and leave. After all, he had already given up the auction of this ghost ship. But he suddenly found that his body was a little immobile. The strength of the lower god was actually suppressed by the aura of this ghost ship. The ghost ship continued to approach, and it had already come in front of Yao. In the next breath, it might take Yao away directly. But at this moment, the ghost ship suddenly trembled slightly, and the entity seemed a little unreal. Sorry, you belong to me now. Qin Yang pulled Lu Mingyu and stood on the auction stage. And the rudder, which the auctioneer couldn't shake no matter how hard he tried, was tightly held by Qin Yang. Qin Yang raised the rudder of the boat and said with a smile, I don't have any awareness of being a magic weapon. In front of the master, you actually invite others to board the boat? Bastard! Let go of my rudder. The urchin's voice screamed, believe it or not, I will send you to the first sector. Throw you into Xuanhuan furnace, and make you melt into a puddle of blood. No, not even blood left. First star district? Xuanhuan furnace? Qin Yang looked at the auctioneer beside him and asked, what place is it? The place where the Tianya Star Mercenary Academy is located is the Xinya Star District. It is the most prosperous star area in the entire Eternal Star Field. And the Xinya Star region is only ranked third. The auctioneer's eyes widened and his body was dripping with cold sweat. He suddenly knew where the powerful mercenaries and pirates who got the ghost ship had gone. Could it be that they were all thrown into the Xuanhuan furnace? The auctioneer said with a trembling voice, the first star district, the Tianyang Star District, is not suitable for habitation at all. But it has the most abundant resources. There are high temperatures and dangerous environments everywhere, and this Xuanhuan melting furnace is the first star district. Core. Even the high-level gods, once they set foot on it, they will be vaporized and there will be no slag left. The high temperature of Xuanhuan furnace is enough to melt all the rules. Qin Yang immediately became interested. Doesn't this mean that in the Tianyang Star District with the most resources, doesn't the Xuanhuan furnace have more resources? And it is a resource that others can't get at all. A Xuanhuan furnace supports the entire star area, making it the number one. How can you not take a look at such a magical place? When Yao heard about Xuanhuan furnace, he also tensed up all over. No wonder there is a mysterious feeling in the dark. To keep myself away from this ghost ship, it turns out, this ghost ship is going to kill me. Just as he was thinking about how to escape, Qin Yang's voice came from his ear. It seems like a fun place, okay, then take me there. Qin Yang said. As he said that, he fiddled with the rudder, and directly controlled the ghost ship to approach him. In the eyes of everyone, it seemed that Qin Yang was going to pull the ghost ship back. Everyone was stunned, even the ghost ship was silent. Not long after, the naughty boy's voice said angrily, since you are not afraid of high temperature, then I will throw you into the Tianyang Star District. Qin Yang blinked, looked at the auctioneer at the side, and said, where is this? The auctioneer swallowed, and said with difficulty, the Tianyang Star area is the second star area. The whole star area is filled with all kinds of noises. If the soul is not firm enough, it will not take long for you to go crazy. Even if you are not crazy, you must fight against this noise all the time. And that noise is more terrifying and dangerous than the demons in your heart. Qin Yang raised his eyebrows. The second sector? It turns out that the first and second star regions are wild star regions, and they are not suitable places to live. The resources are all concentrated in this wild star area. In other star regions, there may also be wild star cities, but countless years have passed, and they have almost been searched by others. Even some ranking by. The former wild star area is also a paradise for Starfield mercenaries and Starfield pirates. For the strong with absolute strength, only the places that others can't even go are the places that are really worth going. Because that means there are countless treasures, waiting for someone to pick them up. It looks good, okay, let's set off immediately. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. In the entire auction hall, all the practitioners stared at Qin Yang with wide eyes, and even Yao showed a look of disbelief. This Qin Yang is not afraid at all? Even if he is strong enough, but there is Lu Mingyu beside him. He can protect others while protecting himself? Yao felt deeply powerless. Back then, when he met Qin Yang at the gap in the boundary wall of the star field, he knew at that time that this Qin Yang would be his lifelong enemy. Seeing the eternal starfield, Yao found that even though he was known as the #1 genius in the eternal starfield, he bowed his head in front of Qin Yang. Yao's eyes were shining with bright silver light. He stood up directly, looked at the ghost ship and said, "Okay, since you want to take me to a fun place, how can I refuse?" As soon as the words fell, all practitioners were stunned. Crazy! Crazy! This Qin Yang and Yao are both crazy. This is the magic weapon ghost ship of the 9th tier ship. Its shuttle characteristics, even the defense of the spirit-level heaven and earth boundary wall, can't stop it. What the spirit of its magic weapon said, keeping them in the melting pot of Xuanhuan, is definitely not empty talk. But some people began to admire him, and sighed again and again, as expected of Yao. He is not afraid in the face of the magic weapon of the ghost ship. With Yao to suppress it, this ghost ship may not be able to turn over any storms. Since Master Yao wants to board the ship, he must have absolute confidence. Then, I will also board the ship with Master Yao. That's right, to be able to meet this mysterious ghost ship with Master Yao, even if you die, you will have no regrets. I also want to see what is so powerful about this ghost ship that has made countless powerful mercenary groups and pirate groups disappear. He can throw others into the melting pot of Xuanhuan, and I don't believe he can protect himself. Even if the ghost ship can protect itself, as long as we don't leave the ghost ship, we will be fine. People are scrambling to speak. The more they speak, the more courage they have. At this time, a voice interrupted them. Are you kidding? Qin Yang was very angry, looking around the audience, said, "This ghost ship is mine, as its owner, only I have the right to invite others to board the ship." After a pause, Qin Yang said slowly, "Is it possible that the ghost ship I photographed with 1,000,001 spirit crystal coins is for you to visit?" On the ghost ship, the urchin's voice said disdainfully, "I am a 9th level magic weapon, so you want to be my master?" Seeing that Yao had agreed to board the ship, the ghost ship struggled and sailed towards Yao again. Qin Yang snorted coldly and exerted force on his hands. Urging his own power to annihilate the rules, it directly enveloped the entire rudder. Although I can't destroy your entire ship, it's easy to destroy your rudder. Qin Yang stared at the ghost ship and said, "Without the rudder, you have no bait. Not only that, but you also have no ability to change direction. You can't do it." The urchin's voice became a little disturbed. But the power he felt at the rudder made him fear. This force can not only destroy his rudder, but also destroy his entire ship. How could there be such a terrifying power? The naughty boy panicked, and a thought came to his mind, "Damn it, who is this? How could it be stronger than the inheritor of the domain master's will of the eternal starfield?" Qin Yang narrowed his eyes, but he couldn't see through the ghost ship. Qin Yang pondered, and said, "Since you want to try, I advise you to adjust your direction. After all, once I destroy your rudder, you can only move in one direction." With that said, the power to annihilate the rules erupted again, but under Qin Yang's control, it didn't hurt the rudder. "Okay, very good. It seems that you won't give up until you are killed." The naughty boy's voice sounded, and he said to Yao, "You wait, I will take you to play after I kill him." Everyone was a little speechless. Isn't this saying, kill Qin Yang first, and then kill Yao? Why is the ghost ship so obsessed with killing Yao? "You can't leave," Liang Baichuan said suddenly. For a moment, everyone in the audience looked at him, even Yao was no exception. Liang Baichuan froze, bit his head, and said, "You can go, but Lu Mingyu has to stay. She is my student, and I want to take her to Tianyaxing Mercenary Academy." Only Lu Mingyu can make Liang Baichuan reach the sky in one step. Even if he stayed at Tianyaxing Mercenary Academy as an ordinary teacher without real power, it would be better than everything else. More importantly, without Lu Mingyu, not only would Liang Baichuan not be able to become a teacher at the Tianya Star Mercenary Academy, he would have to return to the Xuanhuan Star District. Once you go back, how to explain the fall of so many talented students? The families of those gifted students will not listen to his explanation. We will go to Yaxing Mercenary Academy today. Qin Yang looked at Liang Baichuan and said, "Are you kidding me? Lu Mingyu is safest only by her side. Even if it is possible to go to Wanyang Furnace in the first sector." Qin Yang looked at Yao and said, "I'm sorry, but I can't let you board the boat for fun." Then Liang Baichuan, "Please help arrange it. Let's see you again Tianyaxing." As soon as the words fell, the shadow of the ghost ship enveloped Qin Yang and Lu Mingyu. The auctioneer was so frightened that he rushed elsewhere, fearing that he would be taken away with him. Immediately afterwards, the atmosphere of the entire auction suddenly lightened, and on the auction stage, the figures of Qin Yang, Lu Mingyu, and the ghost ship disappeared without a trace. Oh, what a pity! I almost got aboard the fabled ghost ship. That's right, then Qin Yang is probably in danger. Without our help, how can he deal with the ghost ship alone? Originally, this was an opportunity for us to change history and be famous forever, but it was snatched away by Qin Yang. I don't know when we will see the ghost ship next time. The cultivators were making second guesses, but they had long forgotten that when the ghost ship appeared, they were so scared that they dared not move. Yao stood silently for a while, then turned around and left. Liang Baichuan had no choice but to brazenly follow. At the entrance of the auction, a large number of practitioners blocked the door. Any sharp-eyed person will be shocked to see the badge on their chest. All of them are star mercenaries. Two old men stood in front of a group of powerful practitioners. One of them had a distorted face, with anger and sadness in his eyes. He is Sun Jinyan's grandfather, and standing next to him is the Star Lord of Rukawa Star City. On the Star Master's left chest, the badge worn is a crescent moon. He is the next Haiyue god. Brother Sun, you will soon be able to kill the murderer with your hands. With the formation of the 8th level heaven and earth boundary wall, no one can escape. Star Lord said. I will make that kid pay with blood. Old Man Sun shouted angrily. Here it comes, someone has come out. A mercenary pointed to the door and opened the door. Everyone looked over, but what they saw was Yao and Liang Baichuan. Master Yao? Star Lord cupped his hands. Not to mention the potential, even in terms of strength, this Star Master may not be better than Yao. As the same low-level gods, Yao's combat power is naturally the top existence of the same level. Old Man Sun also cupped his hands, and asked, why didn't that kid from Qin Yang come out? Yao paused, and said quietly, he has already left. After speaking, Yao left directly. Impossible. How could he leave? We've been stuck here, and there's only one exit in this auction house. Old Man Sun straightened. Then said. Yao ignored it and continued to leave. Old Man Sun naturally didn't dare to stop him. But he didn't dare to stop Yao, didn't he dare to stop Liang Baichuan? Old Man Sun almost dragged Liang Baichuan over, and asked, where's Qin Yang? Go, let's go. Liang Baichuan was a little depressed. How did you get there? Walking in a ghost ship. What? Star Lord interjected, ghost ship? Isn't the ghost ship on Master Yao's body? Liang Baichuan could only explain, At the auction, Qin Yang won the auction at the price of 1,000,000,001 spirit crystal coins, and got the ghost ship. Star-Lord and Old Man Sun looked at each other. How is this possible? Although this ghost ship is at the auction, it is not an auction item at all. Yao came here, just to take away the ghost ship. How could it be bought away? At this time, in the auction house, a group of young students also came out, and they were all depressed. Old Man Sun hurried forward to confirm, but the result he got was the same. Qin Yang and Lu Mingyu left in a ghost ship. Damn. Damn. Even if I chase to the end of the star field, I will kill this person with my own hands. Old Man Sun vomited blood angrily on the spot. Star-Lord frowned and said, "No one can appear alive after boarding the ghost ship. The revenge of your grandson's son Jin Yin can be regarded as revenge." At this time, Yao in the distance said, "Clean up and leave tomorrow." Liang Baichuan and a group of students responded quickly. After this incident, there is no reason to delay. Yao naturally wants to carry out the task quickly. But what he was thinking in his heart was to confirm whether Qin Yang would appear on Tianyashing alive. There is a feeling in my heart that this Qin Yang will definitely not die like this. Master Yao, why did you let Qin Yang take away the ghost ship? Old Man Sun was dissatisfied with not being able to take revenge with his own hands, and said, "Aren't you afraid of being blamed by the super spirit family? You want to teach me how to do things?" Yao gave Old Man Sun a flat look, then turned and left. Old Man Sun couldn't hold back clearly, but he didn't dare to continue talking. Old Man Sun actually didn't know that Yao was protecting them, the entire Rukawa Star City. If Qin Yang is not allowed to take away the ghost ship and let the ghost ship take Qin Yang away, I am afraid that there will be a big battle at the entrance of the auction house at this time. Qin Yang's strength is enough to easily destroy the entire Rukawa Star City. At the same time, outside the boundary wall of Rukawa Star City, a ghost ship suddenly appeared. "Do you dare to fix the rudder for me?" the urchin's voice sounded. Qin Yang and Lu Mingyu looked at each other, both holding back their smiles. In front of them, a ghost in the shape of a little boy was full of anger. "It's just that she looks too young, even when she's angry. The doll's face is chubby, unspeakably cute. Recognize the master first, and after recognizing me as the master, I will install the rudder for you," Qin Yang said with a smile, while playing with the rudder. "You put it on for me first. You first recognize the Lord." The two stared at each other, unable to stand still. "Do you know what you're doing? You ruined my event," the little boy said. "What's the big deal?" Qin Yang asked. The little boy was silent for a while, then snorted, and said, "I'll tell you, I'm afraid it will scare you to death." "Oh, it's so scary, it scared me to death," Qin Yang said with an exaggerated expression. Lu Mingyu on the side laughed lightly and said, "Okay, don't tease him anymore." The little boy took a few breaths, and said angrily, "You guys are kidding me? You really don't know what to do. Put the rudder back on for me. Recognize the Lord first." Qin Yang plucked his ears. The little boy was speechless again. "Then let's hold on, anyway, I can continue to move forward. If you don't change direction, I will take you to the Sky Star Field. The Sky Star Field has long been regressing and has become a ruined star field. You will die alone there." Qin Yang and Lu Mingyu looked at each other, without responding. The little boy thought he had frightened Qin Yang, and proudly said, "What? Are you scared? Maybe the Sky Star region at this time has long since ceased to exist, just like the God Clan Star region and my home. The void is turbulent." Qin Yang stroked his chin and said suddenly, "So, you want to kill Yao, for revenge?" The little boy was taken aback. Qin Yang went on to say, "It turns out that in the Star Field War, it was not the 3 star fields that participated, but the 4 star fields." The little boy was even more shocked. Even Yao probably doesn't know the history of the era of Star Wars, right? "Who are you?" the little boy asked. Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I will disappoint you. At this time, the Sky Star field has stabilized and is slowly recovering. It may take a long time, but sooner or later it will catch up. The pace of the Eternal Star field. It's impossible. The little boy directly denied, and then asked, how do you know? Qin Yang laughed and said, because I came from the Sky Star field. The little boy kept looking at Qin Yang and Lu Mingyu, his eyes full of disbelief. Qin Yang dragged Lu Mingyu to visit on the boat. Everything is antique, not luxurious, but full of warmth and comfort. In the cabin, everything is also available. There are even a lot of extremely precious drinks on the wine cabinet. Needless to say, this is also left over from the previous mercenary and pirate groups. And those mercenary groups and pirate groups are the top in the Eternal Starfield. Qin Yang's eyes lit up, and he said, quick, look for it quickly, there must be more treasures. This is equivalent to directly owning the resources of the main ship of the previous mercenary group and pirate group. You can't move, it's all mine. The little boy followed behind Qin Yang, his face full of grievances. If it wasn't for the ghost ship's inability to attack, he would have killed Qin Yang a long time ago. Lu Mingyu bent down, pinched the little boy's face lightly, but found that there was no entity, it was really a ghost. What's your name? Lu Mingyu asked. Xiaoyu. The little boy replied, and then said, why should I tell you? Lu Mingyu chuckled and said, because we are friends. The little boy was taken aback for a moment, apparently his heart was touched. But she still turned her head away, and said, Xiaoyu's friends are all dead, Xiaoyu has no friends anymore. Lu Mingyu took a deep breath, and said in a low voice, I'm sorry to talk about your sadness. Good guy, the rooms are all empty. Qin Yang's figure came from the far hatch. All the rooms have been checked, and there is no hair. Nothing but wine in this cabin. It doesn't matter, it's going to be redecorated anyway. Qin Yang looked around, then suddenly slapped his forehead, and said, I forgot. Lu Mingyu asked, what did you forget? Qin Yang said, I bought the ingredients in the restaurant before, but I paid for the elixir and so on, and they haven't prepared it for me yet. Also, everything that was agreed is 10% off, and I gave this ghost ship full payment. Are you really planning to live here? Xiaoyu's face was gloomy. But his appearance and age can't scare Qin Yang at all. Of course, where do you live if you don't live here? Qin Yang asked, I'm afraid that the entire Eternal Starfield is not as safe as this ghost ship. Saying this, Xiaoyu's face brightened immediately, and she also laughed, puffing out her small chest and saying, that's inevitable. But suddenly realized that this shouldn't be the case, Xiaoyu pulled her face down again. In terms of grade alone, it's just the same as Xiaogua's battleship. But in other aspects, no comparison. Qin Yang shook his head, and said, if you don't decorate it well, you won't be able to live in it at all. Are you kidding? Is there a magic weapon that can be of the same level as mine? Xiaoyu didn't believe it, and rolled her eyes. Lu Mingyu explained, it's a super spirit class battleship of the God clan, and its intelligence brain is called Xiaogua. Speaking of this, Lu Mingyu thought of something, and continued, Xiaogua looks as small as you in appearance, if you don't mind, I can introduce her to you in the future. I don't want it. Although Xiaoyu refused verbally, her expression was a little embarrassed. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoyu was taken aback, and said, send the super spirit class battleship of the Protoss? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Qin Yang said, the Scent Gods fled to the Sky Star field, and their super spirit class battleship was suppressed by the incarnation of the domain master of the Sky Star field on the ancient battlefield. The spirit class warship survived, fled to the center of the myriad worlds, the Sky World. Lu Mingyu added a lot more, gave Qin Yang a blank look, and said, Qin Yang is not only the most powerful cultivator in the Sky Star field, but also has the authority to send the star masters of the gods. Maybe it won't be long before the gods send the Tianyi Star Lord is chasing after him in a super spirit class battleship. Qin Yang scratched his nose in embarrassment. What you said, is it true? Xiaoyu still couldn't believe it, and said, the Eternal Starfield was afraid of us joining forces with the Protoss. After all, my ability plus the technological power of the Protoss is invincible. That's why the Eternal Starfield destroyed your starfield first? Qin Yang asked. Xiaoyu's face was full of disappointment. What made him most uncomfortable was that the Eternal Starfield was still piloting the warships of the Protoss clan and destroyed their starfield with meteorite cannons. Originally, if it was just defense, no one would be able to break through their starfield. But the Eternal Starfield is too despicable. After defrauding the trust of the God clan, they came to deceive their starfield again. The sudden attack directly killed the peak powerhouses in their starfield. No, if that's the case, you have no reason to stop me from killing Yao. Xiaoyu looked at Qin Yang angrily, don't you know Yao? Of course I know. Qin Yang went to the wine cabinet, opened a bottle of wine, poured a glass for Lu Mingyu and himself, looked at Xiaoyu, and said word by word, you think you can kill the inheritor of the domain master's will in the Eternal Star Field? Believe me, if you bring him into that melting pot of Wanyang, maybe there will be another kind of his special physique. Qin Yang took a sip of his wine, with a strange look in his eyes. Good wine. Qin Yang smacked his lips. Although it cannot directly improve the strength of the drinker, the quality of this wine is not low. It's just that the focus of grade is more on taste. If you only talk about enjoyment, this wine is no worse than Qin Yang's previous divine wine. Then you came to the Eternal Starfield to kill Yao? Xiaoyu asked, curiously, I can't kill it, so can you? Why don't you do it? Qin Yang was speechless for a while, and said, you have too many questions. While having a drink, Qin Yang said, I didn't say I wanted to kill Yao, and there must be a prerequisite for killing Yao. What premise? Xiaoyu asked. Qin Yang said lightly, first of all, you must have the power to destroy the entire Eternal Star Field. Speaking of this, Qin Yang looked at Xiaoyu, snorted, and said, just you? You don't have any offensive ability at all, and you will never try to kill Yao for the rest of your life. Xiaoyu was silent for a while, and said, Yao's growth is too fast, he is already a lower-level god, don't do anything anymore. So, you want to throw him directly into the Wanyang furnace, where even the upper gods can't protect themselves. Then, Qin Yang paused, and then said, then let him be directly promoted to the upper gods? Or is it the super-spiritual realm? Xiaoyu retorted silently, the possibility of this is indeed very high. I didn't do it, but I just didn't want to accelerate his strength. In fact, even if I didn't do it, it would have caused this result. It won't be long before he is a mid-level god. Maybe it will be the next time we meet. Qin Yang sighed. There is still a long way to go to advance to the super-spiritual realm. If Yao is allowed to take the lead, don't think about it, this stunned young man who is full of distorted light and justice will directly come to kill himself. If that's the case, won't you be able to kill him forever? Xiaoyu looked disappointed. I can, but not now. Qin Yang said. Impossible. Xiaoyu didn't believe it. Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, there is nothing impossible. I am very experienced in beheading the incarnation of the Domain Lord or the inheritor of the Domain Lord's will. Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. What kind of monster is this? Can this thing also have experience? No matter what you do, there are risks. I don't want to kill Yao directly. I came to the Eternal Starfield, but I just want to hold him back. Qin Yang said. Why? Xiaoyu was puzzled. Qin Yang said, as long as I am here, Yao's attention will only be on me. He will not be manipulated by the Domain Master to attack the Sky Star domain that is about to recover. Whether it's your star field or the God Clan star field, it has been completely destroyed. And the incarnation of the domain master of our firmament star field is too hip. He can't stop the eternal star field whose strength is still intact. When Qin Yang said this, he sighed, and said, so, delaying time is the best thing. When the eternal starfield has the strength to fight back, use the power of the God race. At that time I will fight with Yao. Even if he can't be killed, the sky starfield won't be destroyed. But how long will it take? Xiaoyu asked. What? You still care about time? Qin Yang rolled his eyes. Xiaoyu looked at Qin Yang firmly, and said, you're not lying to me, are you? In fact, Xiaoyu already believed it in her heart. After all, not everyone can talk about topics at the domain master level. However, Xiaoyu has always been very wary and will not trust others so easily. Qin Yang spread his hands and said, even if I'm lying to you, what can you do with me? Xiaoyu was speechless for a moment, and she didn't know what she was thinking about in her eyes. Okay, I won't chat with you anymore, I'm going back to collect my things. Qin Yang said. He wanted to go back and take back all the elixir, after all, he had paid for it. Moreover, there is a 10% discount on buying a ghost ship. That's 100 million spirit crystal coins. I won't take you back, of course, unless you fix the rudder for me. Xiaoyu looked at the rudder on Qin Yang's back. This guy directly regarded the rudder as a pendant. Qin Yang grinned and said, it's only this distance, do I need you? Besides, where the rudder is, you will be there. In addition to going straight, you are also heading towards the rudder. Xiaoyu was taken aback, how the hell did she know? Could it be that he showed up at the previous auction? He suddenly discovered that Qin Yang's thoughts could be noticed in a subtle way. This distance? Even with this distance, you have to fly for a few days and nights, right? Xiaoyu said disdainfully. Perhaps. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he took Lu Mingyu's hand. The other hand pinches and decides. For a moment, strange phantoms seemed to appear around Qin Yang's body, forming a silhouette. The figure flashed and disappeared immediately. Xiaoyu stood there blankly, then suddenly turned her head to look at the starry sky in the distance. Qin Yang's body, that huge outline, is a magic ship of the 8th order. But that is not a magic weapon, but more like a supernatural power. It can actually imitate the supernatural power of the magic weapon ship? Xiaoyu couldn't believe her eyes. With this supernatural power, the distance from Rukawa Star City is indeed only as Qin Yang said, this. A little bit. After thinking about it, Xiaoyu still turned the bow of the boat and flew towards Qin Yang. It should be towards the rudder, behind Qin Yang. In just a moment, he chased after him. The ghost ship is hidden in the void, and no one can find it. Even Qin Yang can only perceive one or two through the rudder. Rukawa Star City, Auction House. Qin Yang left and returned. The mercenaries blocking the field have dispersed. Everyone believed that Qin Yang must die. Huh? Look over there, do the two people who just entered the auction look like Qin Yang and Lu Mingyu? A practitioner asked, curiously. The cultivator next to him didn't even look at them, and said, they were taken away by the ghost ship, how could they reappear? So many top mercenary groups and pirate groups couldn't subdue the ghost ship, how could he subdue it so easily? The man before shook his head, thinking he was right, so he didn't take it to heart. In the auction house, the maid was as dumb as a chicken. What? You want to renege on the debt? Qin Yang said dissatisfiedly, I agreed on a 10% discount, where did the discount go? The maid shook her head again and again, but was too shocked to speak. Could it be that someone disguised himself and deliberately scammed money? The maid hurriedly took Qin Yang and Lu Mingyu to a VIP room, and hurriedly notified the owner of the auction house. Hearing this, the boss rushed over immediately. After confirming that Qin Yang was a real replacement, and seeing the rudder behind Qin Yang, he immediately said, "Please wait a moment, I will give you the discount right away." "Come, and the elixir you bought earlier." Qin Yang nodded and said, "By the way, I still need to buy some other things, Forget it, just find someone who knows how to decorate and decorate it for me at the highest level." "Renovation? Decoration for what?" The boss was taken aback. Qin Yang snapped his fingers, and shouted to the sky above the auction field outside the floor-to-ceiling window, "If you want me to fix the rudder for you, just show up honestly." At this moment, the terrifying and eerie ghost ship passed through the 8th-level boundary wall of heaven and earth again as if it were nothing. Looking at the ghost ship, cold sweat broke out on the boss's forehead. He hurriedly took the order to leave, but as soon as he left the door of the VIP room, he took out his mercenary token and sent a message. Qin Yang returned to the auction house with the ghost ship. "I'm the most perfect, don't bother with your decorations, anyway, after you die, I will throw them all away." Xiaoyu stood on the bow of the boat, looking at the VIP room where Qin Yang was. "Didn't you throw away those wines too?" Qin Yang chuckled. Huh? Just wait." Xiaoyu's figure faded away, and then disappeared. Soon, the boss went back and forth, and gave back the discount that should have been given, 100 million spirit crystal coins. He also handed over all the elixir that had been prepared to Qin Yang. Rukawa Star City's top decoration team also came, but they didn't dare to board the ghost ship. Qin Yang stood at the window and shouted, "What are you afraid of? This is a 9th-level magic weapon? Not everyone has such a chance." The leader of the decoration team looked at Qin Yang, with fanaticism on his face, and said, "Although the ranking in the 1000 Meteor District is already 36th, we still want to be the best decoration team in the entire star field. This time it's an opportunity." The subordinates looked at the leader and were also very excited. If it gets out, they are decorating the 9th Order magic weapon ghost ship, which will make the entire Eternal Starfield famous. This is indeed the only chance in the entire star field. There is no need for deliberate promotion, all mercenaries and pirates in the entire star field will also advertise for them for free. Now I declare that those who are not afraid of death will follow me. Those who are afraid of death are okay, if we die. The family members also ask everyone to take care of us, our decoration team, and the rest will continue to move forward. The team leader said, "We will use our lives to pave the way for the future of our decoration team." After some encouragement, everyone was excited. One by one, they boarded the ghost ship without fear of death. As for Qin Yang looked at it, speechless for a while. He told the decoration team all kinds of requirements from the air. What Qin Yang didn't know was that Qin Yang was not the only supervisor in the field. On the ghost ship, there's another one. When all the decorators saw Xiaoyu, they were shocked at first. But with Qin Yang's instructions in his ear, Xiaoyu kept rebutting. When he expressed his opinion, the decoration staff instinctively regarded him as a customer, and the fear was also eliminated. "Hey! You little brat, do you know what decoration is?" Qin Yang found out that the decorators didn't follow his orders. He boarded the ghost ship and found out what was going on. "Appropriate is the best, the styles you mentioned are not suitable at all." Xiaoyu insisted, "My wood is a 9th-level spiritual material. If you insist on laying messy mats, what kind of shit taste do you have? This boat belongs to me, what do you care about my taste?" Qin Yang glared. Pointing to the oil lamp on the wall, he said, "Don't you even look at it, what age is this, and the oil lamp is still lit. It's also fine to install magic lamps, I have the final say on the shape." Xiaoyu said. "Okay, you have the final say on the shape, but I have the final say on the color of the light. I want red, white, green and yellow." "Impossible. There can only be one color at most." "Okay, white. The two kept arguing, and they would spend a long time arguing about any detail. Lu Mingyu was just watching the fun from the sidelines, but after seeing Qin Yang and Xiaoyou's argument, she finally couldn't sit still. Enough, you guys. If you pretend to be like you, can this boat still accommodate people? Lu Mingyu rolled her eyes and directed it herself. However, Lu Mingyu exchanged opinions with the decoration workers, and soon, the proposal provided made Qin Yang and Xiaoyu very satisfied. Look, this is called decoration. Xiaoyu crossed her arms and looked at Qin Yang with disgust. TCH, this is my wife's advice, what does it have to do with you? Qin Yang curled his lips. In the auction house, many powerful mercenaries rushed in. Although they pretended to be wandering, they kept their eyes on the ghost ship. Is it on the boat? Old man Sun's eyes were red. I thought Qin Yang would die, but thank God for giving him the opportunity to kill his enemies. The old Star Master frowned, and said in a low voice, what if he finds danger and escapes in a ghost ship? Not only the two of them, even Yao has returned. The owner of the auction house used the mercenary token to send a message, and all the mercenaries received it. Old Man Sun even announced a sky-high bounty for Qin Yang's head. Yao stared at the ghost ship, wondering in his heart, could this ghost ship be subdued by Qin Yang? How can this be? Originally, he wanted to use the ghost ship to destroy Qin Yang, but he didn't expect that it would give Qin Yang a great boost. Everyone is waiting and seeing that the ghost ship is getting a new look. Of course Qin Yang knew everything that happened in the field, not only that, Qin Yang also knew the message sent by the boss. After all, he is also a level 1 mercenary, so he also has a mercenary token, okay? However, Qin Yang didn't make any moves. In this mere Rukawa Star City, there is no one whom I fear. I'm going to kill him. Xiaoyu found Yao and gritted his teeth. Qin Yang shook his head and said, no. I can't just look at it like this. Xiaoyu said. Qin Yang thought for a while and said, I can try it to let you know that what I said earlier is true. No one can kill Yao in the eternal starfield, and any stimulation will only make him worse. Powerful. I may not be able to succeed, but if you want to throw him into the furnace of Guanyang, there is no hope. How do you try? Xiaoyu asked. Qin Yang asked instead, you don't have the ability to attack, what about defense? Are you questioning me? After Xiaoyu finished speaking, her body turned into a phantom. But this time, not only he turned into a phantom, but everyone who was decorating and Lu Mingyu also turned into a phantom, as if they had merged with the ghost. Only Qin Yang is still the same. All the decorators panicked, but they were relieved when they saw that Lu Mingyu was like them. At this time, Qin Yang looked at all this curiously. He looked like he was stepping on the floor, but he was actually standing in the air. Before Xiaoyu said to throw people away, it turned out to be like this. This ghost ship can completely drive into Guanyang furnace, and then ghost itself. Naturally, the Guanyang furnace cannot hurt the ghost ship, but the people on board have to face the terrifying heat of the Guanyang furnace. Qin Yang reached out and patted the bar of the wine cabinet, but walked right through. It was Lu Mingyu who pinched Xiaoyu's face again, but this time she pinched the real thing. Let go of me. Xiaoyu struggled to walk away, then looked at Qin Yang, and said, you can try it. Qin Yang nodded, and said, if you dare to take my wife away, I will destroy your rudder immediately. No matter where you go, I will also annihilate you. Xiaoyu didn't think so, but seeing Qin Yang's serious eyes, her heart trembled. Instinctively realized that Qin Yang was not joking with him, and he really had the ability to do it. Look! Qin Yang is coming down, one person shouted softly. The atmosphere in the entire auction hall suddenly became tense. The air seemed to be filled with the smell of gunpowder, and any spark seemed to be able to ignite. Qin Yang looked around the audience and said, the auction is over, why is it still so lively? The boss greeted him with a smile, and there was madness in the depths of his eyes. The bounty given by Old Man's son is really too tempting. Is there anything else you need? The boss approached. The 8th level alchemy furnace in the previous auction was of poor quality. I need to refine all the top spiritual materials for the 8th level alchemy furnace, and I will refine it myself. Qin Yang said. The boss was about to make a move, but Old Man's son's order came from his ear. Don't do it yet, give him the spiritual material. I'm killing him while he's refining the alchemy furnace. Star-Lord nodded again and again. This way, it would be safer. This is all the spiritual materials needed to refine the 8th level alchemy furnace. I don't know where you plan to refine it. The boss collected all the spiritual materials as quickly as possible. On the spiritual materials, there was no manipulation, but the best spiritual materials were brought out. Some of them are spiritual materials that will be auctioned in future auctions, and they were all taken out at this time, just for fear that Qin Yang would see the clues. Only by being true and false can we win by surprise. The boss thought so. Qin Yang looked around, smiled, and said, let's refine it here. Here? The boss was puzzled for a while, and said, don't you need a VIP room? No need. Qin Yang shook his head and said, I don't need to shy away from refining weapons. You guys can't learn it anyway. The boss sneered in his heart, this kid is really confident. It doesn't matter if you learn or not, but aren't you afraid of being disturbed? Maybe this kid doesn't know how to refine weapons at all, maybe without us doing it, he himself will be eaten back by spiritual materials. Old Man's son watched coldly, and his spiritual thoughts transmitted his voice. Star-Lord nodded secretly, it would be best if he could not do anything. Although the entire auction house is blocked, it can be guaranteed that all mercenaries will not be leaked to the outside world. But facts are facts. In the Star City, killing people outside the duel field, even if he is the Star Master, he may not be able to fool him. More importantly, Yao is also here. Qin Yang has already started refining the 8th level alchemy furnace. The 3 magic stoves next to it provide extremely high temperature, and the temperature is just enough. In the entire auction house, the temperature rose sharply. Qin Yang threw the spiritual materials into the furnace one by one and watched as the spiritual materials were gradually smelted. This stove magic weapon is controlled by the practitioner's own strength. The disadvantage is that practitioners have to use their own strength to motivate them. The boss's intention of using these 3 8th level magic stoves is also obvious, that is to consume Qin Yang's strength. And the advantages are also very sufficient. The stronger the cultivator is, the higher the temperature of the furnace will be. The spiritual material, which is usually difficult to smelt, was quickly smelted under Qin Yang's urging. Seeing this scene, all the mercenaries with unkind faces sneered. Even if Qin Yang's crafting doesn't go wrong and he really succeeds, he probably won't have much strength left, right? Everyone looked at Qin Yang nervously, but ignored the unreasonable high temperature in the field. Master Yao, there is nothing interesting about refining weapons, why are you here? Star-Lord walked towards Yao and asked. Yao glanced at Star Master indifferently, and said a seemingly irrelevant sentence, apart from you, is there any other person who is qualified to be Star Master in Ruchuan Star City? Star-Lord was stunned for a moment, and said, of course there is, could it be? Star-Lord's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Yao was implying that he couldn't be fooled? Immediately, the sound transmission explained, this matter has nothing to do with me, then old son has a headache and lost his grandson. Yao shook his head lightly, since the Star Master didn't understand, he didn't want to explain further. Staring at Qin Yang, while pushing the 3 8th stage furnaces with all his strength, he was still able to do a job with ease. This Qin Yang is not only a high level, but also a terrifyingly strong skill background. This magic stove is good, but its principle can be used. Qin Yang was thinking while refining the weapon. Do it as soon as you think of it, and directly use the copy system to copy the principle of the stove. Trying to mobilize his own strength, another stove was condensed beside the three stoves. During the mobilization of power, the furnace evolved with supernatural powers, but it spewed out annihilation flames. Burned the spirit materials being refined into fly ash on the spot. Fuck. Qin Yang's eyes turned black with anger. Why did he forget that after he came to the eternal starfield, the supernatural powers he copied and evolved were all the power to annihilate the rules? In desperation, he could only invest in spiritual materials again and refine them again. Simply the materials given by the boss are sufficient. Although it can't be condensed into a usable flame, the power of this annihilating flame is somewhat stronger than the power of simply annihilating the rules. Qin Yang felt a little comforted in his heart. Annihilating the power of rules is already extremely tyrannical. First there is the supernatural power of detonation fist, which can be amplified. Now, using the furnace principle to derive supernatural powers, this annihilation of the flames is also an enhancement. I agreed to try to see if I can kill Yao, but he is refining the weapon. Xiaoyu looked at Qin Yang dissatisfied. But the annihilation flames that suddenly appeared around Qin Yang made Xiaoyu believe in Qin Yang's strength again. And this time scrapping the spiritual material also made the powerful mercenaries around them happy. They didn't notice the annihilating flames, they only knew that Qin Yang had failed in refining the spiritual material. Wait a little longer, when he starts refining the alchemy furnace, it won't be too late. Old Man Sun said through voice transmission. Gradually, all the spiritual materials were smelted and kept in the smelted form in the furnace. With a move of Qin Yang's mind, he began to fuse all the spiritual materials together. The spiritual materials gradually merged to form a pill furnace. After another period of time, the alchemy furnace has basically taken shape. If you don't do it now, when will you wait? Old Man Sun shouted loudly, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he will not escape this disaster today. The powerful mercenaries in the field rushed towards Qin Yang one after another. One order, shoot. The store directly became a battlefield. Successful. The generous commission is mine. A 4-star mercenary said with a smile, it seems that you killed the 5-star pirate Storm Bear with 1 punch, and that's all. If you kill you, I can also be famous in Rukawa Star City. The big knife in his hand slashed down, but when it was 3 feet above Qin Yang's head, it stopped, and he couldn't make any further progress. The 4-star mercenary narrowed his eyes, and behind Qin Yang, a figure appeared, which was Qin Yang's self-image. With 3 heads and 6 arms, each of the 6 hands holds a pitch-black, divine sword. It was this divine sword that blocked the 4-star mercenary's broadsword. Are you kidding me? He really has 3 heads and 6 arms? No, this is not his real body. The 4-star mercenary stared. What kind of supernatural power is this? It doesn't matter, I'll accept your head. The 4-star mercenary felt ruthless, and urged the magic weapon in his hand with all his strength. Suddenly, his body suddenly fell, and the 4-star mercenary was overjoyed. It was a success. However, when he saw his own knife, his heart was shattered. It wasn't that he broke through Qin Yang's defense, but that his knife was cut in half by the extinct sword. Only use supernatural powers to break my magic weapon. The 4-star mercenary just had a thought of fear in his heart, and Qin Yang's faint voice came from his ear. Thank you for your kindness, but what I am refining is a pill furnace, so I don't need to sacrifice blood. After Qin Yang finished speaking, the flames of annihilation surrounded his body. The 4-star mercenary didn't feel the pain and was burned to ashes. Even his death was not noticed by other mercenaries. It felt as if the catkins were ignited and disappeared suddenly. More and more mercenaries rushed over, and the 8th level magic weapon refined by Qin Yang also became. However, at this moment in the auction house, everyone ignored one point. The 8th level magic weapon refined by Qin Yang is of the highest quality of the 8th level. The whole body of the pill furnace is as brilliant as the sun and the moon. What's more, ordinary 8th level alchemists may not be able to successfully refine the 8th level alchemy furnace after a few months, but Qin Yang completed the refining in just a moment. Everyone was dazzled by the generous bounty, and rushed towards Qin Yang one by one. Qin Yang didn't even look at them, but stared at Yao, who was on the edge of the auction field. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, Qin Yang said softly, "Let me help you break through the middle Haiyue God." As soon as the words fell, jet-black flames blazed and spread throughout the auction house. All the star mercenaries around were like piles of catkins, instantly burned to ashes. Countless star mercenaries, like moths to a flame, all died. That terrifying flame of annihilation, when one encounters it, one word, death. Even if someone swung a sword and chopped off his arm, it still couldn't stop the annihilating flames from engulfing him. Annihilate the flames, nothing is inflammable. Nothing is immortal. He even burned all the power of the rules and all the building facilities to the ground. Old Man Sun looked at this scene in horror, and Star Master finally understood why Yao asked himself that sentence before. In Ruchuan Star City, is there anyone else who can be the Star Master? The meaning of this sentence is not that if he makes a move, he will not be able to fool him, but that he is going to die. Impossible. How could a mercenary as powerful as you be only level 1? How could a mercenary as powerful as you come to Ruchuan Star City? Star-Lord's eyes widened, he mobilized his whole body's strength, and crazily displayed the power of rules. As a lower-level god, the power of rules displayed by him has no power to fight back when facing the extinguishing flames. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that I could die in the hands of a Star Field Peak powerhouse, a high-ranking god, a high-ranking god. Star-Lord smiled wryly. At this moment, he regretted extremely. If he followed the rules of mercenaries and Star City, he would never end up like this. People who kill people will always kill them. When he decided to help Old Man Sun take revenge, when he decided to besiege Qin Yang in the auction house, he deserved what he ended up like. In an instant, Old Man Sun and Star Master both turned into ashes. Yao looked at Qin Yang in horror, but found that Qin Yang was also looking at him. Light! Yao shouted loudly. The silver light in the eyes was even more brilliant, and the white clothes rattled automatically without wind. The white hair fluttered, and the whole body seemed to turn into a ray of pure light. With a special physique and an absolute affinity for the rules of the light system, he burst out with dazzling power when facing the flames of extinction. In the entire auction house, everything turned into nothingness, leaving only the formation barrier surrounded by the wall of the world. In the endless darkness, that ray of light never disappeared. On the ghost ship, the decoration team were all stunned. What happened in that instant shocked them too much. In just an instant, everyone was beheaded, including Star Master. And now, Qin Yang wants to kill Yao, the #1 genius in the eternal starfield. Xiaoyou's gaze was fixed on that beam of light, his eyes were a little absent-minded, and soon filled with hatred. Although it is not Yao himself, he will never forget the feeling of the rules of the light system. It was this light that destroyed his home. It was this light that killed her master. Between the heaven and the earth, there was a sudden wave of strange power fluctuations. Qin Yang has seen this fluctuation before. Xiaoyu also felt that it seemed a little familiar. The light that was gradually eaten away by the annihilation flame became more pure white under the fluctuation of this strange force. It seems that this little bit of light can illuminate the whole world. Qin Yang frowned and watched quietly. He has mobilized all his strength, and the supernatural power derived from the 8th level furnace has amplified the annihilation rule to the limit. But even so, Yao still couldn't be killed. It's not that Yao's strength can resist it, but that this eternal starfield does not allow Yao's fall. Yao's whole body became a beam of light, and under this strange power fluctuation, his aura suddenly rose. The middle Haiyue god. My god, what Qin Yang said, turned out to be true. Xiaoyu looked at all this in disbelief, and asked blankly, but, why? Xiaoyu's eyes were red, and she couldn't accept what she saw. This can't kill him, so how can I? Seeing Xiaoyu's uncomfortable expression, Lu Mingyu patted his head lightly, and said in a low voice, Qin Yang said that although the strong in the eternal starfield were wiped out, the entire starfield has not regressed. The inheritor of the will already possesses all the regular power of the entire star field. If you want to kill Yao, you must have enough power to destroy the entire star field. Yao, Mr. Qiqiao, is not comparable. Because the sky star field has no power for Mr. Qiqiao to use. Even if Mr. Qiqiao uses a little power, the entire star field may be completely destroyed. Even Qin Yang couldn't save it. Strength, I need stronger power. Yao's face was full of ferocity. I'm afraid no one would have thought that Yao would show such an expression one day. As he roared, his strength actually continued to grow. Qin Yang stared at Yao quietly. He had a feeling in his heart, which was very familiar, and he had encountered it more than once. That is to compete with the whole world. I'm afraid if it continues, Yao's strength will continue to grow. If he grows to be the same high-level god as Qin Yang can definitely protect himself. Even if this Yao is promoted to a high-level god, he can't do anything to him. However, Yao will definitely not give up killing himself, and Yao's strength will be improved again under continuous fighting. It's just cheating. Qin Yang curled his lips. He looked at the ghost ship and met Xiaoyu's eyes. Qin Yang pointed to the white light that could purify everything, and said lightly, do you want to continue? If you continue, you may also be purified. Although that purifying power is extremely pure white, it is similar to Qin Yang's power to annihilate rules. Although it is one black and one white, the result is the same. Xiaoyu also felt fear. This white light, just like Qin Yang's annihilating power, was enough to kill him. Qin Yang's words were also confirmed. The inheritor of the domain masters will cannot be killed. Xiaoyu's eyes were red, and she lowered her head weakly. Qin Yang. Today is the time for you and me to fight to the death. Yao felt that his strength was overwhelming, as if he was omnipotent. Every time he encountered a crisis, he felt this way. And once this feeling appears, it means that he will definitely win. Darkness will eventually pass away. Light will shine on the world. This dirty world needs to be more pure. Yao's body solidified again, and he stepped out in front of Qin Yang. Yao pinches his fingers, and the blue and white divine sword emerges, pointing at Qin Yang. Sword of holy light, help me drive out the darkness. Yao's voice resonated with the Tao, as if representing heaven and earth to purify Qin Yang. Qin Yang looked at Yao, with black lines all over his head, stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, and slammed it forward. Detonation fist. The endless vibrations and the transcendent eruption directly sent the holy sword of light flying. Even Yao was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. The light that seemed to occupy half of the world was also distorted suddenly, and it seemed to have a tendency to be scattered. This punch under the power of the annihilation rule is no weaker than the annihilation Lai Yin. In terms of eruption, it is above the flames of annihilation. I told you a long time ago that in pure light, like in darkness, you can't see anything. Qin Yang was a little helpless, and withdrew his strength. Endless light swept across the entire auction house. Yao's body fell heavily on the wall of the heaven and earth boundary. He touched the blood at the corner of his mouth, stared at Qin Yang firmly, and said, "No, I can see you." Qin Yang rolled his eyes and was speechless. "Come again." Yao shouted, and was about to rush again. Yao clenched his fists and pinched the sword formula, and the holy sword of light flew towards Qin Yang again. Buzz! The Excalibur trembled violently and was grabbed by Qin Yang. Zila! As if water and fire cannot tolerate each other, Qin Yang's hands burst out with the power to annihilate the rules. Qin Yang looked at Yao quietly and said, "It seems that you don't want your sword anymore?" Like the sound of glass shattering, the entire body of the Excalibur was covered with cracks. You! Yao's pupils shrank, the magic weapon of his life was in danger, and would be crushed by Qin Yang's claws at any moment. Just as I know that I can't kill you now. You should know that you can't do anything to me. Qin Yang said. From the beginning to the end, I didn't do anything harmful. I even helped your star field get rid of many pirates and some garbage mercenaries. This is all your work. Instead of thanking me, you have always wanted to fight against me. You are bright, but you think. Qin Yang raised his mouth slightly. Am I dark? Annihilation of the power of rules is a little different from darkness. In the face of any power of rules, the rules of obliteration are always superior rules. Even if it is the rules of the light system, you must bow your head and bow your head. Yao pinched his sword fingers again, and the endless light pulled the holy sword of light, trying to take it back. However, the sword didn't move at all, and even under Yao's struggle, the cracks on the sword became more dense. You are too naive to use Yu Jianshu in front of me. Qin Yang looked at Yao contemptuously, and said, What is your light? Is it to purify the entire eternal starfield? Qin Yang snorted softly and said, Why don't I help you? With a strong hand, the holy sword of light burst into pieces. Puff! Under the influence of qi, Yao vomited blood again, and the power in his body began to run wild. If I can destroy your divine sword in front of you, I can destroy all the star cities in the eternal star field in front of you. You don't have to believe it, of course, I don't mind to prove it to you. Qin Yang stared at Yao indifferently. Do you want to see it? Yao gulped, and stared at Qin Yang in horror, the fear in his heart gradually deepening. The reason why he kept staring at Qin Yang and wanted to kill Qin Yang all the time was that when he saw Qin Yang for the first time, he felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. This mysterious feeling is like he can turn danger into good luck every time he is on the verge of danger. Yao stood in the air in a daze. He knew that if Qin Yang could say it, he would definitely do it. Could it be that he really wanted to watch all the star cities in the eternal starfield be destroyed by Qin Yang? Suddenly, Yao's eyes hardened, and he shouted loudly, I want to kill you, just because I don't want to see this. You are a variable, a terrifying variable, and I will not allow your existence. Light and darkness coexist. Where the light cannot shine, there must be darkness. Qin Yang said lightly. I will become a super-spiritual powerhouse. My light is enough to illuminate every inch of the eternal starfield. Yao said. Qin Yang raised his eyebrows and said, Really? Hee, I think you're telling a joke. Qin Yang looked at Yao, and said lightly, Don't say far, just say near. The port of Luchuan Star City, the poisonous dragon pirate group is right under your nose, where is your light? You only stared at me killing Sun Jinyan and the pirates he invited, but you stood idly by Star Lord and Old Man Sun hired so many mercenaries to surround and kill me. Where is your light? Liang Baichuan took his students to Tianyaxing Mercenary Academy, but was robbed by ghost knife pirates on Xingqing Tianlu. Where is your light? Yao was speechless for a moment. He wanted to argue, and said, That's because I still have a mission to escort. Before he finished speaking, he couldn't continue. Qin Yang snorted softly, and said with a smile, Just want to become a super-spiritual realm, let your light shine on every inch of land? You can't even purify your surroundings, and you are worthy to represent the light? Qin Yang stood with his hands behind his back, and said indifferently, Little young man, your heart is not worthy of controlling your strength. If you weren't special, you would be completely dead when you were promoted from the God King realm to the God Emperor realm. Yao trembled all over, feeling an inexplicable shock in his heart. Qin Yang's words seemed to be a slap in the face to him, making him think of things he had never considered. What he learns is self-taught. No matter what he faces, he can handle it with ease. Everyone, even the super spirit family, recruited him in every possible way. The halo of the first genius in the star field, the most potential mercenary in history, and countless titles are tied to him. In his life, there has never been adversity. However, after meeting Qin Yang, everything changed. There seems to be an uncontrollable deviation in my personal trajectory. If you are not strong-willed, you should retreat and hone your mind. At least when you do something, be more mature. Qin Yang plucked his ears. Turning his eyes, Qin Yang frowned, and thought to himself, why doesn't this girl give up? I can't make it up. You're right. Yao's eyes were no longer confused, and he returned to his usual. Looking at the Statenly, he said slowly, my will never waver. In the future, when I do something, I will never hesitate or weigh it. Qin Yang blinked, you are right when I am talking nonsense. Do you want to fight again? When my strength catches up with yours, you and I will fight again. Yao gave Qin Yang a deep look, turned and left the auction house. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief, and returned to the ghost ship in a flash. All the decorators were dumbfounded, while Xiaoyu looked at Yao with admiration. Although he failed to kill Yao, Qin Yang proved himself. In Xiaoyu's eyes, there is no second person in the entire eternal starfield who can reprimand Yao. It's been fooled. If you really want to fight again, it won't end well. Qin Yang felt a little headache. You are amazing, Xiaoyu said in admiration. This is because Qin Yang is unwilling to fight, but it doesn't mean that Qin Yang can't fight. Xiaoyu's eyes are full of little stars. If anyone could kill Yao, it must be Qin Yang. What an ass. Qin Yang curled his lips and said, this Yao is just mentally ill. He has mental problems, and he likes to get into horns. Talking to him is more tiring than fighting. You crippled his magical weapon, the Excalibur, which is his natal magic weapon, the Excalibur of Fame. Xiaoyu said excitedly, why didn't you cripple his leg? You child, why are you so cruel in your mind? Lu Mingyu pinched Xiaoyu's ear. Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders, and jokingly said, will one of his legs be crippled, and then the other leg will be trained into a supernatural power like a broken leg? Haha, forget it. The decorators looked at each other in horror, and their movements became faster. Qin Yang was not at their level at all, and Yao retreated, which made them even more frightened. It turns out that Qin Yang is more terrifying than this ghost ship. It seems that it is better to concentrate on the decoration. Not long after, under the accelerated actions of the decoration staff, the whole ghost ship took on a new look. Less spooky and gloomy, more simple and warm. A chilly wind seemed to blow at the port of Urkawa Star City. Unbeknownst to anyone, a ship flew past them. Aren't we going with Yao and the others? Anyway, they are going to Tianyashing Mercenary Academy. Lu Mingyu asked. Qin Yang shook his head and said, forget it, they are too slow. But after realizing the speed of the ghost ship, Qin Yang frowned. Qin Yang discovered that the speed of the 9th level magic weapon ghost ship is not much faster than the 8th level magic weapon. The rudder has been installed, Xiaoyu has been convinced by Qin Yang, and recognizes Qin Yang as the master. Can't you run faster? Qin Yang said dissatisfied. In fact, the ship has been severely damaged for countless years. If it wants to play its extreme speed, it needs constant repairs. Xiaoyu said. Qin Yang looked at Xiaoyu steadily, feeling a bad feeling in his heart. He hurriedly looked at Lu Mingyu, who was at the side, and asked, is my spirit crystal coin, elixir, ingredients, etc., still there? Lu Mingyu didn't understand, so she said, there is a treasure house on this ship, as well as a food warehouse, a storage room. It doesn't look like a lot of space, but it's actually very big inside, and you can fit anything. So, you put everything in the warehouse on the ship? Qin Yang's face darkened, and he hurriedly brought Lu Mingyu to the treasure house at the bottom of the ship. Open the warehouse door, the smell of medicine inside is tangy. Xiaoyu also followed, and she just floated in the air, like a ghost. How is it? My treasury is much more useful than your Quanhuan ring. Putting the elixir in it will still increase the years slowly, instead of standing still. Xiaoyu patted her chest. So, where's my spirit crystal coin? Qin Yang asked, with a grim expression. Xiaoyu whistled, turned her head away, and did not meet Qin Yang's eyes. He continued, all the ingredients are stored in the storage room, which can keep them fresher than in the Quanhuan ring. There is not a single piece of meat missing. Where's my spirit crystal coin? Qin Yang asked again. That's 2 billion spirit crystal coins. It is enough to ensure that Lu Mingyu will not have to worry about training resources in the future. I'm a 9th level magic weapon. How can the value be measured by mere spirit crystal coins? Xiaoyu said. You bastard, have you forgotten that I bought you, and spent 1 billion? Qin Yang was speechless, but he had nothing to do with Xiaoyu. But now, after all, Xiaoyu is the spirit of his magic weapon, and when he thinks that he still needs to repair it, he suddenly has a headache. 9th order magic weapon, how to repair it? How many resources do you have to spend? You don't have to worry, I don't eat everything. In the future, it will be cheaper to use spirit crystals instead of spirit crystal coins. This kind of pure power crystal is the most suitable. Xiaoyu said. After finishing speaking, he added, in fact, magic weapons, spiritual materials, and elixir are all fine, but it's a bit wasteful. You're really not picky. You know how to waste. Qin Yang took a deep breath. Forget it, this ship has to be repaired anyway. It is also a good thing that it can swallow spirit crystals and repair itself. Lu Mingyu persuaded. She knew Qin Yang, and she would never watch the broken ghost ship continue to be broken, and would definitely find a way to repair it, but Xiaoyu just killed it first and played later. I think your previous speed and ghost transformation are normal. What's wrong with you? Qin Yang frowned. Although it was at the same level as the super spirit warship of the god race, this ghost ship, Qin Yang, could not be repaired. None of the components of the super spirit class battleship of the Protoss are not super spirit class. But this magic weapon of the ghost ship is a whole. If it's broken, it's broken. You don't care where I'm broken? Anyway, it's just that I won't lose the chain at the critical moment. Xiaoyu seemed reluctant to say. The contract signed with Qin Yang is also an equal contract, and the binding force is not high. If you want to find out everything about the magic weapon, you need Xiaoyu's consent. Qin Yang looked at the slow speed, and it was not as fast as he used his supernatural powers to evolve the 8th order battleship. Thinking of this guy who ate all his spirit crystal coins, he suddenly thought of something. Could it be that your recovery formation is broken? You devoured those spirit crystal coins to turn them into power? Qin Yang asked. Feeling guilty for a while, Xiaoyu whispered, how do you know? Qin Yang rolled his eyes, pointed to the sail on the ship, and said, the formation should be on the sail, right? I thought such a big scorched mark was a testimony of your years. I see. Have you sent people to Xuanhuan furnace several times? Xiaoyu snorted lightly and stopped talking. This Qin Yang is really terrifying. In the past, you often showed up and sent away some powerful mercenary groups and pirate groups to replenish your strength, right? Qin Yang continued. You know everything, what else do you want me to say? Xiaoyu pouted. Originally, your motivation should be to recover the strength of the sails, devour the power of heaven and earth, and then slide the ores. Right now, the sail is just a decoration, and it all depends on the ores. The short-term explosive power has the ability of a 9th-level magic weapon, but long-term battery life is useless. Humph. Xiaoyu pouted. Qin Yang sighed, feeling uncomfortable. Buying a boat is expensive, sailing a boat is even more expensive. From the Thousand Meteor District to the Shinya Star District, even if it takes the Sky Road in the Star District, it will not be a short time. This is precisely the biggest shortcoming of the ghost ship at this time. On the Star Road, Qin Yang controlled the ghost ship to float slowly. It's just because Xiaoyu made a rough calculation. If you want to use the ghost ship to travel to Tianya Star, you have to get as many spirit crystal coins as before at least 10 times. This is not transportation at all, it is using spirit crystal coins to pave the floor of the Sky Road in the Star area. Although spirit crystals that have not been forged into spirit crystal coins can be cheaper, but under such a massive consumption, is there any difference? The bad thing is not at all that the currency conversion is cheap, it's all bad. You can dismantle my rudder and rush to Tianya Star first. Then, as long as you call, I will appear instantly. Xiaoyu was also a little embarrassed. Qin Yang almost jumped in anger. Oh my god, did I buy a magic weapon for ships? Did I buy a bottomless pit? I don't even have the most basic transportation function, why do you let me go first? Who said that? I just want to save my strength, to protect Sister Liu. Xiaoyu hugged Lu Mingyu's thigh directly. Having said that, Qin Yang immediately lost his temper. That's right, he's still a child, so don't worry about it too much. Lu Mingyu said with a smile. Child. Why were you a child when you were born as the spirit of the magic weapon? But if you are older, if you dare to do this, I won't tear you down. Qin Yang said viciously. Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue mischievously, and said sarcastically, how do I know you are so poor? You should let me kill Yao. If I can't kill him, I will be taken to the super spirit family by him. Then they will naturally, can fix me. I'm poor. I've spent $3 billion on you, yes, I'm poor. Qin Yang gritted his teeth, and said softly, you can go to the super spirit family if you want now, but you must use your freedom, or even the loss of your sanity? Xiaoyu stopped talking immediately. In fact, he knew it well, and he never thought that Qin Yang would sign an equal contract with him. And he is also very knowledgeable, and he also guessed that Qin Yang wanted to get him, because of Lu Mingyu. It's already like this anyway, you have to fix me. Xiaoyu said confidently. I'll fix you, I want to fix you. Qin Yang snorted. But he was already thinking about how to get more resources. Anyway, Star City Duel Arena seems to be impossible. Then shall we continue our journey? Xiaoyu asked. Hurry up. Wait for a ride. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines. Qin Yang's thinking is the same as Xiaoyu's. Since this journey will consume so much and he has no ability to replenish himself, so many of his spirit crystal coins have been swallowed, so he naturally wants to spend the money wisely. Among other things, ghosting is an invincible position. Lu Mingyu's safety was also guaranteed to the greatest extent. Qin Yang finally decided to wait for Yao to go with him, and if he wanted to go to Tianya Star, he still had to hitchhike after all. Could it be the arrangement of fate that made Qin Yang have to entangle with Yao again? Just as Qin Yang was looking in the direction of Ruchuan Star City, he raised his brows slightly, turned around, and looked at the other side of the Star Road. A small broken ship was slowly coming. A very small iron shell, just like the rescue cabin of the Protoss battleship. The rescue capsule floated past Qin Yang's eyes. While spinning, he saw a little girl through the round window of the transparent spiritual material. The little girl is about 10 years old, and looks about the same age as Xiaoyu. Save her. She is fleeing. Xiaoyu said directly. Qin Yang stared at the little girl in a daze, and he could sense that this little girl was not simple. Although this eternal starfield is just a newcomer, one has to guard against evil hearts. You're kind? You've harmed so many mercenaries and pirates. That's different, it's their own greed. It makes sense. Qin Yang nodded. He was indifferent to the rescue capsule. The little girl in the rescue cabin also saw Qin Yang and the others, that's right, ghosting to save money? What a joke. From the looks of it, the rescue cabin is more valuable than this ghost ship. And it's worth more than a top-level renovated ghost ship. The little girl patted the round bed vigorously, her little face full of prayers. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes and smiled. He clearly saw a strange color in the little girl's eyes. It's like knowing yourself. The divine sense swept across suddenly, and Qin Yang snorted coldly. The middle Haiyue God. Just this 10-year-old girl alone is enough to slaughter the entire Rukawa Star City. Still calling for help? Not to mention the rescue capsule. Even if there is no rescue capsule, this Star District Tianlu can't do anything to her. Qin Yang, save her quickly, she is so pitiful. Lu Mingyu said. Qin Yang was about to kill this little girl of unknown origin. Hearing what Lu Mingyu said, he explained, this little girl is probably a pirate, and a pirate of Haiyue level. Lu Mingyu was stunned and said, how is this possible? Anything is possible, and it's my dear. If you don't want to save them, don't save them. You have to make up so many reasons. Do you think Haiyue has so many levels? How many can there be in the entire star field? Xiaoyu said. After finishing speaking, she still pulled the corner of Lu Mingyu's skirt, swayed it from side to side, and said, Sister Lu, look at him, why is he so cold-blooded and ruthless? Qin Yang rolled his eyes angrily. He knew the spirit of the magic weapon of this ghost ship was like this, so he wouldn't buy it at all. Now that the 3 billion spirit crystal coins go down, it's too late to regret it. Lu Mingyu also looked at herself, but didn't speak directly. Qin Yang had no choice but to say, forget it, anyway, with me here, she can't make any trouble. With a wave of his hand, the emergency capsule that had been drifting away was directly pulled over by a force. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and grasped it lightly. The rescue capsule was directly shattered, and the little girl was also exposed to the sky road in the star area. Ah! Lu Mingyu was nervous for a while, but Xiaoyu cooperated and moved sideways, directly to protect the little girl on her ship. You are not allowed to move without my order. Qin Yang twisted Xiaoyu's ear and said, do you know? This side teleportation might cost tens of thousands of spirit crystal coins. Lu Mingyu slapped Qin Yang's hand off, looked at Qin Yang complaining, and said, he's still a child. Don't hit him. Only then did Qin Yang let go. He stared at the little girl, and the little girl also stared straight at Qin Yang, and there seemed to be some teasing in her eyes. Little girl, why did you come here? Where's your family? Lu Mingyu asked, while pulling the little girl. The little girl shook her head, her big watery eyes were hazy with tears. Under her introduction, she started a business with her family, but encountered pirates. The whole family was killed by Starfield pirates, and she was the only one who escaped with the aid of the rescue capsule. Xiaoyu couldn't help but look sad when she heard this, let alone Lu Mingyu. My name is Xiaomei, thank you brother and sister for saving me. Xiaomei said, and when she looked at Xiaoyu, she also said, thank you, little brother. He looked at Lu Mingyu and Xiaoyu strangely, feeling curious for a while. Business? Qin Yang chuckled. Xiaoyu immediately defended, the rescue capsule is indeed used by the Chamber of Commerce. Qin Yang nodded, and said, so that's how it is. You also destroyed a merchant ship. No, not just one, the caravan across the star field, at least. Why are you so dark inside? Xiaoyu said angrily, Sister Lu, look at him. Hey! You little bastard. Qin Yang rolled up his hands. He rolled up his sleeves and said, I'll teach you a lesson today, and let you know who is the master of the house. Qin Yang, I'm hungry. Lu Mingyu said weakly. Okay, I'll cook right now. Qin Yang turned around and walked towards the cabin. Xiaoyu grimaced and looked at Qin Yang's back. Xiaomei looked at all this suspiciously, and became a little uncertain. Is that man really his goal? Why does it look like there is no cultivation at all? You can't be stronger than yourself, right? Could it be a magic weapon with hidden cultivation? Also, the girl in front of her, how could she be so beautiful? A trace of greed flashed in Xiaomei's eyes. She has investigated Lu Mingyu's strength, and she has no cultivation at all. This is a real mortal. But the physique is very strange, as if, a special physique. It just so happens that Qin Yang has already left, why not take this opportunity? Suddenly, Xiaomei sensed something and turned her head in shock. Xiaoyu is like a ghost, almost sticking to his face, with a pair of eyes fixed on him. You, what are you doing? Xiaomei patted her chest. Don't scare her. Lu Mingyu reprimanded lightly. Xiaomei, let's make friends. My name is Xiaoyu, and I am the spirit of the magic weapon of this ghost ship. Xiaoyu stretched out her hand. This sentence directly turned Xiaomei's face pale with fright. Ghost ship? Is this the only ninth order magic weapon in the eternal starfield, the ghost ship? Shouldn't the ghost ship be in Yao's hands at this time? No, didn't Zhao Dulong's information say that Qin Yang and Yao are together? What about Yao? With too many doubts in her heart, Xiaomei fell silent. Lu Mingyu glared at Xiaoyu and pulled her into the cabin. In the cabin, delicious food is tangy. I knew you were hard-faced and soft-hearted. Xiaoyu laughed when she saw that everyone had a dinner plate, including herself. Although he is the spirit of the magic weapon, the spiritual manifestation of the ninth-level magic weapon is no different from that of ordinary people. Being able to taste such a delicacy, one can naturally enjoy the pleasure of human beings. Don't compliment me, I just know that even if I don't cook for her, my wife will give him her own food. Qin Yang looked at Xiaomei and said, I don't care what you want to do, it's best, before you do it. Think it through. Because. Qin Yang said word by word, I will not give you a chance to regret it. A look of disdain flashed in the depths of Xiaomei's eyes. If Zhao Dulong's information is correct, this guy is just a slightly stronger 5-star mercenary. Killing a 5-star pirate violent bear with a single punch, or being imprisoned for a long time, and I don't know what method was used by him, is also something that any 5-star mercenary can do. However, all of these are like ants in front of Haoyue God. Sister Lu is going to Tianya Star Mercenary Academy? Xiaomei asked. That's right. Lu Mingyu nodded, and suddenly asked in confusion, how do you know that I'm going to the Mercenary Academy in Tianya Star? Xiaomei froze immediately, and quickly explained, I think Lu's sister has no cultivation, so she must have extremely high qualifications. The Mercenary Academy on Tianya Star is the best mercenary academy in the entire star field. Yes, I have a special physique. It should be absolutely compatible with the ice attribute. Lu Mingyu said, but a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. She is already ice snow smart, and she trusts Qin Yang 100%. With one sentence, the illusion in her heart was shattered. Family members killed by pirates, no grief, for such a short period of time, put it behind. They just stayed on the star road of Rukawa Star City, and they knew directly that they were going to the Shinya Star Zone, which spans dozens of star zones. This is not like a little girl can have thoughts. Xiaoyu also sighed quietly, the delicious food on the plate suddenly tasted bad. Naturally, he has seen many evils, but just like Lu Mingyu, he always has kind thoughts in his heart. Maybe he's a good guy? The ice attribute is absolutely compatible? Xiaomei's eyes glowed, as if she had such a physique, and said excitedly, Sister Lu has a special physique. She has the same special physique as Yao. She thought that she would just make up any excuses to fool her, but in fact, she was the only one who was still deceived by herself. Why are you staying here? Are you waiting for someone? Xiaomei asked. I'm stranded, waiting for a ride. Xiaoyou's tone was full of disappointment, as if she had lost her love. Can the ghost ship run aground? Xiaomei blurted out. In the cabin, there was a moment of silence. There was a flash of light in Xiaomei's eyes, and she also sensed that the atmosphere was not right. Don't these people already have doubts about themselves? Since the meal is ready, let's eat first. Qin Yang said. Xiaomei nodded, suppressed her thoughts, took a sip, and her eyes lit up immediately. This smells delicious and tastes even more delicious. She even believed that this was definitely the best food she had ever eaten. After dinner, Qin Yang asked directly, Where are you going? Xiaomei was silent for a while, and said, I also want to go to the Mercenary Academy in Tianyao Star. You? Qin Yang stared at Xiaomei, which made Xiaomei panic. Damn it, why do I feel like I've been seen through? Xiaomei thought to herself. Actually, I have nowhere to go, and I also have the aptitude for cultivation. Who doesn't want to go to Tianyao Star Mercenary Academy? Xiaomei said. Qin Yang laughed suddenly, and said, Actually, you can ask Yao to test it, maybe he is willing to show up and lead the way for you. Yao? Where is he now? Xiaomei asked. Qin Yang opened his mouth to speak, but changed his words, Here we come. Not long after, Liang Baichuan's voice sounded, Qin Yang? Is it you? Yes. Qin Yang responded and walked out of the deck. Next to the ghost ship, there is a huge 8th tier battleship parked. The entire ghost ship can be parked on the deck of this 8th tier battleship. Yao stood at the bow of the boat, looking at Qin Yang. The other students hid in the cabin, not daring to go on the road. Sun Jinyan was killed by Qin Yang, and Sun Jinyan's grandfather and Star Master also disappeared inexplicably. How could they not know what happened? Qin Yang's all-powerful means made them terrified. On the ghost ship, Xiaomei regretted for a while. If I knew it earlier, I would have done it in advance. It's really you? Wow, this ghost ship is great. Liang Baichuan's figure flashed and flew over directly. I thought it would land on the deck, but there was nothing under my feet. Without Qin Yang's instructions, no one is allowed to board the ship. Xiaoyu pouted. After Xiaomei came out, Xiaoyu no longer doubted Qin Yang. Liang Baichuan flew back to the 8th tier warship in embarrassment, and asked, Why do you stop here? Yao was also a little curious. The speed of a 9th tier magic weapon ship is not comparable to that of an 8th tier. Its speed is at least 10 times faster than this 8th tier battleship of my own. It's stranded, I bought something that looks good. Qin Yang said helplessly. Xiaoyu was not convinced, but she was also powerless to refute. Aground? Can a ghost ship also run aground? Liang Baichuan was also shocked. This level of shock is like knowing that the ghost ship will be auctioned at an auction. Anyway, we're going along the way, why don't we go together? Qin Yang said, I just don't know, is someone welcome? Of course you are welcome. Yao said. After finishing speaking, he added another sentence, Before the light shines on the world, you must always endure the darkness. It was so coquettish that even Xiaomei couldn't help rolling her eyes when she heard it. Yao. Suddenly looking at Xiaomei, he had been looking at Qin Yang just now, but he didn't pay attention. This little girl. Qin Yang introduced, This is the little girl I just rescued, and she also wants to go to Tianyao Star Mercenary Academy, why don't you see if she is qualified? Oh? Yao also noticed that Xiaomei was a little weird, and seemed a little dangerous. Xiaomei was shocked again, this Yao, Why is he in the middle of Haoyue God? This kid actually broke through again? Is the special physique really so blessed and powerful? For a while, Xiaomei tried her best to cover herself up, but fortunately Yao had just made a breakthrough, so she didn't find out her details. Excellent qualifications, yes. Yao nodded. Xiaomei gave him the feeling that there was a huge power hidden in her body. But they didn't ask for further investigation. Is it also a special constitution? After boarding the 8th-tier ship, go on the road again. The ghost ship turned into a pendant with a miniature rudder, which was casually tied around Qin Yang's waist. Along the way, but also flat. Even if it is an 8th-tier magic weapon warship, it will take less than half a year to reach Tianya Star. However, during this period of time, Qin Yang was not bored. It was also interesting to take Lu Mingyu to argue with Yao when he had nothing to do, and listen to Yao's mentally ill speech. On the contrary, Lu Mingyu couldn't bear it, and Qin Yang was too mean. How could he tease a mental patient like this? As for Xiaomei, she was trembling all the way, for fear that Yao would notice something. In her heart, there is always a feeling of boarding a thief ship. Originally, he boasted swearingly, saying that one person can easily solve it, but now, he has to wait for the Chaos Stone Star District. What's the matter, are you nervous too? Is there anything special ahead? One day a few months later, Qin Yang saw Yao's face stiff and asked, jokingly. Ahead is the 75th sector, the chaotic stone sector. Yao said. How did you get to 75? Qin Yang was puzzled. This question made Liang Baichuan startled again. Yao didn't take it seriously, because he knew that Qin Yang came from the Sky Star field. Yao explained, the arrangement of star regions is irregular, and the rankings are all measured by strength. Then what's in this chaotic star area? A powerful pirate group? Qin Yang asked. Liang Baichuan on the side took a deep breath and said, not only are there, but there are many. Is there a strong man who can break the sky road in the star area? Qin Yang was taken aback. There is no need for such a strong person to break through, because in this chaotic star area, there is no way to heaven for a certain distance. Liang Baichuan said. The sky road in the star area is different from the sky road in the star city. The former is faster and stronger than the latter. Qin Yang can easily break the sky road in the star city, but it takes a little effort to break the sky road in the star area. After all, although the level of formations in the Tianlu in the star area is not the 9th level, it is still above the 8th level. No need to break it? Is there a section of road without a heavenly path? Why? Qin Yang asked. As the name suggests, there are rocks everywhere in the rocky star area. This kind of rocks are not ordinary stones, they are not obliterated in the endless void turbulence, they are already extremely strong. Under the coercion of void turbulence, the speed is also extremely hurry up. Being hit by this stone, the 8th-tier ship will explode in an instant. Liang Baichuan paused for a moment, and continued. It is because of this kind of rocks that are often thrown on the sky road that even the sky road in the star area can't bear it, so the most dense section of the sky road has been cancelled. After all, this repair, the resources of Tianlu are also consumed a lot. Qin Yang nodded, and said, the pirate group is in this rocky star area, won't there be no dregs left after being smashed by these rocks? That's not true. Yao said, as long as you avoid the turbulence in the void, you will avoid the rocks. Liang Baichuan added, the 75th area is one of the strongholds of pirates. Although there are not many resources here, it is a place suitable for pirates to recuperate. Speaking of this, Liang Baichuan also said nervously, although there is a powerful mercenary regiment performing escort missions at the interface of the Tianlu Road, it should not be underestimated. After all, the pirates who come here for repairs are likely to span the entire star area. Qin Yang still didn't care. Looking at Xiaomei, who had been silent all the way, Qin Yang said, pirates who run across the entire star field, for example? 100 Flowers Pirates Group. Liang Baichuan said, this group is full of women, but their strength is surprisingly strong. The most puzzling thing is that these women are all beautiful and young girls. It's not just the pirate group, even many mercenary groups are yearning for it. But this 100 Flowers pirate group is very weird. Any pirates and mercenaries who come into contact with them will disappear inexplicably. Xiaomei's face revealed a look of pride. Their 100 Flowers pirates were much stronger than the rumors. No one knew how strong they were. When people are the most relaxed, it is naturally the hardest to guard against. Maybe this so-called 100 Flowers pirates has some strength. Qin Yang said. Liang Baichuan shook his head and said, they are really capable. Besides, they are all young girls. Qin Yang couldn't help being amused. What are you laughing at? Liang Baichuan looked over suspiciously. Yao and Xiaomei also looked at Qin Yang. Young girl? Qin Yang said disdainfully, the rumors are unbelievable. They are just a boatload of old witches. Impossible. Liang Baichuan didn't believe it. With a playful smile on Qin Yang's face, he said, there are too many magical powers. But it's not like they don't get in touch with people at all. Can't you tell if they have taken possession of their homes? Liang Baichuan was puzzled. Qin Yang shook his head and said, one of them is called the wedding dress supernatural power. It's just that the old hag uses her soul power and realm as a wedding dress and transfers it to the person who has been taken away. Memory is not annihilation, devouring, but fusion. In this way, no one can find out the clues. It looks like a chance. Liang Baichuan frowned, and Yao's eyes showed a thoughtful look. It's like the 100 Flowers pirates, that's really what happened. No one noticed. Xiaomei's face was extremely shocked, and her whole body was trembling slightly. Qin Yang actually knew the biggest secret of the 100 Flowers pirates? A person who doesn't even know the Rocky Star region actually knows the secrets of the supernatural powers of the 100 Flowers pirates, the largest pirate group in the Rocky Star region? Qin Yang coughed lightly, and continued, this kind of supernatural power is usually manifested in, the age is not proportional to the cultivation level. For example, it is very young, but its strength is surprisingly strong. After all, strength will continue to grow. No one knows how many years have those old hags lived, and how many times have the wedding dress magic tricks been used. How is it possible? I think you are also thinking about the beautiful members of the 100 Flowers pirates, right? You only want to slander them if you can't get them. Xiaomei said angrily. Liang Baichuan looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. Qin Yang laughed loudly, and said, I will miss those old witches? You saw my wife. Compared to my wife, you are nothing like mud. You. Xiaomei gritted her teeth tightly, and there was a hint of darkness in her eyes. I thought to myself, I know your wife is extremely beautiful and has a special physique, but all of this will soon be mine. You seem to know the 100 Flowers pirates very well. What else do you know? Liang Baichuan became interested. Qin Yang thought for a while, looked at Xiaomei, and then said, there are some other characteristics, that is, those young girls are delicate in thought, sophisticated in action, and not at all green in conversation. After all, you know, old witch. After a pause, Qin Yang added, by the way, I heard that so many mercenary groups and pirate groups are interested in it, and they may also have rich experience. Oh. Liang Baichuan pondered for a while, obviously understanding what Qin Yang meant. Yao didn't have anything to say about this, but Xiaomei's face turned pale with anger. After giving Qin Yang a hard look, Xiaomei turned around and walked towards the cabin. But at this moment, Qin Yang's faint voice came over, making Xiaomei freeze in place. If you dare to leave my sight, I will kill you. Qin Yang's tone was extremely cold. There was a strange look in Yao's eyes, and Liang Baichuan was startled by Qin Yang's sudden words. Along the way, I didn't see any dispute between Qin Yang and this little beauty. You don't have such a hobby, do you? Liang Baichuan looked at Qin Yang strangely, and said, she's still so young. Huh. Qin Yang got goosebumps all over his body in disgust. Small? Maybe 10 laps older than you. Xiaomei stared blankly at Qin Yang. If she could say that, it meant she had found herself. Knowing the top-secret supernatural powers of the 100 Flowers Pirates, what on earth does this kid want to do? The Rocky Star District is ahead. Yao reminded. The surrounding scenery of the galaxy suddenly stopped, and the speed of the battleship also slowed down. It's normal for the time being. Please pass through the ships quickly. A voice came from afar, but before he finished speaking, he hurriedly changed his words. Attention ships, the pirate group is coming. Dozens of warships of the mercenary regiment who received the garrison mission immediately went on alert. All mercenaries are on the verge of an enemy. A ship came, with coquettish flower clusters hanging on the ship, colorful and colorful. Not good. It's the 100 Flowers Pirates. Are they here on purpose? A mercenary looked at the battleship that had just rushed out of the Sky Road, recognized the logo on it, and was shocked. It's a Tianya Star mercenary, the warship of the Academy. It is Lord Yao who is escorting the students. The 100 Flowers Pirates are going to intercept Yao. All the mercenaries were shocked. Looking at the countless pirate groups in front of him, he probably gathered the pirate groups from the entire Rocky Star region, right? I'm afraid only the 100 Flowers Pirates can do this. Even Yao, who is the #1 genius in the Eternal Starfield, dares to stop him. Are you tired of living? A loud shout came from the battleship of Tianya Star Mercenary Academy, and all the mercenaries and pirates in the entire area fell silent. Countless Taoist spirits scanned the past, only to find that it was a young man with a frivolous face. Yes, it is Qin Yang. Qin Yang slightly raised the corner of his mouth, and continued to shout, don't you know who Yao is? Or, are you not afraid of the super spirit family behind him? Which one belongs to the 100 Flowers Pirates? Why don't you hurry up and let Master Yao see it, and let Master Yao come and purify the old hags of your ship? Qin Yang, are you crazy? Liang Baichuan was stunned. Not only him, but all the mercenaries in the mercenary regiment stationed here were stunned, and the countless pirate ships were also ghostly quiet. A boatload of old hags? Are you talking about the 100 Flowers Pirates? How is it possible? The 100 Flowers Pirates, from the leader to the ordinary crew members, are all beautiful girls. The pirates communicated with each other, but among all the pirate ships, only the battleships of the 100 Flowers Pirates were all women. The mercenaries all looked at Qin Yang. How dare they provoke the 100 Flowers Pirates like this? This Rocky Star region is the headquarters of the 100 Flowers Pirates. At this time, on the deck of the battleship of the 100 Flowers Pirates, a group of stunning beauties walked out. The oldest of them looked to be in their 20s at most. All the pirates in the star field looked straight ahead, saying that they would get the moon first if they were close to the water, but none of them could succeed. Even the Starfield mercenaries secretly looked at them. They had been stationed here for quite a while, but this was the first time they had seen so many members of the 100 Flowers Pirates. In the entire Eternal Starfield, there are countless powerful pirate groups, but the 100 Flowers Pirate Group is obviously the most special one. You are Qin Yang? A girl in her 20s said lazily. There was a twinkle in her eyes, obviously not as relaxed as her surface. Which one are you? Qin Yang asked. This is the head of our 100 Flowers Pirates, Ling Hua. A member of the 100 Flowers Pirates said. Ling Hua? Oh. Qin Yang nodded. Such a bland response, it seems that they don't recognize it. The Starfield pirates were all excited, seeing Ling Hua herself was enough to brag about for a while. If Ling Hua can fall in love with her, even if she can't get her in person, it would be great to just reward a beautiful member of the regiment. No, you recognize me? Ling Hua frowned. I don't know. Qin Yang said quietly. Good boy, how dare you say you don't know the leader of the 100 Flowers Pirates? Are you blind? Not just blind, I'm afraid he's also deaf. Otherwise, how could he not have heard of the reputation of Captain Ling Hua? The pirates clamored and scrambled to get ahead. Let me take your head off and give it to Captain Ling Hua as a ball, and you will recognize it, said a pirate. After finishing speaking, he turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Qin Yang. There are many Starfield mercenary regiments stationed around, but this pirate dares to attack blatantly. What is even more unbelievable is that the Starfield mercenaries did not block it. Assassinate Yao in the name of killing me? Good strategy. Qin Yang said quietly, unmoved. Having said that, all the Starfield mercenaries became tense immediately, and 2 mercenaries stopped the pirate on the spot. The pirate's face was livid, and he roared angrily, if you don't want to die here, get out of here. It's impossible for us to let you kill Yao. Even if Yao is fine, we will surely bear the wrath of the mercenary union if we stand by and watch. A mercenary said. I didn't kill Yao, but Qin Yang, said the pirate. Qin Yang watched cheerfully and said with a smile, Yao is right next to me, how can you prove that you want to kill me instead of Yao? The pirate got anxious and said, Captain Ling Hua has already revealed that this interception will only kill you, Qin Yang. All the mercenaries turned their heads and looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. What are you kidding? With such great fanfare and mobilization, he came to kill Qin Yang? Who is Qin Yang? Never heard of that. Since you are not here to intercept and kill Lord Yao, please let the sky go. A mercenary with a long hair stroked his beard, and his eyes showed shrewdness. The mercenary said, Master Yao, please leave, and this Qin Yang will stay. Yao had no expression on his face, obviously he had no intention of leaving. The long-haired mercenary continued, for the safety of the students. Yao frowned. Of course he knew that these pirates combined might not necessarily be Qin Yang's opponent. If they stayed, not only would these students be affected, but the mercenary group stationed here would also suffer great losses. Immediately, Yao was about to order to leave, but Qin Yang pointed lightly at the densely packed pirate ships, and said with a smile, This is your justice, your light. Yao shuddered and clenched his fists. Yao took a deep breath and said loudly, Qin Yang is my accompanying mercenary for this mission, of course he will leave with me. Just leave? Qin Yang frowned and said, Don't you want to purify this dirty world? Enough. The long-haired mercenary stared at Qin Yang angrily, and said, Master Yao has more important tasks, how can you be so provocative? Every student on this ship, whoever is injured, is the loss of the mercenary academy. As a mercenary, you should bear it all yourself. Qin Yang picked out his ears and said, Are you afraid? You. The mercenary gritted his teeth angrily. Qin Yang looked at the pirate who was about to rush over to kill him, snorted softly, and said, If you want to kill Yao, then step over my corpse. Don't talk about the reasons that no one will believe these gaudy things. A boat of old witches brought such a, Are you here to lick the dog, just to kill me? Are you kidding me? As soon as the voice changed, Qin Yang's eyes turned cold, and he said, It's everyone's responsibility to protect Lord Yao. A clown even dares to shout, Die. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and flicked it, and a beam of light instantly shot into the depths of the void. All the mercenaries and pirates didn't react, even Yao's heart tightened. The pitch-black beam of light dissipated, and many people even thought it was an illusion. But the exclamation of the Star-Field mercenaries made their hair stand on end. The head of the rushing pirate had disappeared. Kill a mighty mercenary pirate in one move without everyone else even noticing. This Qin Yang turned out to be a strong man. No matter how many pirates there are, they are just a bunch of chickens and dogs in front of Master Yao. Let's go together. Let's see if Master Yao will frown. Qin Yang stepped on the deck railing and shouted loudly. The audience was speechless, especially the students on Yaochuan. With such an obvious instigation, do you really think everyone else is a fool? Liang Baichuan was dumbfounded, and said in a low voice, if they attack, by any chance. With Yao here, what are you afraid of? Qin Yang replied directly. Liang Baichuan's head was full of black lines. What a first genius in the eternal starfield, it seems that today I want to experience this genius. A pirate's face was flushed with anger, and he was about to say harsh words, but the pirate next to him covered his mouth. Are you crazy? Behind Yao is the super spirit family. Even the powerful pirate group can't fight against it. A string of laughter sounded like silver bells. Ling Hua looked at Qin Yang and said, no wonder Zhao Dulong asked me to kill you at all costs. You are really interesting. After a pause, Ling Hua continued, you obviously have good strength, but you always hold Yao's banner. I don't understand what you want to do. I didn't want to do anything, I just wanted to help Lord Yao purify this rocky star area. Qin Yang said lightly, by the way, I will take your old hag away, and solve the cowardice of your 100 Flowers pirates, by the way, dogs. With a single word, the audience erupted. All the Starfield pirates glared at him, wishing to kill Qin Yang with their eyes. There was a gloomy look in Ling Hua's eyes, she was an old witch again. How could this kid know their secret? Purifying the chaotic star area? It's a big tone. Ling Hua sneered, just one Yao, I don't have such a great ability. If you don't try, how will you know? Qin Yang said playfully. The mercenaries were all stunned, and so were the pirates. Does this mean a war is about to start? Everyone was unprepared. The Starfield mercenaries stationed here never expected to start a war with the pirates in the chaotic Stone Star area. And the Starfield pirates in the Rocky Star area never thought about attacking the mercenary group stationed on the Tianlu head-on. However, Qin Yang directly put both of them in a tense atmosphere. Promise in my name, I will only kill Qin Yang this time. No, I want to capture him alive. The other Starfield mercenaries and Yao, as long as we don't intervene, we will not attack. Ling Hua said. You said you won't attack if you don't attack? In your name? What's your name, you old hag? Qin Yang laughed loudly, and said, I didn't expect that such a powerful pirate group would have so many pirates. Cowardly and licking the dog, wanting to kill Yao, the biggest thorn in the pirate's heart, is so ink-stained. My target is really you. Ling Hua's eyelids twitched. Me? Who recognizes me? Qin Yang spread his hands and said, I'm just a first-level mercenary who just joined the mercenary regiment. Don't you praise me too much? Level 1 mercenary. All the Starfield pirates and Starfield mercenaries were taken aback, and some even asked in a low voice, what is the level of a level 1 mercenary? After getting the reply, he was even more stunned. This turned out to be the lowest level among mercenary levels. Everyone looked at Qin Yang as if they had seen a ghost. The star pirate he killed just now was a star pirate. It seems that it is useless to talk too much, let's go. Ling Hua changed her words suddenly. She finally understood that as long as Qin Yang can continue to speak, it is absolutely impossible to kill him smoothly. A war between pirates and mercenaries, even if this is a rock star area, cannot be easily done. In the eternal star field, pirates and mercenaries often fight when they meet. But a battle of this scale is already considered a war. Once the war starts, the opponent still has Yao, which will definitely attract the attention of the mercenary union. At that time, this pirate paradise, this rocky star area, will inevitably become a crusade for all mercenary groups in the entire star field. Master Yao, please move on quickly. The older mercenary cupped his hands towards Yao. Yao was about to urge the battleship to leave, but Qin Yang said lightly, I really underestimated your justice and light. His eyes were full of disdain, and his tone was full of sarcasm. Yao regards Qin Yang as his lifelong enemy. How can he be calm after being so provoked by Qin Yang? At this moment, Xiaomei hijacked Lu Mingyu and came over. Everyone looked at Xiaomei in bewilderment. This little girl, isn't she going to be a student of Tianya Star Mercenary Academy? Ha ha ha, Qin Yang, you didn't expect that, did you? I'm the deputy head of the 100 Flowers Pirates. Xiaomei said. Now, I order you to catch me without a fight and leave this battleship with me. Otherwise, I will kill your wife. Xiaomei said. Everyone was shocked, and the deputy head of the 100 Flowers Pirates was mixed into the students Yao escorted. Even Yao was deeply surprised. However, Qin Yang's face remained unchanged, and he reached out and tapped on the railing lightly. Ling Hua's face brightened. As long as Qin Yang could leave Yao's warship, it would prove that they did not intend to intercept and kill Yao. In this way, the situation will naturally become easier. You hijacked my wife, who is also a student of Tianya Star Mercenary Academy. Qin Yang said lightly. Impossible. Do you think the students of Tianya Star Mercenary Academy are so easy to be? They haven't passed the assessment. Xiaomei couldn't continue speaking in the middle of her sentence. Qin Yang said softly, my wife has a special physique, and she is absolutely compatible with the ice system rules. You should be very clear about this. For those with special physiques, they still need to be assessed to join the Tianya Star Mercenary Academy. Xiaomei's face is stiff. It's not right to let go of Lu Mingyu at this time, and it's not right if she doesn't let go. Qin Yang continued, let me put it another way. What you are abducting now is the person Yao is escorting. Do you want Yao to have an indelible stain in his mercenary career? Yao's eyes sharpened, and he fixed on Xiaomei. The situation stalemate again. Ling Hua took a deep breath. What she wanted most now was to shut up this Qin Yang. However, there is no such way. Qin Yang turned around, looked at Xiaomei quietly, and said, I will help you. My wife can voluntarily give up joining the Tianya Star Mercenary Academy, and in this way, it has nothing to do with the Mercenary Academy or Yao. I can leave this ship with you. Really? Xiaomei's eyes lit up. It was unbelievable that such a twist and turns. This time, all the Starfield mercenaries and Starfield pirates were even more confused. They didn't understand what Qin Yang wanted to do. I was just planning to tease you, so that this long journey would not be so boring. But now, you forced me. Qin Yang said, jumped out of the ship, and walked towards the 100 Flowers Pirates. Go. Seeing this, Xiaomei naturally hijacked Lu Mingyu to follow Qin Yang together. In the middle of the confrontation between the mercenary group and the pirate group, Xiaomei looked at Qin Yang vigilantly. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly. He looked back at Yao, and said, you will never surpass me. Yao's whole body trembled violently, and his clothes would automatically move without any wind. He who has always been calm and indifferent, now feels like the sky is falling apart. Qin Yang is like this. Is he just testing his will? And this result? Yao himself couldn't accept it. But what if you don't accept it? For the escorted students, for the members of these mercenary regiments. How could it be possible to start a war with the 100 Blossoms pirates in the Rocky Star region? You'd better take care of yourself. Xiaomei said disdainfully, before, you took care of Mr. Yao, but now he can never surpass you. Could it be that you are stronger than Yao? Not only the pirates, but even the mercenaries stationed on the Tianlu burst into laughter. Yao is recognized as the #1 genius in the Eternal Starfield, and has the support of the Super Spirit family behind him. You, a level 1 mercenary, dare to speak such wild words? Qin Yang, I've dragged you down again. Lu Mingyu felt helpless. Qin Yang shook his head and said, "How can this be a drag on me? It's all my fault. I didn't investigate for a while. You still dare to flirt here? Hurry up and board the ship of our 100 Flowers pirates, hurry up." Xiaomei urged from the side. "Are you sure?" Qin Yang asked playfully. Of course it's sure." Xiaomei felt a sudden in her heart, with a bad premonition. Qin Yang's figure flashed, and he came directly to the battleship of the 100 Flowers pirates, and stood quietly beside Ling Hua. All the members of the 100 Flowers pirates turned pale. Qin Yang smiled and said, "It looks like I might be the first man to board this battleship." Saying this, all the Starfield pirates turned red with jealousy. "It's worth it even if it's dead." Ling Hua was taken aback by Qin Yang's speed. This kid's strength, could it be higher than she expected? I am already a high-ranking Haoyue god, so could it be that this kid? Not only the Starfield pirates, but even the Starfield mercenaries are jealous. Xiaomei hijacked Lu Mingyu to board the boat, but Qin Yang approached her. "Don't come here," Xiaomei said. "If you dare to take a step forward, I will kill your wife." Qin Yang's eyes were deep for a moment, and just for a moment, Xiaomei's whole body trembled. "Although you can't hurt my wife, your words make me very unhappy," Qin Yang said lightly. "So what if you're not happy?" Xiaomei said. "You all have to die," Qin Yang said quietly. "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't forget your current situation," Xiaomei said. At this moment, there was a frightening wave of power suddenly rippling in the void. In the midst of everyone's attention, on the battleship of the 100 Flowers pirates, with Qin Yang at the center, everything began to collapse. The 8th-tier magic weapon battleship, like melting ice and snow, collapsed as soon as its own defensive formation was triggered. "No! Run away!" Ling Hua's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly ordered. All the members of the White Flower Pirates abandoned the ship and fled. "You killed your wife yourself, I'll kill her now," Xiaomei said, and was about to cut Lu Mingyu's neck. But the magic weapon in his hand penetrated Lu Mingyu's body without hindrance. Lu Mingyu's body directly turned into an image, and beside her, there was a little boy. It was Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu looked at Xiaomei coldly, and said, "With me here, you can't hurt Sister Lu." Xiaomei's heart sank. How could she forget that this Xiaoyu is the spirit of the magic weapon of the 9th Order magic weapon ghost ship? You. Xiaomei looked at Qin Yang incredulously. This 9th level magic weapon was given to Lu Mingyu? In fact, she misunderstood. Qin Yang did not give the magic weapon to Lu Mingyu, but because he recognized Qin Yang as the main magic weapon, and he was very free. The contracts signed by Qin Yang are equal contracts. As long as the magic weapon does not hurt himself, he can do whatever he wants. The reason why she has been following Lu Mingyu is because Xiaoyu knows that only Lu Mingyu can subdue Qin Yang. This is Xiaoyu looking for a backer for herself. Otherwise, facing Qin Yang all the time, even if Xiaoyu is the spirit of the magic weapon of the ghost ship, he would feel a lot of pressure in his heart. "Leave the ship," Ling Hua reminded. Xiaomei quickly jumped out of the battleship. "Don't destroy this boat, I can swallow it and turn it into my motivation," Xiaoyu said. Only then did Qin Yang put away his strength. In the eyes of everyone who couldn't believe it, the bow of the 8th-tier magic weapon warship disappeared directly. The trace of disappearance is extremely round, like an invisible ball. And Qin Yang is the heart of the ball. What kind of power is this? It can even shatter the void? Ling Hua's heart set off a storm. All the Starfield pirates and Starfield mercenaries were also stunned. Boarded the battleship of the 100 Flowers pirates alone, but forced all the members and even the head of the group, Ling Hua, to abandon the ship and flee. What kind of monster is this? When did the Eternal Starfield have such a strong man? Destroy my battleship, I will never die with you. Linghua said through gritted teeth. Qin Yang looked at Linghua indifferently, and said, if you want to kill me, you don't think about yourself. Cultivators like you who take others away should not be alive. Take away others? Qin Yang has been saying that the 100 Flowers pirates are a ship full of old hags, could it be? No, they didn't show any signs of seizing the house at all. No trace doesn't mean it's not the house. Think about it, they are all young and beautiful women. For a while, all the pirates and mercenaries gradually believed in this fact. Seeing that the secrets of her pirate group were about to be exposed, Linghua immediately shouted, whoever can kill Qin Yang for me, my 100 Flowers pirate group will form an alliance with him. As soon as the words were spoken, all the pirates in the star field became excited. The 100 Flowers pirates never ally with other pirates, but now they are making an exception. Once an alliance is formed, the benefits are too many. At the very least, fellowship is indispensable. More importantly, behind the 100 Flowers pirates, there are many strongest pirates in the entire star field. This relationship is equivalent to the Guild of Starfield Pirates. It's over. A mercenary's face changed drastically, and he stammered, the 100 Flowers pirates will form an alliance with other pirates. This will attract a more powerful pirate group. This rock star area is far away from other high-level star areas. This is what the Mercenary Union is most afraid of. Once those more powerful pirate groups are attracted, the consequences will be unimaginable. The Sky Road in this star area will even get out of control. The mercenaries felt uneasy, and at the same time an idea emerged. That is, if Qin Yang could die earlier, everything could be avoided. The mercenary group obeys the order, kill Qin Yang. The older mercenary ordered directly. Liang Baichuan looked at the mercenary in disbelief, and said, it's fine if you don't help, why? The old mercenary glanced at the past coldly, and said in a deep voice, what do you know? This Qin Yang is a spy for the pirates to infiltrate our mercenaries. Isn't it obvious that he deliberately instigated him before? That's just your guess. Qin Yang is definitely not a pirate. Liang Baichuan said. The old mercenary snorted coldly and said, Qin Yang exists to cause war between mercenaries and pirates. Now you can see that the 100 Flowers pirates are taking this opportunity to form an alliance with other pirates. This Qin Yang, it's just a pawn. Another mercenary added, this Qin Yang will definitely not die. He will live well until the powerful pirate group arrives. Only in this way can the powerful pirate group form an alliance smoothly. You are talking nonsense. Liang Baichuan was furious. Linghua also noticed the mercenaries, and laughed when she heard the mercenaries' conversation. Linghua said, if the mercenary group can help us kill Qin Yang, although we pirates will not form an alliance with your mercenaries, I will give you the benefits you want. The older mercenary's eyes lit up, and the expressions of the other mercenaries also became hot. No one knows what benefits they want, and of course Linghua also knows. Under such temptation, what is there to hesitate? You are breaking your mercenary oath. Liang Baichuan shouted loudly. The mercenary's oath? The old mercenary sneered, the mercenary's oath let us be stationed in such a dangerous place, and the mercenary's oath made us face danger every day but still escort other people? You are so naive. Only children will believe in the oath of mercenaries. In this world, interests represent everything. We join mercenaries just to beg for food. Liang Baichuan's heart turned cold, and he didn't dare to say anything. Going on, these mercenary groups are afraid that they will betray on the spot. Master Yao, please say something. Liang Baichuan hurriedly looked at Yao. Yao stared at Qin Yang firmly, without saying a word. Could it be? Liang Baichuan couldn't believe it. Yao said softly, the justice in my heart should naturally bloom with pure light. But now, protecting the students should be the most important thing. Liang Baichuan's heart skipped a beat. Doesn't this mean that he doesn't care about it anymore? He wants to watch Qin Yang be besieged by mercenaries and pirates at the same time. Yao looked deeply at Qin Yang. The strength Qin Yang showed before made him flustered again. It also convinced Yao once again that this Qin Yang is the biggest stumbling block on his bright road. Qin Yang, how about we go? Lu Mingyu said in a low voice. Qin Yang shook his head lightly and said, let's go? Why do you want to go? Now there is no super-spiritual realm in this eternal starfield, and I am the strongest. Xiao Yu looked at Qin Yang strangely. Is this guy really as powerful as he said? But Qin Yang's words to himself immediately left him speechless. Get rich. Qin Yang licked his lips. Get rich? Xiao Yu blinked, as if guessing something. Qin Yang originally wanted to destroy these pirate groups and supply some supplies for himself. Leaving aside the repair of the 9th-tier magic weapon ghost ship, there is no way to start. But if you want to use it, you will consume a lot of resources. So many pirates came to the door by themselves, Qin Yang certainly would not let them go. Just taking this opportunity to tease Yao. It's all right now, even the mercenary regiments stationed here have come to deliver food to me. Your appetite is really big, and you plan to do so. Xiao Yu was in admiration. Dare to have the appetite to eat up the entire chaotic star region. Xiao Yu has seen so many top mercenary groups and pirate groups, none of them has Qin Yang's courage. Isn't it because of your idiot? Qin Yang snorted. Xiao Yu's face drooped suddenly, and the good feelings that arose in her heart were swept away. Qin Yang, your temperament is very similar to that of a level 1 mercenary. This rock star area will be your burial place. Ling Hua looked at Qin Yang coldly and said. Qin Yang laughed and said, bury me? You can't do it. As soon as the voice changed, Qin Yang continued, it is said that this rocky star area is a paradise for pirates from now on. Qin Yang's eyes were fixed, and his body exuded infinite power, and he said word by word, this will be the graveyard of pirates. Countless pirate groups around were in an uproar. This kid actually provoked all the pirates? Your head, I accept it. At this time, the older mercenary in the mercenary group rushed over, before the pirates. Qin Yang looked at him lightly, and said, you are more impatient than pirates. Are those old hags really so tempting? Humph, you know you can't get these beauties. The old mercenary had already settled over and slapped out. The huge palm print is even bigger than a Tier 7 battleship. The power of destroying heaven and earth erupted in this endless void. A translucent circle of light appeared on Qin Yang's body, and the huge handprint disintegrated like ice and snow thrown into a furnace. My wife is stunningly beautiful. These old hags are worse than wild dogs in my eyes. Can you stop disgusting me? Qin Yang said speechlessly. Stop talking. Lu Mingyu said angrily, be careful, don't be careless. Understood. Qin Yang said with a smile. The older mercenary then looked at Lu Mingyu, with a frown and a smile that made his eyes straight. The charm of Lu Mingyu's body is like a noble peony, and like a cool breeze after rain, there is a youthful, pure and wise taste all over her body. I don't know if I don't look at it, but I am shocked when I look at it. How can there be such a woman in the world? All the members of the 100 Flowers Pirates also had burning eyes. They all want to get Lu Mingyu's body, especially this Lu Mingyu has a special physique. Why didn't you take it away earlier? Ling Hua asked in a low voice. Xiao Mei replied via voice transmission, with Qin Yang here, I have no chance at all. And, the 9th Order magic weapon ghost ship has been protecting Lu Mingyu. Ling Hua frowned, and said, it seems that as long as Qin Yang is killed, this Lu Mingyu and the 9th level magic weapon ghost ship will be ours. It's okay to use this 9th level ghost ship to pay for my warship. Suitable. As long as they get these, their 100 Flowers pirates will not only be able to move across the launcher star area, even if they go to the most advanced star areas, even the super spirit family will not be able to do anything to them. You reminded me. The old mercenary laughed loudly and said, I'll kill you, I'll get your wife first. Really? Qin Yang raised his mouth slightly. How did you cultivate to the divine spirit realm? The old mercenary was taken aback for a moment. Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, Why didn't you notice that palm just now? The old mercenary's heart skipped a beat. That's right, he actually underestimated Qin Yang's strength if he could disintegrate his palm without making a fuss. Qin Yang stared at him quietly, and said, If you slap me, I'll give you another slap. I just don't know, can you catch my slap? It was just a fluke for you just now, if I strike again, you will definitely die. The older mercenary was very confident, and immediately agreed with him. In the void, the fluctuations of the Tao spread. Heaven and earth are in action, all phenomena. The old mercenary murmured. The pirates were shocked. It turned out to be him? Isn't this the legendary mercenary? As early as 30 years ago, the one who wiped out the star pirate group alone? The power of one palm can destroy a star city. The pirates did not expect that this mercenary stationed at Tianlu in the chaotic star area would have such a powerful background. It was discovered by everyone after he used his supernatural powers. However, what shocked everyone even more was that Qin Yang also assumed the exact same posture, mumbling along, even faster than the older mercenary. The world is in action, all phenomena, the palm of the gods, destroy the common people. The older mercenary's eyelids twitched. This is his own unique, supernatural power. How could it be possible? Gritting his teeth, he used his supernatural powers with maximum power, and a big handprint made the surrounding mercenaries and pirates feel pressured. Almost out of breath. However, a big black handprint that appeared at the same time made everyone suffocate. Qin Yang's palm was like a slap in the abyss, and the terrifying annihilation rolls directly caused the void to collapse. There was an illusion in everyone's mind, as if what Qin Yang used was the true power of this legendary supernatural power. When the two palms collided, the supernatural powers of the old mercenary disappeared. The old mercenary trembled violently, spitting out blood, and roared through gritted teeth, Impossible. Do it again. Qin Yang snorted coldly and said, Sorry, you have no chance. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and grasped it lightly. The huge handprint was as flexible as Qin Yang's movements, and he also made a grasping gesture. This. The older mercenary's eyes widened. He has been practicing hard for decades, but he has not been able to control his supernatural powers to such a level. Using it like this is his ultimate goal. But, this as it was displayed by Qin Yang. You. The old mercenary didn't say a word, and his huge handprints were crushed together with several carrying subordinates far away. Even his 8th-tier magic weapon ship, more than half of it disappeared under this palm. The wreckage of the warship floating in the void, such a scene deeply impacted everyone's heart. The fingerprints dissipated, but there were still many tiny cracks in the void. The power of Qin Yang's palm really crushed the void. That's a crack in the void. Someone exclaimed. Everyone is scalp tingling. If you want to say what is the most dreadful thing in the eternal starfield, it is not the turbulent flow in the void. Even the turbulent flow in the starry sky and the rocky starfield is not enough to scare people. Nor is it the Xuanhuan furnace and the endless sonic boom in the first star area and the second star area. These can be resisted, the only thing that cannot be resisted is this void crack. There are no rules, and there is no possibility of defense. Once they appear, even the strongest Starfield mercenaries and Starfield pirates will stay away. If you touch it, you will die. This is different from the cracks in the space in the Star City. What is cracked is only the space of the Star City. There is another crack in the void. Where does the end of the crack lead to? There is only endless destruction. It's a good supernatural power, and its power is comparable to that of the dead star palm. Qin Yang nodded secretly, but it was not convenient to use this move. Moreover, tearing the void will not benefit Qin Yang himself. No, this is a super spiritual martial skill. Qin Yang frowned. The power that can tear apart the void, only the super spirit level. How could it be so strong? Xiaoyu looked at the rapidly disappearing void crack in disbelief. Before that, Xiaoyu always thought that she was invincible in the eternal starfield. Although he doesn't have any attack power, no one can really hurt him. Even Qin Yang's power to annihilate the rules only made Xiaoyu fearful. But that crack in the void really frightened him. Being able to shatter the void of the eternal starfield means that the power exceeds that of the eternal starfield. Now the strongest in the eternal starfield is only in the divine spirit realm, and this kind of power can only be possessed by the super spirit realm. Fortunately, I recognized my master early, otherwise this kid would really kill me. Xiaoyu felt rejoiced. Although this Qin Yang is stingy, but he is still very good to himself. Xiaoyu sighed in his heart. Qin Yang stared at the disappearing crack in the void for a while. No wonder there are no super spiritual powerhouses in this eternal starfield. It turns out that this eternal starfield is not without regression, but the pace of retrogression is very small. It's just because it can't carry the power of the super spiritual realm, so there are no practitioners of the super spiritual realm in this eternal starfield. What's going on with this super spiritual martial skill? Qin Yang thought for a while, his eyes lit up. Although the supernatural martial skill is super spiritual, it was performed by a practitioner in the spiritual realm, so it can naturally be copied. After copying, the power and proficiency were all raised to the highest level, which naturally allowed Qin Yang to master the power of the super spiritual realm. Although there is no such realm, but it is already a level. Otherwise, it will not tear the void. God Punisher's palm. Qin Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly, looked around, and finally began to pay attention to it. I hope that among these people, there will be more such strong men. He cast such a powerful blow, I'm afraid his strength is gone. Let's go together, a pirate shouted. Before the words fell, a strange fluctuation suddenly rippled in the void. The hearts of Linghua, Xiaomei, and other experts in the spiritual realm jumped violently. Xiaomei's face turned pale, and she said, "It can't be such a coincidence. The turbulent flow of the void is coming with the rocks. It seems to be really." Linghua's face was stiff, and she ordered, "Everyone in the 100 Flowers Pirates obey the order and retreat thousands of miles as soon as possible." Immediately, the figure flashed and flew into the distance. The symbol of the chaotic Stone Star district is the hard boulder, surrounded by the turbulent flow of the void. Each one is like a shooting star, but more powerful than a shooting star. Even the turbulent flow of the void is enough to shatter a 7th-tier magic ship, and with the addition of hard boulders, even an 8th-level magic ship is as fragile as paper. The expressions of the other pirates and mercenaries changed drastically. They could only stare at Qin Yang bitterly, and retreated. The Starfield pirates of the mercenary group directly withdrew into the Sky Road of the Star area, and used the barrier of the Sky Road of the Star area to resist. Even so, he stepped back a bit. Qin Yang watched this scene with a frown, and looked into the distance. Of course he also found those boulders, but can be copied. The notification sound of the system made Qin Yang laugh. Finally realized the benefits of the ultimate version of the Invincible Copy System. Qin Yang, retreat quickly. Liang Baichuan shouted loudly. After shouting, he felt his whole body tense, and Yao stared at him with an unkind expression. No need. Qin Yang shook his head lightly. After copying it like this, and using it by yourself, its power is equally powerful. Even if Qin Yang resisted stubbornly, it would be enough to smash this piece of rock into pieces. Lu Mingyu walked over with Xiaoyu, and gently held Qin Yang's hand. Qin Yang's body also turned into a ghost, so naturally he didn't need to worry about everything. It was too late to say it, but it was so fast at that time. The weird fluctuation came from a very far away, but it rushed to the front of the breath. One after another boulders, the largest of which is even bigger than the 8th-tier magic weapon battleship. It flew over with a long tail of colored light. All the rules and forces have been stirred into a pot of porridge. The void and rocks that frighten the strong in the spiritual realm are so terrifying. Even the upper gods may not be able to protect themselves. The disrupted power of rules cannot be used by others at all. Qin Yang's eyes flashed, and he whispered, "Xiaoyu, let me go out." Xiaoyu was shocked when she heard this. "Are you crazy?" Countless rocks passed through their ghostly bodies, and even Xiaoyu didn't dare to show his figure. Once it is revealed, the body of the 9th-tier magic weapon ship will not be able to hold it. "Do you think I'm crazy?" Qin Yang asked. Sure." Xiaoyu was a little unhappy. Qin Yang chuckled and said, "What? Can't bear me?" Lu Mingyu looked at Qin Yang trustingly, knowing that Qin Yang must have his reasons for doing so. Xiaoyu said weakly, "That's not true, it's just that you are dead. Who will help me kill Yao?" Qin Yang's head was full of black lines, and he was speechless for a moment. Xiaoyu cancels Qin Yang's ghost transformation, and Qin Yang is no longer distracted. Then Qin Yang escaped from the protection of the ghost ship? How is this possible? On the road to heaven, the mercenaries were startled. Heart. Even if they hide in the sky, they are not safe. The rocks hit the heavenly road, directly shaking the entire heavenly road. The terrifying cracks may cause the sky road to continue to collapse at any time. In the eyes of all the mercenaries, Qin Yang's body stood still. This is tantamount to courting death. Qin Yang's expression was calm, and he waved his hands freely. Suddenly, Qin Yang shouted, "Luan Xingzhang." A vortex appeared around Qin Yang's body, and the vortex became bigger and bigger. The black balls are gradually getting bigger. At this moment, a chaotic rock is coming towards Qin Yang. After touching the vortex around Qin Yang, the trajectory of that chaotic stone deviated. After being hit by the black ball, the huge rock collapsed directly. The shattered rocks continued to revolve around Qin Yang, and in the void, an unrivaled spectacle appeared. Yao gritted his teeth tightly, staring at Qin Yang tightly. The god-punishing palm had already made him feel the huge gap, but now Qin Yang has comprehended the same powerful supernatural power and martial skill in this situation. With Jushin's palm, Yao wasn't sure if he could resist it. This chaotic star palm also made Yao feel very uneasy. That's right, a chaotic stone flow made me comprehend 2 supernatural martial arts. Qin Yang nodded in satisfaction and cancelled the launching palm. The chaotic stone was once again engulfed by the turbulent flow of the void, and it didn't know where to rush. 2 supernatural martial arts? Didn't you just use one? Xiaoyu asked. Qin Yang raised his mouth slightly, and looked at the end of the chaotic rock. The void turbulence has passed, and the huge pirate warship has followed. The second supernatural martial skill is... Qin Yang said halfway, then looked at Lu Mingyu and said, "Want to watch the meteor shower?" Lu Mingyu blinked and said with a smile, "I want to." "Then I'll use the second supernatural martial art," Qin Yang said. After what happened before, all the mercenaries have completely cancelled their years. Only then did someone really notice that Qin Yang's age seemed to be the same as Yao's. But the combat power seems to be stronger than Yao. This is an evildoer who is even more talented than Yao. With this change of mind, all the mercenaries looked at Qin Yang in awe. Comprehending the launching palm among the chaotic rocks, this talent has already passed Yao. The legendary mercenary before was even more of a joke in front of Qin Yang. Qin Yang is the #1 genius in the Eternal Starfield. No, he is the #1 expert. These mercenaries are able to guard the heavenly road here and mediate with the pirates in the entire chaotic star region, so they have seen the world. Qin Yang's strength was beyond their imagination from the very beginning. If there is no reference in mind, there will be no feeling. But after calming down and thinking about it, every Starfield mercenary was covered in cold sweat. This Qin Yang is too weird. It's unbelievably strong. That legendary mercenary died like this. There is still a rock in the back, will we follow now? Xiaomei looked back with some concerns. The chaotic stone was caused by two turbulent currents in the void colliding with each other and broke off the track. Although the speed was slow at this time, the power was not small at all, and the trajectory was right here. Ling Hua said, Qin Yang with the ghost ship will not die just like this chaotic rock can just be used to turn it over. After speaking, he had already come to Qin Yang, and found that Qin Yang was not injured at all. It's just that the previous mercenaries seem to be hiding in the sky and can't come out. The mercenaries are really unreliable. Ling Hua snorted coldly, but with the support of so many pirate groups, she didn't need to rely on the strength of the mercenary groups. I didn't take the opportunity to escape, but I underestimated you. Ling Hua said loudly. She was standing on another pirate ship at this time, and the owner of this pirate ship was the next Haiyue god. At this time, his face was full of excitement, and he stood respectfully by the side. The strength of the pirates under his command is also one of the best in the Rockstar region. I won't leave empty-handed. Qin Yang said. The atmosphere suddenly became strangely quiet. The Starfield mercenaries looked at each other, and the Starfield pirates also had complicated faces. Who is the pirate here? Lu Mingyu gently pulled Qin Yang's arm, and Qin Yang coughed lightly in embarrassment, and said, It is everyone's responsibility to purify the darkness. How do you say it? Qin Yang scratched his head, looked at Yao, suddenly thought of it, and said solemnly, This dirty world needs to be more pure. Yes, it is this sentence. If you don't get rid of your rubbish, I won't be able to eat, and I won't be able to sleep at night. Qin Yang said. The mercenaries hiding in the Sky Road, after hearing these words after their mentality changed, they immediately became excited, as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. This is simply the leader of their mercenaries. Some mercenaries felt ashamed in their hearts. They had attacked this mercenary leader for the sake of beauty. What a disgrace. The mercenary oath rang in their hearts again. That illusory belief became firm again. Qin Yang just said it casually, and he still followed Yao's example. But he didn't expect to have such a wonderful reaction in the heart of the mercenary. What a purifier of darkness. Ling Hua sneered, and ordered through sound transmission. All the Starfield pirate ships scattered in all directions, leaving a large space in the middle. In the distance, a huge chaotic rock rolled in. Only one? Qin Yang shook his head lightly. These Starfield pirates hadn't seen Qin Yang show his skills in the dense rocks before. Hearing Qin Yang's words at this moment, they burst out laughing. Ling Hua opened her mouth and said, One will kill you. If you don't use the power of the ghost ship, you will definitely be smashed to pieces. The aggressive method is so obvious, if I hide, won't I be laughed at? Qin Yang snorted coldly, facing the boulder with contempt on his face. If you send me a rock, then I will. Qin Yang said playfully, Send you a meteor shower. Qin Yang opened his arms, surging power surged out, and a faint vortex rippled around his body. The vortex is getting bigger and bigger, and the faces of all the Starfield pirates have changed drastically. Isn't this the supernatural martial skill you used just now? What is your second supernatural martial skill? Xiaoyu asked, curiously. Don't worry, let the meteor fly for a while. Qin Yang raised his mouth slightly. At this moment, the feeling of the turbulent flow of the void and the rocks engulfing it hit me again. Qin Yang's Luanxing palm has another purpose, that is coordinate traction. It's just that it was the rocks that Qin Yang released himself that pulled him. No, meteor shower. The turbulence in the void is uncontrollable, and there are so many rocks. This feeling must be fake, Ling Hua said in a deep voice. Although the Starfield pirates were apprehensive, they believed in this law. In the same area, after the rocks hit, there will be no second wave for at least 10 days. The feeling in the hearts of the pirates in the star field became more and more intense, until someone yelled in horror. Said, "Ran, the rocks are coming." "No, this is the meteor shower I sent you," Qin Yang corrected. "Beware of the rocks, you must retreat in advance. If you can detect the rocks in your divine sense, if you want to hide, it will be too late." Huge meteors condensed in the extreme distance, then slowly accelerated, rushing towards Qin Yang. Under the gravitational force of the launching palm, the speed is getting faster and faster. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and gently pointed forward. The vortex of chaotic star palm rushed directly towards the star field pirates, and then gradually dissipated. Those drawn meteors flew towards them. Boom! Pung! Tier 8 warships were instantly sunk, and countless pirate regiments collapsed. It's like a doomsday scene, full of wrecked warships in the void. "No, it's impossible for you to have such a strong power," Ling Hua screamed. "I have cultivated for 8,000 years, and finally became the peak powerhouse in the eternal star field. There will be." Ling Hua looked around in disbelief, and under the shock of her mood, she actually told the truth. 8,000 years. What an old witch. The superior, how you a god, this is the true strength of the 100 Flowers pirates. It turns out that what Qin Yang said is correct. Qin Yang has seen through all this a long time ago. On the road to heaven, the mercenaries sighed one after another. Someone secretly looked at Yao, but found that Yao's face was very ugly. In contrast, Yao was praised by the entire Eternal Starfield for killing the Ghost Knife pirate group and only killing its leader. But now, Qin Yang wants to wipe out all the pirates in the entire Rockstar region. It also includes the 100 Flowers pirates. Ling Hua looked at Qin Yang in disbelief, and said, "You must have used some kind of secret method to achieve all this. With such a powerful power, you must have consumed a lot." Everyone obeys orders and kills Qin Yang with me. There are only a few echoes around. Xiaomei said with a trembling voice, "We have not many people left." The other pirate groups suffered heavy casualties. Ling Hua looked back. After that splendid meteor shower, countless pirate groups fell apart. All the warships collapsed, and the wreckage floated in the void. Only a few Haiyue gods were still in the void with fear on their faces and dull eyes. Now is the best chance to kill Qin Yang. Ling Hua seemed to have thought of something. She gritted her teeth and said, "I don't care much now, so I can only take out the things at the bottom of our box." The eyes of those Haiyue-level pirates lit up, and there was a monstrous anger in their pupils. Such a big enmity, not only to kill Qin Yang, but all the mercenaries present, including Yao, must also die, a Haiyue pirate said in a deep voice. "What the hell is it that wants to kill people to silence it?" On the road to heaven, the Starfield mercenaries' heart tightened. "What's at the bottom of the box?" Qin Yang looked curiously at Ling Hua and other Haiyue-level Starfield pirates. "I didn't expect that there would be someone as strong as you in the Eternal Starfield." "It seems that the rumors are true," Ling Hua said. "What rumor?" Qin Yang asked. Ling Hua snorted softly, looked at Yao in the distance, and said, "The #1 genius in the Eternal Starfield is just a puppet of the Super Spirit family. In fact, there are countless people in the Super Spirit family who are stronger than Yao. Genius exists." The Starfield mercenaries were shocked. They knew that the Super Spirit family was powerful beyond imagination, but they never thought that the Super Spirit family would be so strong. "Even Lord Yao can only be a puppet?" Qin Yang laughed out loud when he heard this, and said, "Are you kidding me? In this eternal starfield, is there anyone stronger than Yao?" Qin Yang knew that this Yao was the inheritor of the domain master's will of the eternal starfield, and the entire eternal starfield belonged to him. The secret arrangement made this inheritor of the will of the eternal star field always meet with him, and with the explosion of his own power, his strength also began to increase unreasonably and rapidly. Super Spirit Family? What a thing! You still pretend. Linghua said, "You are dying, so you can't tell the truth?" Eh? Qin Yang was a little speechless, and said depressedly, "What do you mean? Do you mean that your death is imminent, or that I am imminent?" "Of course it's you. How you a level mercenary," beside Linghua said with red eyes. Qin Yang scratched his head and said with a smile, "Is that so? Is your box bottom really that strong?" Linghua said, "If you admit it, maybe you don't have to die. We don't have to take out the bottom of the box." "Admit what?" Qin Yang looked blank. Not only Qin Yang, Lu Mingyu and Xiaoyu also looked at each other in blank dismay. The Starfield mercenaries in Tianlu were even more astonished. Does this Qin Yang have an identity that even these pirates fear? "Of course I admit that you are the strongest of the super spirit family," Linghua said. There was an uproar all over the sky, and the Starfield mercenaries were startled one by one. The super spirit family is powerful and mysterious. Only the spokespersons of the super spirit family are known to the world, but almost no one knows the real members of the super soul family. Qin Yang is actually a member of the super spirit family? No wonder he is so strong. No wonder he's only a level 1 mercenary. If it's from the super spirit family, he doesn't need to be a mercenary step by step like us ordinary people, and do tasks to earn resources. It seems that Qin Yang is both righteous and evil, but he is indeed a mercenary. Everything he does reveals his superior status. The Starfield mercenaries whispered they had long regarded Qin Yang as a new mercenary legend, but it was easier for them to believe that Qin Yang came from the super spirit family. Liang Baichuan clicked his tongue again and again, his eyes full of respect and fear. No wonder I don't know anything about the common sense of the eternal star field, but I can find Lu Mingyu with a special physique. If Qin Yang came from the super spirit family, everything seemed to make sense. Just like that, everyone's thoughts were diverted by Linghua's guess or temptation. "You also have a special physique." Linghua stared at Qin Yang and said. The tone became more and more determined. "It's true that you have a special physique." Qin Yang nodded. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a series of exclamations. "Oh my God, Qin Yang really comes from the super spirit family!" Liang Baichuan exclaimed. "Is this ordered to exterminate these pirates?" The Starfield mercenaries stationed on Tianlu also exclaimed. "This?" The corner of Qin Yang's mouth twitched. "When did I say that I was from the Chaoling family?" Linghua's eyes narrowed, and she said in a deep voice, "You really admitted it." "I didn't," Qin Yang said weakly. "In that case, then I know." Linghua snorted coldly. "What do you know?" Qin Yang was at a loss. Linghua said directly, "Everyone understands now?" Sure enough, the 5 super spiritual families can't sit still, and want to take this opportunity to eliminate all our pirates. This is the case in today's Chaos Stone Star district. The Haoyue pirate beside him nodded repeatedly. Since that's the case, then our Starfield pirates are naturally not afraid. It was your Starfield mercenaries who declared war first, so we will naturally follow. Linghua said, "This eternal Starfield pirates and Starfield mercenaries are going to have a showdown." What, are these pirates about to declare war? The Starfield mercenary in the Sky Road felt chills all over his body. In the eternal Starfield, mercenaries and pirates are opposed to each other, but as far as the entire Starfield is concerned, it is just a small fight. The top mercenary groups and pirate groups try to avoid wars as much as possible. But now, it is the mercenaries and pirates of the entire star field. You don't have to worry about the things at the bottom of the box. Instead of letting the mercenaries eat up our pirates, it's better to break everything directly. Ling Hua said, stretching out her hand. A hideous cannon appeared beside him. The other Starfield pirates also followed suit. Send the Protoss, the meteor cannon. Almost every Hua level pirate has such a cannon. On the road to heaven, all mercenaries. Like dead ashes, they all pin their hope of survival on Qin Yang. How is it possible? These are not all taboos. Liang Baichuan couldn't believe it. Haha. Ling Hua laughed and said, this is a taboo for you mercenaries, but it is the best magic weapon for us pirates. Each of these meteor cannons is at the level of a god, and its power is comparable to void rocks, but the speed is faster than void rocks. If you want to blame, you can blame the 5 super spirit families you reverence. They don't let you have such a powerful magic weapon. Ling Hua continued, if you die, you can only blame their 5 super spirit families. But don't worry, we pirates are very happy. Soon, the eternal starfield will be unified, and the 5 super spirit families will be sent to meet you in Xuanhuan. Qin Yang finally understood, shook his head and said, I said, what are you doing all this mess, so that's it. You want to use this opportunity to let the pirates find a reasonable reason to declare war. As for it? No, Ling Hua said, we pirates never need a reason, we just want to resist. Amazing. Qin Yang praised. In this way, all the pirates in the star field will think that they are in danger and cannot maintain a wait-and-see attitude. Your method of forcibly binding all the pirates in the star field is really brilliant. Ling Hua's heart moved, and a look of disbelief appeared in her eyes. Qin Yang is so extraordinary. I have been planning for so long, thinking about the watertight plan, but Qin Yang can see through it so easily? Ling Hua sneered, so what if she sees through it? As long as Zhao dies here, as long as Qin Yang's identity as the super spirit family is confirmed, this battle will finally kick off. Your supernatural powers could have allowed you to live forever, stay young forever, and never change. But you risked your own death. Qin Yang pointed to the meteor cannon beside Ling Hua, and said lightly, if this is the bottom of your press box. Sorry, so do I. Sorry, so do I. All the Starfield pirates were shocked. Ling Hua said, impossible, didn't you super spirit family throw the meteor cannon into the Wanyang furnace and destroy it? Destroy? Qin Yang's heart moved. This was just a rumor among the mercenaries. If the 5 super spirit families kept all the meteorite cannons they collected and didn't destroy them, what a powerful force this should be. Qin Yang was moved by it. Poor. Qin Yang temporarily put the terrible conjecture behind him, and said, the final winner of the Star Wars is also the only winner. Among them, the practitioners need to rely on the power of the God Clan. Not only pitiful, but also the only winner. Ridiculous. It's useless to say more. I have recorded everything before with magic weapons. At this time I have passed it to other pirate gathering places. The pirates in the entire Eternal Starfield will know about it in a short time. Ling Hua said, everyone will know that you represent the super spirit family to exterminate our pirates, and everyone will know that your mercenaries are going to have a complete battle with our pirates. Qin Yang frowned, and said, I know that you pirates are wandering in the void and will occupy Star City one day. But I don't like it very much, you use me as a weapon. Dead, don't you like it or not? Ling Hua laughed and said, take out your meteor cannon too, and let the pirates in the entire star field see the face of your super spirit family. Yao took a deep breath at this time and stared at Qin Yang. He is afraid that besides Qin Yang himself, Lu Mingyu, and Xiao Yu, he is the only one who believes that Qin Yang has nothing to do with the Chowling family. What are you kidding? How could the cultivators from the celestial starfield be related to the 5 superspirit families in the eternal starfield? At this time, Yao was extremely worried. He was worried that Qin Yang would really take out a meteor cannon. Now that Qin Yang's identity has been confirmed, no matter how he defends it, it is useless. As long as Qin Yang takes out the meteor cannon, the situation will make the super spirit family very passive. The most serious point is losing the trust of the Starfield mercenaries. My meteorite cannon is not here. Qin Yang shrugged. Of course, there are meteorite cannons on the Ultra Spirit class warships and Spirit class warships in the Sky Star field, but Qin Yang is not talking about real meteorite cannons, but that he has the power of meteorite cannons himself. Sure enough, treacherous and cunning. People from the Super Spirit family really have a very deep and unfathomable city. A star pirate said in a low voice. Do you think you can change anything if you don't take out the meteor cannon? Ling Hua said with a smile, it's a foregone conclusion. Having said that, Ling Hua was still a little disappointed. If Qin Yang really took out the meteor cannon, their war between pirates and mercenaries would win a big victory before the war started. Maybe, can you give me a meteor cannon? Qin Yang said with a smile. Dream. Ling Hua said, what I said earlier was serious, but it turned out to be nothing more than verbal force. Without the meteor cannon, you would surely die. Get ready to fire. Ling Hua ordered directly. The muzzles of the meteorite cannons lit up with terrifying white light. The Starfield mercenaries in the Tianlu were terrified. The rocks can be blocked, how can this meteorite cannon escape? Yao's eyelids fluttered uncomfortably, and he actually had a sense of crisis that he was about to fall. Between the heaven and the earth, strange fluctuations rippled. Qin Yang opened his eyes suddenly and looked back, startled. You guys. Qin Yang sighed, under the stimulus of this crisis, Yao's strength might improve again. Your meteor cannon is too slow. Qin Yang shook his head. This is just a vain cannon. If you really want to compare it with the Protoss warship, even though the meteor cannon is of the same level, the equipment is still too rubbish. Qin Yang raised his hand, and a black light lit up in his palm. Like a mini black hole, it can annihilate everything. Meteor palm. Qin Yang shouted. The black light in the palm directly penetrates the void, and the straight cylindrical black hole instantly pierces the meteor cannon beside Ling Hua. Boom! The meteorite cannon that was gathering energy exploded directly, and Ling Hua and the other pirates in the star field changed their expressions and retreated quickly, but they were still affected by the aftermath of the explosion. Some people didn't dodge in time, even star pirates at the level of Haoyue gods vomited blood and were seriously injured. How is it possible? Why is your meteor cannon glowing black? Ling Hua couldn't believe it. Her meteorite cannon is extremely powerful, and it cost a lot of money, and it took thousands of years to find it, but it was destroyed by Qin Yang just like that. Didn't you say you don't have a meteor cannon? Ling Hua looked at Qin Yang. She didn't understand why Qin Yang still lied when he was so powerful. A cultivator of such strength, no matter what his status or camp, don't they all disdain to lie? Why are you talking nonsense like a local hooligan? Ling Hua was angry and angry. Qin Yang was also very angry, and said angrily, fart. This is a supernatural martial art, fuck your meteorite cannon. You don't have to quibble anymore, your super spirit family must have found a way to hide the meteor cannon. Ling Hua said persistently. Splashing dirty water and taking the blame made Qin Yang frown again and again. Before you. He also said to purify the darkness. Ling Hua continued. Qin Yang's hair was full of black lines, it was just for teasing Yao himself, and it turned out to be used. Qin Yang interrupted, I should have killed you early in the morning. Look, you've lost your temper. The pirates in the entire Eternal Starfield are watching you. Linghua said proudly. In fact, what she didn't know was that pirates were not the only ones watching this scene. The Starfield mercenaries stationed on Tianlu also activated the communication formation early on, and passed the image of this place to the mercenary union. The atmosphere in the entire Eternal Starfield began to become tense. Any Starfield mercenaries and Starfield pirates with some strength will feel a thick dark cloud hanging over their heads, and there may be lightning and thunder at any time. Qin Yang, if Starfield mercenaries and Starfield pirates fight because of this, you will be a sinner of Eternal Starfield. Yao was also very disturbed. Qin Yang turned around, looked at Yao, and suddenly laughed. Everyone is at a loss, it's this time, and they are still laughing? Qin Yang shrugged and said, what does this have to do with me? Yao trembled all over, and was instantly furious. The other Starfield mercenaries thought that Qin Yang was justifying himself. However, the Starfield pirates felt that Qin Yang was only carrying out the mission of the Super Spirit family. A simple sentence can mean different things to different people. According to Lu Mingyu and Xiao Yu, this really has nothing to do with Qin Yang's spirit stone. They are not from the Eternal Star Field. Does it have anything to do with whether you mercenary pirates fight or not? If so, that's a good thing. Today, the pirates in our chaotic Rockstar area will take your sacrifice flag. Linghua said. The meteorite cannons of other space pirates have already been fully charged, and now they are all fired. Beams of light shot at Qin Yang and then at Tianlu in the star area. Xiao Yu came over in a hurry, causing Qin Yang to become a ghost. But the road that day collapsed in an instant. The important celestial road connecting the star area directly failed. The garrisoned mercenary group, all mercenaries, almost died in the blink of an eye. In the Eternal Star Field, the battle between pirates and mercenaries has completely kicked off. After the roar of thousands of cannons, all the students, including Liang Baichuan, were trembling on the battleship Yao was on. They brushed shoulders with death. Fortunately, those meteorite cannons seemed to deliberately avoid the ship they were on. Linghua and all the Haoyue pirates stared wide-eyed. What they couldn't believe was why Qin Yang didn't die. Not only did Qin Yang survive, but even Yao and his entire boat of mercenary students were unharmed. All over the Eternal Starfield, the Starfield mercenaries shouted excitedly. Although the mercenaries stationed are dead, but the new mercenary legend Qin Yang is still alive. Yao, the first genius in the Eternal Star Field, is also alive. This undoubtedly saved face for the Starfield mercenaries. How could this be? Linghua felt a chill in her heart. Qin Yang sighed and said, don't forget, I have a ghost ship. Even the meteor cannon, which is also of the 9th rank, can't do anything to the ghost ship. Qin Yang said. Xiao Yu puffed out her chest complacently, her face was full of pride and joy. Before, Qin Yang always satirized him and despised him, but now he is considered a compliment. It turns out that in Qin Yang's eyes, Xiao Yu has always been very valuable. Your meteor cannon is not very good. Qin Yang watched several Haoyue pirates nervously recharging the meteor cannon in the distance, and said lightly, too much use the power of the magic weapon, but forget that the strength depends on oneself. The only way to be truly powerful is to achieve the ultimate. You can't be as extreme as sending the Protoss. The meteor cannon is worthless in your hands. As cultivators of the Eternal Star Field, you are already much weaker than cultivators without meteorite cannons. Qin Yang said lightly. Humph, although the 9th level magic weapon ghost ship is powerful, it must consume a lot. I'd like to see if you can use the ghost ship to hide at the right time. Linghua said. Qin Yang's eyes lit up, and he said, you're so stupid, I almost forgot what I wanted to do. Thank you for reminding me. All the Starfield pirates were taken aback for a moment, and a question came to mind at the same time, what did Qin Yang want to do? Looting. hand over all your treasures, and in my name, spare you. Qin Yang said. After the goal was clarified, Qin Yang directly got rid of the previous passive situation and re-entered his own rhythm. Sure enough, including Ling Hua, all Starfield pirates were stunned. They were the only ones who robbed others. How could they be robbed by others? Or was he robbed by Qin Yang of the super spirit family? Although they have countless treasures, the other party is from a super spirit family. If you want to take all the grievances of the pirates and mercenaries on yourself, do you think we will be fooled? Ling Hua said. I still say the same thing, it has nothing to do with me. Qin Yang said with a smile, maybe you feel that you have a meteor cannon and are full of confidence, then. Qin Yang raised his mouth and raised his hand again. Beams of light burst out of the sky, calling those meteorite cannons one by one. Boom. 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 In the void, balls of light exploded, and meteorite cannons were all destroyed by Qin Yang. Now, can we talk about it? Qin Yang asked. Do you know how valuable this meteor cannon is? Ling Hua was furious, and even felt chills all over her body. As the same high-ranking Haoyue deity, why is Qin Yang so much stronger than her? The supernatural power of this meteor palm is even more powerful than the meteor cannon? Why, is this meteor cannon very valuable? Qin Yang had a bad feeling in his heart. This meteor cannon is worth half of the value of our 100 Flowers pirates. Ling Hua gritted her teeth. Qin Yang's eyes darkened, and the endless wealth was just like this. Xiao Yu also looked at Qin Yang with resentment on his face. If he was devoured by him, how much energy would it have? Full firepower, it can run for a long time. Leave your Quanhuan ring, I don't want to waste resources anymore. Qin Yang said. All the pirates in the star field were speechless for a while, and one of the pirates said viciously, You wait. You will be the one who must kill all the pirates in the star field. Qin Yang said nonchalantly, I'm looking forward to having stronger pirates send me resources. A Starfield pirate took out the Quanhuan ring and threw it at Qin Yang. Qin Yang waved his hand to indicate that he can leave. The pirate was a little taken aback, he just wanted to test it out, but he didn't expect that Qin Yang would really let him go. At this moment, he only had regrets in his heart. He was the only commander left after all the people brought by his pirate group were wiped out. It would be great if this excitement didn't come. Fortunately, there are many left behind brothers in the stronghold, and there are also many treasures in the treasure house. Given time, they will surely make a comeback. Thinking of this, he turned around and left. An enemy like Qin Yang is really terrifying. Except for the top few pirate groups, who can be Qin Yang's opponent? However, when he was leaving, he looked back at Qin Yang again, and just this one glance made his heart skip a beat. Qin Yang played with the Quanhuan ring and stared at the Starfield pirate meaningfully. Said softly to Xiao Yu, remember the reason he left. Direction. Xiao Yu was puzzled. Qin Yang explained, there are not many good things in this Quanhuan ring. Pirates may prefer to put treasures in their strongholds and build a treasure house or something. Needless to say, Qin Yang guessed right. With the precedent of this one pirate, other Starfield pirates also lost their fighting spirit. Their strongest hole cards are like toys in front of Qin Yang, how can they fight this battle? Seeing the pirates surrender one by one, Ling Hua had mixed feelings. You are too naive, do you think Qin Yang will let you go? Ling Hua said. After finishing speaking, he added, the super spirit family will not let you go. Since they sent Qin Yang, none of the pirates in this rocky star area can escape. One of the pirates was furious, and said, what can I do if I don't leave? Can't I die? Ling Hua said angrily, it's because the pirates in the star field are scattered, so we can only wander like wild dogs in the void. Before long, the pirates in the entire Eternal Star Field will be defeated one by one. As soon as these words came out, all the Star Field pirates felt as if they had been hammered hard. A word sounded in my heart at the same time: it is time to unite. Some of the slow-moving ones finally came to their senses. They had to join the battle. This is not the war of the space pirates in the Rocky sector, this is the war of all their space pirates. But right now, we can only retreat temporarily. A Starfield pirate said via voice transmission, Qin Yang is clearly prepared, and we are not strong enough to fight against him. Ling Hua frowned and could only compromise. All the pirates handed over the Qianquan ring and returned separately. Xiao Yu, who was paying attention to their movements, asked curiously, are their strongholds all in the same place? Why are they all heading in the same direction? Qin Yang laughed and said, isn't this better? Let's go. Go loot their treasure house. The Starfield pirates who hadn't gone far kept sending out their spiritual thoughts to check Qin Yang's movements. Qin Yang's unabashed words made him want to cry without tears, and flew towards his stronghold in a frenzy. If it's too late, it's over. This Qin Yang is simply more pirate than pirate. Qin Yang, you have become the public enemy of mercenaries and pirates in the Eternal Starfield. Yao looked at Qin Yang and said complicatedly. Qin Yang disagreed, and said, no, I may be the public enemy of pirates, but I am not the public enemy of mercenaries. Yao frowned and said, you pretend to be someone from the Superspirit family. Qin Yang interrupted with a smile, you are wrong, I am a member of the Superspirit family, and I will also be a mercenary legend. Yao couldn't understand. Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders and continued, do you think that if I wiped out the pirates in the entire Chaos Stone Star region by myself, would the Superspirit family be willing to refuse such an achievement? You. Yao's pupils shrank. Qin Yang wanted to take advantage of this. Yao's heart was very disturbed. At this time, Qin Yang did have the strength to sweep the Rocky Star area. If he really wiped out all the pirates in this Rocky Star area, Qin Yang would become a mercenary legend in the entire Eternal Star Field. Previously, Ling Hua, the head of the 100 Flowers Pirates, directly labeled Qin Yang as the Superspirit family. Faced with such a feat, the Superspirit family would certainly not refuse. Even if Qin Yang is not from the Superspirit family, the 5 Superspirit families will scramble to recruit Qin Yang. However, Qin Yang is a cultivator of the Skystar Field. We must not let him succeed. Yao took a deep breath, looked at Liang Baichuan, and said, next, you will escort the students, and I will follow Qin Yang to destroy the pirates. Liang Baichuan's face was a little weird. Is this going to take credit for Qin Yang? But Lord Yao has spoken, how could he not follow? Notify the Liang mercenary group to come to support. Yao said again. What? Liang Baichuan turned pale with shock. Fire Sun mercenary group? Liang Baichuan confirmed. Yao nodded. The Liang mercenary group has a reputation that resounds throughout the entire Eternal Starfield. Its stronghold is in the Tianyang Star region of the First Star region, near the most dangerous Wanyang furnace. The Liang mercenary regiment is very powerful, not to mention its head, deputy head, and even the captain of its subordinates, all of them are peak masters. How can I invite them? Liang Baichuan was uncertain. My heart is even more slanderous, even if it is Yao, he may not be able to please him, right? Yao took out a token from the Qianquan ring and handed it to Liang Baichuan. Liang Baichuan took it with both hands, and after identifying it clearly, he felt like he was holding a sun, scorching and stabbing his hands. This. Liang Baichuan was so excited that he couldn't speak. This is one of the 5 Superspirit families, the token of the Tianyang family. The Superspirit family, the Tianyang family, is in the Wanyang Star District of the First Star District. Qin Yang had already left in the ghost ship, and Yao would not be able to keep up if it was later. Without further ado, Yao used his supernatural powers to condense a bright lightsaber, flew with the sword, and followed Qin Yang away. His natal magic weapon, the sacred sword of light, was crushed by Qin Yang with one hand, but it made his own power more pure. The sword with the same shape condensed with his own divine power seemed to be a bit more powerful. In the void, a stream of light went away. Liang Baichuan felt that the burden on him was extremely heavy, and he was also very honored. He hurriedly tried to contact the Liang mercenary group with the communication weapon in the battleship, and after taking out the token, it turned out that the captain of the first team of the Liang mercenary group personally received him. His skin was deep red, and his hair was like flames. His eyes were as fierce as a beast, and Liang Baichuan didn't dare to breathe even through the light screen of the communication. The captain of the first team of Liang Mercenary Corps, Fire Dog. With his strength, he can pull up a mercenary group by himself, and it is the top mercenary group in the Eternal Star Field. However, Fire Dog is willing to serve as a captain in the Liang Mercenary Corps. I see, you can escort the students to Tianya Star, and I will handle the rest myself. Fire Dog said. You handle it yourself? Liang Baichuan couldn't believe what he heard. Huigo frowned, no one dared to question himself, this Liang Baichuan talked too much nonsense. If it is by your side, decisively turn it into fly ash. Looking at the token in Liang Baichuan's hand, Huigo opened his mouth and said for the first time, let Yao contact our Liang mercenary group. This matter should not be underestimated. Presumably other top pirate groups will also send strong people to the Rocks sector. More importantly, in the chaotic Stone Star region. Fire Dog said this, and suddenly stopped. He looked at Liang Baichuan indifferently. Liang Baichuan was not qualified to know such things. Liang Baichuan let out a long breath after directly turning off the communication. Only then did he realize that he was already drenched in cold sweat. It's not suitable to stay here for a long time, retreat quickly. Liang Baichuan was startled and ordered the ship to start. The heavenly road was destroyed, and it was unknown how long it would take to find the next node. Maybe we have to wait until the Tianlu is repaired. This 75th sector, the Launcher Star sector, is going to be completely chaotic. In the void, a gorgeous magic weapon ship flew by slowly. With such a speed, why don't you fly over by yourself? Xiaoyu was very dissatisfied. Qin Yang smacked his lips and said, we are rich now, and we may get richer later, it doesn't matter, we can afford it. A nouveau riche-like attitude. Is this a question of whether it can be burned or not? Xiaoyu said, it's insulting me to fly so slowly. That can't be helped, they run slowly. Qin Yang pointed to the front in the void. The Starfield pirates whose Qianquan rings have been seized are too fast to bear to look at. Some Qianquan rings still have spare magic ships, but Qin Yang regretted not leaving them a few. Don't you just want to find their stronghold? I might know where it is. Xiaoyu said. Qin Yang was taken aback, then looked at Xiaoyu, you know? Xiaoyu also said uncertainly, it may be around the Rocky Star City. Random Star City? Qin Yang was even more puzzled, and said, this. There is also a Star City in the Rocky Star area? Yes, but there is only one. Xiaoyu said, I can't remember how long ago, this chaotic star area is not called a chaotic star area. It's just that it was destroyed by these chaotic rocks. The chaotic rocks you encountered before Stone, most likely also the original Star City. Is there still such a thing? Lu Mingyu was also shocked. But, how did this chaotic Star City survive? Xiaoyu continued to explain, these chaotic rocks may all come from that rocky Star City. In fact, this place is also one of the most dangerous places in the Eternal Star Field. I have brought people here before. Speaking of this, Xiaoyu's voice gradually weakened. Qin Yang and Lu Mingyu tacitly knew what Xiaoyu's words meant. It was nothing more than cheating the mercenary group or the pirate group, throwing them in this rocky star city, and destroying them. Qin Yang paid a lot of attention to it. The strength of the mercenary group or the pirate group that could be trapped by Xiaoyu must not be underestimated. In other words, this rocky star city is full of dangers. After a long time, Qin Yang stood on the deck and watched. A huge ball of light appeared in front of him in the distance, surrounded by countless rocks. The scale of this chaotic rock is obviously larger than that of the turbulent flow in the void. The biggest ones are not even much smaller than the light ball. However, it was attracted by the inexplicable gravitational force and circled around the light sphere. Qin Yang looked intently and couldn't help being speechless. Those chaotic rocks hovering around the light sphere turned out to be the dilapidated Star City. And above the dilapidated Star City is the real stronghold of the pirates. It's just that those pirates only occupy the dilapidated Star City around them, but not a single pirate stepped into the rocky Star City. Why do I feel like I'm being watched? Qin Yang frowned, looking at the chaotic Star City. Impossible? Who can keep an eye on us? Xiaoyu didn't believe it. As a 9th-level magic weapon, unless he manifests and others see it with naked eyes, no one will be able to detect him. This feeling should be right, it's in that direction. Qin Yang stretched out his hand and pointed to chaotic Star City. Xiaoyu said directly, it's even more impossible. There is no breath of life in chaotic Star City, and the upper gods may not survive if they enter. It's really interesting. Qin Yang said with a smile. As if sensing something, Qin Yang looked back and found a white light hanging far behind them. Yao is here too, this will make it more fun. Qin Yang said.